So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto has more power than his ancestors. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 20. Capture. Shikamaru's eyes opened slowly. His teeth gritted involuntarily against the throbbing pain in his skull. "Damn," he muttered. "My head." The Akatsuki had found him on a covert mission, he now remembered. Kisame had given the back of his skull a taste of his sword hilt and he'd been out like a light. This was the aftermath. He sat up, ignoring the agony. He was in a small room of concrete or grey stone. It was completely unfurnished save for a single raised platform of rock on which blankets had been laid. "My bed," he thought dully. Looking around, he whispered to himself, "My prison." He hoped Naruto would be able to manage. For the moment, he satisfied himself with contemplating the nature of his prison. There were no windows, unsurprising. For a ninja prison, windows were an escape waiting to happen. The door consisted of bars of a strange silvery metal which was almost certainly chakra absorbent. And he couldn't feel his chakra. The prison, it seemed, was capable of consuming chakra, rather like Shino's earth-style barrier. Or perhaps it only nullified chakra. Shikamaru felt no chakra at all, but if he was totally dry, he'd be dead. A ninja's chakra coils intertwined so completely with his various organ systems and blood vessels that if it were empty, he would be dead in minutes. Chakra exhaustion was both partial and reversible. Chakra void was neither. Kami, his head hurt. He lay down in his bed, his head resting on the blissfully soft pillows. The bed might be stone, but it didn't matter, the blankets and pillows were warm and soft. He made a mental note to return the favor to the Akatsuki if they were ever caught. And then he slept. When he next awoke, he was not alone. "The boy won't go along with it, Madara-san," Zetsu was saying. "No matter what he says, it makes a difference who it is. He does care, unfortunately for us." "I am aware of that," grunted Madara's low voice. "But you underestimate his pride. He has said that the Namikaze means nothing to him. To go back on that would be to admit his wrong and that he cannot do. And so he will assist us, whether he likes it." "I think you overestimate your clan's pride, Madara-san," said Zetsu softly. "He's getting tired of this, you can see it in his eyes. We have perhaps 2 years at the most before he sees it himself. And something like this will have that." There was silence. "It is a valid point," said Madara softly. "But you overestimate something as well. Sasuke is meaningless. Certainly, I would rather he survive and that Inochiha channels the demon, but that is merely a simple satisfaction. What is important is that we have strength. And contingency Kitsune's strength will be far greater than that of Uchiha Sasuke. And you are willing to forego your clan for that." Madara laughed. "For a time. The Sharingan is derived from the Juubi. Once we call it down, I will be able to copy the gene and recreate the Uchiha in any case. It makes little difference." "Very well," said Zetsu. "I only ask that if it comes to it, you kill Sasuke before he kills one of us." Shikamaru watched his door intently as Zetsu's black skin and yellow eyes walked past it. There was a short pause. "I imagine you heard all that, Nara," murmured Madara. "Of course," muttered Shikamaru. "Care to tell me what contingency Kitsune is?" "Contingency plan Kitsune," Madara corrected. "Contingency Kitsune doesn't exist yet, it will be the result." "Fine. Contingency plan Kitsune, then?" Shikamaru asked dully. "No," Madara said flatly. "I don't do monologues. They cause problems." "Damn," muttered the Nara. After a moment, he said, "I hear you're having a bit of trouble with Sasuke." "Not at all," Madara chuckled. "But Zetsu is quite correct, while Sasuke has caused no stir yet, there is the potential there." "Why?" "I don't do monologues." "Damn." Shikamaru exploded, if that was the right word for such an isolated quiet exclamation. Madara was chuckling. "Now I understand why Sasuke loves his monologue so much. It is amusing to wind your leaf nin up." Shikamaru tucked himself in, he hadn't slept long enough and was still tired. "If you say so, bastard." Madara didn't answer and Shikamaru found himself falling asleep again. The next time he awoke, things were silent. There was no noise or movement about him. He was slightly hungry, but he felt sure he'd get food soon enough. The Akatsuki wanted him alive, probably so they could gloat if and when they won. In the meantime, he tried to devise an escape. If one existed, and it did, it was impossible to protect from all possibilities, he would find it. He was, after all, Nara Shikamaru. And so he began to think. After about an hour, he heard footsteps coming down the hallway towards him. He opened his eyes and waited. No force on earth could have prepared him for when came into his field of view. A young woman was walking past his cell door, a young woman with sharp angular features, blonde hair tied into 4 frizzy pigtails, and a fan slung on her back. It was Tamari. And she was carrying the jacket-clad Abiram Shino under her arm. He stared at her until she crossed out of his field of view. After a moment, he heard a metal door opening and the sound of a body being thrown onto a stone floor. Tamari walked past again, now without Shino, but this time Shikamaru noticed something. Her eyes were without pupils. It took him only an instant to realize what was happening, and as soon as he did, his heart ached. She'd been caught in some kind of enthrallment. She was enslaved by the Akatsuki. He closed his eyes, looking down, trying to achieve his customary mastery over his emotions. Enthrallment was almost always irreversible except by the death of the caster, he knew. Then I'll raise Akatsuki to the ground and kill the caster, he determined. There was no loud determination in the thought like Naruto would have had with a statement of that kind. There was only a quiet conviction, a firmness born only of certainty. But first, he decided, I have got to get out of here. He took stock of his situation. Shino was here now, that changed matters. Shikamaru considered. They had very different talents. Perhaps, together, they could succeed where one might fail. When Tamari came again half an hour later, he was still in a meditative position, having still not fully built up his plans. He had several shapeless ideas, however. He looked up when he heard a scraping sound. The enslaved girl was pushing a wooden tray into the room under the door. It bore a bowl of stew, a glass of water, and a small bed of lettuce. He inhaled slightly. It smelled delicious. Odd, he'd been expecting minimal accommodations. Instead he received a meal that, while small, looked to be as easy on the tongue as any of the meals he'd ever had on missions. Madara-sama tells me to inform you, Tamari broke into his thoughts, and tears almost came to his eyes at the toneless quality of her voice. The fire in it was gone. The food is not poisoned in any way. The Akatsuki is experimenting with various cell conditions to see which serves their purposes best. Every prisoner is in different conditions. Shikamaru almost laughed. If he and Madara weren't bitter enemies, he felt he might have enjoyed an intellectual chat with the man. As it was. Would you ask him who it was who enthralled you? He asked Tamari. I would like to know. I was instructed to relay your questions, Tamari said flatly. Expect a reply at Madara-sama's convenience. Shikamaru nodded gracefully, carefully keeping his face composed. Thank you, Tamari. For a moment, an almost confused expression flitted across the thrall's face. Then she seemed to dismiss it and walked away. Shikamaru brought the tray away from the door and knelt beside it. There were even chopsticks and not the throwaway ones one was given at restaurants. These were proper chopstick cylinders of wood, carved with the likenesses of dragons, phoenixes, and everything in between with tips of brass at the end where they were meant to be held. He only wasted a moment admiring them before proceeding to eat. He honestly believed Tamari he was already depleted of chakra and the Akatsuki clearly wanted him alive, so what could they do through a meal? He refused to let his mind go through the many possibilities. They might be numerous, but not one of them had any significant probability of occurring. No, not even all of them put together. When he was finished eating, he set himself back down into a meditative position. It would take time to come up with a plan, he knew. But given the circumstances, he had little shortage of time. Shino awoke about 2 hours later, though Shikamaru by this time had completely lost track of time. Shikamaru called his name as soon as he heard his fellow Anbu agent groaning. Shino? Hawk-senpai. He heard Shino mutter weakly. So you're here too? Yes, said Shikamaru. Unfortunately. Shino groaned. Did I headbutt Sakura's fist recently? Shikamaru chuckled. My head hurt when I first came in too. I think they've taken to doing that to us. Kami knows why. They want prisoners, Shino grunted. Shikamaru, listen. Tamari-san and Kankuro-san. I know, said Shikamaru quietly. Tamari, at least, is under A. She's their slave now. Said Shino, just barely loud enough for Shikamaru to hear. My thoughts exactly, agreed with Nara. They sat in silence for a time and then, at long last, Shikamaru's first plan was finished. It seemed likely to him that it would be the only one he needed. Shino, he said. Remember Bugs? Shino didn't answer. He wasn't meant to. Remember Bugs was a code Shikamaru had set up for a contingency like this. If he needed to talk to Shino quickly and quietly, Shino would send an insect and it would relay the plan. After about a minute the chakra insect crawled into Shikamaru's cell and onto his waiting finger. And so he whispered his plan into it. When he'd finished, he sent it on its way back to Shino. After a moment, he heard a soft grunt of assent from the neighboring cell. Shino had received and understood the plan. Now all Shikamaru had to do was wait for Shino to finish his part. A few more hours had passed before anything changed to break the monotony. You wanted to ask me something? Madara said, stepping into Shikamaru's doorway. Shikamaru frowned. The man was silent, a very bad sign. I asked Tamari. You should know. An unfortunate oversight, said Madara. I told her to tell me if you had questions, not what they were. So I have no idea what you asked. Who enthralled her? Shikamaru asked flatly. Madara chuckled. I did, he said. And her brother Kankuro, too. But you see, you can't free them by killing me. Why not? Shikamaru growled. Madara actually threw his head back and laughed. I would never have expected such ferocity from you, Nara-san. But you see, if death is what breaks the bond between thrall and master, then I am secure in my ownership. Madara looked down, and Shikamaru glared into the holes in his mask. I am Madara-che. I am already dead. Shikamaru blinked. What? Madara chuckled again. Oh, no. You've heard too much as it is. That's why the reanimation jutsu worked on you. Shikamaru said with a strange horror. You're not alive. No, Madara agreed. I am not. But then what are you? Shikamaru asked in bewilderment. How are you standing here? Madara shook his head at him. No, Nara. You know now as much as you ever will. The girl is mine. And that is irrevocable. You cannot change it. And he was gone. But his last words had reminded him of something he'd somehow managed to forget. Son, he remembered his father saying on the day he was named an Anbu agent, there's something our family keeps. It's time you learned it, and it's looking more and more like you'll be the only one to use it every day. Good luck, Shikamaru, and keep it safe. The ritual of the 5 sacred stars. Passed down by the Nara for generations. The one thing Madara could not predict which could save Tamari. Shikamaru smiled slightly. It was the year 271 of the shinobi era. It had been 300 years since they had last been performed. It was time for it to be performed again. Chapter 21. Escape. Shino sat cross-legged in the center of his cell, his eyes closed. He often found that it was easier to work with his insects that way, though he didn't have that luxury in battle, of course. He was spread much thinner than he liked now. His stores of chakra were minimal because of the cells around him, and his body rejected the idea of spreading what little he had into his insects. But this was Shikamaru, and his plans were the best. So Shino now had all of the hives inside his body working at overdrive to spawn the insects he had lost in his recent fights, and those which he still had were even now assembling, ready to act. He guessed it would be about 2 hours before all was made ready. Always assuming chakra exhaustion didn't get him in the middle. Shikamaru waited, thinking. Now that his plan was being made ready, he had started to think of all of the potential flaws he hadn't yet considered. And so now it was time to ensure that the most obvious one would cause no problems. So he waited. At length he heard someone passing by his cell. He reached forward and gripped the bars, stretching one hand out through a slot. Please, he said, making his voice more pitiful than it ever had been before. Please, let me go. I can't stand this anymore. It was Sujetsu, and he was unimpressed. Nara Shikamaru, he said. Not going to work, I'm afraid. We all know you too well. Shikamaru shrugged, drawing back from the cell door. It wouldn't have worked for anyone, I expect. Most likely, Sujetsu agreed. Worth a shot, though, Shikamaru said. Perhaps, Sujetsu nodded. Not always, though, if our Kazukiage guest tries something like that, for instance, he'll be lucky to survive. Shikamaru blinked. You've captured Garasama. Oh, yes, Sujetsu chuckled. Just a few minutes ago. A very important night, this is. Shikamaru squinted at him. What did you do? Oh, I wouldn't want to worry you, the former Miss Nin chuckled. Good night, Nara-san. As he walked past a cell, Shikamaru grinned privately. In spite of all of that, he'd known from the moment he reached through the bars what he'd wanted to. Things could travel through the bars of the cell doors. Shino smirked suddenly in the darkness. It was ready. Quietly he sent his insects out of his cell. They crept out under the bars and began to clamber on top of one another. Their colors shifted and they smoothed out. In a moment a perfect replica of Shino stood outside the cell. It walked out of Shino's line of sight, going, no doubt, to free Shikamaru. Shino was content to wait. There was silence for approximately 2 minutes while the insect clone picked the lock and then a barely audible click was heard. Shikamaru was free. The insect clone came back into Shino's line of sight and began to pick the lock on his cell door while Shikamaru watched both sides of the corridor, scanning for approaching foes. None came and soon Shino was out of his cell, sighing in relief as he felt his chakra return and allowed his insects to disperse back into him. All right, he said after a moment's rest. What's next? Shikamaru looked about. Be ready for a fight, he grunted. There's no way out but through. Shino's eyes widened behind his shaded glasses. That's your plan? Shikamaru shrugged. We're out of our cells. That's good, at least. Shino shook his head slowly. We're dead. I don't think so, said his Anbu captain. Follow me and for Kami's sake, be quiet. Shino didn't need to be told he was an Anbu agent, after all. They crept silently along corridor after corridor. At every fork, Shikamaru listened intently for a moment for what Shino didn't know and then seemingly chose a course at random. At long last they heard voices at one such fork. Shikamaru immediately turned toward them. Why? Shino almost asked, but he held his tongue. They could not afford to be caught. Shikamaru held up a fist ahead of him, the order to stop. Shino froze. The voices were speaking quietly, but they were clearly right around the corner. And then Shikamaru vanished. A chameleon jutsu, Shino thought. He's going to scout it out. And so he was. Shikamaru stepped, quietly and invisibly, around the bend. There was a room before him, dimly lit. There were a couple ninja watching the path opposite him, the way to the entrance, he thought, or rather, the exit, and there were others guarding something on a table in the corner. He crept up the wall and looked from the ceiling down at whatever it was. The table was made of mahogany, and a silken red cloth lay over it, as though the object was on display. And it deserved it. Upon the table, laid out in full shape, was the most masterfully crafted suit of modern armor Shikamaru had ever seen. There were blue lenses where a man's eyes would go. The silvery steel of the suit glistened in the light of the candles beside it. The arms contained an array of weapon-sealing scrolls, and Shikamaru was certain they were already filled. The gauntlets were each masterpieces of razor-sharp metal, and it was certain that if the man wearing this armor punched someone, their face would look like ground meat. The boots ended in slightly hooked points. All of the major muscle areas were filled out already, as though there were mechanical aids to the muscles that would one day be there. The strength of any man would be doubled in that. And Shikamaru's eyes caught the small, red emblem of the Nile-tailed fox emblazoned on the left pectoral of the armor. Contingency plan Kitsune, he thought in awe. But there was no time to think about it now. He fell back to Shino. We're on the right track, he whispered into his companion's ear. Chameleon and follow. They both took on the chameleon jutsu and crept through the room. Shino, Shikamaru knew, would be watching for the slight distortion ahead of him. Shikamaru only had to lead them well. He did. Soon they were out of sight of the guards. Shikamaru allowed them to fade in relief. Good, he murmured. Let's go. Now he had to keep listening constantly. There would be guards more and more as they approached the exit. He was right. The guards got more and more common, and it got harder and harder to avoid them. But in the end, they weren't caught until they could finally see the exit. Shikamaru almost sighed in relief. There was only a stone door in their path now. That in about 10 nin. He and Shino crept along the walls, trying to avoid confrontation, but after a moment, there was a shout and Shikamaru knew they'd been caught. He immediately began a shadow possession, holding all of the ninja in place. His chameleon faded. Get that door, Shino. He said fiercely. One of the ninjas was clearly much stronger than the average peon. He was giving Shikamaru quite a fight. Shikamaru shook his head. Fool, he thought. He mimed taking a kunai out of his imaginary holster and stabbed himself in the chest with it. That man didn't die, but most of the others did. This meant that, with fewer targets, Shikamaru could switch to a shadow strangle jutsu. He did. The rest of them fell. And then the door was open and Shino was calling, "Run, Hawk." And Shikamaru did, running as fast as his legs could carry him, Shino right beside him, for coming up behind was Zetsu. They had managed to escape. It was now several hours later. Shino leaned against the wall of the cave they'd found. Shikamaru was beside him in the same position. So, said Shino after they rested for a time. What's your plan? Shikamaru chuckled weakly. I'll tell you later. Too tired now. Let's get some defenses set up and then we'll catch some sleep. Shino nodded, standing. He made his way to the mouth of the cave and proceeded to lay several traps both just inside and around the cave entrance. Shikamaru was setting down a barrier behind him. Once they were finished they leaned back against the walls again and Shino allowed exhaustion to claim him. Shikamaru rose early. This was partly because he wanted to get up before his stiffness froze him and place rock did not make a good bed. But he was also very much worried. With him captured and escaped, it made sense for Madara to try to destroy the Leaf Village while he wasn't there to warn them. So it fell to Shikamaru to try to find out what was going on. But first he had to wait about half an hour for Shino to awaken. In that time, his slight worry had easily evolved into fully fledged fear. He was unable to avoid infecting his companion with it. Do you think the village will be alright? Shino asked him as they took down their traps, preparing to move. Shikamaru shook his head. I don't know, old friend, he muttered. I don't know. Once they were ready to leave, they made a beeline for the nearest village. It seemed quite empty at first, until they realized that every adult was congregated at the tavern. And Shikamaru had a good guess as to why. He was quite right, in the end. Shikamaru stepped into the crowded room. Get us a spot, he told Shino, who nodded and made a mad dash to the nearest vacant place, a cramped corner, still better than what Shikamaru had expected to find. The entire town seemed gathered here and Shikamaru wanted to know why. He and Shino had removed their forehead protectors and intended to gather information by mingling. The first step, of course, was to get drinks. Nara forced his way through the masses to the bar. "A bottle of sake and 2 glasses, please," he told the barman. Konoha brewed. The barman looked unhappy. "I wasn't intending to sell any Konoha sake," he said. "I was going to keep it till the prices rise." Shikamaru frowned outwardly in confusion, but inwardly he felt sick. He knew the laws of supply and demand better than most ninja. Why would the prices rise? "Haven't you heard?" the barman asked in surprise. Konoha fell. "Last night. The Uchiha trader destroyed it, apparently." Shikamaru only allowed himself a moment's glance downward in horror before he looked back up at the barman. "Suna brewed, then," he grunted. "And make it with 2 bottles. I could use the alcohol." The barman looked at him sympathetically before passing him the bottles and glasses from under the bar. "Had a girl in Konoha or something?" "Close enough," the now former Anbu captain grunted before making for Shino. They'd left the village behind them a few minutes ago. And now Shino wanted to know what their plan was now, with no village to protect. "What do we do now, Shikamaru?" he asked, not even bothering with the codename. "We can try to find Naruto-san. He'll probably have survived. Kurama's quite difficult to kill." Shikamaru shook his head. "No," he said. "We'll go through with my old plan. All that this means is that the stakes are higher." "And what is your plan?" Shino asked him. Shikamaru would have grinned if there was an ounce of feeling left in his heart. The cold numbness would fade, he knew, once he got to the past, but for now he felt as though he himself had died in the battle the previous night. He said slowly. "It's been protected by my clan for almost 3 centuries. It's a ritual. It will only be performable once in our lifetimes this May." "Next month," Shino acknowledged. "Precisely," Shikamaru nodded. "We'll use it and when we wake up, it'll still be May. 5 years ago." Shino froze. "A second chance," he whispered. "We can prevent it all," said Shikamaru. "But we've got to get to work. There are a lot of reagents to gather." A little over a month later, they had the ingredients. The symbols were ready. All that was left was to wait. They sat together in silence. What was there to say left? They'd been through hell, and now they were coming back from it together. They knew how monumental this was. And so they merely enjoyed the companionship in perfect quiet. The sun set. The moon rose. And 6 stars twinkled out, shining out like the rays of salvation. 5 formed a pentagon around the 6th. They looked at one another, nodded, and as one, drove the spikes into their own chests. And so Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino joined their Hokage as genin. Chapter 22. Retelling. "And the rest is history," Shikamaru finished, leaning back against the wall. "We found out that you were back here and started watching what you were doing. Then Kakashi worked it out and spilled the beans." Naruto nodded, grinning. "I'm glad to have you, Shikamaru. I swear I don't know what I'd do without you." "Probably having wound up lying in a ditch a long time ago," Nara chuckled lazily. "But enough of that." He leaned forward away from the wall, looking intently at Naruto and Sasuke in turn. "We need to get to business. Have either of you got any idea what that armor I saw was?" Naruto cocked his head in confusion. "What does it matter?" he asked. "It doesn't exist now." "Ideas are weapons, Naruto," Shino said. "You should know that, with Shikamaru as your Anbu commander. If we know what that was supposed to be, it's an advantage over Madara now. It might give us an idea of how he thinks, or it might give us an idea of how to use it ourselves, or how to prevent it if the idea comes to him again." "So?" Shikamaru asked again. "Any ideas?" Naruto shook his head blankly. Sasuke tried to, but there was an odd look in his averted eyes. Shikamaru just looked at him. "You're on thin ice as it is in my book, Uchiha," he said flatly. "Spill." Sasuke grunted. It was one of Madara's plots. The armor does 3 things, for the most part. It augments the wearer's physical capabilities, gives them chakra similar to that of the 9 tails, and enslaves them to Madara. Anyone in that armor would be dangerous beyond belief. Shikamaru cocked a brow. It was unfinished. "No," said Sasuke, shaking his head. "There was one particular person Madara wanted in that armor, that's why it was unoccupied." "Who might that?" Shino began, but Shikamaru cut him off. "I'm only going to ask this once," Nara growled, his rage at the insult slowly building. "How much did you have to do with making that armor?" Sasuke just looked at him bleakly. "Too much," he murmured. Shikamaru glared at him for an instant more and then he sighed and looked away. "I won't give you trouble over it," he muttered. "You're doing fine at that as it is." Shino looked over at him, but Shikamaru met his gaze. "Later," he said silently. "Naruto can't hear this." Aloud he said, "Well, anything else we need to know? Plans and the like?" Naruto looked at him. "No changing the subject," he growled. "What was that about, Shikamaru? What's so bad about that armor?" "It would have been a super weapon," Shikamaru lied simply. Sasuke's involvement shows just how loyal he was to Madara's cause. That part was even truer than Naruto knew, but Shikamaru wasn't going to burst his Hokage's bubble over this. It was all in the future now. Naruto nodded. Oh, of course. But Sasuke's on our side now. You know that, right? Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and itched him at his eyes. And in an instant, Shikamaru saw none of the coldness and hatred that Sasuke's eyes had helped for the past 5 years. Instead he saw a horrible crushing sense of guilt. Yes, he finally said, looking back at the blonde. I know. But have you got any plans? Shino pressed, bringing them back to the original topic. Anything we need to know about? Naruto shrugged. Not really. We want Danzo dead as soon as possible, but we're not going for that one without proof. Shikamaru nodded, thinking. Any ideas as to what we can use for that proof? The Sharingan, Sasuke said quietly. They all looked at him. Danzo stole Uchiha Shisui's Manjikyu, he muttered. Itachi knows about it. If we could just get him to testify, Yamanaka could prove it. Shikamaru leaned back, a slow grin spreading across his face. Perfect, he murmured. Then our priority is retrieving your brother. And I have an idea of how to go about that. Naruto leaned forward. How? Shikamaru smirked at him. By being patient, Hokage-sama. What good will that do? Naruto asked, bewildered. It didn't work last time. Oh, we'll do something, Shikamaru chuckled. But not right now. There are things to wait for. Now listen, Naruto, Shino said. We have to work separately, do you understand? It's why we hid from you. We can cover more ground like this. Like I said, I trust Shikamaru, Naruto nodded. So we'll work separately. Got it. But let me know if something good comes up, alright. Done, agreed the Nara heir. Now I think we're done planning. Get going, you two. Shino, get back to Kurenai. And, he added, looking at the wall-mounted clock to his right, it's time for Team Asuma to meet, too. I'd best head for Chouji. Why do you guys meet at 10 in the morning? Naruto asked offhandedly as they trooped out. Shikamaru chuckled. Because Asuma and I are lazy, Chouji likes big breakfasts, and Ino needs sleep, what with not eating any food. It was mutually advantageous. Naruto stared at him, stopping in his tracks. That's ridiculous. We work later, Naruto, don't worry, Shikamaru chuckled. Good, the blonde growled. I don't want you going soft. And then they were outside. Shikamaru turned to his father, who had followed them from the door where he had been listening. Sorry we can't finish our game, Dad. Shikaku shrugged. We'll play again tonight after dinner. Shikamaru nodded. You're on. See you, Dad. He waved at his father and the rest of the genin, and then he was off, making for his meeting with Asuma. Humming around a tree, Shino saw that Kurenai was facing Hinata again. He reclaimed his position leaning on the tree as quietly as he could, but unfortunately, Kiba's nose couldn't be fooled. Shino, you're back, he said. What was that all about? Where are you all closeted with Shikamaru these days? Project, Shino said. He's come up with ideas for an Aburam, and he wants me to help him out with them. This was the story they'd agreed on. Kiba just grunted. Then what was up with Naruto and Sasuke? They're working with him too, on something similar, Shino said. He's been reading a lot of scrolls on creation lately. If you say so, Kiba mutters doubtfully. Shino had already expected that, gullible was one thing that Kiba was not. But without evidence, Aburam doubted Kiba would act on mere suspicions for a while. Ah, Shino, you're back, Kurenai said. Good. It's time we got started on today's missions. Shino nodded. D ranks. B ranks, D ranks, and look. Kiba mumbled. More D ranks. Hinata stifled a giggle, and Kiba grinned at her. Poor boy, Shino thought, considering the Inuzuka. He doesn't stand a chance. As expected, he said aloud. Let's go. They made for the Hokage's tower then. Sarutobi greeted them upon entrance with a smile and a nod to Kurenai. I assume you're here for your mission. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said respectfully. What can we do? Well, there are a couple D ranks to choose from, Sarutobi said, leaning back and shuffling papers on his desk before pulling out 3 D rank mission statements. Let me see, he murmured, and then a wicked grin spread across his face. We have a mission to retrieve a cat by the name of Tora. No. Shouted Kiba in a panic. Not Tora. Hinata was mumbling agreement feebly, even Kurenai seemed to be nodding in grudging agreement. Shino, personally, didn't care much. Leave that to the sadistic sensei, said Kurenai. Like, oh, say Kakashi. Sarutobi laughed. Very well. I'm sure he will be most pleased. He looked down at the other 2 missions. There are 2 more. A sewage line in the southwest quarter of the village has gotten backed up and a library needs to be sorted. Library, said Kurenai immediately. Sarutobi smiled. Very well. He handed her the mission statement. In that case, report to the library. The presiding librarian will give you further instructions. Very well, Kurenai nodded. Thank you, Hokage-sama. And they filed out, making for the library. Why didn't we go to the sewers? Kiba moaned. Shino rolled his eyes. I mean, the Inyazuka muttered, it might have smelled bad, but at least it would have been quick. And that has a point. Why does every book need to be sorted? It says so that people can find the books they're all looking for, Kiba-kun, said Hinata timidly. I know that. Kiba complained, picking up another book from the pile. But couldn't we at least sort all of the books in one way, instead of sorting fun stuff by author and boring stuff by these weird numbers? Fiction, non-fiction and Dewey Decimal Call number, Shino grunted. If you're going to whine, Kiba, at least get the terms correct. Well, fiction's fun, non-fiction isn't, and the downer decimals are weird numbers, Kiba muttered, searching the aisles for a spot. My point stands. Kurenai laughed. He's got you there, Shino. Professionalism, sensei, Shino sighed, but even he couldn't remain perfectly stoic. He chuckled slightly as he picked up another book. Non-fiction, 378.292, he thought, reading the label on the binding. Of course it's on the other side of the building. He made his way over to a particularly dusty aisle, located 378.291 and 378.293, and placed a book between them. Then he noticed the title of a nearby book. The Lost Rituals. Gates of Time was on the binding, and Shino could hazard quite a good guess as to what it contained. For a moment, Shino was struck by a horrible fear at the realization that there was a lead anyone could find toward the truth, but it was overcome quickly by an uncontrollable urge to laugh. It's in the library. He thought, just barely holding in his own mirth. All this time, it was sitting in the library. You've got to be kidding me. The joke still hadn't lost its novelty when they finished the mission and headed for a restaurant to have dinner as a team. Of course, he'd have to report it to Shikamaru. The Nara would have a plan of how to prevent the information getting to the wrong hands. But he had a feeling Shikamaru would laugh long and hard before he even started thinking up a plan. Naruto painted the last few lines in his seal. It was an explosive this time, but this would have an electric discharge rather than the flaming inferno common in explosive tags. He'd have to see about getting it patented and mass-produced. He leaned back in his chair for a moment, then stood and stretched. It was late. He and Sasuke had returned to Kakashi after their meeting with Shikamaru and Shino, trained for a short time, and then the team had gone into a ridiculous mission involving unclogging a sewer, of all things. Kakashi truly was a sadistic sensei. Naruto chuckled to himself as he changed into his nightclothes. He felt a strange sense of peace as he tucked himself in. Shikamaru and Shino were here. Sasuke was beside him. And he was certain Gaara was already working to make everything better on his end. Kakashi was willing to help them. Sakura was already improving. Sasuke was relearning his morals. And Hinata was alive. A slow grin spread across his face. Everything's going well, isn't it? He thought to Kurama. Don't get complacent, Kyuubi warned. There are thousands of things that could go wrong at any moment. Don't be a downer, Naruto laughed. How many of them are likely? Kurama didn't answer for a moment. A lot more of them than you think, kid. Madara is Madara, no matter how much you've changed. Maybe, Naruto thought. But this time, we're ready for him. Are we, Naruto? Kurama wondered openly. Are we really? Naruto closed his eyes. If we think we're not, we've already lost half the battle. Chapter 23. Resolution. Nara Shikamaru, said Hiruzen Sarutobi, tilting his head. How may I be of service? Shikamaru sighed, massaging his temples. There are two things you can do for me. First, and more importantly, you can let Hada Kakashi know that I told you all this, and second, you can forget what I'm about to say after you've done so. Sandaime cocked his head. I'm afraid I don't follow. I don't expect you to actually forget this, Shikamaru continued as though the old man hadn't spoken, but do me a favor and don't act on it without consulting me, please. The Hokage leaned forward, and there was a look in his eyes that didn't speak to a mere genin. I don't take orders from my ninja, Shikamaru, he said quietly. Centralized power is essential. Otherwise we risk civil war. Shikamaru laughed mirthlessly. Oh, like I haven't heard that before. But you misunderstand me, Sandaime-san. He was sure he saw the man's eyes widen a fraction at the unusual honorific. I don't presume to give you orders. But I'm the only one in the world, to my knowledge, who knows the full extent of our situation and can tactically analyze it. So I must request that you view my advice as valuable for all our sakes. Hiruzen leaned back. Very well. What is it that you know which I don't? Shikamaru tossed him the book Shino had found, to all their shame, in the library. That, he said flatly. Hiruzen studied its exterior for a moment before looking back at him. You've traveled through time, he murmured. You've seen our future. No, Shikamaru corrected. I've seen the future. You should hope Kami I haven't seen ours. Not a nice place? Hiruzen asked quietly. Shikamaru snorted. To say that is to call a supernova a barbecue. It was a nightmare. And so you come back to us now to make repairs. Sarutobi spoke softly. He was not in awe, but Shikamaru had not expected such from the Hokage. He was cool and analytical as any great leader of his kind had to be in the face of revelation, and Shikamaru felt a rush of sudden pride to be a ninja of Konoha, where all of the best Kage ruled. Yes, said Shikamaru simply. But not alone. The Sandaime frowned. You brought others. Others came, whether I brought them or not, Shikamaru shrugged. But you need to hear the story, the whole story, to understand. So I'll start at the beginning. After we genin were assigned our teams, the same teams as those we're in now, by the way, we were all put into the Chunin exams, set to be here about 6 months from now, right? Hiruzen nodded mutely. Good, Shikamaru nodded. I was the only one promoted in those exams. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, and Uzumaki Naruto each came close. Unfortunately, the first was too unprofessional and emotionally compromised, the second too concerned with his own personal vendettas, and not enough with the village, and the third a little too much of an idiot, although frankly. I think the Kyuubi's reputation had a lot to do with it. Hiruzen paled. You know about the fox. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Obviously, since I'm talking about him. Back on track. During the exams, Suna and a new village, Odo, allied together and launched an attack on Konoha from within, using the potential Chunin. During the battle, you were killed by the Otakage, Orochimaru. Hiruzen's eyes widened, but Shikamaru held up a hand. If during this period, Uchiha Itachi made an appearance wearing the red clouds of the Akatsuki organization, who have been even now reformed into a group of elite nin with a specific goal. More on that later. He fought Sasuke and won, emotionally compromising Sasuke in the process. That led to Sasuke defecting from the village and joining Orochimaru to gain power. Naruto was driven to bring him back. To that end, he left with Jiraiya for a multi-year training trip soon afterward. Shikamaru continued the tale, telling of the attack on Suna, of the rising strength of the Akatsuki. He spoke of Orochimaru's and Itachi's deaths. He told the Hokage of the falling of the many Jinchuriki and of Pain's invasion. He told of the 5 Kage summit, of the Fourth Great Ninja War, of Killer Bee's final showdown with the agents of the Akatsuki, and of his and Shino's capture. He told of the fall of Konoha. I'd only just escaped with Shino when I heard, he said, remembering the horror that had gone like a shock through his entire being. It was horrible, knowing I should have been there. He shook his head. Anyway, the Nara have protected the ritual for as long as our history remembers. Shino and I collected the reagents for a month and then on the ritual night used them all. And here we are. So Shino was the one who accompanied you? Hiruzen asked softly. He had, after the beginning, seemingly decided simply not to interrupt and instead to allow Shikamaru to weave the tale on his own. Shikamaru nodded. But there's more, he said. Sasuke was the one who destroyed Konoha and he took the Kazekage, Gaara, prisoner Gaara was in the village at the time. Gaara apparently appealed to whatever better nature he had left or something, though I don't pretend to understand exactly what happened. The point is, Gaara knew about the ritual through Shukaku. He told Sasuke. Now they're both back. Hiruzen started to stand in alarm, but Shikamaru held up a placating hand. Sasuke's changed, he said quietly. Believe me. I'd never have thought of it, but we all had a conference yesterday. Guilt doesn't even begin to describe what consumes him. As it well should, he added privately, thinking of contingency plan Kitsune. But that's not the point. No one's had contact with Gaara yet, but I expect he's fixing the situation in Suna as we speak. And there's one more of us time travelers, too. And who might that be? Hiruzen asked, leaning forward. Shikamaru smiled wryly. One who I am forced to be loyal to beyond even my loyalty to you, I'm afraid. But since he's perfectly loyal to you, it shouldn't be a problem. Hiruzen leaned back. You're Hokage. Shikamaru grinned. Yes, Sandaime-san. Naruto survived the fall of the village. And he's not going to let it happen again. Morning, day, and evening again. Sasuke had always liked the evening. The cooling of the air had always seemed to soothe him, even in the midst of his raging. And so now he found himself sitting out atop his roof, watching the sunset. The previous day he'd done this too, considering the allies he suddenly found himself with. Shikamaru, Shino, Naruto, Gaara, and himself. Frankly, Sasuke could scarcely even imagine a more effective team. He had found it difficult to rest, thinking of all of the possibilities opening to them even now that he'd come out here to think on it all. But now the novelty had worn off and he found his thoughts drawn to a particular part of the previous day's conversation. I'm only going to ask this once, Nara growled, his rage at the insult slowly building. How much did you have to do with making that armor? Sasuke just looked at him bleakly. Too much, he murmured. Too much, indeed. Sasuke swallowed hard, the guilt rising again like bile. How had he been so blind? When had he become so twisted? He thought of himself only a month ago. Or was it 6 months from now? He thought of the cruel, driven, weak-minded individual who had betrayed all he had ever known for a misguided vengeance. And he hated him. Sasuke suddenly found that if he went to the core of his being and tried to pinpoint the person he hated most, he found a tie between two, Danzo and himself, with Madara close behind. Sasuke suddenly chuckled. If Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't been blocked last time by his status as clan head and the prestige of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was sure he'd have been all too likely in an asylum for a fair part of his childhood for post-traumatic stress disorder. Sasuke almost wished the man had been able to force it on him. But a part of him whispered that he had gained too much to even consider such a thing. And he despised that part of himself for its selfishness. What right did he have to friendship or camaraderie or anything good in the world after all he had done? After the deaths of so many? Nothing, said a voice in his mind, and it was his own. He put his head in his hands but did not cry. He had cried for this once already. That was enough. But then another voice spoke in his mind. Pitiful, it said. What is this, Uchiha? Self-pity? Sasuke's eyes snapped open. That was not his voice. Kurama, he greeted softly. And then he was elsewhere. He blinked in surprise at the sudden change of locale. He was seated on a grey marble throne, and looking around, he saw a great hall, a throne room, with a floor as black as night, pillars as red as blood, and walls and a ceiling like a great silver curtain over all. But the sight was not grand. The throne's back was rented into two, one of the armrests was completely absent, and the other was horribly chipped. The entire left-hand corner of the hall as he faced it had collapsed completely, leaving a pile of crumbled masonry everywhere. Many of the pillars were cracked in ways that they were completely broken and held up only by the others. The floor looked like the earth of a wasteland, cracked into 1,000 intricate pieces. It was dotted with piles of shattered rock where bits of the crumbling ceiling had fallen down. The door was of rotting mahogany, grown over with ivy and other creeping plants. And then it opened, and in stepped a small fox. A fox with 9 tails. Sasuke stood up. Kurama, he greeted again. How can you communicate with me without Naruto present? There was a reason Madara wanted you to synchronize with the demonic statue of the outer path, said Kurama in his deep voice, quite out of proportion with the small body Sasuke could see. The Uchiha have always been quite attuned to our kind, myself in particular, it's why you can control me. So why didn't Madara synchronize himself? Sasuke frowned. The rituals don't work like that, first off, the Kyuubi grunted. And secondly, Madara is a special case. Sasuke shrugged and changed the subject. If the fox wanted to be non-committal, Sasuke wouldn't pry. He had no place to. Where are we? Kyuubi didn't answer at once. He looked around, contemplating the ancient room, his eyes lingering on the broken back of Sasuke's throne. Then he chuckled softly, almost sadly. This makes Naruto's mind look like a well-kept garden by comparison. Sasuke's eyes widened. This is my mind, he said, and it wasn't a question. Oh, yes, Kurama replied anyway. I've seldom seen one so poorly kept. Sasuke glared at him for a moment and then looked down. I'm just a repository for psychoses, aren't I? In many ways, I suppose so, said Kurama frankly. I wonder if you've seen the back of your throne. Sasuke turned and saw that the great crack in the seat was cut directly through the center of Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan eye. He looked away quickly. Why am I here? We need to talk, Kyuubi said flatly. I can't have you wallowing in self-loathing anymore. Your first serious missions are coming. Sasuke sat back down and then stood up. He wasn't sure he wanted to sit against Itachi's broken eye. Would it be better if I didn't regret all I've done? No, Kurama chuckled. But think. What has been lost by your actions? Nothing, now, said Sasuke, thanks to that ritual. But I still did it. He turned away again, looking at the shattered chair. I killed them, he whispered. All of them. Yes, said the Kyuubi matter-of-factly. You did. And it's time to make amends. Sasuke turned to look at him, but the fox was no longer watching him. He was looking around the room. I could tell you what most of this symbolizes, he said softly, but I don't think I need to. Sasuke shook his head, watching the fox in silence. Kurama turned back to him. Think, boy, he said. How does wallowing in this hatred of yourself fix anything? How does this alter who you were? How does this fix the world? Sasuke looked down. It doesn't. Then what does? Kurama pressed quietly. You should know better than this, Uchiha. Hatred never solved anything. And he was right, the Uchiha reflected as the throne room faded from his sight. He was back on his roof now. He stood up and looked as the sun set, leaving the world in darkness. Sasuke had always liked the evening. The cooling of the air had always seemed to soothe him, even in the midst of his raging. But now, perhaps, passion was what he needed. The passion to achieve redemption, to protect and be protected, to be a part of a group of nothing more or less than friends. Naruto's passion, really, now that was what he needed. He had always liked the evening, but now, after many years, his heart went out to the morning and the breaking of the dawn. Feeling changed, he leapt down from the roof onto his porch. He slid open his front door, entered his home, and closed it again. It was late and time to sleep. Arc 2. Chapter 24. Review. You're certain? Shikamaru asked, one brow raised. I don't see that it matters too much. Naruto shrugged. It matters to me. The three of them, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru, were seated in Shikamaru's private study rather than borrowing Shikaku's hall. For the past month, the two pairs had been operating separately, but little had been done in that time. However, they now approached, in Naruto's opinion, the first of many divergence points. And he therefore had come to speak with Shikamaru. In less than a week, Tsunade would be in the village and a C-rank mission would be authorized to escort him. And Naruto had every intention of taking the job. Shikamaru shrugged, turning to the other boy. What do you think of this, Sasuke? Sasuke rolled his eyes. I think it's utterly pointless, he grumbled. We're already taking C ranks, so the pay boost isn't an issue. Naruto's obsessing over the idea that he can save Momoichi's henchman, Haku. It's A rank, Sasuke, Naruto grumbled. We'll get paid 3 times as much. If you'd ever bothered to pay attention last time, Sasuke countered, you'd know that the council refused to pay for that mission, more than for a C rank on the grounds that it was completed without authorization, which is true. Like I said, no pay boost. Sasuke's right. Shikamaru cut in before Naruto could answer. I remember looking into the debate when we were overthrowing the Hyuga, looking for ways to discredit Hiashi. So, he cocked his head at Naruto. Why do you want to take this one? Naruto's shoulders slumped and he looked away. It was the first real mission we took, he said quietly. It defined us, or at least me, for years afterward. I don't want to miss it. And, he looked at Shikamaru out of the corner of his eye. It'll give me a chance to succeed where I failed last time. And what happens when you fail again? Shikamaru asked softly. Naruto's head whipped to face him, glowering. Some things can't change, Naruto, he told the blonde would-be Hokage. What makes you think you can turn aside from the road at every corner? Because if we can't, then we shouldn't even be here, Naruto ground out through gritted teeth. We have to try everything we can, Shikamaru. You know this, why are you asking me? The more we change for the better our chances become. Shikamaru smirked slightly. Good, you're actually thinking instead of acting on instinct. I'll get the mission for you. Naruto blinked. What? Shikamaru chuckled. I have nothing against you taking the mission. I just had to make sure it was for the right reasons. You're right, of course. Here he glanced at Sasuke for a moment as he said, the destination is the sum of the journey. Sasuke frowned, recognizing that he was being preached to but not grasping the meaning. He'll work it out, Shikamaru thought. He's smart. Now get going, you two, the Nara heir ordered. I've got an appointment with the Sandaime to set up. Naruto nodded, stood, and stretched. You got it, he said, grinning. Come on, Sasuke. Let's leave the guy to his important work. Sasuke rolled his eyes as he stood. See you, Shikamaru, he nodded cordially. Later, Sasuke, murmured Nara. Naruto stopped just outside Shikamaru's door, rolling his shoulders. Sasuke stopped beside him, watching him. What's up? Uchiha asked. Naruto shook his head with a slight grin. That guy always puts me off my balance, that's all. You think you've got trouble, muttered Sasuke. At least he likes you. Naruto rolled his eyes. Come on. It's almost 7. Don't want to keep Sakura waiting. And the two made off down the road at a trot. They reached the training ground with a minute to spare, but their teammate was already there. She waved at them, but didn't move, and Naruto saw that she was in the middle of a form. He smiled slightly at that. Hey, Sasuke, could you watch me run through this form? Sakura asked as they came up to her. I'm not sure about one point in the middle. Hey Naruto. Hey, Sakura, he said with a grin. Sure, Sasuke told her. Naruto to jutsu spar after I'm done. On. Naruto treated the Uchiha to a thumbs up and headed off to a corner of the field to start his training routine. Sakura watched in awe as her two teammates sparred. They never used ninjutsu for some reason, but their taijutsu was stunning. She felt frankly that fate had given her an automatic victory over Ino in all competitions, simply because she could observe this almost every morning. Sasuke moved like a snake or a bird. He was never where Naruto struck, always quick and striking with a deadly precision. But if Sasuke was a serpent, then Naruto was a lion. If Sakura had been told 2 months ago that she would be admiring Naruto's skill and power in combat almost as much as Sasuke's, she'd have laughed at them. And then tried to burn them at the stake for sacrilege. The blonde boy utilized nothing like Sasuke's graceful, elegant techniques, opting instead for a much more simplistic but, for him, no less effective stratagem of simply rushing his opponent with such quick and repetitive power and stamina that even Sasuke was barely able to hold his own. And that was only for the first 20 minutes of combat. They scarcely ever fully finished a spar while Sakura was present, or indeed at all, but from those she had seen in full, Naruto almost always won. It wasn't that he was more skilled technically, quite the contrary. Sasuke's technique was flawless, while his would make any traditionalist martial sensei wince, but simply a matter of stamina. Sasuke, for all his glorious abilities, was not tireless, while Naruto seemingly was. Sakura had only seen Sasuke win one of their spars, and that had been in the first 5 minutes of combat. Any later, and Sasuke would be too tired to go on a full offensive. Sakura felt privileged to be on a team with these two. But if she had one complaint, it was simply that she felt unnecessary. She almost never took part in any sort of combat with a team that was all up to her teammates. Her only valid contribution was her mind and tactical planning. Admittedly, though, that had helped them considerably on many missions. She'd been watching for 3 full minutes, a long time by a fight's measurements, when she realized she was supposed to be working on a form. Sighing ruefully, she reluctantly turned away from the two boys and got back into her stance. "Are you sure this is wise, Shikamaru?" Shino asked his comrade quietly. He was following Nara to the Hokage's office, where Shikamaru intended to request a specific mission for Team 7. "Why wouldn't it be?" the Nara heir asked nonchalantly. Shino glared at him under his sunglasses. "Shikamaru, if something goes wrong, it could ruin everything. Why are we taking pointless risks?" "I'm not sure you understand the nature of our mission, Shino," Shikamaru said suddenly, whirling to face him. Shino blinked. "What do you mean?" Shikamaru sighed. "The very nature of our mission requires risk-taking. The whole purpose is to take all the deadly risks from before sooner, now that we're better prepared for them. In addition, we want to achieve greater success against all our more temporal risks. Such as, for instance, Naruto's mission to the Land of Waves." Shino cocked his head at him. "Shouldn't we conserve every element of surprise we have for the really important tasks, though? Shouldn't we hide our full strength from the outside world?" Shikamaru shook his head. "Impossible. We have Naruto." Hiruzen was just authorizing a massive stack of D-ranked missions when Shikamaru came in. He looked up and nodded to the genin, though perhaps the rank was erroneous. Shikamaru greeted me cordially. Once, he would have added the suffix kun, but he had a feeling that Nara would not appreciate the gesture, so he had taken to speaking to the boy as he would any adult ninja. Because, after all, that was exactly what the boy was. "Sandame-san," Shikamaru returned with a deferential nod, but not a bow, because Hiruzen was not, after all, his Hokage. "What brings you here today?" the Sarutobi elder asked, leaning back in his chair, eager for an excuse to ease up on the D-rank authorizations. There was more of Tora, unfortunately. He pitied the poor genin. "Advice," Shikamaru said. "Or a request. Take it as you will." The Hokage nodded. "I see. What might it be?" "There will be a mission from one Tsunade, a bridge builder, in less than a week," Shikamaru said flatly. "The mission, a C rank, should be given to Team 7. Hiruzen frowned, looking at his desk. "That mission was just requested," he began. "Good," Shikamaru grunted. "I recommend you assign it to Naruto and Sasuke's team." "But it's not a C rank," Hiruzen finished, looking at Shikamaru pointedly for the interruption. The payment was for C rank, but upon further examination, it was determined that an A rank was more correct. "Tsunade is in the village and will receive the notification today." Shikamaru stepped back, looking surprised and perturbed. "Why?" he asked quickly. "Why was it re-ranked?" Hiruzen frowned. He didn't even need to look at the paper to reply. Because of the presence of a high-threat S-rank missing nin in the vicinity of the Land of Waves, of course. Was he not present before? Shikamaru's eyes widened. "What missing nin?" Hiruzen studied him for a moment. "He's a relatively recent phenomenon," he said, watching Nara's face for any odd reaction he wasn't sure what. "His kill count is relatively low, as yet none of Konoha. But several detachments from other villages in the vicinity of Wave have recently been cut down by a mysterious armored ninja. He's taken out a full 3-man squad of Anbu from Tsunade already." Shikamaru stared at him, his mouth slightly ajar and his eyes wide. "Are there any descriptions of the armor as of yet?" "Yes, 3 eyewitnesses have survived encounters with this ninja," Hiruzen said, opening a bingo book on his desk and flipping through the pages until he found the most recent edition. There was nothing more than a sketch where a photograph should go, but there was a description. He read it aloud. "Armor is silver. Mask appears skull-like. No blue lenses where the eye would normally be apparent. Small red insignia on pectoral as yet unidentified." He looked up at Shikamaru and was surprised to see the boy shaking, eyes closed. His face was perfectly blank, and Hiruzen could not tell if he was shivering from shock, fear, rage or some mixture of all three. "Shikamaru?" he asked softly. "We will continue this conversation another time," Shikamaru murmured. "I need to consult with my allies." And then he was out the door on a run. "Hello, children," Kakashi said happily, leaping into their midst. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto grinned, giving the Jounin a thumbs up. They'd just been starting to work together on forms, and Naruto, who despised forms with a passion, was extremely pleased to have an opportunity not to do them. "Time to get a mission." "Yes," said Kakashi. "Come on. Good work on the forms, by the way, Sakura," he added, treating the pink-haired girl to a nice smile. "You're really improving." She blushed and ducked her head. "Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. It's all thanks to Sasuke's help, though." "The greatest teacher can't teach a student who doesn't want to learn," Sasuke said, shrugging. "And I'm far from the best." "Loving the bonding and all," said a voice overhead, "but there are more important issues." Shikamaru jumped down into their midst. His eyes met Sasuke's and held them, he didn't even look at Naruto. "I need a word with Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei," he said quietly. "Now, please." "Fine," said Kakashi, shrugging. "Don't kill them." "No promises," said Shikamaru, and Naruto shuddered inside at the deadly seriousness of his voice. What was wrong? "Come on, you two," said Shikamaru, gesturing with his head to the thicker woods behind him. They followed him into the trees. He led them until Naruto judged they were about out of earshot from Kakashi and Sakura if they spoke normally. Then he stopped, and they did too, behind him. "Sasuke," Shikamaru said softly. "I want an explanation." And then he had spun and pushed the Uchiha against a tree, their noses nearly touching, and the Nara had a kunai against Sasuke's gut. Sasuke spluttered. "What? What are you doing?" "Hey!" Naruto shouted. "Get off of him." "Quiet," hissed Shikamaru, eyes flicking over to glare at the blonde. Turning his attention back to Sasuke, he whispered threateningly, "You need prompting." "Fine. There had better be a damn good explanation, Sasuke, for the fact that contingency Kitsune is wandering around killing people near the land of waves." Sasuke's eyes grew wide, and no one could mistake his expression for anything other than it was shocked horror. "What?" he murmured brokenly. Chapter 25. Reorganization. "You heard me," Shikamaru hissed, real fury in his eyes. "I just got back from the Sandaime office. The wave mission has been raised to B rank because of the presence of an S-rank missing nin active in that area. He's already killed a Suna Anbu squad off. And he's wearing armor that perfectly matches what I saw in Madara's lair. I want an explanation. Now." "I don't know, I swear," Sasuke said in what the small part of his mind that was thinking rationally realized was an almost childlike display of shocked horror. But the greater part of his mind was busy getting weak at the knees with the weight of that very emotion. They didn't have him. You know they didn't have him. It makes no sense. You didn't have him. Shikamaru snarled in his face viciously, and Sasuke felt as though his heart was tearing at the confirmation of his guilt. "You're one of them. You were one of them from the moment you abandoned Konoha for Orochimaru." And then the Nara had been launched sideways by kick, courtesy of Naruto, who now stood between them, glaring at Shikamaru's prone form. "I'll say this once, Captain Hawk," said Naruto, quietly and forcefully. "You will not consider Sasuke to be one of our enemies again, verbally or otherwise, until he gives evidence that he is so. Is that clear?" Shikamaru looked up at him with hooded eyes for a moment and then sighed ruefully. "Sometimes I forget why you are our Hokage, Naruto," he murmured. "My apologies. It won't happen again." "See that it doesn't," Naruto grunted. "Now, I'd really like to know what's going on." "The armor Sasuke helped Madara make is in the land of waves on a missing nin," Shikamaru explained. "Whoever it is has killed 4 Suna Anbu who came across it. The mission to wave is set at B rank as a result it'd be higher if this missing nin was seeking confrontation." "Whoever it is." Sasuke shuddered slightly. After a moment, however, he recollected himself. "That doesn't make sense," he told himself. "There must be another explanation." "But he's not seeking confrontation?" Naruto asked Shikamaru. "No," Shikamaru said simply. "But his very presence is extremely unsettling. How did he get here? Or, more importantly, how did the armor get here?" Naruto shook his head. Turning to Sasuke, he asked, "Did Madara ever show any artistic tendencies?" Sasuke blinked. "No. Why?" "Then he couldn't have designed the armor himself," Naruto concluded. "We have no proof the missing nin wasn't present last time, and the armor design must have come from somewhere. Since the chances were all re-rolled, he must have just decided to go to wave this time when he didn't last time." Shikamaru blinked. "That actually makes good sense, or something like it. When did you get inclined to figure out how the theory behind all of this worked?" Naruto shrugged. "Around when it started having anything to do with me. Now, can you get us the mission?" Shikamaru seemed to think for a minute and then a wicked smile crossed his features. "The Sandaime won't allow one team of genin to take this, even yours," he said quietly. "His decision would be too questioned and at best it'd make people suspicious. But perhaps he'd allow 2 teams." Naruto grinned. "So you're coming with us?" Oh, no, Shikamaru started laughing. I'm needed in Konoha. No, I was thinking of teammate. And then he was gone. Sasuke saw Naruto's face slacken. He heard the blonde whisper, Hinata-chan. Thickly to himself. Sasuke didn't mind the moment's respite for introspection. He couldn't help but continue to feel worried. It was true, after all, that Madara had no creative talent. But Deidara and Sasori did. Konan, too. Even Pain and Zetsu had some. So it couldn't be said that Akatsuki, at its height, had had a shortage of creativity. But Madara had meant that armor for one man in particular. He'd never let anyone else wear it. Would he? After considering, we've thought up a valid explanation for the missing nin's presence, said Shikamaru. The Tsunade motioned for him to continue, leaning back at his desk. We believe that he was, in fact, present last time, that because of the re-roll chances, he has surfaced in the land of waves, rather than elsewhere this time. Hiruzen nodded. Very well, Shikamaru, he nodded. What do you suggest I do? I recommend 2 genin teams be sent on the mission to Wave, Shikamaru said. For multiple reasons. First, sending a squad of jounin on a B-ranked mission is nonsensical and would be questioned. Second, we do want to apprehend this missing nin. He has destroyed members of Suna Anbu, and if we can take him down and perhaps give them a portion of the reward as consolation for their losses, it would strengthen our ever frailer bonds. We went to war with them in the near future last time, didn't we? Hiruzen interrupted grimly. A very brief and nearly harmless war, but yes, nodded Shikamaru. In any case, a squad of Chunin with no jounin backup is not advisable for that aim. The logical conclusion would be to send squads of weaker ninja genin, the obvious choice to complete the core mission with stronger ninja, their jounin sensei to take out the missing nin, should he appear. But one squad of genin to take a B-rank mission is nonsensical. And one jounin might prove insufficient in any case. Hiruzen was smiling now. You make a shrewd politician, Shikamaru-san. I know, Shikamaru thought, not missing the new honorific. I needed it all to pass off the engagement of Konoha's and Suna's main ambassadors to one another as a politically advantageous move. But all he said aloud was, thank you, Sandaime-san. But wait, said the old Sarutobi. Why would 2 of our jounin be able to take out a missing nin that has defeated a squad of Suna Anbu? Shikamaru smirked. I advise you to play up a Sharingan politically, but you know as well as I do what the real power behind the team is. So, for this mission, I'll be assigning teams 7 and 10, correct? Hiruzen asked, beginning to write on the mission scroll. No, said Shikamaru quickly. I need to be here in the village, Sandaime-san. I'm our group's tactician. Send teammate instead. Hiruzen nodded slowly but didn't continue writing. I just realized you haven't yet addressed the problem of payment, he said. Is Tsunade going to be able to pay for a B-rank mission in any case? No, Shikamaru shrugged. But how much will it cost to increase the mission's rank? Hiruzen looked down at his paperwork to check. 200 ryo. Azuna nodded, squinting at him. If he had known he'd be called back to the man's office again today, he'd have refrained from drinking any sake until the meeting was over. Unfortunately, they'd surprised him with this, and so he was already drunk to the point where he was absolutely certain he was embarrassing his homeland with his slurred speech. No problem, he mumbled. Need your help. Hiruzen nodded. Unfortunately, the mission you requested has been raised in rank to B grade on the grounds of a missing nin's known presence near Wave. Missing nin? Takuna blurted without thinking, then clamped his mouth shut hard. B rank was for the presence of a missing nin. If they knew that Tsunade himself was being gunned for, it'd be even higher. B rank, he might just be able to manage, given a little time. Yes, said the Hokage. Fortunately, a benefactor who opted to remain anonymous has paid the increased cost. Tsunade grinned. Oh, good. Then he frowned. Wait. What if someone trying to lure me to the missing nin? The Hokage smiled. Don't worry, he assured Tsunade. I know the source personally. I have complete faith in his loyalty. K. Tsunade muttered. So when do we leave? In a few days, the Hokage said. I will be sure to notify you in advance so that you can sober up. Tsunade flushed. Sorry. Hard. To be away from home for so long? The Hokage asked softly. Tsunade nodded woefully. Especially when they need me. This is most unwise, Hiruzen Midokado Himura said quietly. The village elders were having tea with the Hokage to discuss various village affairs, including, in this case, Tsunade's mission to the Land of Waves. He and Kaharu were in perfect agreement on this point, sending 2 genin squads on a B-rank mission, paid partly by a benefactor who Hiruzen still refused to name, made absolutely no sense. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. Allow me to explain my reasoning, then, he said quietly without looking at either of them. Amura frowned at this show of disassociation. For nearly 2 months, Hiruzen had become startlingly distant from his 2 former teammates. It was as though they'd done something to alienate him. But he simply nodded to the Hokage and waited for his explanation. Suna has recently lost multiple Anbu agents to the mysterious missing nin near Wave Country, Hiruzen said. They would be grateful were we to give them his or her head. Do you agree? Amura nodded, waiting for the other man to get to the point. Beside him, Kaharu sighed in impatience. So the Chunin squad expected for a B rank mission makes no sense if that is our unspoken aim, said Hiruzen. We need Jounin. But we cannot send a squad of Jounin on a B rank mission, it looks illogical, and other villages would think us frightened. But Genin? Kaharu asked, exasperated. Hiruzen, you're the one who is so ridiculously overprotective of the children. What are you thinking? The Genin will finish the core objective of the mission, which is little more than a C rank escort, Hiruzen spoke quietly, but his authority topped the woman's words. Meanwhile, the Jounin will be on hand to capture or kill the missing nin, should he or she appear. This missing nin has destroyed a full squad of Suna Anbu, Homura said softly. Yuuhi Kurenai only recently made Jounin. The Kashi Haddock has the precious Sharingan, Hiruzen countered. You and Danzo were so afraid of it that we destroyed all but 3 of its known bearers, and though I still think that was an erroneous decision, you were right to fear. The Sharingan is dangerous. Haddock's ninjutsu is nigh on unrivaled, and Yuuhi has similar standing in Jinjutsu. There is, after all, a reason she was able to become one of the 5 youngest Jounin sensei in Konoha history, despite the widespread prejudice against Kunoichi. They are capable. What I fail to understand, said a new voice behind Homura as the door opened, is why we should be expanding our resources to destroy an enemy of Suna. Danzo, said Hiruzen without inflection. This is a meeting between the 2 village elders and myself. I count 3 people who should be in this room now, you are not one of them. Homura's eyes widened slightly. Hiruzen had never dismissed Danzo so offhandedly before. What was happening to him? Kaharu was clearly extremely surprised as well. How dare you dismiss Danzo-san so quickly? She said loudly. He has given us valuable counsel. Counsel to war, yes, Hiruzen said, and though his voice never rose and he didn't release even an ounce of killer intent, the room seemed to grow colder. The Hokage stood, and Homura had not seen so much power into the Hokage's aged form since they were young and fought side by side in battle. How dare I? He asked softly. How dare you, Danzo? Hiruzen gestured to Homura and Kaharu. They were my teammates, he said softly. We fought and bled together. We fought and bled with you too, but if your blood is not black by now I am most surprised. Hiruzen turned away, looking out the window. They were my friends, he said, and Homura felt an odd chill go down his spine. But your eye has seen into their minds, and now those minds see out of that very eye. Homura distinctly saw Danzo stiffen ever so slightly. What are you suggesting? The old warmonger asked softly. Exactly what you know to be true, said Hiruzen, still quietly but now with a concentrated force. You cannot turn its gaze on me, I will find it. But they are open. Well, no more. I cannot prove anything yet, but I have the means to find that evidence. The only reason I have not yet utilized them is because your blood belongs to another and I will not steal what is his. Go. Do not deceive yourself into thinking my threats are empty. Do not come before me as an advisor again and do not manipulate my teammates, I will know if you do. Danzo stood still for a moment and then turned, making to leave the room without a word. And one more thing, said Hiruzen quietly. Don't turn your little band of human kunai against any of us either. I assure you, I will know. Danzo didn't even turn around as he left. Hiruzen fell back into his chair tiredly. My apologies, he said to them both. Please, don't ask me what I was talking about. Homura frowned. Why, might I ask? I think if Danzo is as much a threat as you seem to believe, we should know. Hiruzen shook his head. If he is a threat to the village, then it is because I have just made him so. He is a psychopath perhaps, but until now he was one not turned against the village. And if he is now, I am confident in my ability to contain him. But why do you suddenly hate him so? Kaharu asked. Hiruzen sighed. That is not my secret to divulge. He looked at each of them in turn. In the event of my death, I want you to promise me never to elect Danzo as the Hokage. Hiruzen smiled ruefully at her. I sincerely hope I never have to. Now, the mission to Wave will be as I have said. If I have not yet convinced you, I never will, and I am quite certain on this point. I am too tired to argue further now, in any case. Is there more to discuss? Yes, said Homura, standing. But it can wait for tomorrow. He put a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder. Whatever this secret is, you don't have to bear it alone, old friend. Hiruzen smiled weakly at him, and all of the authoritative power that had been in him was gone. Homura was struck by just how old his teammate was. None of us have much longer to live, perhaps, he thought. But dying of old age is the death of a very powerful shinobi, after all. I'm not the one bearing it, Homura, he said softly. I'm just helping them out. Chapter 26. Realignment. Kakashi looked at the man blankly. Hokage-sama, if you don't mind my asking. Why? Hiruzen sighed. I've gone over my reasoning too many times in the past 2 days as it is, but if you insist. No, no, said Kakashi quickly. The old man had visibly sagged at the prospect of explaining. I'll figure it out eventually. Just tell me what I need to know. The Sandaime nodded gratefully. All right. It's a joint mission, which is why both of you are here. Here the Hokage nodded to both Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai beside him. The mission has a very particular reason for assigning it to Genin, believe me. Kakashi nodded, willing to accept that much information for now, but Kurenai frowned. Hokage-sama. Will this be a serious threat to my team? Sandaime shook his head. Given all the circumstances, I don't expect so. The original mission was C rank. It was raised due to the presence of a relatively unassuming S-rank missing nin in the area, which is the reason for the 2 Jounin-headed squads. Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow. So let me guess. We have our spoken mission objectives for the Genin, while the 2 of us keep our eyes open for this missing nin. Precisely, agreed the old man. Be warned, however. He's a fairly recent phenomenon, but we know he's eliminated a squad of Suna and below importance, not one of the high-profile groups. We want to be able to give them his head on a silver platter, but it's more important that everyone going on the mission survives. Respectfully, Sandaime-sama, began Kurenai, looking worried. Why am I being sent on this mission? I'm one of the newest Jounin. Surely a more experienced ninja is better suited to something like this. Hiruzen looked at her appraisingly. You're also the greatest ninjutsu specialist the village has to offer, he said. Kakashi is our ninjutsu specialist. Ideally I would send Mito Guy with you as well, thus completing the triad of ninja talents, but 3 Jounin on a B-rank mission is illogical. Perhaps after this, if the missing nin is not captured, I will send a squad of Jounin to take him down. In the meantime, this is our lineup. Surely, though, Asuma would be a better choice. Asked Kurenai. He's much more experienced than I am and he has a more powerful reputation. He's a ninjutsu specialist like me, though, Kakashi answered for the Hokage. You're a ninjutsu user. Much less expected and therefore more effective. Well, Mito Guy, then. Kurenai looked very worried. She's terrified for her team, Kakashi thought. It's her first squad and she's terrified of failing the kids. Suddenly he realized something. It's my first team, too. But then again, he should be more worried about his students failing than him. Sasuke and Naruto could probably each kill him if their stories were anything to go by. His team is occupied elsewhere, a prolonged C rank near the border with Kumo, the Hokage explained. You're the clear choice. And abide to be on a mission with me, Kurenai. Kakashi joked quietly. She glared at him, but he met her eyes steadily, trying to convey a silent message to her. Don't worry, he said wordlessly. I won't let anything happen to any of you. And nor will my team, he added to himself as he turned back to the Hokage. No, of course not, said Kurenai after a moment, and Kakashi had a feeling she'd gotten the message. I'm just not sure I'm ready for a mission of such importance. I'm certain you are, Kurenai, said Hiruzen simply. Now, on to the details. The spoken mission is as follows. You and your teams are to escort the bridge builder Tsunade to his home in the Land of Waves and protect him while he finishes his bridge there. Unofficially, you're taking down this missing nin. Do not, I repeat, do not actively seek him out, not while you have Genin. If he comes, the Genin are the priority. This is his description, or what we have of it. The Hokage passed him each a page, likely copied from the most recent bingo book. Kakashi studied it, especially the image. The man on it was about average height, but given the heavy, silvery armor he was wearing, his actual height was likely slightly less. No part of his actual body could be seen. His chest plate was adorned with a diagonal row of metal cylinders from his left shoulder to right hip, each containing a scroll. The back plate was littered with a network of spikes pointing downward, reminiscent of the Saninjuraya's signature needle Jizo. The shoulders were smooth and curved like ovals meeting in vicious points past his arms. His legs were relatively as expected, with metal pseudo-cylinders hugging the thigh and lower leg. The kneecaps were spiked, with a solitary point aimed upwards, and the toes of the boots curved down like shard talons. The arms and helm were the most remarkable features. The elbows extended outward almost to blades longer than a normal kunai by half at least. The gauntlets looked deadly, with spiked knuckles, fingers made of rings locked together, each curving into a point facing back and ending in points, and spurs on the backs. The lower arms were adorned with an array of scroll-holding cylinders like those on the chest, which looked to be able to revolve around the arm. Below these there was on each arm a smooth flat cylinder around the arm, and around this was wrapped another scroll, a storage scroll, by the seals Kakashi could see. All in all, Kakashi had never seen a more threatening-looking suit of armor in his life, but he knew better than to get afraid over such a thing. It was not the armor but the wearer which was the threat. After he'd studied the image to his satisfaction, he turned to the other details. His eyes widened. Topping the list of the missing nins known was Minato-sensei's Rasengan. He immediately skipped back up to the name, which he'd largely ignored up then. The ninja called himself the Dishonored. And now Kakashi did fear him. At least a little. "Hello, children," said Kakashi, smiling with his eyes as he leapt down from the trees into their midst. Naruto grinned at him. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Mission?" "Yup," nodded at the Jounin. "Special assignment direct from the Hokage." "Wave," thought Naruto happily. It had been almost a week since Shikamaru had requested the mission. It was about time it got assigned. "The Hokage requested that we do a mission?" Sakura asked in awe. "As in, us specifically?" Kakashi smiled at her with his eyes. "Yes, Sakura. It's a joint mission with teammate. B rank with specialist parameters." "B rank?" Sakura asked in shock. In the same instant, Sasuke grunted, "Specialist parameters." Kakashi nodded. "It's B rank, but it requires Jounin attention to a couple specifics, so instead of sending the standard Chunin squad, they're sending in 2 Genin teams with their Jounin sensei." Sasuke nodded, and Naruto knew he didn't need to ask what the situation that required Jounin's attention was. It's that missing nin, Naruto thought. Who the hell is he? "Anyway, we're to report to the Hokage's tower immediately for our assignment," Kakashi said. "Come on." And they were off. Shino's eyes opened as soon as his insects informed him the Kurenai had come into the clearing, but other than that he made no move at all. He'd been meditating, allowing his hives to grow as much as he could, given his limited time with Hinata and Kiba sparred. He watched his teammates for a moment. They were both good, but Shino knew their flaws inside and out. Kiba was headstrong, arrogant, and totally centered on brute force. Any halfway decent long-range specialist could have taken him out at this point, what with his utterly non-existent ninjutsu library. Hinata, on the other hand, had exactly that hidden potential. She would make a fantastic ninjutsu specialist, and her genjutsu capabilities, as Shino knew from experiences that had never happened, were far from marginal. But she was a Hyuga, and Hyuga never used ninjutsu and seldom used genjutsu. So she was forced to rely on taijutsu, where she had scarcely any talent, and despite her clan's specialist techniques, it wasn't going well for her. It didn't help that she idolized Naruto, the village's resident physical technique fanatic. Well, secondary to Mido Guy and Rock Lee. Kurenai was watching the spar as well, his insects reported to him after about half a minute. She also looked nervous. That was worrying. Kurenai might be somewhat more prone to nerves at this point in her life than other Jounin, but anything that made any Jounin nervous was labeled in Shino's mind as a bad thing. Well, most Jounin, anyway. The spar finished after a time with another victory to Kiba. He always won against Hinata simply because, unlike her, he played to his strengths. As soon as the battle was settled, Shino stood. "Kurenai-sensei," he said quietly, not turning to look at the Jounin in the tree behind him. "What is wrong?" His insect saw her blink in surprise, adjust her face to show no fear, and leap down all in an instant. "Nothing, Shino," she said, the epitome of calm. "We have a mission, that's all. B rank, joint with Team 7. Shino saw Hinata's eyes widen, and a blush spread across her face before he turned to Kurenai. "I see," he said quietly. "When are we to be deployed?" Wait, hold on," cried Kiba. "Why the hell are we being assigned to B rank missions?" "Does it matter?" Shino asked, turning to face him. "We have 2 Jounin, they could complete the average B rank alone in any case." At this, his insects reported that Kurenai winced. "Ah," Shino thought. "She's afraid for us. Understandable, but quite unnecessary." Kiba frowned. "Then why not just send 2 Jounin?" he asked bewilderedly. Shino shrugged. "Not our place to know or ask," he said simply. In reality, of course, it was nothing more or less than Naruto and Shikamaru deciding this was wise. But no one could know that yet. "To answer your question, Shino," Kurenai said before Kiba could argue further, "we're to head to the tower now for assignment. The mission starts today." Shino nodded. Naruto, he was sure, was pleased. He was placing himself and Kurenai, the two most capable and alert ninja, in the rear and front. This made Sasuke suddenly realize just how out of place they were. Each of them Naruto, Shino, Gaara, Shikamaru and himself were probably more mentally prepared for combat than most of the ninja world's jounin. Their ninjutsu were in the top degrees. They were the best. Like wolves in sheep's clothing, he thought and hated himself. In the instant he thought all of these, Naruto looked over at where the other team was coming in and smiled, not his old childish and sincerely wide smile, but the soft, almost hesitant smile he had always saved for those who were the very closest to him. "Hey, Hinata-chan." Hinata blushed a deep red. "Hello, and Naruto-kun." "Good, you've arrived," said the Sandaime from behind his desk then, and at once, everyone turned to him. "Teams 7 and 8, your mission is as follows. You are to escort the bridge builder Tsunade to his home in the Land of Waves and protect him while he completes a bridge there. Be warned, we have received intelligence that an S-rank missing min is in the area but is not actively seeking confrontation. Do you understand?" All 8 of the joint squad's members nodded dutifully and Sasuke was struck by an odd feeling of nostalgia. He almost smiled. It was good, he decided, to be back here when things were simple. "In that case, bring Tsunade-san in," said Hiruzen to the waiting attendant. The ninja nodded and left. After about half a minute of silence, he returned with the bridge builder. Sasuke frowned slightly. The man wasn't drunk. "Good day, Tsunade-san," said Sandaime. "These 8 ninja will be your escort on the way back to Wave Country." Tsunade nodded, studying them all. Sasuke remembered the last time when the drunken man had openly insulted Naruto. But this time he wasn't drunk. Sasuke didn't know why, but he supposed it didn't matter. At least this time he didn't look likely to insult anyone. "I'd just like to thank all of you for helping me," he said courteously. "I hope it doesn't inconvenience any of you too greatly." Sasuke shrugged. "You get paid to go out of your way to build bridges. We get paid to go out of our way to help you get out of your way to build bridges. Our Jounin sensei get paid to go out of their way to help us go out of our way to help you go out of your way. To build bridges." He noticed then that every single person in the room was staring at him. He just shrugged again. "Economy." Tsunade blinked at him for a moment before chuckling. "I suppose that's one pragmatic way of looking at it. And also, thank you, Hokage-sama, for warning me about this meeting." Sandaime smiled. "It wouldn't do to be drunk for your mission assignment, would it?" "Absolutely not." Tsunade laughed. Naruto and Sasuke made eye contact and looked away almost immediately. "Anyway," said Kakashi, smiling with his one visible eye as he always did. "Shall we be going?" Tsunade nodded at him. "Whenever you're ready. We'll do introductions on the road." Kakashi gave him a quick thumbs up and then turned to the Sandaime. "Well, hoping to see you in a couple weeks or so, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen nodded gravely. "Yes. Good luck, Kakashi, Kurenai." And they were off again. Chapter 27. Re-entry. Hinata was having a difficult time staying conscious. She didn't even know it was physically possible to blush this hard for this long. As soon as they'd left the gates of Konoha behind them, Naruto had fallen into step with her and started talking, just making light conversation. Sasuke had watched for a moment and then spoken quietly to Kakashi before going off into the woods with Shino to watch their flanks. Hinata didn't care in the slightest. It was her first mission with Naruto. That was already unbelievable, and when it had first been assigned she'd been almost delirious with glee. But that wasn't the end of it. Now, out of all the people here, the 2 Jounin and the other 4 Genin, 2 of which were his teammates, Naruto had chosen to talk to her. She would have thought she was dreaming if she hadn't felt pain when she pinched herself. But now they'd been walking for half an hour. The sun was high above, the morning was almost spent. And by now even she, timid and shy though she was, had no choice but to get comfortable with conversation with Naruto. At first she'd almost wanted to flee, but now she was almost at ease talking with him. She still stuttered horribly, though. "I've never been really good at structured katas and styles, see," Naruto said sheepishly, grinning at her. "So instead I just watch everyone's taijutsu and put together all the moves I like. It sometimes goes crazy and doesn't work very well, but it does make my taijutsu some of the most unpredictable of any ninja I've seen." "That sounds very useful, and Naruto-kun," said Hinata quietly. "Shino-kun says that the best way to defeat one's enemy is to understand them as well as one understands oneself. If they can't know you, they can't win." Naruto cocked his head. "Shino says that?" he said in surprise. Then he grinned. "That's Inara's saying. I guess he picked it up from Shikamaru." "He has been spending a lot of time with Shikamaru-san," Hinata nodded. But inwardly she wondered how Naruto had known that Naruto Naruto had rarely been seen with anyone up until he'd become a genin and joined his squad. Where would he have come to know Nara better than she, heiress, however downtrodden, to one of the most prestigious clans of Konoha, did? "There, see?" He grinned. Then, suddenly, he reached out, grabbed her arm, and gently pulled her towards him. For a moment she had no idea what was going on and her head spun. Then, as she looked down to hide her flaming face, she saw that she'd almost stepped into a small puddle of water in the middle of the road. "Sorry about that," said Naruto embarrassedly. There was, she saw as she looked back up to him, a dusting of pink on his cheeks, too, and seeing it made her heart race. "We don't want you getting wet, do we?" She shook her head silently, not trusting herself to speak. "Anyway," he continued, "I've even incorporated a couple gentle fist techniques into my taijutsu style, only those that don't need a Byakugan to be effective. But what about you? What kind of taijutsu do you use?" "Well, the gentle fist," she said sheepishly. "Hyuga don't usually learn much else." "I suppose that makes sense," he said, shrugging. "But what about ninjutsu? What kind of ninjutsu do you use?" She looked down. "The Hyuga don't." And then there was the sound of clinking metal, followed by a gut-wrenching noise of tearing flesh behind them. Both of them whirled to see Kakashi being torn asunder by two chain-wielding ninja who had emerged from the puddle she had almost stepped in. The ninja were wearing kiri headbands. "Keep this up," said Sasuke quietly. "If that missing nin does appear, I want advance warning." Shino nodded. "And what will you do?" he asked quietly. Sasuke gestured toward the path to their left. "There's about to be an attack on our party by Kiri missing nin if the facts are consistent," he explained. "I want to be there in case Naruto's distracted." "Ah, Hinata," nodded Shino in agreement. "Wise. What is the enemy's strength?" "Two Chunin," Sasuke shrugged. "Nothing too dangerous, I took them last time without much trouble. Naruto got hit that time, though, and this time, we have more targets." Sasuke nodded gratefully to him and leapt back towards the path. He reached the trees just out of obvious view, just as the party was walking past the puddle where he knew two missing nin were hiding. He saw Naruto pull Hinata out of the way. Good, he thought. He's not too distracted. Suddenly he met Kakashi's eye. Sasuke pointed at the puddle. Kakashi nodded and turned away without a word. "He'll want to dupe them like last time," Sasuke thought. "Figure out who they're targeting. And it'll get him ready for when Mamachi appears, so it's good. Fine." So Sasuke curbed his famous impatience and waited for all of 30 seconds while the mist nin decided it was safe. Then they struck. Kakashi was hit. And substituted with a log right next to Sasuke. "Using substitution," hissed Kakashi softly. Sasuke understood. He formed a ram's seal and was gone, replaced by the same bundle of twigs that had just replaced Kakashi. Sasuke saw the two Chunin charge toward his team. One launched his chain toward Naruto and Hinata. But there was an odd twist to it. Sasuke blinked and suddenly he saw, as though silhouetted in the air, the movement of the chain as it whipped around and struck Tsunade in the heart before it happened. So he didn't move to defend his friend and teammate. Instead he leapt into action to guard the bridge builder. Just as he'd foreseen, the chain whipped around and came straight toward him. Sasuke grinned. It had been too long since he'd seen battle. He drew a kunai and hooked it through one of the holes in the chain, his eyes tracking the linked metal as it flew, seemingly in slow motion, towards him. He spun the blade around in his hand and plunged it up to the hilt into the ground. Looking back up, his eyes locked onto the other Chunin's chain, which was swinging towards him in an arc. Sasuke had two kunai in his hands in an instant and, using one as leverage, redirected it towards the Chunin whose chain he had incapacitated. The man's eyes widened in the instant he had before the poisoned razor blade shredded his gut and he was down. In that same instant, Sasuke was already moving toward the other ninja. The man was a Chunin and was therefore trained enough to waste no time on guilt for his inadvertent friendly fire, opting instead to swing his chain about at his assailant. The Uchiha could have ducked, but that would have made the chain continue its course and strike Tsunade. So instead he spun, watched the chain's movement for an instant, and then tossed a shuriken. It intercepted the very tip of the chain, redirecting it into a tree. Sasuke knew this not by sight, though, but by sound, because he had continued his turn and was facing his enemy once again. He grasped the man's metal-encased arm in a vice-like grip and, using that as leverage, leapt whirling into the air until he was almost parallel to the ground, facing down. Sasuke felt a couple of ribs give way under his sandals. The kick was powerful enough that both he and the man flew in opposite directions several feet, the man's weapon coming off in Sasuke's hands. The boy flipped in the air, hooking the man's chain gauntlet onto his right arm and landed already turning towards the man. Only to see that his services were no longer required. Naruto had caught the flying man, spun him, and thrown him to the ground on his back and was now kneeling over him with a kunai at his neck. The entire battle had taken perhaps 30 seconds. Sasuke reached for the gauntlet to take it off, the thought for a moment. This thing is far more flawed than it should be, he thought. The chain is too easily compromised, the gauntlet too hard to remove. But it's still an asset. If all else fails, I'll bring it back to Konoha to put in our village weapons stores. And it could be improved without too much difficulty. So he left it on as he walked over to Naruto. The blonde Jinchuriki was interrogating the prisoner, not that there was any real need, they both knew most of the information the man could give them anyway. But for the sake of appearances they had to appear unknowing. Who hired you? Naruto growled furiously. Why were you attacking our client? I'll never divulge information about an employer, hissed the Chunin. You underestimate me, Leaf Genin. I always knew your village was soft. I bet you'd tell anyone that in this situation. Do I seem soft to you? Sasuke asked quietly, stepping into the man's field of view. The defeated shinobi looked up at him and shuddered. No, he muttered noncommittally. Then when I tell you that my teammate here could kick my ass twice before I hit the ground, I want you to know what I mean, said Sasuke. Well, you tell him, he nodded to Naruto. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, said Naruto softly, leaning into the man's ear so the other genin who were coming toward them wouldn't hear. Sasuke saw the man's eyes widen in terror. And it gets better. See, Kur the Kyuubi and I have an understanding going. There's no seal over him. If I need his help, I can call on every ounce of his chakra in a moment. I can even speak freely, said Kurama softly, transmitting his thoughts outward to both Sasuke and the Chunin. So tread carefully, mortal. Now, who hired you? Talk. All right. The man screamed, his voice breaking. All right. I'll talk. Just get away from me. Naruto stood up and Sasuke stepped away from the man. Kakashi came up next to them and so did Kurenai as the man began to speak. We were hired by the shipping tycoon Gato, he began. The two of us in our group led by Mamachi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. Sasuke nodded. He's a member of the Seven Swordsmen, right? Or a former member. Does he stay a member after defecting from the village? The membership is embodied by the blades, said the Chunin, eager to change the subject. As long as he wields Kubikira Boucho, he is one of the Seven Swordsmen. Sasuke nodded. I see. Alright, why are you working for Gato and why does he want Tsunade dead? Gato has enforced a full trade monopoly on the island nation of the Land of Waves, said Chunin. He controls the water and thus controls everything in something close to a dictatorship. And if Tsunade's bridge is completed, he loses his embargo, said Kakashi. But I thought Gato was a relatively upright businessman. Chunin shook his head. Gato's ships are used for more than just simple transport, I've stocked up a few of them myself. He uses his merchant marine to move and sell massive amounts of contraband all over the world. And he intends to use the Land of Waves as a base of operations for that purpose. Sasuke shrugged. Crime fighting wasn't in our mission parameters, nor was going against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. But I can't help but feel guilty leaving Tsunade like this. What do you say, Kakashi-sensei, Kurenai-sensei? Let's talk about it with the genin and Tsunade. We still don't know why he duped us, said Kakashi. Kurenai nodded. Good idea. What about the prisoner? Sasuke shrugged. We should probably send him back to Konoha somehow, but who'll take him? I can't, said Shino's voice, and suddenly Sasuke's eyes locked onto a tiny insect flying past him. It hooked onto the man's neck and he went limp. I will send an insect clone to Konoha carrying him. I'll deliver him straight to T&I. Good, said Kurenai, nodding at her genin behind them. Sasuke turned to face the Aburam just as he was creating his insect clone. Make sure you get him there safely, said Sasuke. Shino nodded. He seemed about to say something when Sakura ran up to them and, staring at Sasuke, exclaimed, what happened to your eyes, Sasuke-kun? Are you okay? Sasuke froze. Slowly, he halted the flow of chakra to his eyes. He'd had the Sharingan active during that whole battle. The 3-Tomo Sharingan he wasn't supposed to have yet. Don't worry, Kurama said quietly. It's not too much of a problem, there have been similar occurrences. Did they happen against 2 simple Chunin? Sasuke thought back. Kurama didn't answer. This wasn't good. Chapter 28. Rephrase. Damn it, Kurama thought. This is Shikamaru's boys' arena. Now I have to salvage this. He took a tiny fraction of time to think. Then a little longer, because nothing came to him. And then Sasuke started speaking. It's the Sharingan, he said quietly. The Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. Through Naruto's eyes, Kurama watched as Hinata nodded. It was unlocked now, then it said that combat stress activates it. Sasuke cocked his head at her. How did you know that? He asked in surprise. The Sharingan's workings are a clan secret. Hinata blushed, looking down embarrassedly. The Hyuga understand the Sharingan better than most, she replied. We can grasp the workings of most taijutsu with more ease than others, given the Byakugan. Sasuke nodded, accepting the answer. Not like there's a clan to keep a secret now, anyway, he shrugged. But you're right. It awakens in combat stress. And you're activated here, Kakashi decided. Kurama raised a spiritual eyebrow. Kakashi must not know exactly how the Sharingan awakens, he surmised. I suppose Uchiha Obito was one of those rare cases where full awakening is achieved all at once. Sasuke nodded. It was. Interesting, he said quietly. I could see the chain's paths before they'd moved. Well, enough about Sasuke, said Naruto suddenly. We should move. Sakura glared at him. How dare you? She said loudly. You're just jealous. Sakura, Sasuke said, quietly but forcefully. You're better than that. Kurama sighed as the girl froze in surprise. Clearly she wasn't. You saw her last time, Naruto told him. You know she is. I know she can be, Kurama shot back. Right now she's little more than dead weight from a tactical standpoint. Naruto sighed inwardly but didn't bother to argue. What do you mean, Sasuke? Asked Sakura, turning slowly to face the Uchiha. Sasuke sighed. What was our first lesson as a team? She didn't answer. Teamwork, Naruto said finally. Unbiased teamwork, Sasuke corrected, looking at Sakura. Naruto was right, we should get moving. We can talk about the Sharingan on the road as well as we can here. You should have seen that. Sakura looked down. I'm sorry. Don't be, Sasuke said, turning to the bridge builder who was off to the side, watching the proceedings. Just improve. Tsunade-san, are you alright? Yes, thanks to you, said the man, but he looked ill at ease. Because now we know he's lied to us, Kurama thought. Fool. It takes a shinobi to trick a shinobi. That's good, said Kakashi, coming up to him. Now, I think we should talk about this. Tsunade sighed and explained. The land of waves is poor, especially given Gato's exploitation. Even the daimyo hasn't got much. Given what little money I could get together, all I could afford was a C-rank mission. Someone else footed the bill when it rose to B rank. Kakashi nodded. I see. But I'm not sure you understand. He studied the bridge builder for a moment. You do realize you've essentially performed an act of aggression on Konoha, don't you? The man's eyes widened. How? You deliberately gave their ninja a mission above their expected capability to handle, Kakashi said smoothly. If any ninja on this mission dies as a result of something you hid, it's on your head. Tsunade shuddered visibly. Naruto blinked in surprise. Kurama snorted at his host's amazement. Oh, come on, kid. This never occurred to you. How did you become Hokage exactly? Oh, shut up, furball, Naruto snapped childishly. In that case, maybe we should head home, Sakura put in nervously. I mean, we're genin. We shouldn't really even be doing B-rank missions, let alone A-rank. Kakashi just laughed harshly. Shino, wait a moment, he said quickly to the Abiram, who had hung about prepared to step in should Sasuke bungle covering his mistake. I remembered a question I needed to ask him, wake him up. He turned back to Sakura. Depending on the answer to that question, Sakura, Kakashi said quietly. This mission may have jumped to S rank. All of the genin were totally silent. Even Naruto felt worried. We'll be fine, kid, said Kurama. But in the confines of his private mind he added, I hope. Suddenly the man gasped as he awoke. Kakashi turned to him. One last question, he said, smiling at the man with his one eye. On your missing nin force is there a ninja who calls himself the Dishonored? He wears full body armor in a signature style. Junin was already shaking his head. Never heard of him. Good, Kakashi sighed, nodding to Shino. The insect user incapacitated the man again and was off. All right, Kakashi said, looking around at them all. As long as that answer holds true, this mission is A rank. I don't like leaving a mission totally inconclusive, so we'll at least take you to your homeland, Tsunade-san, if that's alright with you, Kurenai-san. Ooh, he looked worried. If you're sure it's a good idea, Kakashi-san. I'm worried, honestly. Kakashi smiled at her. It'll be fine, at least that far. They'll want to see if we leave him there before attacking again in any case. Kurenai nodded. Alright. So once we reach wave, we'll decide whether to continue. Kakashi nodded. Everyone agree? There were no objections, though Hinata and Sakura looked worried. I wonder if there is validity to the argument that Kunoichi is weak, Kurama mused. No, I think not, they're simply more cautious, and among humans. Alright, Kakashi finally said. Then let's go. The oars slipped in and out of the water in almost perfect silence. The mist was thick about them. The team of 8 was split into 2 groups, 4 of them sat in the boat with Tsunade and the boatman Kaji, while the other 4, those who both could get away with walking on the water with the greatest ease, namely the 2 Jounin, Naruto, and Sasuke. The boat wasn't big enough for the 8 of them. Naruto had looked at him questioningly when he had stayed in the boat, but Sasuke had explained to him quietly. The reasoning was obvious to the Abiram. Naruto and Sasuke were far and away higher profile. Compared to their other activities, walking on water was minute in importance. Shino, on the other hand, was a hidden trump card. The longer he kept his abilities hidden, the more effective he was. The water walkers were immediately beside the boat. The thick mist made it advisable to stay near the client. Naruto was taking point immediately in front of the boat. Sasuke was to the right and Kakashi brought up the rear, leaving Kurenai walking right beside Shino on the left. She looked worried, Shino mused as she looked up at her. It was unfortunate. Caution was wise, but fear did not befit a jounin. Contingency kitsune might be problematic, but after all, it was no Jinchuriki. Naruto would protect them if it came to blows with a mysterious enemy. But Kurenai had no idea about Naruto's ability to wield Kurama's strength. For all she knew, the Bijuu was sealed totally, allowing for no chakra passage into the boy. It would never occur to her that perhaps there was no seal at all. But regardless of the reasons, a frightened jounin was less helpful than a confident if cautious one. "Kurenai-sensei," Shino said quietly into the thick silence. She looked over at him in surprise. "What is it, Shino-san?" "You must calm yourself," he said softly. "Team 7 is unworried and Kakashi is more experienced than you are at this sort of mission." Kakashi chuckled. "It's not every day that a genin tells his sensei to follow another jounin's example." "It's simply the truth," Shino countered. "Kurenai-sensei is worried and her fear dulls her effectiveness as surely as it does for any other ninja. If there is a serious threat, we must be ready to meet it optimistically or risk failure." "Shino-san's right," said Sasuke from the boat's other side. "Any force of arms must go to battle prepared to lose, but intending to win. So cheer up, Kurenai-sensei," said Naruto loudly, grinning back at them. Shino winced at the sudden increase in decibel level, but it was sensible. Naruto knew where the original threats were positioned, and if contingency kitsune was nearby, he already knew the team was passing. Of course, Kaji the boatman did not see it that way. "Be quiet, brat," he whispered furiously. "We're in grave enough danger as it is. If Gato catches us, we're dead." "Don't bet on it," murmured Sasuke, "but shut up, Naruto." "Fine," mumbled Naruto, pouting childishly. Shino was struck by the blonde boy's immaturity. He's enjoying the second childhood, he thought in mild interest. Well, it lasts in the end, though, we're already at war. That thought surprised him, but it was true. Akatsuki was out there and was ready to harvest the Bijuu. They might have already begun. Orochimaru was still alive, building up Odo even as they prepared to face him. This is already wartime, Shino mused. And we few who have lived it already are the only ones who know it. "Thank you, Shino-san," Kurenai said suddenly, breaking into his thoughts, and he looked up at her in surprise. She was smiling at him. "You're right," she said. "Defeatism never helped anyone." He nodded slowly, but said nothing. They all knew it was true. And then the mist was suddenly behind them and the day was bright. All arrayed before them was a bright little port town, small, quiet, and almost quaint, even to someone who had come from Konoha and not one of the massive cities the daimyos of the 5 great nations resided in. They landed and Kaji bade Tazuna farewell, speeding away on the motor that had been too dangerous to use a moment ago, while Tazuna was there. "Come on," said the bridge builder, turning from the water. "My house is in another hamlet, about 2 miles away. We can rest and eat there when we arrive." The ninja silently formed up around him as he led them away, through the cluster of buildings and into the trees. "There's the lake," Naruto thought. "Zabuza should be here any minute." "Not nervous, are you?" Kurama chuckled jokingly. "It's just Mamachi. We could kick him into next week with our eyes closed." Naruto smirked inwardly. "Not really. Although, Hinata-chan." "Ah," Kurama said flatly. "We've got 2 jounin and 3 of you human time travelers, one of which has me inside of him. The Hyuga will be fine." Naruto grinned. "You're right, of course." Then his smile faded for a moment. "Still, though, I think it's wise if we split up the 2 teams for the battle. Team 7 can fight Zabuza and Team 8 will escort Tazuna away." "I agree," Kyuubi grunted. "Get it to happen when the fight begins." And then the fight began. "Get down," Kakashi said, suddenly and forcefully. Naruto was already moving, having heard the sudden whooshing of air that signified Kubikiraboucho moving through the air. But he did not simply duck. He dove toward Hinata and pulled her down, holding her with his arm across her back as the massive word whizzed overhead. Of course, she'd already been going down when he reached her, and in the moment he felt guilty for underestimating her. "Sorry, Hinata-chan," he said quietly and quickly. "I should have trusted you to go down yourself." "It's fine, and Naruto-kun," whispered Hinata. Her face was bright red and so close to his. He blinked, shook himself, and stood, giving her a smile. Zabuza was already watching them from his vantage point on his sword. "Kurenai-sensei," Naruto called. "Take your squad and get Tazuna-san out of here." Naruto could hear the worry in Kiba's voice. "What's going on? Who's that?" "Zabuza Mamachi," Kakashi said flatly. "A rank missing nin from Kiri. Head of the outlaw force, Gato's employed to get rid of Tazuna." Naruto, who was beside Kakashi, saw the man turn to face Kurenai behind them. "Naruto's right, Kurenai-san. Get your team and go." Shouldn't you Jounin face him and we Genin can get to Zuno way? Sakura said softly and worriedly. This is an A rank mission, Sakura, said Kakashi flatly. We cannot allow Genin to move about on their own. Stay behind Naruto, Sasuke, and myself in this battle, alright. Go, Kurenai. Naruto turned to the now standing Hinata for just long enough to smile at her again and give a quick wave before turning his narrowing eyes to Zabuza. I'm surprised Izuna was able to afford 2 squads, Zabuza said, chuckling. Even if they are Genin teams. Genin teams, maybe, said Kakashi as Kurenai led her team away at a run. But they have Jounin. And Naruto saw him raise his headband and the Sharingan shone red. Chapter 29. Reintegration. Ah, muttered Kurama in scorn. Jounin are nothing. It's us the fool should be afraid of. Maybe, Naruto agreed. But remember, we don't want to kill him. Haku would never forgive us. And in all honesty, Kurama said, I'd rather this moron was Mizukage than the puppet we have now. Naruto agreed inwardly, knowing Kurama would sense it but didn't reply with words. Instead he looked over at Sasuke. The Uchiha caught his eye and in the instant exchange of 2 men bound more closely than kin, they had a plan. Naruto grinned and turned back to Zabuza, who had been speaking through the past exchange, which had taken all of 3 seconds. Oh. I get to see the infamous Sharingan so early? He said mockingly. I'm honored, Kakashi. Really? Sasuke snorted. 1 Sharingan's fine, he said loudly. 2 are better. In the instant where Zabuza turned his attention to Sasuke's now manifested Sharingan, Naruto formed his clone hand seal and acted. Sasuke, get back. Kakashi said firmly. Sakura clenched her fist. I know Sasuke-kun is strong, but this guy's dangerous, she thought. Please, Sasuke-kun, don't kill yourself. She was immensely relieved when Sasuke only smirked and stepped back into formation. Fine, he said. I could take him. Momochi looked at him and began to laugh. Oh, this is great. He howled. Not only are they Genin, they're blasted morons to boot. This keeps getting better and better. He stared down at Sasuke, a malevolent gleam in his eyes. Take me? He said, and suddenly there was a horrible weight of fear over Sakura, and in the man's cold eyes, she could see 1,000 hypothetical deaths for all of them. Foolish boy. I am Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, master of the silent killing. No more than 1 Jounin in 100 stands a chance against me. You are outmatched. And suddenly he vanished, and then there he was, right behind Sasuke. And in that knowledge, die, he whispered cruelly. The massive sword flashed, sliced through the air, right through Sasuke's head. No. Sakura shrieked. Otter where his head had been. He was gone. Zabuza blinked. What? Suddenly there was a quiet mirthless laughter all about them. You're the fool, Momochi, said Sasuke's voice quietly from all directions. The Sharingan is powerful, more powerful than you. Zabuza looked around wildly. The entire team had vanished. What is this? He said furiously. Then his eyes widened. Jinjutsu. He thought, gritting his teeth. But in that case, his body was in grave danger. Hi. He shouted, breaking chakra flow. Nothing happened. It's useless, said the Uchiha's voice silkily. I don't think you understand your predicament. This is not Genin's Jinjutsu, Zabuza thought wildly. And I won't be able to get out quickly. But how did a Genin learn this? It means either he's not a Genin or. Otter, it's not a Jinjutsu. His eyes widened, then closed. He reached his chakra out of his body, into the world around him. The natural chakra that was ever present in reality was still there, which was something none but a top-level Jounin could replicate. He grinned. Hidden mist jutsu, he said, forming the hand seals. For a moment, the air about him thickened, and then, suddenly, there was a light gust of air. The fog vanished. Useless, said Sasuke again. Zabuza's eyes widened. Hidden mist jutsu. He said, louder now. Again the mist appeared. Again the wind blew it away. But this time, he felt in the wind with his limited chakra's sensory capacity. In doing so, he learned 2 things. First, the wind was charged with a chakra so powerful it cowed even him, who had once stood proud alongside the walking chakra tank that was Hoshigaki Kisame. And second, it came from his right, the very direction in which Haku was hidden. He leapt into action. Damn it. He said to himself furiously. They've got the kid. They had. And as he felt himself kicked to the earth and a cold steel blade placed at his throat by a steady hand, he knew they had him, too. But they hadn't. Momochi Zabuza, said a quiet hissing voice. We suggest you make no struggle. We have sealed ourselves in a temporary Jinjutsu where time flows as we desire. We have all the time we need. The blade was withdrawn. Zabuza leapt up to face his assailant and saw steel. Who the hell are you? He growled at the man in the armor. We are. Dishonored, said the man as the blue lenses that saw for him spun, as though he were narrowing his eyes under them. And we have a common enemy. "He's coming your way," Sasuke told Kurama silently. "Fine," said Kyuubi, and Sasuke felt his mind tensing in readiness. There was a moment of waiting. "I thought you said he was coming," Kurama muttered caustically. "Are you quite certain you didn't mean I'm a delusional moron?" "Quite sure," said Sasuke absently. "Where the hell was that missing nin? He couldn't have escaped." From the instant Naruto's hidden shadow clones had used the Hiraishin to move the three of them out of the clearing via the seals he'd planted on each of them, Kakashi had been watching Zabuza carefully to prevent him running, not that they expected him to abandon Haku. Kurama snorted. "He's not coming, boy. What are you?" Sasuke waited for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Kurama? Naruto?" "Adachiha, get over here," said Kyuubi quietly. Sasuke frowned. "Sakura. Bring her, she's not safe alone," said the fox tersely. "What's up?" Sasuke asked quietly. "Get the hell over here and you'll see," Kurama murmured. Kakashi leapt down into the clearing behind his foe. Naruto faced him on the other side. The missing nin in the hunter nin's mask they'd caught was unconscious beside him. And between them was the man Kakashi had honestly hoped he wouldn't meet on this mission. Dishonored turned his head slightly, not quite facing Kakashi, but showing that he knew he was there. "Hada Kakashi," he said in a voice that was as cold as death and well quiet it seemed to carry all about them. "You were the teacher. You favored the other, you lied to me, and you allowed the other to surpass me and slay the beloved." As the man spoke these cryptic words, Sasuke leapt down beside Kakashi. His eyes were narrowed with hate and with something like horror. Kakashi could sense Sakura, too, in the trees behind them. And if he could, so could the Dishonored. "Uchiha Sasuke," said the armored man then. "You were the other. You betrayed me and cast me out behind you. You slew and hated yourself and others in me. You slew the beloved." "Kitsune," said Sasuke softly. "I betrayed you and all the others, but now you've betrayed yourself." The man gave a mirthless laugh, distorted by the mask he wore. "I am you, other," he said softly, turning to them. "My mind was forged in your image. You hated. I hated. We are one." "No," said Sasuke quietly, and there was self-loathing in his voice. "You're what I was." "One does not change so lightly," said the man. "When you stand before the thief and can forgive him, then you will have changed. Until that day, we are but two faces of the same soul." "You're wrong," said Sasuke softly. The man laughed again but did not press the point. "Haruno Sakura," he said instead. "I see you where you hide. You were the rejecter." "And Naruto?" Sasuke interrupted blandly, and Kakashi wondered if he was trying to get the masked man to say something in particular. The Dishonored didn't move for a moment and then it turned back to the blonde Jinchuriki, who Kakashi couldn't see behind him. "Uzumaki Naruto," it said, and then it paused. "I did not originally anticipate facing you. I have a habit of surprising people," said the boy, and his voice had a strange deep overtone. Kakashi signaled to Sasuke and they fanned out, enclosing the Dishonored in a triangle. And Kakashi saw that Naruto's eyes were red, with slits for pupils. "I concede the point," said the Dishonored softly. "I will revel in your death. You were the fool." Kakashi saw him turn his head to Sasuke. "To me, he was nothing more. A fool who shall die for his idiocy." Sasuke didn't say another word, but Kakashi saw his eyes change. His pupils changed their shapes, extending into his blacker eyes, growing red. In a moment, there was a blood-red six-pointed star in each of his eyes, with a three-pointed shuriken residing within each. Then Naruto formed a ram seal, and Kakashi was swamped by an overload of chakra all about. Naruto was exuding the stuff in tidal waves. Indeed, he was starting to glow golden. The Dishonored laughed. "Peace," he said. "I will not battle you today. I have that which I sought." And then he was gone, vanished into thin air. And Kakashi realized that their missing nin prisoner was too. "There," Zabuza said as the Dishonored reappeared beside him. "Thank you, I suppose I owe you one." "No, you don't," said the Dishonored flatly. "Our interests coincide. I want my vengeance, you want the bridge builder. It is logical that I should join with you." Zabuza shrugged. "I suppose so," he said. "Still, I don't see how helping me save Haku helped you." While the Dishonored was keeping Konohanin's attention, Zabuza had utilized his intensive knowledge of stealth and his deadly speed to hastily spirit Haku's still form away from the boy guarding him. It was a mystery how the child had taken Haku out the ice style. "That is the flaw of missing nin," said the man beside him softly. "They do not understand the power of teamwork. It is what makes the Dawn so superior." "Dawn? Akatsuki?" Zabuza asked curiously. "I thought that group was destroyed in the last war." "They are reborn," said the Dishonored quietly. "I was forged to serve them." He turned his mask directly to Zabuza. "Your sword brother, Hoshigaki Kisame, is among them." Huh. Zabuza had never been particularly familiar with the shark-like member of the Seven Swordsmen, but he clearly remembered the man's deadly strength. if that was an indicator of the group's skill. "Mind if I ally with your lot?" he asked casually. "If I know Kisum, we might still have similar interests." Dishonored didn't reply for a time, and then he shrugged. "I doubt you would find it to your liking," he said in his quiet voice. "For one thing, we have the very Mizukichi you seek to overthrow in our pocket." Zabuza whipped his head around to stare at the man. "Akatsuki controls the fourth," he spluttered in shock. The armored man nodded gravely. "His days are numbered. In any case, the Mist Village is already starting to realize that he is not quite his own man. I intend to suggest that we dispose of him on our own terms when I return to the outpost. I will bring your opinion if you like, and I will put your name forward for membership if the others agree." "But not if they don't, right?" asked Zabuza. "I don't much like the idea of fighting to keep the Mizukichi I tried to depose in power." "Of course," said the Dishonored. "But for now, we have a mission. I have a plan." The 4 Konoha ninja were gathered together in the clearing where they faced the Dishonored, seated in a circle together. They had all wordlessly decided that they needed some rest before heading on. "Respectfully, Sasuke," said Naruto after a time. "If you're at liberty to say." What the hell was that?" Sasuke, who had been looking down into his lap in silence until Naruto spoke to him, looked up at his teammate. Naruto saw that his eyes were slightly red and that his lip was raw, as though he had been biting it, but there were no tears. Still, anything that could affect the notoriously aloof Uchiha this much was dangerous. "That was," Sasuke said softly, and then he almost seemed to choke on the words. "That was a shade of a future," he said quietly. "A future neither of us want." Naruto's eyes widened. "It's one of us," he realized. "Oh, it's a hell of a lot more than that, kid," grunted Kurama softly. "Then what is it?" Naruto asked, exasperated. "I may tell you later," said Kyuubi quietly. "If I have to. But telling you now would complicate things. If you figure it out, let me know. Until then, stay ignorant and be glad of it." "I wouldn't like the truth?" Naruto asked softly. "I don't even know how you'd react," said the nine-tailed fox simply. "But no. You most certainly wouldn't like it." Chapter 30. Recovery. Hinata bit her lip hard. "I will not cry," she thought with feeble determination. "I will be strong. Naruto-kun can handle himself." The 5 of them, teammate and Tazuna, were moving as fast as they could, which was not all that fast, given Tazuna's age and lack of ninja training, in the direction of the village where Tazuna lived. They'd been moving for about 10 minutes, but they still had twice the distance they'd already traveled before they arrived. And Tazuna, it seemed, could not keep up this pace. He suddenly stopped, breathing heavily. "I can't go on like this," he murmured hoarsely. "I'm not as young as I was." "Fine," said Kurenai, moving over to him. "I guess I'll have to carry you." She turned to the team. "We move in the trees." She lifted the old man up piggyback style and allowed him to clasp his arms around her neck. "Up, now." And they were off. They moved a little faster now, but Hinata was still worried. "How much longer until we reach the village, do you think?" she asked aloud, to no one in particular. "Soon enough," said Shino, falling into a steady pace beside her. "But listen, Hinata-san. The village will not be a safe haven." She blinked. "What?" "You suffer from a common illusion among genin," Shino explained quietly. "You feel that just because we are in a public place, we are safe. That is not the case. Shinobi means safety, not civilians, and this land has no shinobi." Hinata bit her lower lip. "So we're not safe even in the village." "Ninja make their own safety," said Shino. "Once Team 7 arrives we will be safe enough, I feel. They are powerful." "Why yes," murmured Hinata, thinking of Naruto. "They are. But that is not the point," Shino said, interrupting her thoughts. "I am telling you this so that you will be on guard in the village. There is an S-rank missing nin in the vicinity and he may have no qualms about attacking a populous village. You must be ready at any moment to leap into action." Hinata nodded. "I'll try, Shino-kun." "Good," said Abiram, leaving her side and making for Kiba, likely to relay the same message. She watched him, considering. The boy had always been enigmatic and his strength had been a mystery even in the academy, but recently he seemed to have changed. It was hard to tell. Hinata had not known him well enough in the academy to be certain, but that observation seemed to her one that no genin would, or should, understand. It showed experience, which in a child of the shinobi world amounted to little more than trauma. "Shino-kun," she thought. "What happened to you? Was that a body flicker, Naruto?" Kakashi asked quietly as they leapt through the woods. "The technique you used to get us out of the battle." The blonde boy beside him didn't answer for a moment. Kakashi looked over at him, but it was impossible to identify his expression in the shadows of the trees. "No," he said finally. "It wasn't." Kakashi felt his right fist clench involuntarily. He forced it to relax before asking, "It was Hiraishin, wasn't it? The flying thunder god?" "Yes," said Naruto flatly. Kakashi felt a hand slip into his kunai pouch and pull out a blade he hadn't seen in years. I planted one of these on each of you, said Naruto quietly, handing the three-pronged kunai to Kakashi. I thought it'd be wise to have an emergency means of assistance. Kakashi was silent for a moment, not trusting himself to speak. You were right, he eventually said, his voice carefully cool and detached. But he saw Naruto grin sadly at him and knew it was pointless. He looked away from the boy, blinking as rapidly as he dared in the attempt to preserve what little dignity he still had before him. You really are your father's son, he murmured at length. I know, said Naruto quietly. I'd be dead otherwise. They moved on in silence until they reached the village and there was Team 8 waiting for them. Well, most of Team 8. Where's Kurenai? Kakashi asked the three genin quickly. She went ahead to escort Tsunade to his home, said Shino, nodding respectfully at each member of Team 7 in turn. She left us here to guide you when you arrived. Good, said Kakashi, nodding. It made sense they didn't want one of the teams wandering aimlessly when they could be useful, and while leaving genin alone was normally unwise, in a civilian village it was at least a little safer than out in the wild. Lead on, then. Well, Kurenai-san, would you like some tea? Asked a woman in the kitchen happily. She had introduced herself as Tsunami just minutes ago and had already thanked the young jounin many times for helping her father home. Yes, thank you, said Kurenai, trying to match the civilian woman's cheer with her own slightly forced smile. She was sure, though, that the woman saw no hint of the mask she was, after all, a civilian. But Kurenai was worried. Her genin were alone now, and Team 7 was occupied with Momochi for all she knew, or might have even been defeated, though she doubted it. Kakashi was, after all, more than capable himself. Do you think your team will be alright? Tsunami asked eventually, bringing 2 cups of tea and sitting across from the kunoichi. You said they ran into a rogue ninja. Will they need help? Kurenai shook her head immediately. No, she said firmly. Kakashi is one of our best jounin. They'll be fine. I hope so. And my duty is to stay here and protect Izuna-san regardless. Kurenai-sensei. Came Kiba's voice from outside. The Jinjutsu specialist stood and turned to the window. There was Inyazuka, grinning and waving, and behind him were his 2 teammates and Team 7. Kurenai barely suppressed a relieved sigh at the sight. Everything went well? Kurenai asked quietly. Kakashi nodded. We need to talk, he told her. Walk with me. You 6, here he spoke to the genin, stay here. Naruto, Sasuke, keep the conversation calm. You know what to talk about. Sensei, Sasuke said, nodding at the masked jounin. Kurenai took a last sip of her tea, it really was good, thanked Tsunami, and left the house as the genin entered. Kakashi beckoned for her to follow and then turned onto the streets. She jogged up to him and soon fell into step at his side. What happened? She asked quietly. Momochi wasn't working alone, Kakashi said flatly. He had 2 others working with him besides the 2 we captured. One assassin type, disguised as a hunter Anbu, and the Dishonored. Kurenai clenched her fists. You met the Dishonored? Yes, said Kakashi with a sharp nod, and Kurenai suddenly noticed how tense his stance was, not at all like his usual overly relaxed act. He knew us, I think. Kurenai frowned at him. What do you mean? He called me the teacher and had names like that for my whole team, said Kakashi. Sasuke was the other, Naruto was the fool, and Sakura was the rejecter. Kurenai shook her head. What the hell? Naruto's name I can see, and yours is obvious, but the others? And why make up these titles anyway? That's not what's important, said Kakashi tersely. What does he know about us? And I was just an afterthought, Kurenai the kids were his focus. He was focused on my genin. Why? What does he know about them? Maybe he just likes picking on kids. Kurenai suggested. The thought was not humorous. No, that's not it. Kakashi was firm. He had some kind of connection with my team, at least in his mind. Kurenai bit her lip. If he's going to target us actively, this mission's risk just doubled. Kakashi nodded slowly. I know. Kakashi, we have to go back to Konoha, she said after a time. Our mission was to escort Izuna on the understanding of the Dishonored's presence. He wasn't supposed to go after us. With that knowledge, this mission is almost certainly S rank. Easily S rank, yes, said Kakashi quietly. But we can't leave. She spun to face her colleague. Kakashi, you know better than to get emotionally invested in a mission. She said, quietly they were, after all, in the middle of a public street, but forcefully all the same. No civilian of another nation is worth the life of even one ninja of Konoha. He turned to her, and his eyes were dull. I do, he said. Naruto doesn't. So? She asked furiously, still carefully keeping her voice level. Better traumatized than dead. Not for him, I'm afraid, said Kakashi quietly. And in any case, we won't die. Kakashi, this is an S rank missing nin capable of taking out a Suna Anbu unit. Kurenai wanted to scream at the man beside her, this recklessness was endangering her team, too, but she had to keep her voice down in the street. No one can promise that. Kakashi looked at her, his one visible eye appraising. My team almost can, he said. Kurenai, I wish I could tell you why that's the case, but they're not my secrets to give away. I'm asking you to trust me and my team. She glared at him. I can't do that, Kakashi, she said angrily. Not without a damn good explanation. Then allow me to explain, Kurenai-sensei, said Shino from behind them. The two Jounin turned to see the Aburame standing casually with his hands hidden in his jacket pockets. Shino, said Kakashi. Do Naruto and Sasuke. They do not know that I am here, Shino replied to the unfinished question. I fail to see why it concerns them. It is my sensei, after all. And your Hokage, said Kakashi quietly. Was this kind of lenience common? Kurenai frowned looking from one of the two to the other. What? No, said Shino. But given the circumstances, those of us in our predicament must learn to trust one another's judgment. He cocked his head for a moment, as though considering. Except Sasuke, perhaps. He amended. I think we should trust him, but I doubt I will find myself able to do so in the near future. Kakashi nodded. Understandable, he agreed. I'll leave this to you, then. He turned to Kurenai. Shino will explain everything. I'll see you back at Tazuna-sen's house. And then he was gone in a body flicker. Shino came up beside her. Kurenai-sensei, he said quietly. What I am about to tell you will seem unbelievable, but I can promise you that every word is true. He spoke with a quiet assurance that few genin possessed, but which the Aburame were famed for in any case. I will avoid lies of omission whenever possible, but there may be points where it is unavoidable. For that I apologize. So you're in on whatever this is? She asked genin quietly. Yes, said the insect wielder flatly. Allow me to explain. And he did. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked the moment the two Jounin were both out the door. I'm fine, said Naruto, grinning. Everyone's fine. Maybe a little shaken, said Sakura sheepishly. Well, she amended quickly, eyeing the Uchiha beside her, everyone except Sasuke-kun, of course. She knew it was a blatant lie if anyone had come out of their encounter with the armored ninja unafraid, it was Naruto, not Sasuke. But she knew the Uchiha didn't like to appear weak, and how would she look if she tried to explain the odd warm feeling in her chest when she'd seen him, pale and ashen as a man confronted with death but still standing and facing down the enemy. How could she explain the bursting fire she'd felt within her at seeing Sasuke look so human, so vulnerable? No, better to get into his good graces by trying not to see what he perceived as flaws in him. I'm sure Naruto-kun did well too. Retorted Hinata hotly, and Sakura blinked at her. He did, said Sasuke flatly. Ah, you know my performance beat you into the ground, Naruto grinned at his black-haired teammate. Sasuke shook his head. That's the wrong idea, he said, but did not elaborate. Well, what happened? Kiba asked, grinning viciously. I bet it was a pushover, that's why your team stayed and not ours. Sakura opened her mouth to correct the Inyazuka, but Naruto beat her to it. Oh, yeah, it was a piece of cake, said the blind, grinning. For us, that is. You'd probably get your ass handed to you twice before you hit the ground. That's a singular you, Shino said from his place by the door. In other words, he's speaking exclusively to you, Kiba. Am I right? Well, obviously, said Naruto, laughing. Of course I wouldn't insult Hinata-chan. Shino cocked his head. Or me. Well, that's a difficult question to answer, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. Then, at Aburame's lack of reaction, he added, that was a joke, Shino. I know, said the bug specialist dryly. Suddenly Sakura felt Sasuke pluck at her sleeve. She turned to him. He beckoned for her to follow him. As Naruto began an account of what had happened, Sasuke led her to the corner. Then he turned to face her. Naruto's going to tell them an altered story about what happened, he said quietly. Stick to what he says. Don't bring up the Dishonored. That's the armored ninja. Sakura stuttered, flustered by their close proximity. Sasuke's nose was barely 4 inches from hers. Yes, said Sasuke quietly. We're not going to mention him. Why not? Sakura asked in confusion. Well, for one thing, Kakashi didn't want us to. Sakura suddenly realized what their sensei had meant when he said you know what to talk about. For another, it makes sense. We don't want to get teammate worried. Dishonored is the Jounin's problem, and Tazuna is ours. We shouldn't get teammates genin involved in him. Alright, she said. If you say so. They'll be distracted otherwise, said Sasuke. We need them focused. She nodded. Alright. Then she blinked. When did Naruto learn how to lie like that? Sasuke looked away. When he started smiling all the time, he said softly. She stared at her crush, eyes wide. What? You'll get it one day, said Sasuke, his black eyes meeting her green ones again. For your sake, I hope it isn't too soon. He turned as though to return to the group, then frowned and looked back at her. Why did you say I wasn't shaken? He asked quietly. I was probably more worried than anyone else on the team. She looked down to hide her burning face. I thought you wouldn't like looking vulnerable, she said. And. She bit down hard on the words. Sasuke didn't move. That was true once, he said. And what? And how well looking vulnerable suits you, she whispered. There was a silence between them. After a moment, Sakura risked glancing up to find Sasuke looking at her oddly. I'm not sure I follow, he said. But now's not the time. We'll talk later. She nodded, relieved, and followed him back into the group. Chapter 31. Reconvening. Wait, what? Naruto said loudly. It was dusk. The sun had just set over the ocean in the west, and the sky was a deep blue, just tinged with pink in the western horizon. All about them, the trees seemed fuzzy and indistinct in the twilight, as little more than silhouettes. The air was cool and moist, and smelled faintly of the salty sea. The three comrades sat together on the grass, already damp with dew, reporting to one another the day's events. Shino had just explained that he had explained their past to Kurenai. Sasuke had simply nodded and was now fiddling with the stalks of grass around him, while Naruto was staring at Aburame, stunned. Sasuke thought his own reaction was easily the more warranted. Why did you tell her, Shino? Naruto asked, lowering his voice, remembering that it was, after all, getting on tonight. And why didn't you talk to us about it? Kakashi-sensei was having difficulty convincing Kurenai-sensei to stay here, said Shino quietly. Had I held my tongue and returned to speak with you, I might have been too late to prevent Kurenai-sensei from telling my squad to pack their bags. Naruto blinked. After a moment, he nodded. Fair enough, he said. But if that happened, we'd have agreed to tell her and she'd have withdrawn the order, right? Perhaps, Shino agreed. But then Hinata-san and Kiba-san would have wondered what I had told Kurenai-sensei. We do not need them to be curious. Hinata-san least of all. Here he nodded to Naruto. It might be psychologically detrimental in ways we cannot predict, as well as compromising our secrets. Naruto looked down with a grunt of assent. Sasuke watched him for a moment before sighing. Maybe we should tell her, he said. Do you think it'd help you to get it out in the open? Sasuke was now out of his area of expertise. He distinctly remembered a time when his entire repertoire of conversational words and phrases was made up, largely, of various grunts. He did not often ask such personal and conversational questions. No. Said Naruto, rather quickly. He inhaled deeply. No. I'm just worried about that. Well, that it'll be more psychologically detrimental, as Shino puts it, the longer we keep it from her. Them. Shino nodded sagely. You are afraid that Hinata-san will be upset if you hide these things for a long time. Naruto nodded. Especially if I allow us to get closer while I'm keeping those secrets, he said quietly. Then tell her, said Sasuke flatly. Naruto recoiled. No. He said forcefully. I can't. Not yet. She'll be afraid of me. She will not, said Shino firmly. You don't know, Naruto countered unhappily. All she knows about Kurama is that he's a beast that attacked the village 12 years ago. What do you think she'll think when she finds out that now he's one of my best friends? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Naruto, this is Hinata we're talking about. She worships the ground you walk on. In hindsight, he really should have seen the punch to his face coming a mile off. Bad taste, Sasuke-san, said Shino calmly, though the Uchiha thought he detected a hint of amusement in the bug user's voice. Regardless of his tactless words, however, he brings up a point that must be considered. Hinata does idolize you to some degree at this point. That should give you the time you need to explain fully. Naruto clenched his fists even harder than they already were after punching Sasuke. No, he said flatly. I won't take advantage of her like that. You're trying to fix Sakura, aren't you, Sasuke? He nodded mutely. Not sure how well it's going, he added mentally, thinking of her words that afternoon. How well vulnerability suits me, he mused. It doesn't seem like something she'd say as a fangirl. The mob was always obsessed with how cool and aloof I was. At least, I thought they were. He resolved to consider the issue with Naruto's help. Another time, though Sasuke had used up his welcome to bring up topics for tonight. All he could do now was apologize after this conversation was over. It's the same thing, said Naruto firmly. I'm trying to make Hinata-chan see me first, the real me, not whatever monument she's made for me. Sasuke shook his head. He knew he was asking for trouble, speaking his mind on this topic again so quickly, but this was important. Naruto, that can't be done, he said softly. Naruto glared at him. Why not? You're having success with Sakura, aren't you? You misunderstand, Naruto-san, said Shino. Sasuke-san is saying that you cannot make Hinata-san see the real you and look away from the idol for the same reason that one cannot pour water out of an empty jug. Naruto blinked. Sasuke sighed. He nodded at Shino. The Abiram knew Hinata better and would be more able to explain. The bug user nodded back at him. Naruto-san, he said quietly, Hinata-san has had low self-esteem for years. Despite coming from a prosperous family, she has little happiness and cannot understand how to gain it. Naruto looked down. She is constantly reviled by her family for her supposed weakness, and it has left her with a deep-seated psychological association between herself and weakness. Essentially, she identifies herself with weakness as a defining characteristic. But she's not weak. Naruto cried in anguish. Sasuke studied his face. He looked almost to be in pain. Is that what romantic love is? He wondered. To feel the beloved's pain even more acutely than one's own? I'm not sure I'd want that. You know that, said Shino, and I know that, and Sasuke-san and Shikamaru-senpai and Kurenai-sensei know that. But she does not yet. He leaned forward looking straight at Naruto. And then she meets you. At first, she associates herself with you for the obvious reasons. Both of you are commonly considered weak and both of you lose all your fights. Remember, this is the academy, so you were constantly losing in spars with Sasuke-san. Not my fault, Naruto grunted, grinning weakly at Sasuke. Even if we were both traumatized little kids obsessing over getting stronger, you had money for better equipment and training. That is beside the point, Shino cut in before Sasuke could formulate a reply. At first she felt herself connected to you over the common ground of weakness. To her it was true weakness because she had been taught that what was commonly perceived was the truth. But then she saw your training regime. Naruto frowned. I've always wondered why that got her obsessing over me, he muttered. What training regime? I mean, sure, I practiced throwing kunai and shuriken and trained a lot with taijutsu, but since I was doing all the wrong things it really didn't help that much. She knew no more than you about what was correct, said Shino matter-of-factly. All that mattered was that, despite coming, like her, from a place of weakness, you were pushing yourself to the limit to improve, pushing yourself with that same single-minded determination that has served you well for years. Hinata-san saw that perseverance and soon fell in love with it. Naruto stared at Shino for a moment, his face slightly red. He looked slightly sad. What does that change, though? He asked at length. I don't get it. Shino just looked at him and Sasuke realized that it fell to him to explain. Hinata does look up to an idol she's built out of you, he said quietly. But it's not like Ino and Sakura and the others are with me, they built a monument out of a mask. Hinata may not have seen all of your flaws, but she's still fallen in love with you. And it's the real you, not some idol she's made up. Naruto stared at him for a moment, then looked away. Thanks, guys, he said quietly after a time. But I still won't take advantage of her. She has to know me first, my flaws included. In the end, it is your decision, Naruto-san, said Shino, standing. I think our conversation is done. I've heard what you two did today. Sasuke nodded, also rising. Naruto followed suit. Then let's head back, said the blonde boy, before they all get worried. I'll go first, said Shino. My excuse was different from yours, and it will seem odd if we return together. Shino had slipped away from the group on the grounds of a need to analyze and possibly assimilate insects in the region. He had done the analysis, if not the assimilation, but it had only taken a few minutes. The rest of the time, they had spoken. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, had left the group on the grounds of a promised spar with one another. Naruto nodded. See you soon, then, Shino. The Abiram nodded and was gone. The two remaining stood together in silence for a time. The night grew chillier about them as the sky, already deepened as they spoke, turned black overhead. The stars were out now, twinkling coldly and impersonally on high, uncaring of the world over which they hung. Sasuke was trying to come up with how to apologize for insulting Hinata when Naruto solved his problem for him. Sorry, the Jinchuriki said quietly. Sasuke blinked at him. What for? He asked in surprise. For hitting you, Naruto said, turning to him. I shouldn't have. We've done that enough to last a lifetime. Sasuke shrugged dryly. I deserved it, he said. I'm sorry for insulting Hinata. It's fine, said Naruto quietly, looking away. Sasuke watched him for a moment and then continued, Shino's right, you know. She's not like the fangirls. Naruto didn't answer, but Sasuke saw the slight smile on his face. They waited for a few minutes more and then, by unspoken agreement, began the jog back to Tsunade's home. Iba frowned to himself for a moment after Shino left. Naruto and Sasuke had already been gone for a few minutes. Apparently they were going to spar and Shino had to study bugs in the land of waves or something like that. Somehow, Kiba doubted both explanations. It was getting late and all 5 of the remaining team members present were each occupying themselves in their own manner. Sakura was talking to Tsunade about something, probably something that, were Kiba listening in, would make him want to vacate the area as quickly as possible because of how feminine it was. Kurenai and Kakashi were talking together in low voices. Kurenai looked slightly worried. Kiba wondered what was the matter. But Hinata was sitting alone off to the side, looking terribly lonely as she watched all the others. Kiba himself was playing tug-of-war with Akamaru, but when he saw this he broke off the game and motioned for the ninja hound puppy to follow him. Akamaru yipped disappointedly and fell into step behind him, clamping the scrap of rope they'd been using in his jaws tightly. "Hey, Hinata-chan," Kiba said as he reached the Hyuga heiress. "Oh, hi, Kiba-kun," said Hinata with a slight dusting of pink to her cheeks. Kiba almost blushed himself, the tint to her cheek suited her incredibly well. "You look glum," he said, sitting down across from her. "Want to talk?" "Oh," she said, blinking rather rapidly. Sure. What about?" "Well," he said, leaning back on his hands. In that instant Akamaru yipped and leaped into his lap. He grinned at the small dog and petted him absently. "I was just thinking. Hasn't Shino been acting a bit, well, oddly?" "I don't know," said Hinata, looking down slightly. "I didn't know him very well in the academy." "Nor did anyone, did they?" Kiba shrugged. "That's not what I mean. Have you noticed? He, Naruto and Sasuke have all been, I dunno, something. They've been hanging out together, away from the rest of us." "Why you think they're together now?" Hinata asked, surprised. "But why would they lie to us?" Kiba shook his head. "I dunno about knowing," he said. "But remember that fight with the Chunin on the road? Naruto and Sasuke work together like ninja, real ninja. No fresh genin works like that, do they?" "Well, and no," said Hinata, blushing a little more. "But..." Kiba rolled his eyes. "But it's Sasuke." "And no," said Hinata quickly. "I was going to say that it was Naruto-kun." Kiba stared at her in amazement. "The dead last." "Don't call him that," said Hinata with surprising force. You haven't seen him train. He makes our training with Kurenai-sensei look like kids in the first-year academy physicals." Kiba noticed that she had stopped stuttering and a slight ache began to grow in his heart. "You like him," he said. It wasn't a question. She blushed redder than ever. "Is it that obvious?" "Well, when you're essentially admitting to stalking him while he trains, yeah, it kinda is." Kiba sighed, trying to expel the slight pain in his heart with a breath. "You know, if you really like him that much, you should just do something about it. Might save a bit of pain," he added privately to himself. She shook her head violently. "And no," she said quickly. I can't. He likes Sakura." Kiba bit his lip. He privately wasn't so sure of that anymore. Naruto had not once used the suffix chan when referring to Sakura, at least in his memory, in all of the past month or more, well he had more than once done so with Hinata. But he couldn't say so, not when he himself would suffer for it. "Then he's an idiot," he found himself saying. "He'd be stupid to reject you." She stared at him, pale eyes wide. He grimaced, looking away. His face was getting uncomfortably warm. "I mean, she's clearly obsessing over Sasuke," he said, quickly backtracking. "He should give up on her. He'd be stupid to reject anyone who actually likes him as much as you." Hinata looked down. Oh. Of course," she said quietly. "Damn it." Kiba knew perfectly well that he had royally screwed up. "Look," he said, scooting away from her slightly to give her space. This jostled Akamaru on his lap, who yipped in surprise and jumped off to snuggle up next to Hinata. "Can we just forget that this conversation ever happened?" Sure," she said, clearly trying to stay cheerful. Damn it. Kiba had officially screwed himself over, not to mention hurting Hinata. He knew he should apologize. He just couldn't find the words. "Well, back to Shino," he said, trying to lighten his voice and liven the conversation. "Do you really think he's been acting normal?" "And no," she said, sounding grateful for the change of subject. "You're right, he has been acting odd. I'm just not sure it's different from how he always has been. And I don't know if you should bring Naruto-kun and Sasuke-san into it." "San?" Kiba was surprised even Shino was a cunt to her. He wondered what it meant, other, of course, than the obvious she wasn't a Sasuke fangirl. "Thank Kami," he added internally. "Well, they hated each other in the academy," he said. "Not to mention that don't tell either of them I said this, by the way, please, they're actually kind of awesome now." She almost smiled and he realized how rarely she did so. "Even Naruto-kun?" she asked. He grinned back. "Tell him, and I swear." She giggled slightly. "I won't." "Good," he said. "But what do you think?" She shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe you're right. But what do you think it means?" "That's just it," he exclaimed. "I don't know." "Don't know what?" It was Shino. Kiba turned to face the Abiram behind him. "Shino," he said quickly. "We want to know. What's up with you and Naruto and Sasuke?" Shino didn't move for a moment. Then he sat down. "It's a long story," he said flatly. "And one I cannot tell you." "Why not?" Kiba asked angrily. "I know you're an independent guy, Shino, but we're your teammates." You have no idea how aware I am of that fact. Shino's voice was deadly serious, almost grim. Kiba blinked at him. This was not the answer he'd expected. After a moment, Shino sighed. Kiba-san, I would tell you if I could, he said, sounding almost unhappy. But the secrets I'm helping to keep aren't only mine. I can't tell you. Not until the others agree. Then Naruto-kun and Sasuke-san? Hinata asked, sounding quite nervous by all of this intrigue. Kiba was just getting angry. Not exclusively, but yes, said Shino. Listen to me, Hinata-san, Kiba-san, he said quietly. I am more aware of my teammates than most Chunin. And I promise you, I cherish that three-way bond. But this secret is about more than us. It's about more even than our entire village. And I cannot compromise it for myself or my team. You must trust me. Kiba sighed. You're just making me more curious, he grunted. But what the hell? He slapped Shino on the shoulder. I may not know you as well as I should, he said, but I know you enough to know that you're not going to endanger us, whatever this big secret is. So I'll trust you. So will I, Shino-kun, said Hinata softly. Shino looked at them each in turn. I am. Surprised, he said, though there was no hint of the emotion in his voice. And also grateful. Thank you. I will not betray your trust. Good, grunted Kiba. Cause if this hurts Hinata-chan, you're dead. Shino looked at him for a moment, or Kiba assumed he was looking in his direction, since it was hard to tell with the goggles. There's already a queue forming for that, said the Abiram dully. Get in line. Chapter 32. Retraining. The 8 ninja were congregated together in the dining room. Naruto was wolfing down breakfast. He'd woken up late while the others chatted in groups. Sasuke and Shino were talking quietly in a corner. Naruto wondered what about. The rest of Team 8 was making small talk together quietly. Sakura and Kakashi were right beside him. So, what are we doing today, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked conversationally. All the fear and doubt of the previous day had washed away from her overnight and she seemed as fresh as ever. Naruto almost smiled at it but kept himself in check. I was that young once, he thought, and a wave of something like sadness swept over him. When did I grow so old? Training, Kakashi was replying simply as his blonde student came back to himself. We have no idea when Zabuza and that dishonored person will show up again, but we have to get as ready as we can. Naruto nodded in agreement, wondering idly what he, Sasuke, and Shino would do with themselves at this point. The tree climbing exercise didn't even count as showing off. After everyone had finished, Kakashi and Kurenai led the two teams out to the forest. Naruto knew where that was going. Fortunately, Kakashi and Kurenai had agreed that it would be mind-numbingly foolish to leave no one to guard Tsunade when the threat was so present. So they'd chosen the 3 most skilled genin and left them with a bridge builder under strict orders to contact their teachers at the first sign of trouble. So Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino were left to guard their client. Alone. How convenient, mumbled Sasuke once their teammates were out of earshot. One might almost think this was planned. Naruto nodded sagely. We owe Kakashi and Icha books for this, he said. Next time Pervy Sage finishes one, we'll get him a signed copy. Shino shrugged mutely, turning towards the bridge builder, who was sipping at some tea and listening intently to the news on the radio set before him. Naruto blinked. Hey, Tazuna-san. He said, over the slightly static-ridden voice of the newscaster. Ready to go to the bridge? Quite. Hissed the bridge builder, sending him a sharp glare as he cupped his hand over his ear. Listening. Naruto blinked. Why is it so important to hear about what's? Oh. Tazuna needed to know if Gato did anything out of the ordinary as soon as possible. The news was not ideal. Gato had enough money to throttle it and it had limits to what it could find out, but it was better than no information at all. Naruto patted himself on the back mentally for figuring that out. Couldn't have done that before I was made Hokage, he said to himself cheerfully. Yes, he had matured greatly since the last time he was this age. But not all of his growth was bad. Sakura watched from above as Hinata tried patiently if nervously to assist Kiba in their tree-walking exercise, which the 2 young kunoichi had already grasped quite well. Sakura herself was seated on a high branch. She sighed, her shoulders drooping. She was lonely. Hinata and Kiba kept her company, and Kakashi and Kurenai were conversing off to the side of the clearing as they watched their students, but who did she have to talk to? Answer? No one. She would even have welcomed Naruto's overeager manner now if it meant she could just talk to someone. But no, he was stronger than this, as were Shino and Sasuke-kun. Her lips twitched into a rueful smile. Naruto, strong on Sasuke's level. She didn't believe for an instant that they were equal, but she couldn't know. They outstripped her by such a margin that she could not hope to measure them. Hey, Sakura, Kakashi called to her suddenly. She looked down at him, blinking. Yes, Kakashi-sensei? She asked. Come down here, he said. You've got nothing to do, so I might as well teach you something, right? She nodded and walked down the tree slowly so that she could milk the practice for all it was worth. Walking over to her teacher, she asked, "So what will you teach me?" He shrugged. "At this point," he said, "you seem to be pretty much a blank slate. We can go into the basics of whatever you like. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, or even Taijutsu. Your choice." Kurenai says she thinks you'd like Jinjutsu. She blinked. Jinjutsu? She thought. I never really thought about that. She nodded, growing eager. I'd like that. What Jinjutsu will you teach me? Kakashi thought for a moment and then nodded. This one should be useful to you, he said. And it's not too difficult. But first, a little bit of the basics. Explain to me how Jinjutsu is similar to ninjutsu. She blinked. This is like an academic textbook question. She said to herself, surprised. I thought Kakashi-sensei was more of a learn-by-doing sort of teacher. She shrugged off her astonishment, though, and answered, both Genjutsu and Ninjutsu generally utilize hand seals and always manipulate one's chakra for use against the enemy. That is actually only as a general rule, corrected Kakashi, smiling at her with his eyes. There are many Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu both which are used on oneself or one's allies to gain an advantage in combat. But for the purposes of this lesson, your definition satisfies. Now, contrast the two. What is the difference between Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu? This time she wasn't so surprised this question was expected. Ninjutsu are the manipulation of chakra to affect things physically, while Jinjutsu are purely mental attacks. Again, there are exceptions, said Kakashi, surprising her. There are attacks both ninjutsu and jinjutsu that break those rules, and the actual definition is a bit more complex. But it will still do for now. He looked at her gravely. This jinjutsu is standard in that it uses hand seals, attacks the mind and leaves the body unmarred, and, like most jinjutsu, requires eye contact. It is non-standard in one way. She cocked her head. How is that? Well, I'll tell you the jutsu's effects and you try to figure it out, he said. The technique completely scrambles the target's visual input, making general shapes distort slightly and making every color except black become painfully bright and shift in rather nauseating ways. Now, guess how it is non-standard. She blinked and thought about it for a time. At length, she shook her head in defeat. I have no idea, Kakashi-sensei. He shrugged. There was a time when the academy went into chakra theory like this. I always wondered why it's useless to anyone but a Jinjutsu specialist or a Jounin sensei teaching one, and the Jounin can just pick it up. I'll explain, sit down. They both lowered themselves onto the grass as he elaborated. Most Jinjutsu operate purely on the spiritual level. They focus on the transcendent aspect of the mind, that part of us from which the spiritual part of chakra is drawn. That is what they target, turning our very spiritual entities against ourselves. She nodded slowly. The problem was starting to make sense. She decided to try a guess. I think. She began, going off of her only basic knowledge of human nervous systems, I think that targets the physical impulses in our brains, scrambling nerve transmissions. Precisely, said Kakashi, sounding proud. I knew you'd get it. This technique is almost a lightning style, except for one point: you never actively change your chakra nature. Instead, the chakra forms channels inside the retina and brain for the existing electricity to travel along. She blinked a few times. Isn't that very difficult? He nodded. This is where the hand seals come in, he said. Hand seals are a way to channel chakra along predetermined channels and systems, setting up an autopilot, if you will. This is one that's been studied for decades with regards to his hand seal patterns, plural, because it forms a perfect exercise. He pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to her. Now, on that sheet I've written 4 separate hand seal patterns, each shorter than the last. They all perform that. The first takes the least chakra control, the fourth takes the most. If the first one, you'll just have to nudge your chakra in the right direction, but in the last, I'll have to control it myself completely. She asked in amazement. Motion on that kind of cellular scale is surely too small for any human, isn't it? Of course not, said Kakashi. That's if you used no hand signs at all, and only a true Jinjutsu master could do that, and trust me, those are the rarest kind of ninja, of all. I don't think there's even one alive right now. But it is about 10 times harder than the first one, and that first one is harder than the tree climbing exercise. Sakura looked at the page. The first sequence was a full 20 hand signs long, the fourth was only 14. How will I practice this? She asked. On me, of course, he said, chuckling. The technique is called Niji no Jutsu. Try it, I'll be fine. She quickly memorized the hand sequence, performed it, and, meeting her teacher's sole visible eye, she cried, Niji no Jutsu. Nothing at all happened. Kakashi laughed at her surprise. I told you, Sakura, it's harder than the tree climbing exercise, he said. But unlike climbing trees, you haven't got the obvious indicator of falling down to tell you where you screwed up. You have to go slowly and feel the chakra moving through each step. She nodded, brow furrowing, grinning despite herself. How she loved an academic exercise. She certainly wasn't bored anymore. Ara looked around at the other 7 men and women around him. He had never known most of them before, but he still felt the kinship that was instinctive to their kind. He had not expected such a meeting until the messengers had come from Kiri asking his father if he could attend. Certainly, he had found it odd that his tenant shared his recollection, but he had thought it a side effect of his own travel. He was right, but not as he had expected. Filler B looked around the table, blinking. "Hey, we're short one, yo," he said, in his characteristic rhythm. "Where is Naruto?" Igura, the Sanbi Jinchuuriki who led the hidden mist, nodded. "I wish I could have contacted him," said the Mizukage quietly. "Unfortunately, I cannot exactly go to Konoha and ask Sarutobi-sama if I can borrow his Jinchuuriki. The leaf does not much like the mist at the moment." Ara nodded. "Understandable," he said. "Especially given Sarutobi-sama's apparent love for him." Igura nodded in his typical calm. "Precisely," he agreed. "But it could not be risked in any case. Gara-san tells me that Uchiha Sasuke is in Konoha in much the same position as the Biju. He remembers. If we do not know his motives, we cannot afford to inform him of our presence." There was unanimous agreement to this. None but Gara remembered the future, at least among the humans, but through the demons they held all knew of Uchiha Sasuke, the traitor. "Will he recognize any of us if we go to the Chunin exams?" Nai Yujito, B's comrade of the Nibi, wondered aloud. "Or if he did, would he assume that he had simply not noticed us in his previous exam?" "It might just work for Yujito," laughed B, "but I'd stick out like a sore big toe." Ara introduced his forehead to his palm with an audible smack. "Sore thumb," he corrected quietly. "Please, B, if you must rhyme, make sure the rhymes work." B shrugged. "The big toe is a man's foot's thumb," he said. "Didn't think the Kazukiyages were so dumb." Ara twitched. "My seal is a bit weak, B," he said quietly. "Please don't get me worked up, I might go into a blood rage." "I can see about getting a Kiri seal master to fix that seal," said the Mizukage in genuine concern. The man had many faults, but he cared fiercely for his fellow Jinchuriki. Ara shook his head. "It's too large a change in me for such a delicate position," he said. "My father wouldn't like it and that might interfere with our plans for the Chunin exams." "What's with the fixation on the Chunin exams, anyway?" asked Fu, a Tokigakure ninja who bore the Nanabi. "What happened then?" Ara almost laughed. "Everything, Fu-san," he said quietly, putting his head in his hands before looking up at her. "When I think about it, there is really very little that could not have been averted if something had just been done about the Chunin exams. But it all revolves around that blasted Uchiha," said Jaiuki's disembodied voice from his position within B's spirit. "And he's already gone through it. What will it change?" "The exams are still a point where many of our potential enemies and allies will congregate," said Utakata, a ninja in Yugura's employ who carried the Rakubi. "If the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and the Uchiha have not killed one another by that time, they will both be there. Orochimaru will be present, as will Yakushi Kabuto, who Gara-san says has inside information on our real enemies the Akatsuki." "You say something interesting," said Gara, nodding at Utakata. "If they haven't killed one another. Now, we would know if either died in Konoha. The news would have reached every village in mere hours. But if my information is accurate, and it generally is, they are now both out of the village on a mission." "Then what are we waiting for?" said the Yonbi carrying Iwa shinobi, Raushi, as he stood up quickly. "We have to stop them." "Peace, Raushi," said the man's comrade of the Gobi, Han. "We need a plan first. If this Uchiha is truly as dangerous as he is said to be, brute force will be insufficient from any one of us, and for two it would be a problem. 2 Jinchuriki against 1 Konoha genin, who is last of a prestigious clan, would be a serious political faux pas." "Even one would be," said Gara quietly. "Konoha loves their Uchiha. No, we need incontrovertible proof that Naruto-san was threatened before we can strike at Sasuke." "So one or more of us goes there and watches him," said Yujito, nodding. "I could do it." "No," said Yugura, shaking his head. "Not alone, at least. One of our more experienced members must lead a squad of at least 2. "I have something to say, yo," interjected B suddenly. "I think Gara should be the one to go. He, Shukaku and Jayuki are the only ones who have fought Uchiha, and only they won." Yujito glared at B. "But he's no older than I am," she protested, looking at Yugura. "Why should he go when I can't?" "Who said anything about that?" Gara said, raising an eyebrow at her. "You're coming with me." There was a moment of silence as every Jinchuriki looked at him. He sighed. "The Biju are each representative of an animal," he said quietly. "Yujito-san carries the Nibi. Cats are notorious for their stealth. Is she inadequate in that department?" he asked B, almost sardonically. B grinned. "No sir, not at all," he laughed. "She's silent as the sky is tall." Yujito looked down at the praise. Ara nodded. "I expected that." He looked around. I doubt I need to explain this to you, Yagura-sama, he said with a deferential nod at the Mizukage, but here are my reasons. Konoha is at odds with every village save Suna at this point. But that is not an equal dislike across the board. Iwa hates Konoha, and so Konoha deeply mistrusts Iwa. Giri Konoha considers to be, at this point, little more than a tribe of bloodthirsty barbarians meaning, no offense, of course, he added with another nod to Yagura. The Sanbi Jinchuriki just shrugged apathetically. Taki is, well, too small to be a concern, still exactly that small enough that my being seen by its known Jinchuriki would be far too strange for Konoha's liking. What if Taki were acting as a proxy in negotiations with a larger village? That is what they think. It's a common political stratagem. But Kumo? Konoha doesn't like Kumo in the slightest, but their relationship isn't so marred by either tragedy or bigotry, if you will. Igura nodded. So it is wise to send a Kumo shinobi with you. It is less suspicious than the alternatives. Precisely, Gira said in affirmation. But there is another constraint. Uchiha knows B or knows of him well enough to know of his relationship with Naruto-san. If both he and I made an unscheduled appearance together, so close to Naruto-san's position, it would be a foolish risk. So I'm out for today? B asked. At Gaara's nod, he clapped Yujito on the shoulder. Tell me all about it, okay? Yujito nodded, giving him a deadpan look. Your rap could use work, B-sama, she said. He just shrugged. So that's it, said Utakata. Gaara-san and Yujito-san will go to watch over Naruto-san and Uchiha to prevent any unpleasant surprises. Yes, said Gaara, standing. Yagura-sama, you told my father to expect me back. When? In 10 days more, said the cage crisply. I thought it best to give us ample time. A very wise choice, Mizukage-sama, said Gaara. Naruto is currently in the land of waves. If we travel light and quick, Yujito and I should arrive in 3 days. Yujito nodded, standing up as well. She watched him warily. Don't you think of trying anything on this trip, she warned. Won't stand for it. Gaara sighed. Still the old obsession with village boundaries, he mused. There should be no borders between us. We're in much the same boat wherever we are, aren't we? Don't worry, he said aloud. Far too much is at stake for me to jeopardize it. Chapter 33. Reminding. Sasuke leaned back on the low wall, propped up on his elbows, his eyes closed. Anyone who didn't know him might have thought he seemed bored, but it was rather the reverse. He was trying to block out the immediate noise and feel of the bridge workers around him and of Naruto, Shino, and Sakura, who had learned a Jinjutsu, it seemed. And been sent to guard with a man. Focus his attentions outward. He could hear no sign of any threat nearby, but that was no certain guarantee. It wouldn't be especially difficult to sneak up on them. Hey, Sasuke, stop looking so glum. Naruto said from the other side of the bridge. It's like a break. Sasuke frowned at his teammate. Surely Naruto was aware that he was just on lookout. Naruto nodded imperceptibly and crossed his fingers in the hand seal he used for the shadow clone jutsu so quickly that even Sasuke almost didn't see it. Ah, Sasuke thought. He's running recon, then. The Uchiha slowly allowed himself to relax. Naruto would give him fair warning. Just trying to rest, he said casually. Have to keep up my strength. Oh? Naruto teased. Did Sasuke-chan have trouble sleeping? No, Sasuke grunted. But I'm going to have a rough night tonight. Why? Sakura asked concernedly. He shrugged. I'm going to be up late knocking the stuffing out of the idiot. Bastard. The four of them stood in companionable silence for a time. Then Naruto spoke again. I'm bored, he said matter-of-factly. Short attention span, much. Sasuke muttered dryly. Sakura giggled, but he wondered if it was because it had been funny or because he'd said it. Hey, I can focus on something for quite a long time, said Naruto, glaring at him. Attention span isn't the issue. There's just nothing to focus on. Sasuke shrugged. Should I get you a babysitter or playmate? He got a poke on the forehead for his trouble, but it didn't bother him as much as it once might. You're a bastard, Sasuke, grunted Naruto sourly. You've mentioned, Sasuke nodded sagely. Oddly enough, though, no one else ever does. You're a bastard, Shino said with perfect poise. Sasuke turned his eyes skyward. Really, Shino? I am quite within my rights, said Shino without inflection. It is beyond true, if… Shino? Naruto exclaimed, pointing off to the distance. Look. An interruption. Sasuke nodded gratefully at Naruto. He couldn't expect Shino to forget all he'd ever done, and he had put it behind him, which was enough, but it didn't change how the words had wounded him. Sakura, however, didn't understand Naruto's motives and hit him. You little. She muttered. Don't be a jerk just because you're bored. The Uchiha winced on his friend's behalf but said nothing. What, after all, could he say? Sakura-chan. Naruto whined. Don't hit me. I thought our relationship was mutual, no abuse. Sakura froze. Sasuke put his head in his hands, but in that safe darkness, he hid a smile. Naruto, you idiot, he thought fondly. But Sakura didn't hit the blonde. She took 3 deep breaths and turned away, leaning back on the railing. Guess I need to get used to this if I'm going to be on your team, she muttered. Don't be stupid if you can avoid it, Naruto. Sasuke looked over at the girl, surprised. She was looking up towards the heavens, breathing deeply. Naruto leapt up on the railing beside his raven-haired teammate and studied their fellow students as well. You've grown, Sakura-chan, he said quietly. Both the girl and Sasuke looked over at him in surprise, though hers was greater. His eyes no longer held the playful twinkle of a moment before, but now seemed a deeper blue, and though he was sure Sakura couldn't see it, Sasuke recognized something like pride or happiness in them. Naruto was glad that Sakura was becoming the teammate he remembered once again. Suddenly the blue eyes widened and shifted again, becoming a blaze of cerulean fire. Sakura, go, he ordered flatly. Tell Kakashi-sensei that they're here. Sasuke's eyes widened and, straining his ears, he heard the splashes of ninjas' feet on water behind him. He whirled as Sakura began to run. Shino, go with her, he ordered. Abiram didn't even bother to reply. Sasuke heard his retreating footsteps behind him. Civilians. Naruto called all of the building crew. The enemy's shown up. Go, we'll contact you when it's safe. Tsunade. Sasuke called over the sound of panicked workers. You stay here, we can't have them following you to town and bypassing us. Tsunade nodded and fell into place behind the two of them. The bridge was almost empty. Blind style, said the cold voice of the dishonored Great Breakthrough. Sasuke had half expected the entire bridge to be thrown instead, all of the civilians still on it flew off as though thrown by a great hand, landing in the dust behind the Konoha ninja. Naruto turned, looking at them in surprise, but Sasuke nudged him there, at the very point where the bridge ended, 3 figures had landed on the stones. The dishonored skull-like mask faced directly towards Naruto, and despite the distance, Sasuke knew the lenses and the eyes behind them were focused directly on the Uzumaki. For a moment there was perfect silence. Then the dishonored moved. He drew out one of his many sealing scrolls and pulled out of it a number of knives. Sasuke's heart sank. He would know those 3-pronged blades anywhere. I'd hoped he wouldn't have any. He thought grimly. Wishful thinking, I suppose. The kunai were thrown all over the bridge, embedded in the stone all around them. Naruto stared at Sasuke in alarm, but there was no time to speak. In less than an instant, the armored shinobi was to Sasuke's right. Sasuke blinked, his eternal Mangekyo whirled. There was the lightning-fast action of drawing 2 kunai. The blade unsheathed from the scrolls and twined around his enemy's wrist. Sasuke had expected that, he'd known the design. He blocked. The dishonored had teleported away. He stood by Zabuza again, so perfectly poised that Sasuke almost thought he had imagined the moment of lightning-fast combat. Only one strike, he thought. He can teleport all over the battlefield, swinging undetectable single strikes. That is the power of the Hiraishin. Naruto could do that too, though, as he demonstrated by performing a quick teleport to one of the dishonored's kunai and back. They're the same seal, he whispered to Sasuke upon returning. Sasuke nodded. There was silence again. Then Zabuza spoke. Haku, you know what to do. The white masked ninja raised his arms, and mirrors of ice formed all around them, rising from the sea below. Haku stepped back into one and was all around them. You don't have the chakra to sustain that long, Sasuke said, and he was fairly confident it was true. Naruto shrugged. They may not have to, he said grimly. Sasuke grunted and began forming hand seals. He had a plan. Sure enough, as he formed a second seal, a flew at his neck, his Mangekyo Sharingan with ease. He snatched it out of the air and completed it. His eyes snapped onto the rapidly moving form of the ice-style user in the air over the bridge as he brought his hand and the init to his lips. Fire style, he said quietly. Flaming Senbon. The needle flew at incredible speeds and intercepted Haku in mid-leap. Sasuke had compensated for his motion. The ice ninja dropped to the bridge, alive, but in pain. Sasuke had hit him in a nerve cluster in his lower back and the fire had begun to burn his clothes. Zabuza yanked out and patted the fire dry. Damn it, he muttered. Sasuke's trained ears picked it up, even over that distance. Didn't expect it. Dishonored. Sasuke's left eye widened, his right closed. The dishonored had vanished in the moments he'd been focused elsewhere. He blinked. So had Naruto. He squinted. Oh, he thought, shocked. They had not vanished. They were in a fantastic game of cat and mouse across the great Hiraishin board that the bridge had become never in one place long enough for any normal man to see. Even the eternal Mangekyo barely picked it up. They would appear, already striking, and just as they blocked one another, vanish and appear elsewhere. It was like a dance, each ninja able to predict the other's movements fairly well and able to make up for mistakes with the speed of Hiraishin. Naruto? Sasuke called. Can you keep him busy? The blonde's yes. had an odd echo to it, born of the fact that it was spoken from 100 different places at slightly different times over the course of that one moment, but Sasuke understood it well enough. He turned his attention to Zabuza. He felt the blood begin dripping from behind the closed lid of his right eye. The fool was still wondering where his ally was, Sasuke noticed amusedly. The eye opened. Amaterasu. Sasuke said flatly. The black fire spewed forth across the battlefield. Sasuke's left eye tightened. Blaze release, he murmured. The flame split and formed a ring around the startled Kiri shinobi. I should kill him, Sasuke thought, watching the man as he suddenly looked at him in shock. I won't get another opening this easily. His shoulders slumped. Naruto wouldn't forgive me, though. Instead, he fragmented the fire, sending parts into each of the ice mirrors all around them. They burned and melted just like anything else in the grips of the technique that was Itachi's and Sasuke's signature. Don't take your eyes off your enemy, a moron, called Sasuke by the Kiri Jounin. What are you doing, kid? Tsunade asked in fright. Trust me, Sasuke whispered. Zabuza glared at him. Okay, little genin, he said, spitting with fury. You asked for it. Last time I underestimated you. Not this time. Kubikiraboucho was out in an instant and Zabuza was moving with a speed that Tsunade found quite impressive, judging by his gasp. Sasuke knew better. Zabuza was no faster than he had to be. He was a heavy hitter, primarily. Sasuke, on the other hand, used speed as another weapon. He wasn't as fast as he had been, though he couldn't have matched Lee by any means, but he was, though not faster than Zabuza expected. That would have to be enough. Sasuke drew two kunai out again and leapt to his left, channeling chakra to his feet to stick to the railing of the bridge. Timed perfectly, he leapt back, arms forward, and kunai pointed. His outstretched limb slipped through the hole in Kubikiraboucho. He flipped the kunai outward, bent at the weight to plant his feet in the earth and spun. Kubikiraboucho was torn out of Zabuza's hands and flew skyward as Sasuke released it. In an instant he had translated his spin 90 degrees and was stabbing towards Zabuza's side with his twin blades. The former Kirinin leapt away in shock. Sasuke tossed the two kunai after him, caught the falling sword, and swung it into a classic stance all in one fluid motion. He channeled his immense stores of yin chakra into his arms in order to carry the sword better, he noted with slight pride, than Suigetsu had ever managed. He and Zabuza glared at each other across the field of Hiraishin knives. The sounds of Naruto and the Dishonored colliding again and again echoed all around them. Then Sasuke's Sharingan saw Zabuza channel his chakra quickly. Water style. Hidden mist jutsu. The former mist ninja said forcefully, releasing the energy outward. Sasuke's Sharingan went haywire. The mist being formed and maintained by Zabuza's eyes, it appeared to his Dijutsu to be an extension of the man's chakra system. To the hypersensitive eternal Mangekyo, it was rather traumatic to be breathing in parts of the enemy's chakra. Sasuke sighed, releasing the Sharingan. For now, at least, it would be easier to fight without it. Chapter 34. Recursion. This is useless, muttered the armored shinobi. Naruto heard the words in the intermittent moments as they transmitted with unrivaled speed across the field repeatedly. Hiraishin is too fast. Then it was over and Naruto was standing next to Sasuke in front of Tsunade. The mist was thick around them. Sasuke had seemingly disarmed Zabuza. The massive broadsword was held out before him in a standard defensive neutral stance. Nice to see you're done. Yellow flashing for the crowds, grunted Sasuke by way of greeting. Naruto chuckled. You know me too well, Sasuke. Plan. Sasuke shrugged. Can't use the Sharingan in this mist. Senjutsu. Naruto nodded. Cover me, he said as he lowered himself into a meditative full lotus position. He breathed deeply in, and repeat. The perfect stillness, even in the thick of combat, was calming in a way which was exactly what made Sage Mode work. He opened his eyes and saw chakra. Zabuza's chakra was thick in the surrounding mist, but Sage Mode saw things in more depth than the Sharingan on that level, though the Sharingan's other abilities were not inconsiderable. At any rate, despite the shrouding mist, Naruto saw two shapes off in the mist. He recognized the water of Zabuza and the ice of Haku. Wait a moment. He thought for an instant. Where's? Dishonored was right behind Tsunade, swinging his blade, and Naruto still could not feel his chakra. It was unnerving. With a battle cry, Naruto leapt into action. Flipping onto his hands and spinning, he kicked backward with all his strength. The strike connected with the Dishonored's chestplate, flinging him back a ways, but before the man had even hit the ground, he had used Hiraishin. Now he was striking a powerful blow at Sasuke. The Uchiha only just parried it with Kubikiraboucho and then he was gone again. The mist remained. Naruto glared into it. That's one speedy bastard, he muttered. Sasuke nodded, looking grim. Can you lift the mist? Naruto laughed harshly, already forming hand seals. Wine style. He roared. Great breakthrough. The rush of air blew the mist back and off the bridge. Zabuza, Haku, their armored ally, became clearly visible. It was only for a moment then Zabuza's mist began to creep in again. Oh, no, you don't. Naruto thought viciously. With a quick hurration he was beside Zabuza and kicked him into the wall at the side of the bridge. This effectively broke his concentration. The fog immediately lifted. Naruto quickly whirled to parry a strike at his side from the Dishonored's blades, which emerged again from the scrolls at his wrists. He used the impact to push himself away from his foes, back toward Sasuke then, with another hurration, he was on the other side, still flying in that same direction. He spun in the air and plowed into the armored ninja, kunai out, intent on prying off the mask and taking out the shinobi beneath, but the armored man was having none of it. The man dropped his legs out from under them and performed an effective aileron roll so that the two landed with the crushing weight of the armor and the shinobi within was all on Naruto. Lamachi, go intercept the Uchiha, the Dishonored ordered coldly. Naruto didn't see whether the former Kirin obeyed, being otherwise occupied with a way to top him. There was a momentary grapple, and then the Dishonored had pinned Naruto's hands and feet under him and away from his chakra core, making an escape by hurration impossible. There, hissed the skull-like mask with a chilling laugh. Effectively neutralized. Idiot, said Kurama's voice in Naruto's mind. In the next moment, the fox lashed out with pure chakra at the foe above them. The red gold energy flowed out of Naruto's body and pushed the enemy ninja off immediately. Naruto used the opportunity to leap up and settle into a combat stance, eyeing his foe warily. But the damage was already done. Even as Kurama tried to retract the arm of chakra he created, the Dishonored grasped at it. The metal fingers made contact and pulled. In the open cage where hearers eyed, Kurama began to scream. Naruto's eyes grew wide with shock and horror. Dishonored was pulling Kurama's chakra away from them. Cut it off. He screamed inward to the Biju. Cut off the tail, it'll grow back. Kurama wasted no time. In an instant, the massive chakra, a full ninth of Kurama's available energy, was emerging from Naruto and entering the Kyuubi-shaped red emblem on the Dishonored's chest plate. Once the red energy had all been absorbed, the Dishonored slumped for a moment and then he laughed. The sound was cold and cruel. Contingency Kitsune has begun to fulfill his mission, he whispered. He looked into Naruto's eyes and the blue lenses spun. You cannot defeat me without Fox's aid, fool, he said. But if you use his strength, it becomes my own. You have only one tail's worth of chakra, Naruto hissed furiously. Kurama had become oddly silent. The boy feared for his friend. It won't regenerate. No, said Dishonored, but it doesn't need to. In the momentary hurration, the armored man was mere inches from Naruto. His hand grasped at the boy's stomach, where the remains of Kurama's seal and the connection his chakra had to the outside resided. Naruto was ready, though. The hurration away, back to be in front of Tsunade. Sasuke was near the center of the bridge, meeting Zabuza with a kunai with Kubikira Boucho. The Dishonored was farther back, near the end of the bridge. Are you alright, Naruto? An urgent voice said from a pace behind him and to the left. What happened? Naruto whirled to meet Kakashi's gaze. How did I not notice them? He berated himself. I have Sage Mode active. He was too single-minded. That was not good for. He needed to keep an open mind. I'm fine, he said quickly. Everyone was here, both teams 7 and 8, and that actually somewhat worried him. Sasuke. He called. Fall back. Sasuke obeyed instantly. He struck one last powerful blow at Zabuza, which met the twin kunai the missing nin was using. Using that force, he catapulted himself backwards towards the other Konoha ninja. He nodded quickly back at everyone, then turned to Naruto. Plan? He asked quickly. Naruto clenched his fists, thinking. Our priority is defense, he said, thinking. But we also have to get them away as quickly and efficiently as possible. Any ideas? Sasuke blinked, and in an instant his Mangekyo Sharingan was active again. Can we kill Zabuza? Naruto froze, then sighed. No choice now. Try to leave Haku alive. Sasuke nodded. I can take Zabuza, then. But it'll have to be quick. Compensating for my body takes a hell of a lot of chakra. Naruto nodded. Tsukiyomi? Sasuke shook his head. Not unless I get a great opportunity. I'm not good enough at it for it to be worth that much chakra. Kakashi, Kurenai, what are you two up for right now? Naruto asked quickly. I'm at pretty full strength, said Kakashi quickly. So is Kurenai. Should we team up against the Dishonored? No, said Naruto, shaking his head. You two take Zabuza. Keep him alive if you can, but that's no longer a priority. Sasuke, you and I are on Dishonored. Rest of you, he met Shino's hidden eyes. Protect Azuna. Look out, the Dishonored can hurration. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? He said, teacher, that I can hurration, said the Dishonored from right behind Tsunade. Naruto leapt into action. There were no hurration knives between the Dishonored and Tsunade, so he was forced to simply leap in between them, shoving Tsunade out of the way with his body. He met then Sasuke swung Kubikira Boucho with a battle cry. The blade met the Dishonored's armor, but Naruto knew that the Dishonored had allowed it. The armored ninja was faster than either him or Sasuke. He was stronger. He knew Harasshin. Naruto grimaced slightly. If we fight him individually, he realizes, we're outmatched. It was a frightening thought that already they were facing an enemy stronger than themselves. But he wasn't stronger because they had teamwork. In the instant after Sasuke struck the enemy, the blade flicked away from Naruto's defense and slid into the hole in Kubikirabacho. The Dishonored pulled and spun. The sword flew out of Sasuke's grip. The blade whirled, forcing Naruto to duck. Then the Dishonored was gone in another Harasshin. The entire exchange had taken perhaps 4 seconds. Naruto felt his heart sink. The enemy had teamwork too. His eyes met Sasuke's, and he knew his friend had come to the same realization. Sasuke shrugged grimly. Naruto nodded, eyes narrowed. They had no choice but to fight him. "How are you doing on chakra?" he asked Sasuke quickly. Sasuke shrugged. "I've got enough, but it won't last forever. I'm going to have to try Sage Mode." Naruto looked at him worriedly. Sasuke had never mastered the Snake Sage Mode as fully as Naruto had mastered the Toad. It was all too possible that he would be turned to stone, as Naruto often had nearly done while training. But Naruto had been with Fukasaku. Sasuke had no such luxury. Or did he? "Try summoning them, then," said Naruto. "You're not using it alone." Sasuke shrugged noncommittally. "They're all too likely to turn on us," he said. "You sure?" Naruto growled. "They've got no choice but to help," he said, putting his hands together and popping his knuckles. G watched the Dishonored across from them as Sasuke performed the summoning. The man looked as smug as metal could just watching them in what seemed like amusement. Naruto wondered if he felt that he would lose nothing by letting them do this. What was he playing at? His eyes flitted over to the water. Kakashi and Kurenai were fighting Zabuza there, and Zabuza was doing remarkably well. Kurenai's was not particularly effective against him, and Kakashi's abilities held no surprise. As Naruto watched, Kakashi was forced to leap back as Zabuza swung Kubikirabacho around in a deadly arc, nearly bisecting the white-haired Jounin. Beside him there was a puff of smoke. Naruto looked quizzically at the small, wizened old serpent at Sasuke's feet. It was black and, though clearly old, still sleek as any snake. Its eyes were a bright venomous green and shadowed in purple, reminiscent of Orochimaru himself. The snake blinked a few times and then lunged at Sasuke, who snatched it out of the air by its neck. His other arm, his left, then grasped its tail firmly, likely to prevent it from being used in any sort of taijutsu. "Stop whining, Hebika," muttered Sasuke. "Don't recognize me?" "No," hissed the snake, Hebika, in serpentine fury. "Who are you, boy?" "The Snake Sage," said Sasuke flatly. "Long story. I need to go into Sage Mode and I can't be certain I'll be able to keep stable. I need your help." "And why should I help you? Who do you think you are?" spat Hebika. Sasuke glared at him. "I am Uchiha Sasuke," he growled. "I was trained by you and the White Snake Sage in Snake Senjutsu a little less than 5 years from now. Before that I was Orochimaru's you-know-him apprentice and then his killer. I've returned here from the future to right my wrongs and you will help me." Naruto saw his friend's eyes shift into the eternal Mangekyo. "Tsukiyomi." The snake screamed as best a snake could but could not break eye contact with Sasuke. The Uchiha held its gaze for a full 10 seconds before letting it fall limp. "I'll help you," it whispered. "Kami, what are you?" Sasuke glared at its black length. "I don't know or care," he said flatly. "Swear on your fangs." "I swear on my fangs that I will aid you in Senjutsu for this battle," Hebika whispered. "Good," said Sasuke, placing it on his shoulder. He glared at the Dishonored with red eyes, whose pupils were beginning to develop a vertical slit superimposed over the Mangekyo sigil as he held still. "What are you waiting for, anyway?" The Dishonored shrugged. "Much the same as you, other," he chuckled. "Gathering chakra." Naruto focused his senses on their foe and found himself blanching in horror. "Sasuke," he murmured worriedly. "He's got Sage Mode active." "And Kyuubi Chakra Mode," Sasuke observed as the Dishonored flashed golden. The Dishonored eased himself into a frog kata fighting stance. 2 against 1, such unfair odds, he snickered. "I had to even the odds somehow, no?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Kurama?" he asked within himself, quietly. "Are you alright?" "I'll be fine," murmured Kurama, voice tight with pain. "Kami, it's been a long time since I felt real pain. But I have no time for self-pity, do I? Take my chakra, Naruto." Naruto nodded. "Thanks, furball. I'll see what I can do to help as soon as we're out of this." He clapped his hands together and all about him gathered the golden chakra of the completed Kyuubi Chakra Mode, the form that came with his friendship with Kurama. The chakra garment it formed flapped about his neck as his eyes containing both the slit of Kurama's chakra and the horizontal bar of Toad Senjutsu glared into the blue lenses behind which his enemy hid. Beside him, Sasuke slid into a nearly alien taijutsu stance Naruto had only seen it once before when he faced Sasuke in the ruins of Konoha at the end of the future, which the Jinchuriki recognized as that of the dragon kata, the snake sage's equivalent of the frog kata. This honored skull-like mask was, of course, expressionless, but Naruto felt instinctively that he and Sasuke were being appraised. "Very well," said the armored ninja in an almost pleased voice. "If you are both quite finished pulling out the stops, we will begin in earnest." Chapter 35. Return. Naruto made the first move with Hiraishin. Transferring himself to a kunai behind the Dishonored, he brought his arm about in a chakra-infused claw to the man's side. The Dishonored didn't dodge doing so would have opened the way for the frog kata's range enhancement. Instead, he whirled, grasping Naruto's wrist, and tried to fling the Jinchuriki to his right. Sasuke would have none of it. In the short time these two moves took, he had rushed forward, sage mode enhancing his speed. He raised himself up poised, serpentine, to strike, but the Dishonored merely continued his spin. Sasuke leapt upwards to avoid Naruto being thrown at him and dove, ready to hook his fingers into the place where the man's mask met the back of his helm. Take off the mask and he dies, Sasuke thought desperately. He would deal with the painful aftermath of the revelation after the mask was off. But the armored shinobi was well aware of that weakness. He released Naruto, sending him flying down the bridge's length, and used a Hiraishin of his own to follow. What followed was yet another battle of Hiraishin from which Sasuke was excluded, but this time he had a plan. "What now?" Hibika muttered, "Who didn't? You're useless here." Sasuke didn't answer, instead keeping his Sharingan focused intently as he looked towards the wave side of the bridge. The other genin were watching him intently, worriedly. They couldn't see what he saw. The Sharingan couldn't follow Hiraishin, there was no real motion, in the usual sense, to follow, but it could see the locations of the fighters while they remained there. And Sasuke knew Naruto and the Dishonored both. He knew how they thought and fought. The Sharingan recognized patterns, and he was expecting them. After a lull of only moments as Naruto occupied their foe, Sasuke charged, not at where the Dishonored was, but at where he would be. His gamble paid off well. The Hiraishin moved so quickly, and the Dishonored was already so close to its limits, that when Sasuke struck him with a snake punch to the solar plexus, he had no time at all to react. The armored ninja flew back and Sasuke followed, unwilling to let the advantage go, but the man vanished. Sasuke swore. "I should have aimed for his mask." He whirled. The Dishonored was standing at the other end of the bridge, quite unharmed. Even the armor was without a scratch. "What the hell is that suit made of?" Naruto gasped beside Sasuke. Hiraishin took a great deal of chakra, and though Naruto's reserves could handle a great deal more, it was taxing enough that he was breathing very heavily. "Goro no Hagane," Sasuke said flatly. Naruto turned to face him. "Black steel. It's the material used in chakra demodulators." Naruto nodded. A Rasengan could break that, though. He turned back to Dishonored, but Sasuke shook his head. "Not when it's reinforced by the best Huinjutsu the Akatsuki had access to," he said grimly. This was the super weapon. He turned back to their enemy, who was watching them impassively. It was very difficult to be sure of the facial expressions of someone who hid behind a steel skull. "This was meant to be Akatsuki's greatest enforcer," he said quietly. "A stronger ninja than any other that could ever be born or bred or made. I doubt anything could break that armor short of a direct hit from A." Naruto's eyes widened suddenly, and he flung a shuriken. It phased through the Dishonored as though he wasn't there, which, Sasuke realized furiously, he wasn't. They both whirled. Their enemy had sealed their genin allies, snoring, in a Jinjutsu. He was facing them now, and Sasuke's eyes widened as the man finished his sentence as he struck. "Tailed beast ball." The words were spoken without emotion, and the back orb rushed towards them too quickly. From that, yes. Naruto could escape through Hiraishin, but if he tried to grab at Sasuke, the movement would cost him his life. Sasuke registered all of that and knew it with the cold certainty that comes in the instant before death. He shook his head as quickly as he possibly could, shouting, "Go." Trying to get Naruto out in time, but it was no good. Naruto had always been an idealist. The blonde stretched time, trying to grab at his friend, and Sasuke, knowing the futility, leaned towards him to grasp his hand. Sasuke wondered idly as he channeled chakra into his eyes, the energy moving sluggishly compared to everything else, if this was how dying always felt. Did everything slow down constantly until it eventually just came to a stop? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan formed slowly. The Biju Dama edged closer. The Susanoo inched toward solidity. The Biju Dama was already inside its guard. Hibika dispersed, along with Sasuke's sage mode, the permission unspoken but granted. Sasuke gave in. His red eyes shut. Itachi's voice whispered in his ear, though Sasuke couldn't tell which side of his eardrum it came from. "Run, run, cling desperately to life." "Sorry, Nai-san," Sasuke's mind whispered, but there was no time even for his lips to form the words, so he didn't try. Then, suddenly, just before he expected the destructive contact, there was an explosion of sound and force. He was flung backward. Naruto's hand met his, but there was no hesitation. His eyes opened just as he hit the ground. He looked back towards the land. There was a massive chasm where a part of the bridge had been. Wisps of residual black chakra made themselves known to his Mangekyo. The Dishonored stood, unmoving, fists clenched. His Kyuubi chakra was no longer active, whether disabled or spent, Sasuke didn't know, for the Bijuu ball cost a great deal. What happened? He wondered blankly. He sat up and turned. Naruto Kurama's chakra no longer forming a golden halo around him mirrored the motion. There, behind them, was Gaara, sand forming a cloak of power about him, hands still outstretched from the Bijuu Dama. Kakashi dealt Zabuza one final blow Rikiri through the chest. The battle had been longer than he expected. Zabuza had been ready for most of his tactics and Kurenai's genjutsu. Kakashi suspected the Dishonored, though how their armored foe knew their skillset so well was beyond him. Zabuza coughed blood. Damn, he whispered. I guess 2 of Konoha's brightest was a bit much, nah? Hakushi meets his gaze with iron and Sharingan. I guess so, he said flatly. He pulled his hand out of his enemy's chest cavity as the former Mist Nin began to sink, fluctuating chakra keeping him from dropping all at once. Kakashi dispassionately grasped the still gasping missing Nin's arm and turned towards Kurenai. You alright? He asked. She was breathing heavily and his Sharingan caught every detail of how interestingly her chest moved, which caused him at once to privately bless and damn Jiraiya's soul, but she nodded. He nodded back, relieved. Zabuza was a dangerous man and they'd taken him down with nothing worse than a slash across Kakashi's forearm. The former Anbu turned to the bridge, where his students most likely stronger than he was were fighting an even worse foe. He was worried, he would admit. He froze as he saw the 2 black orbs collide, one coming in at an angle from above, the other moving directly along the bridge. He saw the massive flux of chakra as 2 of one of the densest possible masses of the mysterious energy crushed one another. He saw the portion of the bridge literally disintegrate under them. Definitely stronger than me, was his only thought amidst a sea of fear for his pupils. Without a word, both he and Kurenai leapt up onto the bridge in a single, chakra-infused bound. When he saw his students alive and unscathed, though grounded, he sighed in relief. Then he noticed the other 2 behind them. The red-deeded boy's eyes found his, held them for a moment, and then he looked back at the Dishonored. The blonde of comparable age, a year or 2 older than Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, glared at him defensively, as if challenging him to say something about their presence. He blinked and turned to the Dishonored. The man didn't even look at him, occupied as he was by the red-deed. Fine, he said flatly. You're fresh, and I am not. I am outmatched. He snapped his fingers and the genjutsu that Kakashi had subconsciously noticed over the other genin and over Tsunade lifted. The Dishonored turned to Zabuza, whose breathing was wet with blood. I am sorry, Zabuza-san, he said quietly. I would help if I could. Zabuza bared red teeth but nodded painfully. The Dishonored looked around and then formed a ram seal. You may have triumphed on the field of battle for a day, fool, he said, and Kakashi knew he was speaking to Naruto. But there is no victory for you. There cannot be, not while you can't even answer your own question. The red-deed sighed and the sand at his feet stirred about him. The question of peace. The Dishonored nodded. Well, you and yours have no answer, he said flatly, we will always triumph. And so we will always triumph. How do you figure it out? Naruto asked, standing and glaring at the armored ninja. The Dishonored chuckled coldly. Because there is no answer. And then he was gone with an unmistakable haration. Gaara. Naruto embraced his old friend. It's been forever. Gaara frowned slightly and nodded. Indeed. I have missed you, Naruto. Naruto saw Sasuke watching the girl on Gaara's left. He looked at her himself. Then his eyes widened. Naruto. He said, laughing. Last time I saw you, you were dead. This is great. Now Gaara was staring at him, an unreadable expression on his face. It seemed like a surprise. The last time you. Vegito snorted. Kurama's likely been assimilating his memories directly. It makes sense, even if it's not exactly the best solution. Matatabi, said Kurama's voice inside all of their heads. Then I'm not the only one back here. One of 9, said the silky feline voice of the 2-tailed cat. How have you been? Well, said Kurama courteously. Naruto laughed at the sharp change from his treatment of humans. Now, please rein in your Jinchuriki. That was, however unintentional, an insult to me and to my relations with Naruto. I don't appreciate the remark. So the boy used the ritual too. The voice was high-pitched and rasping, just as Naruto remembered, but it seemed to have gained some new semblance of sanity. Yep, said Naruto, maintaining the mental conversation. So you're Shukaku? Does that mean you're sane? Said Gaara with a dry internal chuckle. We've been trying. Suna has a tradition of horrible seals where the personalities of Jinchuriki and Biju merge and blend together. They begin to drive one another mad and Shukaku has come out of it quite the worse for wear. I've been trying to work through it with him. Cool. Naruto said, laughing aloud. Biju therapy, huh? Hey, Kurama, why don't we try that with you? 2 reasons, growled at the fox. I don't need it and I'll make your life hell if you try. Naruto was about to reply when the inevitable interruption came. Are you two okay? What happened? Sakura gushed as she rushed up to them. Naruto turned and saw that the girl was staring at Sasuke in worry and Hinata wore a similar expression behind her directed, thankfully, at him. Who are these two? Never mind that now, said Gaara, turning away. Suffice to say our mission is complete. We will speak again soon. Yep. Naruto said, grinning. See you soon. It's great to see you. Gaara nodded, turning his head to look at Naruto out of the corner of his eye. Yes, it has been pleasant, Naruto. We will have to talk. There is much to do. But not now, Yujito muttered, glaring balefully at Sasuke. We've got to get going, Sen will be worried. Gaara nodded. Indeed. Goodbye, Naruto, Sasuke. Wait. Who are you two? What are you doing here? Kakashi was only doing his job, Naruto knew, but this really wasn't the place. Gaara turned back and looked at him. Neither of us is here in the most strictly official capacity, he said flatly. Please, do not think of us as agents for a village. We are agents now only for ourselves and our kind. Your kind? Kurenai asked cautiously. Jinchuriki, Yujito spat. Let's go, Ichi. Gaara nodded. Good day, he said. And then he was gone. There was a moment of silence as the knowledge of a victory sank in. Then Naruto turned back towards the land. Stood Gato and his men, just as he remembered with the exception that a lot of them looked absolutely terrified. He looked at Zabuza's dying body and Haku's unconscious one. Perhaps it's for the best, he thought. Haku can learn to be his own man now. He turned back to Gato. Screw you, he called. He tensed, ready to leap. And then slowly, like an origami crane being crushed by an unstoppable weight, collapsed. The battle, really, was over. Chapter 36. Revitalization. Sasuke blinked as Naruto fell. Nothing had hit him of that Sasuke was certain so what. Then it hit him, too in every sense. Exhaustion. He found the strength to call out as he fell to his knees to call out, everybody. Take care of this. Thank you. Then he remembered nothing more for a while. When he awoke he found himself back in Tsunade's house. It was evening, which annoyed him. It was hard to return to a normal sleep cycle after waking up at dusk. He and Naruto lay side by side on cots raised slightly over the floor. No one else was present. Sasuke sat up and stretched. Dim bluish filtered into the room from the window at his right, illustrating the twilight outside. There were voices coming from outside the room. He stood and quietly opened the door, leaving the room and shutting it behind him, keeping quiet so as not to wake Naruto, who was still fast asleep and snoring lightly. He made his way out into the main room, a mix of sitting room and dining room. There were Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi was reading his signature orange book. Sasuke privately snorted. Kakashi might be a great ninja and a paragon of the qualities the Leaf Village sought, but he was also, in many ways, a very degenerate human being, and Sakura was sitting by the window. Looking out with a melancholy expression of her young face. Sasuke took the rare opportunity to study her unobserved for a moment, realizing that in all the time he had been around her, he had never really looked at her with the intention of understanding her appearance. Her vibrant pink hair still long, in this time framed her face, and her green eyes seemed to glow slightly in the reflected twilight as it mixed with artificial light from the ceiling fixture. Didn't she have a problem with her forehead? He mused vaguely. Wasn't she teased about that? And Ino called her, what was it, billboard brow? He grinned at the thought. Then he looked at her again. I'm not really seeing the problem, he thought. He shook off that train of thought. A high hairline should be the least of her worries, anyway. He smirked, almost nostalgic. We were all like that. Immature. And are again, except for us few. Sasuke, you're awake, said Kakashi, not looking up. Or are you? You've been standing there quite a while. Sasuke turned to look at him just as Sakura jumped and turned towards him in surprise. No, I'm sleepwalking, he said flatly. Sleep talking, too. And sleep telling you to get your nose out of the porn. Is that even legal when Sakura's the only one in the room? You could be nailed on charges of some sort of child molestation with the right lawyer. Kakashi shrugged, snapped his book shut and looked at him. Now that's not very nice, Sasuke, he said, voice perfectly level and devoid of any amusement. But no, it's not illegal. Read up on a Kuryu v Haddock. Sasuke froze, staring at his teacher. You actually did go to court for this? Kakashi shrugged. Jury ruled in my favor. As long as everything is kept as well away from minors as can be expected, I have a right to my freedom to read literature of my choice. "What the hell happened?" said Sasuke in near horror. Kakashi shrugged. "I was in the hospital, shell shock from a really powerful paper bomb and I wasn't exactly fully aware of what was going on around me. I was just reading to relax and recuperate and this little girl sneaks up on me I couldn't hear properly and starts reading over my shoulder." Kakashi sighed. "Of course I was just getting to one of the really good parts, the bit where—" "No descriptions necessary," Sasuke interrupted, "and no, I don't want an illustration either. That is sick." "When you say little girl," Sakura asked in a small voice, "how little are we talking?" Kakashi grimaced. "Exactly the wrong age, old enough to get what she was reading, too young to appreciate it. About 8 or 9. Sasuke closed his eyes as Sakura made a gagging noise, calming himself in a meditation exercise he'd had to learn while learning senjutsu. "Moving on," he said, slowly. "When are we headed back to the Leaf Village?" Kakashi shrugged. "As soon as you and Naruto are both ready." Sasuke frowned. "Why wait? We didn't need to be conscious upon return." Kakashi grinned and winked at Sakura, who was pouting slightly. "Sakura's idea," he said. "I told her you would prefer we move quickly." Sasuke shrugged. "Doesn't matter, really." Changing the subject, "What happened after I blacked out?" Kakashi shrugged. "Not much. I intimidated Gato a bit, he surrendered, teammates brought him back to Konoha with them for questioning and all his mercenaries either ran or tried to attack." "And got themselves killed?" Sasuke asked disinterestedly. "Yep," said Kakashi. "So teammates gone on ahead?" Sasuke asked. "Naruto would be disappointed." "Ah," Kakashi grunted. "Hinata didn't like it, but it was 3 against 1. Sasuke nodded. Shino knew they'd be fine, Kiba would be both confident in their health and bored, and Kurenai knew the importance of a fast report. Hinata, on the other hand, would be less inclined to leave Naruto's bedside. What about Momochi and his apprentice? This Sasuke wasn't particularly interested in, but Naruto was. Should he wake up later tonight while Kakashi and Sakura slept, he'd want a quick update. "Momochi died," said Kakashi. "Not that there was much question about that. His head's headed back with teammate Big Reward. It'll be split among both teams. His sword's here." Kakashi pointed at the corner where, yes, Kubikira Boucho was sitting innocently. Sasuke cocked his head. "Why not just take the sword?" He interrupted before Kakashi could continue. "That's sufficient evidence, isn't it? One of the 7 ninja swordsmen never lets his sword out of his side until he dies." Kakashi grinned. "You're good at Kenjutsu, aren't you?" Sasuke's mouth literally dropped open as that registered, staring at the sword. It really was a beautiful blade, but it was, unfortunately, far too large for him. He shook off his surprise. "It'll do for now," he murmured in slight awe, very slight. "But I prefer a Chokin. I can think of someone else who will want that particular blade. That will be a good way to get Suigetsu on our side," he thought. "And I promise to get him out sooner." "That's not a very gracious way to accept a gift, Sasuke-kun," Kakashi chided him jokingly. "There are people who keep gifts they receive forever, you know. All of the gifts they receive." Sasuke smirked. "You give me a sword, I'll use it for Konoha," he said. "If the best way to do that is to give it to someone else, then isn't that what you'd want? Anyway, what about Zabuza's apprentice?" Kakashi shrugged. He was not happy about Zabuza's death. He's in custody and en route to Konoha with teammate as well. Sasuke nodded, grimacing. "Naruto will kill us if he gets into too much trouble," he told Kakashi. "When will teammate get to the village?" Kakashi thought for a moment. "Tomorrow or the next day," he decided. "Probably the next day. They only left a couple days ago." "Then we'd better hope Naruto wakes up tonight or tomorrow morning," Sasuke grunted. "Or we might be too late for whatever trial they have." Blink. 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 "Hello?" said Sasuke amusedly. "Are you still there?" Naruto blinked at him a little more and then leapt up and grabbed him by the collar. Still the old turtleneck, he noticed to his slight surprise. It seemed slightly odd on this less childish Sasuke. Then again, the same could be said of his blue highlighted jumpsuit. He resolved to replace it with the old orange and black motif as soon as possible. What happened? Haku? Zabuza? Gato? Dishonored? Gaara? Hinata? Everyone okay? He asked in a rush. Sasuke blinked back at him a couple of times and then sighed. "Haku's en route to Konoha with teammate in custody," he whispered. "Zabuza's dead, his head's headed back to the village for confirmation and reward, and his sword is here. Gato surrendered, also headed to the village. Dishonored ran away, you were awake and hasn't come back. Same with Gaara and Yujito. Hinata's fine. So is everyone else, thanks for asking." Naruto blinked to register all that and then he grinned. He began loudly. Sasuke clapped his hand onto his friend's mouth. "It's also a little after midnight and I'm the only one awake," he muttered. "We're in Tazuna's house. Keep it down." He slowly removed his hand. "Eat. Naruto finished quietly. Why is Abusa's sword here and why are we still in Tazuna's house while teammates gone? Kakashi gave it to me and good question, muttered Sasuke with a snort at the second answer. Naruto's eyes bulged. Kubikiraboucho is yours. He said, voice hoarse with the effort of containing his volume. Sasuke chuckled. My thoughts exactly, he replied. Kakashi knew I needed a sword and, well, it's a sword. You used a chakram? Naruto sounded slightly strangled now. Is this a joke? Sasuke shrugged. It'll still work. Work? Naruto laughed, barely staying soft. Work? Sasuke, this is absolutely badass. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, Naruto. We're leaving in the morning, if you're ready. Naruto nodded. We should get back, he said. The Chunin exams should be starting in just a couple weeks. Ah. Sasuke grunted. And we have to help Haku. Naruto frowned. Why does Haku need help? I told you he was in custody, Sasuke said, one brow raised. Not protective custody. Technically, he's an enemy of the leaf. Naruto jumped up. He was being manipulated. He growled. They can't. No, he wasn't, Sasuke interrupted, any more than anyone else. He sought attention and affection from the one person who would give it to him. Is that so unnatural? Naruto's fists clenched. But. Naruto, Kurama's voice cut in. It's no different from you, not at all. You fight for your friends, don't you? Hey, Kurama, Sasuke said. Sasuke, Kurama acknowledged the salutation. But it's different. Naruto said. Zabuza didn't care about him. And you played pranks for attention from those who hated you, said Kurama, almost gently. Would you not deserve punishment if those pranks involved actively fighting Konoha? Naruto looked down. He doesn't deserve to die, he said quietly. They can't. And they won't, Sasuke promised. Whoever said anything about dying, anyway. We won't let him die. I'm just saying he's not innocent. Believe me, I know innocence and guilt. Naruto sighed and nodded. You're right. He looked up at the ceiling, then out the window at the stars. I was a child then. I met someone decent and assumed they were a friend and an ally. He laughed hollowly. If only the world were that clear-cut. Sasuke looked away. That's what the infinite Tsukiyomi was for, he murmured. If people can't come in all shades of gray, then they're not human anymore, just a dream. Naruto nodded. And that's what we're fighting for, he said, laying back on his bed. So that people can be themselves, without fear or hate. Isn't hate a part of people, though? Kurama's voice was odd, stony and melancholy all at once. Isn't it natural for humans and everything else to hate? Naruto didn't answer, but the question, rhetorical though it was, bounced around in his skull all through the night. Danzo? The voice was a surprise to the elderly shinobi. He turned. It was Hiruzen. This was a surprise. Hiruzen had made it quite clear the last time they had spoken that they were now political enemies, with no more quarter. But it would not do to be antagonistic without obvious and present cause. Hokage-sama, Danzo replied cordially. Why are you here? Hiruzen hesitated as he came up to him. They were in the middle of Konoha streets and as such were now the center of attention. The Hokage drew quite a crowd. Come to my office, please, he said quietly. There is much to talk about. Danzo frowned unexpectedly, he thought. Hiruzen is not one to converse with those he hates. Still he nodded and, knowing his root guards would follow him, he followed after his former friend and comrade. They soon reached the relative peace of the tower. Once they entered Hiruzen's secure room, Sandaime led him towards the desk. Danzo stood before it and Hiruzen walked around it. And didn't sit in his chair. Instead, he lifted up the second chair where his assistant would sit and dragged it around to the other side. Danzo's eyes widened. This was unheard of. Hiruzen returned to his customary place, still not sitting, and nodded at the chair. Please, sit down, he said. Danzo sat in shock. This was almost deferential and scarcely becoming of the Hokage. Sandaime-sama, he said, keeping his voice carefully controlled as the Haki followed him and sitting down. What is the meaning of this? The other man studied him a moment and then looked away. I fear I have made a grievous error, he said quietly. I let the subjective views of others cloud my judgment and the mistake may well have very far-reaching consequences. And so I must seek to undo my mistake. He looked back at Danzo and the other man was almost certain that his eyes were shining more than normal with unshed tears. My friend, the Hokage said. I am deeply sorry for what I said a month ago. Danzo blinked his one eye in amazement. Given all that Hiruzen knew, he had never expected something like this. Please, Hokage-sama, he said, elaborate. Why, exactly, are you apologizing? It was a difficult question to ask correctly, but Hiruzen understood. He smiled. I had learned a great deal about you. Less savory dealings very quickly, he said. And I reacted in haste. I have only recently realized just how foolish that was. He leaned forward and looked Danzo in the eye. I know about Root, he said slowly and clearly. I know about your stolen Sharingan, all of them, and I know about the Mokuton grafted to your shoulder. But I made the mistake of thinking that you had supported Itachi's attack on the Uchiha in order to gain the Sharingan. I made the mistake of thinking that you maintained Root for your own devices. He smiled and leaned back, taking out his pipe and lighting it, his eyes never leaving Danzo's visible one. I assumed you had manipulated Hamura and Kaheru with the Kodomatsu Kami. On that point, I am still uncertain, but my mistake was simple. He looked away from Danzo. Given all you've done. To my eyes, it appeared that your goal was your own advancement. Danzo leapt to his feet. How dare you? He asked in a fury and then shook himself. He sat back down. I am sorry, Hokage-sama. I did not intend to lose control, but… Don't apologize. Hirazen's smile was wide. It is proof of what I have known, deep within, all along. He took a deep pull at his pipe. It was never you, he said. The Uchiha you wanted dead because they were a threat to the village. You wanted yourself to be strong, not because you wanted power, but because you felt that you knew how to use it for the village. Root is maintained, even now, because it gives the village strength. Danzo stared at him. You thought otherwise? He asked. I should not have, my old friend, but I did. Hirazen's voice was regretful. Please, will you accept my sincerest apologies? Danzo watched him for a moment and then nodded. I accept your apology, he said quietly. No harm has been done. Of course harm has been done, he thought privately. I've had to set many of my plans back a full month. But he couldn't deny Hirazen like this. He would gain nothing from it but an ache in the heart which he tried to deny existed. But what will become of Root and of my station and of my abilities? Root will be allowed to continue, said the Hokage. There will be no more recruitment of children of this village, however. You have techniques for removing people's memories, don't you, which you use for the Root training process. Danzo nodded. There was no point keeping it secret. Then you will have all prisoners who have no other use, said the Hokage. As long as there is room at the Root, there will never be another execution of a shinobi in this village. Danzo's eyes widened. Is that wise? He asked. Should they be recognized, the other villages would react poorly. Hirazen shrugged. Any prisoners who would better serve us through exchange will be exchanged, of course, he said, but there is a reason and beware masks. As to your station, I would like to invite you back into your former post as one of my advisors on the Council of Elders with, of course, the solemn oath that you will not use Kodomatsu Kami on anyone in that council, including myself, or indeed anyone for the purposes of controlling this village's politics. I created the councils for a reason, after all. Danzo nodded. I never have, you know, he said. I never have controlled any member of either council with that or any other. This I swear for the past, present and future. The oath may be broken if ever needed, he thought. With luck, it won't be. Good, Hirazen said, smiling. And as for your Kekkei Genkai? Why remove them? It would serve no purpose. Danzo nodded. He had not expected and could not have expected such generosity ever. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He stood up to leave, but Hirazen was not quite finished. Before you go, one more word. He studied Danzo, and there was no more smile on his face. Kidnapping children for Root and the death of Uchiha Shisui, he said. These are the things you've done that I know of that I can never condone. Things of that nature must never happen again, and I will know, Danzo-san. I have a far better intelligence network now than ever before. Can you promise me that you will stay, if not within the bounds of the law, then at least within the bounds of reason, will not perform atrocities of those kinds anymore? Danzo looked at him. I cannot promise that, he said quietly. But I will promise that I will only do something like that if I know there is no other choice. The Hokage shook his head. It's not enough, he said quietly. Unless you swear to only do it when there is no other option, not when the other options are unlikely to work. Danzo sighed. I swear it. Oaths can be broken, he thought. Hirazen smiled. Thank you. You may go. The next meeting of the Elder Council is tonight at 6 in the evening. Danzo nodded and with a bow was gone. End Arc 2. Arc 3. Chapter 37. Reapplication. Sasuke's legs seemed to blur under him as he sped through the streets. Kubikurumch was in his left hand, held there steadily with a strength only his massive yin chakra surplus could provide him. He dodged past another gaggle of civilians, who shrieked in surprise as a small dark object with a large bright sword darted between them. By the second squeal that followed soon after, he guessed his pursuers were not far behind. He caught his footing and spun as he skidded, the dusty earth accommodating to his momentum. Kubikurumch came up. The twin kunai impacted the blade with a resounding clang. His assailant took advantage of the collision's limited elasticity to leap backward as his teammate rushed at Sasuke from beneath the airborne form. The world froze as the Sharingan came out. The one in the air won't be a problem for about a second and a half, give or take, Sasuke's mind supplied calmly. I can run the calculations and get an exact number. He didn't bother. Instead he focused on the motion of his second foe. The quick calculation told him that his foe would almost certainly arrive at his current position in about a quarter of a second. Not long enough to do much, but enough to do something. Sasuke examined the position of the man's single kunai. He compensated for the man's slashing arc in his head and proceeded to move. The man's charge almost ended with the loss of his right hand as his wrist came within a hair's breadth of Kubikurum before he realized his error and spun so that he swept past Sasuke like a whirlwind. No fair, Sasuke. Naruto cried as he landed. No Sharingan. That was the whole idea. Sasuke smiled thinly at his teammate. As Kakashi recovered from the near miss behind him. No plan ever survives first contact with the enemy. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Sasuke whirled to block Kakashi's attempted backstab and quickly leapt up and backwards, landing on the charging Naruto's head and using his blonde teammate as a trampoline to propel himself to the rooftops. As soon as his sandals made firm contact with the shingles, he was off again at speed. He heard Naruto's raucous pursuit behind him and the clatter of disturbed tiles before it leveled out into a more rhythmic tap-tap-tap as Naruto gained his footing. Sasuke frowned. Where was Kakashi? He'll be preparing an ambush, the Uchiha decided. Given that, rather than walk into it. He turned left and rushed in the direction of the Hokage monument. He heard Naruto's curse and the skid over the shingles as his teammate turned to chase him. Kakashi jumped in suddenly from Sasuke's right, planning to intercept his student. Sasuke, mid-bound, twisted in the air, almost snake-like, slashing at his sensei with the blade in his left hand in an upward sweep, forcing the haddock to shift to avoid the fatal slash, rendering his charge ineffective. This still impacted Sasuke, however, knocking the genin off course. Time froze again as Sasuke calculated his own trajectory. He was headed down now, toward the wall of the building before him. Kakashi had impacted his legs. If I use the spin along the horizontal plane from that impact, he thought, I can hit the wall with my feet. The angle will then cause me to bounce down to the street without intervention. He acted, spinning simultaneously like a rolling log from his maneuver to parry Kakashi and like a boomerang from the impact. His legs shifted under him, angling them out so that they would hit the wall feet first. They did. His instinct screamed at him to grab on with chakra while his body caught up with the vertigo induced by that last move, but he ignored them. My brain can deal with it, he told himself. The panic is an illusion. Like pain. Instead he bounces elastically off of the wall, flipping forward as he did so. His feet hit the ground a moment later. As soon as they did, he began to rotate to his right, taking advantage of the momentum remaining from the earlier spinning motion. Kubikurum was still sweeping downward from his landing, however, and as he spun, it sank into the earth, tearing a gash in the ground before he pulled it out, dust streaming from it, to block the strike he had known was coming from Naruto's twin kunai. The clanging impact forced Naruto back and Sasuke spun again to face Kakashi, who was not looking at him. Sasuke spared no time to question it. He charged. And stopped because then he saw what Kakashi had seen. Gaara had arrived. Naruto landed, looked, and saw. Sasuke was standing not running sword raised over Kakashi, but the blade was not falling. Both of them were looking in the other direction. He looked there too. Gaara. He cried and ran towards them. Belatedly he noticed that Gaara was not alone. Temari and Kankuro were there too. He blinked. Knin exam, idiot. Kurama was happy to supply an explanation. Oh. And now you've royally blown your cover. Not really. Well, not royally, at least. Just a minor dukedom, then. Shut up, furball. That is your name, right? Naruto asked, trying to recover. Gaara nodded. Sabaku no Gaara. You've heard of us then? Kankuro asked, a smug grin on his face. Oh, no, said Naruto, smiling innocently. Just Gaara. Are you two of his bodyguards? My siblings, said Gaara, smiling slightly at the veiled joke while Kankuro spluttered and Kurama laughed uproariously. Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Naruto bowed. At your service. Rising, he nodded at the other two. These are my teammate and our Jinin-sensei Uchiha Sasuke, the one with a big sword, and Hada Kakashi, respectively. Say hi. Silence. Or don't, that works too. I'm the Jinin here, Naruto, Kakashi looked at him reproachfully. I'm supposed to do the big important things like introduce the team to foreign dignitaries, while the genin just run around doing whatever cute thing it is you genin do with your spare time. Sasuke snorted. Dignitaries. One of them's wearing carnival face paint. It's war paint. Kankuro snarled. Sasuke sighed. I'm never going to hear the end of this one. He looked straight at Kankuro. A face-painted child says what? What? Kankuro frowned at him. Case in point. Shut up, Naruto. What did I say? Kakashi said over Naruto's laughter. Cute little genin things. Shut up, Kakashi. So, how do you know about Gaara? Temari asked Naruto while Kakashi glared at Sasuke. Naruto gave her his best unimpressed face. If you're trying to keep a Jinchuriki secret from the other villages, then you're not doing a very good job, he complained. Hell, even Konoha does a better job, and frankly our Jinchuriki is probably our single worst kept secret. Literally 3/4 of the village knows and acts on it, law in place or no. Sasuke shrugged. Law doesn't apply to them, though, does it? Somehow or other, our generation stayed clean. Don't have the faintest idea how, though if everybody's parents were willing to make asses of themselves, why not the kids too? Probably the punishment involved, Naruto grimaced. The Hokage promised to personally make life suck for whoever blabbed. He just said it with prettier words. That might do it, Sasuke agreed sagely. Civilians are so easy to terrify into submission. Kakashi frowned at him. That's not how a shinobi of Konoha should feel, Sasuke, he said reproachfully. Says the guy who watches civilian women in various degrees of undress on a regular basis, Sasuke returned instantly. Your opinion on the matter is not valid. When are the Chunin exams? Kakashi sighed. The first test is in a week. Your forms will be due then. You watch your civilians naked. Temari frowned at Kakashi, disgusted. We don't have our forms yet. Naruto exclaimed with a pout at Kakashi. He peeps on the hot springs, Sasuke told Temari. Konoha is famous for its perverts and voyeurs among our male ninja. Just keep your curtains closed and don't visit the public baths more often than necessary. I'll get the forms to you at the team meeting tomorrow, Naruto. What kind of scum peeks on the public hot springs? Good. Why are we here again? Kankuro asked Gaara. Chunin exam, said Naruto, Gaara, and Temari in unison. Then there was silence. Gaara sighed. Naruto. Leave. Before I go insane. You already are insane. Then do it more quickly. No fair using the Sharingan, Sasuke. Naruto whined at the training ground later. The three of them were seated in a ring, or, more correctly, a triangle, in the middle of a glade. There were upright logs scattered throughout the field shuriken kunai targets. The whole idea was to get you to practice in a combat scenario without the eyes. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, but the ambush was unnecessary. They had accosted them in the early hours of the morning while he trained, and so the chase had begun, without even waiting for him to okay the fight. As were the stacked odds. 2 against 1. Oh, that makes me feel so much better, Naruto. Thank you. Sasuke flopped down on his back. The sun was just beginning to leave its zenith, and the day was hot. The gentle wind rustled the heated air and formed a balm for his sore muscles. Sparring at full speed with mostly taijutsu for 6 hours was not an easy training regimen for his young body. Tired? Kakashi asked sympathetically. A bit. Same here, Naruto agreed. But I'm better off. Kurama helps with that. Speaking of which, Sasuke sat back up. What do we do about Temari, Naruto? Shikamaru might be a problem. Naruto shook his head. If anyone was going to be a problem, it was going to be me, with Hinata when we first got back. Shikamaru shouldn't have any trouble by comparison. Sasuke nodded. I see your point. Still, I have to worry. Shikamaru's so logical about everything else, mightn't that be his one break? Your call. Sasuke sighed. Laying back down and closing his eyes. Kami, it's hot today. Silence met that statement, as no one saw reason to reply to such a universal truth. I wonder if Gaara has a plan. Naruto's voice seemed to be coming from far away. And I wonder if he'll run it by us. HN. Sasuke didn't bother to verbalize. Kakashi chuckled. Sleepy. HN. You'll get a rash from the grass, you know. I've got a bomb at home, mother. Don't say I didn't warn you. Spar, Naruto. Sasuke didn't even hear the blonde's reply. Who were those three earlier? Temari asked Gaara. They were in the team's hotel suite, a fairly large, 3-bedroom affair originally booked, so no one had to sleep with Gaara. As it was, Baki and Temari would now be the ones with their own rooms, with Gaara and Kankuro sharing. The Jinchuriki thought this a notable victory, all things considered. At this time, however, they were in the central kitchen dining living room affair. Baki was preparing a meal at the counter on one end of the room, Temari and Kankuro were seated on the couch at the opposite wall, and Gaara was in his own armchair at right angle to them. Better question. Who did they think they were? Kankuro was still angry. I'll cream them in this exam if they don't wash out first. Don't try. Gaara spoke flatly. He didn't really care what his brother wanted on the subject currently. It wouldn't be a problem in the first 2 rounds, and if he came against one of Naruto's forces in the third, then he would simply lose, no questions asked. Still, it is better to at least try to steer Kankuro away from self-destruction. Uzumaki is a Jinchuriki, like me. Temari's eyes widened. So he's almost as strong as you are? Gaara chuckled dryly. Stronger. He did not fail to notice that Baki had stopped chopping the onion he'd been working with. But he was so. Well. Tamari's voice trailed into sheepish silence. Sane? Gaara finished gently. No. Tamari's forceful denial came as a surprise. No. You're not insane, Gaara. Maybe you were, but not anymore. I just meant that he was weirdly upbeat. Well, the other one, then. Kankuro seemed quite determined. He was annoying. Gaara rolled his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke could probably kill me. Don't be a fool. Better. Gaara spoke flatly, without inflection. It was true. Where did Konoha get all these prodigies? Kankuro wailed, despairing. And why did they have to pick a fight with me? Gaara rolled his eyes. They won't tell anyone about it. No one will know if and when you back out of your ridiculous idea of a feud. That's not the point. Kankuro cried inconsolably. I'll know. Stop whining, Kankuro, said Baki, approaching with a now ready lamb salad. Gaara, how do you know so much about these two? Gaara looked over at him. That's a long story, sensei. Suffice to say we've met before and leave it at that. When you disappeared a month ago? Tamari asked shrewdly. Gaara nodded. Yes. Not exclusively, of course, but still true. You know that was illegal, Gaara? Baki asked cynically. You might have been punished. Gaara snorted. You mean father might have thrown even more would-be assassins at me? There was silence at that. Tamari and Kankuro looked at each other. Gaara knew they were still having a hard time reconciling a father who, to them, had always been a cold and distant figure, but still very much a father figure, with the one Gaara knew. The one who had tried for years to murder his own son without success. Baki shook himself back into business mode first. All right. He said, handing out bowls and dishing out the food. We need to plan. You all remember the idea. Tamari nodded. We wait until the final part of the Chunin exam and then we invade Konoha from within, trapping them with us and Gaara on the inside and our forces on the outside. Mightn't that be a problem, though, if these kids Uchiha and Uzumaki are stronger than Gaara? Kankuro asked, baffled. Gaara shook his head. Konoha has a number of shinobi stronger than me. Not actually true, but it was the first time. We'll have support and we're counting on several of their failsafes not shooting to kill. No one wants to be the one who kills a Jinchuriki and has to see what happens. Baki agreed. Konoha is soft and we have some support on the inside which should thin their numbers a bit. Besides, a lot of their force will be directed outward to our invading army with Odo. Gaara nodded. Then, slightly hesitantly, though only in thought his voice he kept carefully toneless, he said, does anyone understand how we got so close to a Togakur so quickly? Other than me and our dear deceased father. Baki frowned at him. That's really not our place to wonder. Gaara shrugged. The village is run by a traitor, he said simply. That's not exactly a sign that they're trustworthy. Baki grimaced. If I were Kazukiage, I'd agree. But I'm not, and nor are you. Shows what you know, Gaara said to himself petulantly. Understood, he said, injecting exactly enough disagreement into his voice to remain in character and yet not cause strife. Good, said Baki. We'll be able to plan this more effectively closer to the tournament. In the meantime, just keep in mind two things. First, you must clear every obstacle in the exams. If you don't, the entire plan crumbles. No pressure, though, I hope. Kankuro laughed, but Gaara detected the undercurrent of nerves with ease and he was sure Tamari and Baki did too. Baki grinned at him. Of course not. He cleared his throat and continued. Second, you can do this. There is not a single obstacle Konoha can put before you that you cannot, somehow, pass. Remember. The test is designed to be beaten. That's why it exists. So we beat it. Tamari's voice was not questioning. Precisely, Baki confirmed. Gaara smiled slightly. Don't worry, Baki. I'm with you that far. So what do you want from me? Shikamaru's voice helps no particular emotion beyond boredom. I just want to know what you're going to do, Sasuke replied testily. And you know it, you do the same. Shikamaru shrugged. I might. They were seated on Shikamaru's bamboo porch, barefooted legs hanging off the side. Sasuke's feet just barely brushed the grass of the lawn. The sun was setting in the west, giving everything a dim red glow. Water trickled merrily in a fountain to their right and a doe lounged idly under a tree to the left. After a short silence, Shikamaru looked over at his fellow. I'm not going to be an idiot, Sasuke, he chided. You know that. I'm sure Naruto told you as much. Sasuke nodded grudgingly. He did. I want to know what that means. Shikamaru snorted. I'm not going to be able to suppress it entirely if that's what you're asking. That's impossible, even for someone like me or you. Or me? Sasuke glanced warningly at him. What's that supposed to mean? Shikamaru snorted again. make of it what you will. Then he sighed and looked up at the sky. It was clear, and the blue twilight in the east gave way in almost pastel gradients to the inferno of color surrounding the setting star on the horizon. No clouds to watch, he thought pointlessly. You've never loved romantically, he murmured. It hadn't been a question. As such, Sasuke did not see fit to dignify it with an answer. You will, Shikamaru decided. Eventually. Once you go beyond the past and start looking forward. Again, Sasuke was silent. Shikamaru glanced at him sidelong and saw that his eyes were closed in enjoyment of the gentle breeze. Once that happens, he said quietly, you'll find that it's not like most other emotions. Simple emotions like joy and sorrow can be masked easily and even changed if you just put a dissonant expression on your face. Hate and rage can be altered, shifted into coldness or heat. You can control them. Not love? Sasuke asked softly. Not love, Shikamaru confirmed. It's different for romantic passion than, say, siblings, though. You can put a leash on it, but it'll drag you, not the other way around. You can slow it, but not stop it, Sasuke surmised. Right. Shikamaru yawned. I'll be able to keep Temari from panicking or worrying too much, though she'll probably guess, at least, that I find her attractive but only for a limited time. Eventually, something will slip. It always does. Let's just hope it's not before the invasion, then, Sasuke muttered. Shikamaru, looking over at him again, saw that his brow was now creased in either thought or worry. Let's, Shikamaru agreed. Shikamaru. His mother's voice called from inside the house. Supper's ready. Humming, Kachan, Shikamaru glanced over at Sasuke. Do you want to stay for dinner? Sasuke grinned and shook his head. Thanks, but no thanks. The Uchiha stood and smirked at him. I think I'll wait until you can trust me as far as you can throw me. Shikamaru didn't even bother to look embarrassed. Sasuke was observant and Shikamaru wasn't perfect, especially when he didn't need to be. Naruto trusts you, he said flatly. That's enough. Not for you to trust me, but for you to work with me, Sasuke elaborated for him, smirk still in place. Don't worry, I don't like you all that much either. Shikamaru grinned, held out a hand open. Comrades. Sasuke took it and shook. Comrades. Good, said Shikamaru, without letting go. Kachan, Sasuke staying over, okay. Without waiting for confirmation either from his mother or from his stunned sort of friend, he dragged the Uchiha inside. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto spoke suddenly to his meditating friend. The entirety of Team 7 was in training ground 17. Naruto and Sakura sat on their silent teammates' two sides, and Kakashi sat across from them, his back to a log, reading silently. Naruto was slowly munching on an onigiri, and Sakura was working through a salad, one that actually contained calories, for once, but the Uchiha's lunch remained unopened, and Naruto couldn't say how much Kakashi had eaten. He hadn't seen him eating, after all. The black-haired genin's eyes opened and he looked over at Naruto. What? Why the hell is the Uchiha clan symbol in? Sasuke looked at him uncomprehendingly. Are you stupid? Naruto shook his head. No, better question. What idiot makes a clan symbol that literally puts a sign on the collective backside of the clan saying please make bad puns? For Kami's sake. Sasuke blinked at him. Probably the same idiot who decided a spiral would make a good symbol for a clan whose name is in it. Yeah, but at least my clan doesn't have good jokes you can make about it. Sasuke snorted. When did good jokes have anything to do with it? Point taken, Naruto muttered in defeat, taking a bite out of his rice ball. Hakushi chuckled. Most clans have some stupid tradition like that. You don't say, Scarecrow. Naruto giggled childishly. Sasuke rolled his eyes. If you're quite finished, Naruto. Kakashi, I think there was something you were supposed to talk to Sakura about during lunch. Kakashi rolled his eyes. You could have mentioned it. Sasuke cocked his head at him, face utterly uninterested. I'm a genin. You're a genin. This is your job. Kakashi sighed. Sakura. Chunin exam. I'm recommending the team for it. Sakura blinked at him, then gasped. What? Already? Kakashi nodded. All three of you have improved more quickly than anyone could have expected. Irony, Naruto thought, bored. Seen it. You're more than ready, rookies or no. Not even me. The girl's voice was small. Naruto blinked. Oh, hell. This might be a problem. If Sakura did not sign up for the exam, their team could not take it. If Team 7 did not participate in the Chunin exams, it would throw every carefully designed plan out the window. Especially you, Sasuke's voice was quiet and almost intimate as he turned to the girl on the team. Naruto's eyes widened fractionally. Sasuke, you manipulative bastard. We can't do this without you, Sakura. Sasuke said simply. You're our strategist in battle. Naruto just charges in and I tend to go overboard. We'll need you to harness our talents. That'll be especially useful in the exams, Naruto put in, glaring at the back of Sasuke's head, especially when the boy didn't even turn to him. Going too far can mean killing someone we don't want dead and showing the other villages too much of Konoha. Which is why we need your help, Sasuke finished. He said nothing more. Naruto was grateful for that, at least. You don't have to decide now, Kakashi interjected, seeming to sense Naruto's displeasure. In any case, it's time we got back to work. Naruto, Sasuke, you two spar. I'm going to work with Sakura on her genjutsu. Come on, my cute little genin. This last was said to Kunoichi with a smile which would have been creepy on a less familiar face. Hell, it's still creepy. Naruto thought. Kurama agreed without comment. The other two left the clearing and Sasuke and Naruto stood. The Uchiha turned towards the Jinchuriki, a resigned look on his face. Do you disapprove? Of course I disapprove. Naruto growled at his teammate. What were you thinking? Sasuke shrugged and got into a fighting stance. Naruto emulated him, his rage building. Kurama growled sharply displeased, not with the former traitor, but with his container. Calm down, brat. It's not as though he did anything but help the cause. Shut up, furball. This is personal. Answer me, Sasuke, Naruto hissed, setting aside his tenant's complaint. You know the answer. Sasuke sounded bored. Why bother? The Sharingan adept was, of course, anticipating the sucker punch. He dodged it with ease, leaping backward, not even twitching to retaliate. Fine, Naruto said, his voice growing less animal in its rage, exchanging it for a deadly chill. How could you? Is that a better question? Sasuke actually shuddered, his eyes closing for a fraction of a second. That surprised both Naruto and the fox he carried. When the eyes opened again, they were no longer bored. The Uchiha's gaze was sharp and red. I will defend. Sasuke said simply. By any means necessary. You understand this already, Naruto. Naruto blinked and sighed. Yeah. I do. And what will you defend? Kurama's voice was a surprise, although he had taken to speaking to people other than Naruto a little more often lately. Sasuke's lips curled into a wan smile that was more like a grimace of pain. Everything. The word was spoken without force or power, it was simply fact. What I destroyed and what I couldn't. Silence descended for a moment and then, as one, the two boys moved and struck. Sakura took one last look around the village street before pushing the door into the academy open. The entrance hall, for want of a better name, it was little more than a room that happened to be the first room anyone entering by the front door reached. Which contained the front desk and a couple of couches, was empty of the usual academy staff and of the children and parents usually present for one reason or another. Instead, the couches were filled to bursting, as was some of the floor, with genin, waiting for other members of their teams to arrive. The pink-haired rookie scanned the room for her squadmates. There they were standing in a corner, away from the crowd, talking quietly. She raised her hand and waved. Her heart leapt slightly when Sasuke spotted her and waved back with something that might have been the ghost of a smile on his face. But she kept the feeling internal. Sasuke didn't just dislike the kind of flagrant affection he'd received in this academy, both from her and others. He hated it, and she knew that now. She only wished she'd realized it sooner. Still, it was something of a vindication that she'd one-upped all the competition in terms of finding out the heartthrob's tastes. But not as much as might have been once, and somehow, that was reassuring. She picked her way through the mass of aimless bodies towards her team. Hey, Sakura, Naruto greeted me with a big, infectious grin on his face. Sasuke just nodded at her rival, still with that secret smile on his features. She smiled back at them. Well, are you two ready? Sasuke nodded. The exam's on the third floor. Let's go. They climbed the 2 flights of stairs and reached the third floor. A large number of genin were congregated there. Naruto and Sasuke nodded at each other and the Uzumaki quietly said, "Stay here, Sakura," to her. She nodded, blinking as they melted into the crowd. She could see ahead a pair of older genin blocking the door and loudly saying something about how they were doing the younger genin a favor by turning them around before the test. Suddenly, Naruto reappeared, leading teammate in Kiba's case by the ear with a hand over his mouth. Shino, behind him, walked in a slow and stoic gait while Hinata was just blinking in surprise and something like awe at the blonde. Poor girl, Sakura thought sympathetically, to fall so hard for the most oblivious person in history. The irony was, of course, completely lost on her. Naruto muttered to Shino. Get your team up the stairs and for Kami's sake keep Kiba quiet. Shino nodded, took Kiba by the hood and dragged the silently struggling Inuzuka up the stairs. You too, Hinata-chan, said Naruto with a smile at their former Hokage classmate who blushed deeply at the attention. I'll catch up. Sakura blinked. Huh. That's a switch. Oh okay, Naruto-kun, Hinata said timidly. Good luck. You too, Hinata-chan, Naruto smiled at her in a way Sakura had never seen or imagined seeing on the boy's face and watched the girl's assent with a look in his eye that Sakura recognized, although she couldn't have said from where. It almost made her jealous, although she wasn't sure of whom. Then Sasuke returned, leading another team Team 9, a squad of genin from 1 year above them. Haikiniji walked beside him in silence, but behind them, the team's Kunoichi, Tenten, was looking sheepish as she covered the green spandex-clad Rock Lee's mouth with one hand. Nara Shikamaru-sen asked me to tell you, Niji said to Naruto as they reached the wall where Sakura and Naruto were standing, that Team 10 is already in position. I see now what he meant. And before you ask, I don't know why he left the message, and I don't particularly care. Naruto shrugged, a strange smirk on his face. I was more wondering why he left it with you, but I wasn't going to ask. I'm glad you don't care, though it means you won't feel bitter when I don't explain. Take care, Haika-san. Niji's eyes had narrowed somewhat as Naruto spoke, and he stood still for a moment after Naruto finished before he gestured to his teammates and led them up the stairs without another look at the Uzumaki. Sakura frowned, trying to understand. Naruto's words had sounded like a dismissal, and Niji's actions had seemed to be an attempt to show contempt for Naruto's authority by showing that he moved only under his own direction. But why? It wasn't like Naruto had any authority or Niji any particular rank. Bastard, said Sasuke succinctly, and Sakura was inclined to agree. His behavior, she decided, seemed simply pompous. Naruto snorted. Come on. Quietly. Sakura blinked and finally understood. We climbed 2 flights of stairs to get to the 3rd floor. Her face broke involuntarily into a smile. First test. Passed. Chapter 38. Re-examination. Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips in anticipation as the group of Konoha genin filed into the room, led by Uchiha Sasuke and his team. At last things were falling into place. The Uchiha's eyes were sharp, though currently dark, and as he entered he scanned the room with a rapidity and ease that made the Sanin's nostrils flare with glee. Already such experience and skill, and still so young, he thought, pleased. I am most grateful for your assistance, Itachi. Suddenly the young Uchiha's eyes found his own and pinned him there. Their gazes were not met for long, and Orochimaru saw little in those dark blank orbs, but there was an odd stirring in his gut as they passed over him, one he did not much like. He shook himself as Sasuke looked away. It will be good when I am looking out of those eyes, he thought. They are powerful, even when the Sharingan is inactive. And so he thought no more of it, opting instead to study the other Konoha genin. There was a blond boy there, with bright blue eyes. His parentage could not have been more obvious if he'd been wearing Minato's old coat. That was a surprise, but not an insurmountable one. Orochimaru hadn't realized that the spawn of Minato and Kushina had survived the Kyuubi's attack. He'd probably been kept secret for his protection by Hiruzen, the daft fool. Still, it was Minato's son, not Minato himself, and thus likely not worth the Sanin's time. None of the others were a great surprise on their own. There were 2 Haiku this time, but those were of little value unless one was of the main branch. He frowned at the girl with the black hair then, trying to see through her thick bangs. He didn't see the telltale green of the seal, but he might be missing it. Could she be of the main branch? That was interesting. The Sharingan was superior, of course, but all the same. At that point, Kabuto approached the Konoha genin, as per his instructions. Orochimaru smiled slightly and settled in to watch. Naruto's breathing was even, but that was a fight he was starting to lose. He'd never been the best undercover operative. Hell, he was one of the worst. And he had plenty of reasons to be stressed. Orochimaru's eyes were roving over his genin, and he didn't like it. Kabuto was headed toward them, and the Oto team was looking rather bloodthirsty. Gaara was already seated, and his eyes sought Naruto's for a moment. Naruto held his gaze until Kabuto spoke, and then broke eye contact with a minuscule nod in thanks for the support. Well, it's good to see Konoha's newest genin as aware as you, Kabuto said with a smile, one which, terrifyingly, reached his eyes perfectly well. What's that supposed to mean? Kiba grunted warily. Shino sighed. It's congratulations for not making nuisances of ourselves, Kiba, and making ourselves targets for later. Well done ruining the impression. Kiba glared at his Abiram teammate. Hey. Naruto put one hand over his eyes in a gesture which, had he seen it as Hinata and Sasuke did, would have made him look much older than 13. Shut up, Kiba, Sasuke grunted. Then, turning to Kabuto, he asked frankly, who are you and what do you want? Nothing more than to help my fellow Konoha shinobi, Kabuto said in a voice so honestly sincere it made Naruto sick. I've taken the exam 7 times, so I know a lot about how they're run, not to mention I have information on the other ninja here if you wanted. 7 times? Ino asked, brows raised. What help could you be, then? Sasuke-kun, I'll blow you out of the water. Sasuke glared at her sidelong for an instant before turning his gaze back on the disguised Oto nin. He frowned. Do you have information on the shinobi here? Naruto watched his friend warily. What are you planning, Sasuke? Oh, yes, nodded Kabuto. I have these, you see. He pulled out his deck of completely illegal cards. These cards are coded to my chakra and store the information on shinobi I know of, from genin to kage. You have one for everyone you know of? Shikamaru asked, and Naruto had a feeling he'd picked up on whatever Sasuke's plan was. As much as I could, Kabuto confirmed with a smile. And I can do a lot. Comes with trying this exam again and again for the past 4 years. Sasuke grunted in clear disbelief, though Naruto knew it was affected. I don't buy it. Show me Hada Kakashi. Kabuto chuckled. Fine, if it'll get you to believe it. He pulled out a card and infused it with his chakra until the contents appeared. Hada Kakashi, he read. Nin, Konoha. Son of Haddock Tsukumo, the White Fang, and a clanless civilian of Konoha, ninjutsu specialist, with significant skill in taijutsu, and known to possess a Sharingan Kekkei Genkai, labeled as an A-rank shinobi in Suna and Kumo, and as an S-rank in Kiri and Iwai. Sasuke looked disappointed. That's all you have? He asked. That's just data compiled from the major villages' bingo books. Nothing interesting. Kabuto looked at him, one brow raised. You study bingo books, do you? It's a good resource to look at. But yes, that's all I've got on Haddock at the moment. What do you think I used as my sources? I haven't exactly taken a Chunin exam with a man. The same is true of most of the people here. I use bingo books and public village resources, with a little of whatever espionage data I can legally get a hold of. Of course, he said with a chuckle, putting away his cards and standing, if you study bingo books, odds are I can't do much to help. Sasuke's disappointment visibly grew, but he nodded. Fair enough, he said, turning to the other Konoha genin. I can probably tell you as much as he can about our competition, he murmured flatly, so here's the short version. Avoid the team from Suna. Avoid the team from Taki. Naruto blinked and looked over. FK grinned fiercely at him from her table with her Taki squad. He smiled back, relieved. That's another one of us here. The team from Odo, that's the new village, musical note headbands will be aiming to kill, Sasuke continued. Don't get cocky. He blinked. Actually, that goes for the whole damn test. What's with the teams from Suna and Taki? Kiba asked loudly enough that Naruto was absolutely certain that every single enemy team in the room heard exactly what they were talking about and now knew that the Konoha genin were discussing their rivals from Suna and Taki. Sasuke stood perfectly still for a moment before bringing face to hand in a slow, fluid motion of utter contempt. Kiba, he said quietly. I know you're a fresh genin. Thing is, so are the rest of us. None of us were eager to explain our information to the entire room. Maybe you shouldn't have been either. Kiba glared at him and was about to retort when Shino put his hand over his mouth. Please answer the question, Sasuke-san, he said quietly, and we can move on. Sasuke sighed again. The Redeed from Suna and the Orange Eyes from Taki are A-rank enemies at least. Do not engage. Clear. A round of nods. Great, said Sasuke. Proctor should be here soon. One last thing before he arrives. Naruto. Naruto blinked. Yeah. Sasuke turned to him, a slight twinkle in his dark eyes. Speech for the troops. Naruto nodded in understanding. Fine. He looked around the circle of genin. Shino's hand was still on Kiba's mouth. The Inyazuka looked decidedly sullen. People die in the Chunin exam, he said quietly. I'm sure everyone sensei mentioned that. I'm just as sure it hasn't registered. He jerked his thumb behind him at the room full of other genin. Here's what it means. Those guys there are mostly older and more experienced than we are. Quite a few of them have been killed before. Most of them will not hesitate to kill us. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Statistically, he said quietly, there's a decent chance any one of us could be dead in a week. There's a good chance that within a week one of our parents will get the news that we're not coming home. Think about that. Naruto looked at each of his friends in turn. They were. Several were looking down at the ground. Sakura seemed to be trying not to cry. As Naruto watched, Sasuke put an arm around her silently. That being said, Naruto continued, his tone automatically shifting to his more customary motivational one. There is no reason why that should happen to any of us. Every single one of us is new and young. There's a reason we're here anyway. Several of us are the new generation of several of the world's most powerful clans. Ino, you're the hope of the Yamanaka. Kiba, you're the same as Inyazuka. Hinata-chan, Naruto paused, studying the girl he loved. Her eyes avoided him. You're the best chance the Hokage have of surviving the next decade, he said flatly, and she stared and stared at him, eyes wide. And the rest of us, he continued without elaborating, looking at Sakura, are prodigies in their own right. Sakura, you already know more than one C rank, and you're at Nara levels intellectually. Sakura blushed and practically glowed at the praise. They'll try to kill us, Naruto told his genin. They will fail. We'll make sure of that. Keep that in mind, because before they try to kill us they'll try to demoralize us. We can succeed, and we're all coming home after this. He looked around the circle one last time. Clear. Crystal, Sasuke answered with a grin. Good, said a man's voice, and several of the genin started. Naruto just smiled. And I-san, he said in an affectedly childish voice. Did I delay the test? Morino Ibiki, who was standing directly behind Naruto, glared down at him as the blonde turned. Get a seat, brat, he said flatly. We're starting. This is a written test, Ibika was explaining. Sasuke was mostly ignoring him, opting instead to consult with Kurama and Naruto regarding their solution to the upcoming test. Why should we even bother? Kurama asked flatly. Naruto proved that the other questions are entirely unnecessary. The results get plugged into the final consideration for Chunin if the genin gets to the final round, Naruto explained. As you would know if you bothered paying attention to the paperwork I did around the exam as Hokage. Damn your paperwork, Kurama grumbled. It just made me want to eat bureaucrats. Don't worry, it did that to me too, Naruto said sympathetically. You weren't relapsing. But why even bother solving it for them? Kurama grumbled. They did fine last time. It would help cement Naruto as a leader if he got everyone through this, Sasuke said, but it's not viable, I guess. We just need to focus on our tests. I can get my answers with a simultaneous Kage Bunshin Kawarimi, Naruto said doubtfully. Ambush a proctor outside the bathroom. Don't bother, Sasuke told him. I'll use Tsukiyomi and wipe the other guy's memory before I leave. Not just Tsukiyomi, an ally who has the answers. Kurama's suggestion had them all silenced for a moment as they realized they'd never considered friendly fire Tsukiyomi as a non-aggressive technique. Good idea, Sasuke thought once he'd recovered. Might do that. Now shut up, it's starting. It was. Sasuke flipped the exam before him over to its front and blinked. Part of me was holding out hope that this would be easy now, he thought. Nope. No one actually uses this crap. He looked around surreptitiously over at the nearest side of the room. One of the proctors was watching him directly. Screw it. Tsukiyomi. In a moment, he and the suddenly terrified proctor were alone in a negative field. Calm down, Sasuke told him flatly. I'm wearing the damn headband, aren't I? Not here you're not. The proctor shrieked. Sasuke frowned and reached up to touch his bare forehead. He looked down. He was wearing his Odo outfit from the war. Well, he said succinctly, shit. Looks like I don't have quite the subconscious mental image I want. He looked over at the proctor. Don't worry, I'm wiping your memory after we're done here anyway, he told the man. I don't even really intend to torture you. You were just there. And I knew you had the answers. So, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly the man was tied to a cross of wood. Sasuke advanced towards him, continuing, can we just skip the whole torture thing? I have almost 3 days in this to make you talk. It's plenty of time, trust me. I'm a fellow Konoha ninja, though, so I don't want to do that, and you don't even have to feel that guilty about telling me. A moment of silence. Just tell me the answers, Chunin. The Chunin did. Sasuke came out of to the side of the proctor's clouded eyes as the memory wipe took effect. By the time the eyes refocused, Sasuke was looking back at his test, writing the answers he'd received. Kurama, watching through his eyes, gave a mental nod. Got it. I'll relay those to Naruto. The Bijk withdrew. Sasuke relaxed slightly and, in doing so, noticed that Sakura, on his right, was less relaxed. Through half-lidded eyes, he looked at her paper. It was blank except for a few calculations on the first problem, which was a bit of theoretical calculus involving a kunai impacting one blade of a shuriken in midair. He sighed slightly. She'll get it eventually, but I can save her the trouble of trying to cheat. He touched her on the arm. She turned to look at him and met his eyes. The magicum flared. They met in the negative field. Sakura looked scared but also seemed to be studying his attire. Sasuke. She said, in a voice that reminded her painfully of the moment of his betrayal. She had the same mixed tone of fear and hope. You look older. What was that? That was a technique called Tsukiyomi, he explained. It's alright, don't worry. It puts me and my target in a lasting up to 72 hours for us and takes only a second in the real world. It's very useful and, as someone pointed out earlier today, very versatile. Versatile? Sasuke grimaced. It's traditionally a torture technique only usable by people who unlock the highest level of the Sharingan. Sakura stepped away from him, eyes widening. He turned away. It can also, as someone just recently pointed out to me, be used to transfer information to allies, he said, not looking at her, like the answers to test questions. A moment of silence. Then Sakura took his hand hesitantly. He turned to look at her in surprise and saw that she was looking at him apologetically. Sorry, she murmured. Your eyes weren't like the Sharingan I saw in waves and you look different and I got scared. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. She looked down. Sasuke put his other hand on her shoulder. It's fine, she said quietly. Believe me, I deserve it more than you know. He sighed. Anyway, I'll give the answers to you and then break the genjutsu. Please, when we come out, make sure you tell no one about my eyes or about this technique. Naruto, Kakashi, the Hokage, and a few others know. Don't trust anyone with this until you know you can. Sakura nodded, then cocked her head curiously. What is this, exactly? Sasuke smiled ruefully. It's a long story. Tell me about it later. Sakura's question stopped the conversation solidly for a moment. Yeah, Sasuke finally said. It's not right that she be kept out of it. I'll tell you later. Not yet, it'll distract you, and we need you focused on the exam. And now the 10th question, Ibiki said. Naruto twiddled his thumbs. But this time, the rules are a little different. Naruto yawned. If you fail to answer this question. Naruto folded his exam paper into a crane. You will be trapped at genin level for life. Naruto unfolded the crane over the sound of groans and protests. He studied the paper as Ibiki explained that he had not been the proctor before. Ah! He exclaimed, he'd just been hit with an idea. Silence. Naruto looked up. Everyone was looking at him. Oh, had everybody already shut up? I thought they were all still trying to tell you that you couldn't keep them as genin. Nope, Ibiki said menacingly. Oh, all right, Naruto said easily, beginning to fold his paper into a fox. Sorry about that. Carry on. A moment of silence. Then Ibiki continued. Moving on from small, blonde, and suicidal here, there is another option. Naruto unfolded the fox. If you choose not to take this question, you can try again next year. Naruto folded a hat. The choice is yours, but remember, this exam is taken as a team. Naruto unfolded the hat. If one member of a team drops out, so do his or her squad mates. Naruto put his hand on Hinata's arm, smiled encouragingly at her when she turned to him, and turned back to his origami. We will now take some time to give you all a chance to choose, but there is to be no discussion between squad mates. Naruto folded a chariot. Damn, how did you get the wheels to spin? Kurama asked in something like admiration. I have no idea. Naruto told him cheerfully and unfolded the chariot. The exam was still whole. Ino's considering dropping out. Sasuke's sharp notification pushed Naruto into action. Why would we drop out? He asked Ibiki flatly, standing up from his chair and glaring at the proctor. Being Chunin is about knowing how to lead a squad of shinobi, and shinobi are loyal to their village. When your Kage says go and do this, you don't say, but what if I die? You do it. Unless your Kage has decided that being an evil psycho sounds like a great idea, in which case you drop him and get a better Kage. Anyone who drops out of the Chunin exams because of the risks he finishes, sitting back down, is failing the tests anyway. A moment of silence passed before Ibiki spoke. I thought you were too busy with your origami to pay attention, brat. You're just jealous, Naruto rolled his eyes. By Ibiki's shrug, it was actually true in part. The chariot had been impressive. Also, multitasking is totally a Chunin level skill, and can I get promoted now? No. Anyone else leaving? There was a dead silence for a full minute before Ibiki sighed. All right. Short, blonde, and suicidal hit the nail on the head. That was the 10th question, and you all passed this portion of the exam. Congratulations and all that. The next portion. That would be proctored by a woman's voice came. She somehow managed to be both excited and sultry at the same time. This was not an easy trick Naruto knew from experience with his sexy no jutsu. Anko burst into the room, clad in her customary garb, namely not much. Naruto went back to his origami. Nah, Ibiki, you got soft. She exclaimed. You let too many of them through. Naruto folded a tulip. Well, I can guarantee that at least half of them will be out of the running before I'm through. Naruto unfolded the tulip and folded a snake. This kid, for instance. Naruto dodged the kunai and started unfolding the snake until Anko's breasts got in his way. He smiled up at her, her face from her position leaned over him and obstructed his origami. Oh, hello, Anko-chan, he said innocently, is my origami bothering you? She looked at him with a hunger that he knew was affected. It was actually a little funny, watching her try to intimidate him using the tricks that worked on preteens. He was certainly a red-blooded heterosexual male, but Hinata was sitting right next to him, so Anko's charms had little effect. Are these exams not as interesting to you as that bit of paper? She asked him slowly. Am I not as interesting as that piece of paper? The piece of paper is the exam, he said, pulling it out from under her chest to show it to her. So no, the exam isn't more interesting than the, exam. And sorry, Anko-chan, here he patted her sympathetically on the cheek. She reared back slightly, startled. That kind of courage was unusual in a genin, to say the least. You're not really my type. There are other fish in the sea, though. I'm sure someone will love you for who you are. For a moment, Anko looked stumped. Then she shrugged and said, calmly, you seem like an idiot and you're probably going to die. Moving on. The next portion of the exam is going to be held at one of the training grounds. Follow me. Naruto and Sasuke stood together on the outskirts of the Forest of Death, consent forms in hand. Naruto was playing with him. Sakura had gone to get them some lunch. They had a break before the gates opened. "Naruto," Sasuke said flatly. "What the hell is up with the origami today?" Naruto shrugged. "Gets people off balance. It's more fun than I thought it would be, too. Did you see my chariot?" Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Okay, we need to get in contact with the others if possible, but it can wait a bit. We'll find them once we're inside. But so we're clear, what's the objective?" "Make sure no one dies," Naruto shrugged. "That's first. After that, if we can minimize the number of people who pass down to the point where the preliminary round is unnecessary, that'd be great. Try to make sure our allies get through. Us, Shikamaru and Shino, Gaara, and FK." Naruto smiled. "It's pretty great that FK's here. Never got to meet her except as an Ito Tensei last time. She seemed like fun." "She does seem like your type," Sasuke said sardonically. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "And that means?" "Oh, nothing," Sasuke said innocently and changed the subject. "How many people did we have in the finals last time?" "There were the two of us, all three of Gaara's team, Shikamaru, Neji, and Shino." "That's it, right?" Naruto nodded slowly. 8. "Shit, that's not a lot. And it's too few for teams." "Hang on," Sasuke muttered. "Teams have to come through the forest together, but the preliminaries aren't always held. So the cutoff number has to be a multiple of 3, doesn't it?" Naruto shrugged. "Not necessarily, but it might help to think of it like that. How many were in the prelims?" 16 twice 8. Sasuke closed his eyes and thought. 20, he said. "Remember Ino and Sakura's double knockout? And one of the Odo Ninbichinjai, but got killed between rounds." "Right. That was. I was going to say funny, but it really wasn't," said Naruto thoughtfully. "So it's between 8 and 20. Probably closer to 8, and it has to be a power of 2, right? For the tournament shape." Sasuke shook his head. "They were willing to allow 10 competitors in," he said. "They must have another way to sort the tournament. How do you do a tourney with 10? "Do preliminary matches to whittle the number down to 8 and then a standard single elimination," said Sakura as she came up to them. "I brought onigiri, figured we wanted something light before what's coming." "Good idea," agreed Sasuke as he took a rice ball. "Thanks for the answer, by the way." "No problem," she smiled at him. "Why? What's the issue?" "The third round of the Chunin exam is always a tournament," Naruto told her, "and the highest number of participants we could find was 10. We're trying to figure out how we want to play this exam," Sasuke explained. "We can probably choose whether we let people pass or fail. We're better than most of them, so if the opportunity arises, how many people do we want to allow through?" Sakura frowned. "What do they do if more than 10 people pass? There's something like 150 people here. Is this test really that dangerous?" Sasuke smiled when he realized Sakura didn't even seem to consider that they might fail. "There's a preliminary round," Naruto told her. "They eliminate half the participants." He took a bite out of his rice ball. "Might do more if too many people passed," Sasuke thought aloud. "A preliminary tournament instead of just a single round." Naruto shuddered. "Great. So we have no idea what's happening later, essentially." He sighed. "Okay, priority 1 is making sure no one dies who we can protect. Next, get the rookies from Konoha, Team 9, and our particular allies through. I think beyond that we just let it play out." "Sounds good." "Sounds good to me," Sasuke nodded. "Sakura?" Sakura nodded. "I think priority 1 is probably surviving and passing," she said quietly, "but I have a feeling that's not going to be a problem for you." Sasuke studied her. She didn't look unhappy, just lost. "Don't sell yourself short," he told her quietly. "Even without us, you're Chunin material. Take my word for it." She beamed at him. "I'll go in these forms," said Naruto. "Wait here." Gaara sat cross-legged beside the entrance to the forest. His eyes moved slightly behind closed lids as he considered the situation. "We don't know whether Orochimaru will attack or where and when he will strike. If he does. Inhale, slowly. Exhale, slowly. We have in the forest region Chikriki, as well as Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino-san. Inhale, slowly. Exhale, slowly. Orochimaru, if he knows of the situation or even suspects anything, would have to be a fool to attack alone. Inhale. Exhale. He can't easily smuggle in soldiers to the forest in any significant quantity, which gives us a significant advantage in a fight. Inhale. Exhale. He isn't a fool. He won't attack." Gaara opened his eyes. "That's not a good thing. If not now, when? And how?" "Gaara, they're about to ring the bell," said his sister, nudging him gently. "Are you ready?" Gaara shook himself out of his stupor. "Yes, sorry," he said, standing. "Just thinking. Plotting. Kankuro asked jokingly. Precisely, Gaara agreed unsmilingly. He did deploy Kabuto in the first exam to scout out Sasuke, Gaara mused. Perhaps he really doesn't know. Is he really so blind? If he attacks. Ready? Gaara took position beside his squadmates in preparation to enter the forest. He will die. Naruto cracked his knuckles. I'll take points, he said slowly. I've got the highest survivability. Sasuke, you're center. Sakura, you're rear guard. Keep close together and let Sasuke do the damage if we're attacked. Sasuke nodded. Hi. You want me to seek targets or are we trying to avoid combat? Locate anyone you can, but we'll leave engagements case by case, Naruto said. Let me know when you've got a hit on someone. Sakura turned to their other teammate, be ready for Jinjutsu. You're our first line of disable. Sakura clenched her fists and nodded determinedly. Ready? Came Anko's call before Naruto could continue. Naruto breathed deeply once. Take positions, he ordered slowly. Keep calm, stay alert, and be careful. Alright, I'm on point, FK told her teammates flatly. Teammates were here used in the loosest sense possible. They'd been thrown together with barely an introduction, and the other two were clearly as terrified of her as everyone else in the village. FK privately suspected that they'd somehow angered one or more of the village leaders and thus been saddled with escorting her to the Chunin exams she'd requested to attend. Not that there weren't plenty of Takijinin in the area watching everything she did. But they couldn't go into the forest. FK's teammates included a specialist named Shigeru and a Kunoichi specialist named Mai. Specialist, too, was used loosely. They were, after all, genin. But they had talent. Much more than FK had been expecting. They were just young and inexperienced. Shigeru, she said, pointing at his suddenly even more frightened face. You're in the center position. Get some Jinjutsu ready and disable anyone that comes at us. Mai, her finger relocated to an equally terrified expression, you're on red guard, watch our backs. A moment passed in silence. FK sighed. And calm the hell down, she said. I'm not a monster, a demon or a god. I'm your teammate, at least for this test. She studied them through half-lidded eyes. And you have my word, she said quietly, I will not let either of you die. Ready? Came the call. Ready up, FK echoed to her teammates' dumbfounded faces. Take positions. We're going in. Team 10 moved into position instinctively. Shikamaru had taught them well. Chimjai was on point, Ino was central, and Shikamaru was in the rear, watching for Kajimane opportunities. Ready? Nara asked his companions. Ready? Ino replied with a fierce grin. Ready? Chimjai said more subdued, but with confidence nonetheless. Ready? Came Anko's call. Shikamaru sighed. Here goes nothing. Hiba, you should take the forward position, Shino said. He phrased it as a suggestion. Unlike his fellows, he had not made it a point to establish himself as de facto leader of his squad. Hinata needed the confidence of something like equality, and Kiba required a more gentle handler. You have the highest survivability of the team. Yeah. Kiba exclaimed, pleased at the perceived praise. Hinata, you should be in rear, Shino turned to the squad's only Kunoichi. Your Byakugan may have a small blind spot, but it is still effective at watching our rear flank. Hinata nodded, her pale eyes tensed nervously. I will be in the center, Shino said. I will scatter my Kakachu around us to keep us apprised of any threats outside the range of your Byakugan, Hinata-san, that might be downwind of you, Kiba-san. His teammates nodded in acceptance. Kiba looked excited, Hinata nervous. Ready? Anko's voice called out. Yeah, Kiba smiled fierily. We are. Anko chuckled. Little genin, all around the forest, all thinking they were ready for what was coming next. So many of them will die. It'll be fantastic. She licked her lips, possibly traumatizing the poor Chunin standing around her from her position at the watch point atop the central tower in the forest. I can't wait. She raised the microphone to her lips and grasped the lever that would open the gates to the testers. Oh. She said excitedly and pulled. The second examination had begun. Chapter 39. Conglomeration. Alright, we've got a basic strategy, Naruto said, calling a halt and turning to face his teammates, but not much in the way of tactics. Any ideas? Shino, Sasuke, suggested flatly. There was a moment's silence. No, Naruto said patiently. I'm Naruto. You're Sasuke. That's Sakura. Sasuke hit him. Dope, he muttered. Shino will have planted Kakachu on all the other teams. We can use him to find them. He'll probably come to us, but we can find him if we want to. Naruto nodded in understanding. That makes more sense, he said. Yeah, that'd work. Any other ideas? Sakura frowned at her blonde teammate thoughtfully. What exactly do we want to happen? She asked. What's our best case scenario? Naruto shrugged. We can take most encounters we'll see in this forest, I think, he said, and we have allies to help if we can't. So ideally we want to be in a position to take on any teams who would kill weaker teams. We also want to get ourselves a scroll." He stopped. Pulled out their scroll. "An earth scroll," he said, grinning sheepishly. "Because we have heaven." Which I totally knew. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Sakura blinked. "The predatory teams will cluster near the tower, right?" she asked. "Because everyone has to go through there?" Naruto frowned. "I suppose they should, yeah. It makes sense." "Then we should set up a permanent encampment near the tower," Sakura suggested. "It'll make it easy to locate and take out those predators, and we might be able to get our allies to join us and hold a united fort." There was a beat of dead silence. "Sakura," said Sasuke without inflection. "You are a genius, and we need to make sure you pass these Chunin exams to give other genin a chance." Sakura ducked her head, face flaming. Naruto laughed. "Alright," he said. "Shino's Kakechu? I expect Shino's told you to listen to me. Send him a message. We need to get in touch with him. After that, there's someone we need to meet." "Kiba-san, hold for a moment," Shino called ahead to his teammate. Teammate stopped as one. Kiba looked back at Abiram. "What's up, Shino?" "One of my Kakechu has started calling for me to approach," he said. His Kakechu had developed to a point where they could alter the pheromones they excreted to certain discrete signals, which he had developed into a code. This signal was a flare for him to approach, but not a notification of a threat. "It is the beetle I dispatched to Team 7. They desire that we talk." "What do those bastards want to talk about?" Kiba asked mulishly. "Do they need help?" Shino shrugged. "My Kakechu cannot send details. They wish to formulate a combined strategy to maximize the number of Konoha shinobi who pass this portion of the exam." "I think we should meet them," Hinata said quietly. "We know them well enough to know they can't intend to hurt us or take our scroll. It can't hurt." Shino nodded. "I agree with Hinata-san. It may not turn to our advantage, but at worst we come out an hour behind, and we have 5 days." Kiba grumbled slightly, but acquiesced. "Which way?" Shino pointed. "My Kakechu lies in that direction." Kiba nodded and took point. They leapt from tree to tree in watchful silence for a time until Kiba called a halt. "There's another team with them," he said, sniffing the air. "They smell like sand. Burned sand." "The team from Suna," Hinata said quietly. "They're out of my range right now. Are they with Naruto-kun's team?" "I think so." Kiba muttered. Shino blinked and scanned his Kakechu signals. "Yes," he confirmed. "The team from Suna is with Team 7. They are not engaged in combat and their formation is non-aggressive. We should be safe to approach." "I thought Sasuke-san said to avoid them," Hinata said cautiously. Kiba shrugged. "Maybe they had a plan for them," he suggested. "We were not in a private place at the time," Shino advised. Of course, all Sasuke had wanted was to keep Konoha's genin out of Gaara's hair, but there was no way to explain that to his teammates without somehow altering the team dynamic, which Shino was unwilling to do at this point. Perhaps Sasuke needed to misdirect someone who was listening in. Hinata nodded. "That's possible," she said quietly. "If Team 7 isn't fighting them, it should be alright." Kiba nodded. "Okay, let's move in." They did. They landed on the edge of a clearing. Team 7 and Gaara's squad were together in the center of the field. Sasuke was talking to Sakura, Temari and Kankuro, explaining the meeting they'd had with Gaara on the mission to Wave, likely with some lies interspersed to protect the secret of Kurama's existence, as well as their foreknowledge. Naruto and Gaara stood a little closer to them. They seemed to be engaged in small talk, but Naruto's hand was held at his side, seemingly casually, in a sign that Shino knew it meant that he was engaged in a Bijj-facilitated telepathic conversation. "Hey, bastards," Kiba called out. Shino winced slightly, but they were among allies. "You rang." Naruto turned and grinned. "Hinata-chan," he said with a grin. "Shino-san, Kiba-san. Glad you could make it. We've got a plan." Kiba frowned. "Plan? What, are we taking the exam as a village or as an alliance now?" Naruto's grin widened. "Now you're getting it. It's in our advantage to work together," Sasuke said, coming over, the others following. "This way we can effectively control who passes, making sure Konoha and Suna look stronger than the other villages for a fair while." Kiba shrugged. "Suna has only one team, how good can they look anyway?" Shino brought one hand to his face. "Trust Kiba to insult one of their only real allies to their faces. You want to see how impressive we can look, kid?" Kankuro said grimly. "Pick a fight with my little brother. You might get it then." Kiba, with a bit of advice, said to Naruto, and his voice was grim, with none of his prior cheer. Shino looked at him, he was frowning. Don't pick a fight with his little brother. Shino could see the slight smirk on Gaara's face. "Anyway," Sasuke said, diverting attention. "Shino, we need to get in touch with the others. Naruto and Gaara-san are going after one of Gaara's allies, who he met at Yugura-sama's meeting." FK, from Tokigakur, Shino filled in the blanks. Nanabi no Jinch Kriki. The plan is for the rest of us to gather the rest of Konoha's rookie teams, Sasuke continued. Shino, we need to use your Kakechu, if you're in. Shino cocked his head. Do you have an alternative in mind? Sasuke shrugged. I can cover a lot of ground very quickly, he said. If all else fails I'll take the others and we'll scan the whole forest. It'll take a while, but we can pull that off. That sounds risky, Hinata said worriedly. Sasuke's teeth flashed in a slight grin. He scratched a very specific point on his neck as he stared into Shino's glasses. It is, he admitted. I think we can handle it, but I won't deny that it's a risk going out there without Naruto. I'll have Temari-san, Kankuro-san, and Sakura-chan, but Naruto and Gaara. Shino nodded. Are in a league of their own, he agreed. Sasuke of course, was in that same league, but he was also the target. My Kakechu can shorten the time for which we are separate. And lessen the risk, Sasuke confirmed. But that's not enough for your team to risk yourselves. Here's the full plan. We're going to gather the allied teams and form a permanent camp near the tower. The potentially predatory teams, the ones who might kill other genin, will converge there. We don't want to let that happen, so we'll encamp among them and stop them together. We'll be able to prevent any enemy teams from passing if we choose to. And if they decide to gang up on us? Kiba challenged. Can we deal with that? Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara all looked at each other. Kankuro answered for them. Yeah, he told Kiba flatly. There's not even a question. Sasuke snorted. Enough. Are you in? Shino's teammates looked between him and one another. I think it's crazy, said Kiba flatly. It sounds like cheating to me. It is not cheating, Shino responded. It is merely a non-traditional approach. It appears to me to be in our advantage on multiple fronts. I think it's a good idea, Hinata murmured. We're not the strongest genin in this forest, but I'm sure there are genin monitoring what happens here. Organizing like this will cement the alliance between Suna and Konoha. Shino noticed Temari and Kankuro looking away at this. Gaara must not have gotten through to them yet, he thought, at least with regards to the invasion. Odd, and it will show the other villages just how united Konoha is, Hinata finished. Her voice had gained strength as she spoke. That can only help the village and everyone in it, us included. Kiba shrugged. Well, I'm outvoted. If you're sure this won't get us in trouble, I'll go along with it. Shino nodded. I can promise you, Kiba-san, it will not. He turned to Sasuke. I assume you will be on point. Sasuke nodded. We've got a 7-man squad, he said. Not a usual number. Naruto, Gaara-san, get going. I'll form us up and get started. Naruto nodded, gave Hinata a quick smile, and he and Gaara leapt away. Temari and Shino tensed slightly, the reality of their situation seeming to sink in. They were alone, surrounded by people they considered enemies, and now they were without their super weapon, and with one of the other sides Shino was sure Gaara had at least told them of the danger Sasuke presented. Okay, Sasuke said, his eyes narrowing as he considered. I'm on point. Kiba-san, you're on my right flank. Temari-san, you're my left flank. Shino-san, Hinata-san, you're in the rear, keep on watch. Kankuro-san, Sakura, you're both center, Sakura on the left, Kankuro-san on the right. I want you ready to deploy puppets and Jinjutsu to whatever flank needs reinforcement. Formation should look like a pentagon with Sakura and Kankuro-san in the center. Shino-san, your left rear, Hinata-san. Right rear. Clear. There was a round of nods. Kankuro and Temari, Kiba noticed, seemed shocked to have been given such central roles. Sasuke, Shino expected, had not even considered the potential enmity between them. To the Uchiha, they were all former enemies turned allies. He remembered them best from the war, when no enmity had sullied their alliance against him. Still, Shino was confident they wouldn't betray them at this juncture. This should work out quite well. It might even ingratiate Konoha to Gaara's all-important siblings, which could only help in the coming battle. Let's move, Sasuke ordered, and they did. Naruto and Gaara stopped as one about 200 meters away from FK's location, as found by Kurama and Shukaku. FK-sen will know we are here, Gaara said. Why do we stop? Naruto shrugged. Courtesy to her teammates. I just don't like the idea of running headlong into a Jinchuriki who knows exactly where we are, even if she is on our side. We'll approach from the ground more slowly. Gaara acquiesced and they moved to the ground, approaching FK at a walk, until Kurama spoke. We're close enough for contact, he said. Nanabi. Chmei. Do you hear? Lucky 7 Chmei hears you, Kura-chan. Said a happy voice in their minds. Hey, Shu-chan. Get over here, join the party. Kurama snorted. Best head in, he advised Naruto. Naruto chuckled, motioned to Gaara to follow, and moved in still on the ground, but at a run instead of a walk. Soon the trees opened to reveal an interesting sight. Two Taki-gen and one male, one female were facing away from the Jinchuriki, looking at a girl with green hair and dark skin, who was also facing away. "No, no, wait, don't move," said a girl's voice in their heads. "Hey, this mind talking is fun, thanks Chmei." "No problem, FK." Naruto and Gaara looked at each other. One of Gaara's eyebrows slowly rose. Naruto shrugged helplessly. "What do you mean, you're not the only Jinchuriki in this forest?" The genin on the right cried, his voice breaking. FK shrugged. "What's it sound like?" There was a moment of silence. Naruto noticed that the two Taki genin were shivering, apparently in deadly terror. "We're going to die," whispered the genin on the left. "We're all going to die, Okami, help me." FK turned to face them, a smirk on her face. "Oh, also?" "What?" said the genin on the right, his voice a terrified falsetto. "The other two are both right behind you." Both genin spun like tops, and at the sight of Naruto and Gaara they screamed in utter terror. FK's laughter was louder. She put a hand on each of her teammates' shoulders and pulled them to the ground, then passed them, grinning. "Gaara-kun," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around the redeed. Naruto's trained eye saw him stiffen. "Remind me to give him hell," Naruto told Kurama. "Gladly," Kurama laughed. After a moment, FK let go of the Kazuki to be. She turned to Naruto. He held his hands up. Nah, I don't want to get between you and your Gaara-kun," he laughed. Gaara glared at him, but FK laughed with him. She also hit him, though, so it rather balanced out. "How have you been, Blondie?" she asked boisterously. "I haven't seen you in." She paused. "Well, literally ever, actually." Naruto chuckled, rubbing the top of his head where she'd struck him good-naturedly. "I've been alright recently," he told her. "I imagine you have too, come to that." She grinned wickedly. "It's a fair sight better than being dead, I'll give you that," she conceded. She turned away from them then. Her teammates were sitting, frozen in horror, where she'd left them. She walked over to them, ignoring how they started scrambling pathetically in the opposite direction, and picked the girl on the left up bodily, placing her on her feet. "This is Mai," she introduced me. "She's a Kenjutsu type assigned to me for this exam. Say hi, Mai." "Hi," Mai agreed dully before waving at Naruto and Gaara. "Hi." FK moved over to her other teammate and gave him a similar treatment in bringing him to his feet. "This is Shigeru," she told them. "Jinjutsu type. Say hi to the nice Jinchuriki." Shigeru made a sort of strangled choking sound. Naruto responded with an easy grin. "Nice to meet you too," he said. "Alright." FK exclaimed, clapping her hands together excitedly. "Now that the introductions are done. What's the plan?" "We're working together," Gaara told her. "The plan is to set up a base camp near the tower and hold positions there for the full period. It'll allow us to control who gets through and prevent any of the predatory teams from killing anyone." FK nodded. "Sounds good. Who's going to be there?" "Konoha's rookies, my team and your team," Gaara told her. "That is, if your team wants to work with us." FK gave him a wicked smile before turning to her teammates. "Well, you two?" she asked coolly. "Are you with us, or?" "Yes." Both her teammates said in unison before she could fill in against us. "Good," she said, turning back to Naruto and Gaara with a wide smile. "I'm looking forward to working with you too." Her smile faded slightly and a dark shadow seemed to pass over her eyes as she added, "And your team, of course, Naruto-kun." "Shit," Kurama said succinctly in the privacy of Naruto's mind. "It won't be a problem," Naruto reassured him. "We won't let it." Sasuke led his team down into the clearing where Shikamaru had called Team 10 to a halt. Ino and Shinji tensed at their arrival, but Shikamaru had clearly been expecting something of the sort. He nodded in Sasuke's direction in greeting as the team walked over. "Uchiha-san," he grunted. "You made it." Sasuke shrugged. "Got held up by the problem of not being an Abiram." "Damn shame," said Shikamaru caustically. "I'll take over squad leadership, you need to hurry." Sasuke blinked. "Hurry? Where to? What's the rush?" "Little Red needs backup," Shikamaru said casually, pointing in a direction behind him. "Heard her on my way here." There was a moment of silence. Sasuke cocked his head. "Who?" Shikamaru put a hand to his head and massaged his temples exasperatedly. "Karen?" he asked tiredly. Sasuke blinked. Then his eyes widened. "Right," he said. "She needs to not die." He turned to his team. "Shikamaru's in charge," he said. "Shino guides them back to Naruto and Gaara. I'll catch up." He leapt away in the direction Shikamaru had indicated, ignoring Sakura's call of "How will you find us?" from behind him. He didn't have much time. He barely remembered the event from the original Chunin exam, but he knew it had been formative and essential for Karen. Quite apart from everything else, he had saved her life, and he didn't want one of the only two Uzumaki he knew to be alive to be dying this early in the game. Soon Sasuke could hear Karen's voice crying for help over the sounds of the forest. He focused, she was being chased. By a spider, he thought, if I remember right. He sped up and suddenly there she was, between the trees, being chased by a spider of gargantuan proportions. Smaller than I remember, though, he thought detachedly as he leapt onto its hairy back. With one fluid motion he bit his right thumb and swiped the bleeding prick over the seal Naruto had placed over the underside of his left wrist. The feeling of the pocket opening in his arm was slightly uncomfortable, but he ignored it in favor of reaching for the hilt contained therein. Out came Kubikurubjim, swinging upward and outward from its seal on his left to the air on his right. He let its momentum carry him off of his feet as it spun, almost lazily, in a great arc coming downward. It met the chitinous carapace with a hybrid sound halfway between that of splitting flesh and breaking bone. He levered himself with the blade until it came free on the other side of the beast and he was flying into a tree on the side that had originally been his left, feet first. His sandals met bark and he quickly propelled himself in a flip, landing on the still shrieking spider's carcass with both feet in unison, sword still out and ready. The spider collapsed under him, its wailing dying down. He kept his footing as he flicked Kubikurubjim hard to clean the gore from it. Once it shone once again, he sheathed it as before in his seal, which closed back around it. Only then did he turn. Karen, younger than he remembered, stood shaking with her back to a tree. She had a kunai in her hand, but it was not pointed at anything in particular. By her white knuckle grip, he guessed she held it more for comfort than for anything else. Her red eyes were wide behind her glasses as she stared up at him in awe. Her headband was one of Kusa. He'd forgotten that part. He wondered if she was already one of Orochimaru's plants. "You alright?" he grunted finally. She nodded jerkily. "Good," he said. "Where's your team?" She looked down. "They ran off," she whispered. "Leave me here." He nodded. As he recalled, Karen had never had supportive teammates before him. Or including him, for that matter. "This place is dangerous," he told her flatly. "Do you have anyone you can trust here?" She hesitated, then shook her head. He sighed. "Then come with me," he ordered. "We're setting up a base camp near the tower, we'll be able to get you out." Her eyes widened even further as she stared at him in amazement. He scratched the back of his neck with a hint of awkwardness. "I mean, if you want to try to find your team, you can," he said. "I need to get back, though. I can't help you look." "I'll come," she said hurriedly. "I thank you. Thank you. What's your name?" "Uchiha Sasuke," the voice came from above, and Sasuke recognized it. He dove out of the way instantly in case an attack was incoming, but nothing moved. He rolled out of his dive and spun, looking up even as his adversary alighted onto his now vacant perch atop the spider. The red and black cloak billowed around him as he landed. He seemed relaxed, the sharp grin on his face full as ever, but the subtle tension in his shoulders showed he was ready to defend himself. It also showed that the dishonored had been busy, if this man knew to fear Sasuke. "You've certainly been busy, Sasuke-kun," chuckled Hoshigaki Kisame. Sasuke blinked once and out came the red eyes. "I've had time," he retorted quietly. "Karen," he swiped his still bloody thumb against a Horatian knife as he pulled it out of his holster. "Take this." He threw it back to her. She caught it just as he redrew Kubikurubjim and ran. She did so without question. Sasuke switched the greatsword to his dominant left hand and pointed it at Kiri missing Nin, whose wicked grin was still in place, even as his hand had shot to Samehada's hilt. "Kisame," he said quietly. "It's been a while since I last killed you." It was bullshit, of course. Sasuke knew perfectly well that Kisame had been killed in Kumo shortly before the outbreak of the war, and Sasuke had never even seen his reanimation later on. Kisame, however, lacked such details, and by the sudden jumping of a nerve in his face, Sasuke knew he'd gotten inside the man's head. "Ha!" Kisame chuckled, "You think I'm scared of a little kid?" Sasuke gestured with his blade. "I hope not," he said, blinking to enhance his Sharingan to the eternal magicum. "It'll make this so easy if you underestimate me, and I'm on a schedule." Kisame had not met his eyes yet, unfortunately, so Sasuke couldn't take him out that way. "Unfortunately," Sasuke-kun said, "I'm on schedule too, so I can't take the time to play ninja with you right now." "Oh?" Sasuke asked caustically. "So I'm not being asked to babysit by my brother's pet fish?" That struck a nerve, and Kisame's grin faded and his body tensed at once. He gnashed his sharp teeth. "Ooh, so the little boy thinks he's ready to play hardball," the Hoshigaki hissed furiously. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Someone needs to get thicker scales," he grunted. Samehada burst from its bandages as Kisame swung in fury. "Good," thought Sasuke coldly as the Sharingan seemed to slow the world down. "He's not thinking straight. I can take this one." He brought Kubikurubjim about to block the sword. He swung it around in an arc to his left even as he jumped to his right. He spun as he did so, swinging Kubikurubjim about such that the flat of the blade scraped against Samehada's scales as the dull edge of the sword rushed up to Kisame's face. Even as the Hoshigaki ducked to avoid the strike, Sasuke had completed his turn and his eye was on the missing nin again. It narrowed. Amaterasu. Suddenly Kisame was gone, pulled out of the way by someone else, and the ground was burning with black fire. Sasuke looked up, his eyes whirling, and there was Kisame, looking furious and being held by the collar. The man holding him studied Sasuke's face with eyes as red as his own. "Hello, little brother," said Uchiha Itachi. "Well, now I can't do a damn thing," Sasuke grumbled. "Where the hell are you, Naruto?" Sasuke nodded at his brother. "Ani-san," he said. "How have you been?" Itachi's face did not shift much, but Sasuke knew his brother and the hint of surprise did not go unnoticed. "I have grown stronger since I killed our family." The bait was so painfully obvious Sasuke couldn't help but snort. "Have you ever been an Avenger, Ani-san?" he asked flatly. "No, of course not, stupid question." He twirled Kubikurubjim in his hand. "It's kind of a shit way to live," he said. "You deny yourself happiness for a lifetime for the promise of closure in your past. Then, when all's said and done, you don't even get that. Let me put it this way, Ani-san. We're on our way." Kurama's telepathic call relieved Sasuke, but he didn't let it show. "Don't warp out immediately," Sasuke responded. "Get in here to help me spook them, we'll head out after that. When you made me hate you to give me a reason to be strong." Sasuke continued, his voice sharpening slightly at Itachi's widening eyes. "You did the wrong thing." And then Naruto was beside him, having come through the other Hiraishin knife in Sasuke's holster, and his comforting presence quieted the vestigial fear that made the Uchiha's heart race. "If I have strength," Sasuke said, his eternal magicum glaring into Itachi's weaker eyes, "it's because I have rejected your gift." He sighed then and closed his eyes. When they opened again, they were black. "I forgive you," he said softly. "Come home." He turned to Naruto. "Akatsuki's interfering in the exams," he said ironically. Naruto nodded, looking over at Itachi and Kisame. "Yeah," the Uzumaki muttered, "I got that." And then they were gone. Then they were back and there was a knife in Sasuke's face. "I really want to kill you right now," FK said conversationally. "FK," Naruto's voice was low and dangerous. "Move the kunai." The girl obeyed instantly, eyeing him warily. She hadn't seen him angry before and it was probably startling her. "Well, you were right," Kurama grunted, trying to lighten the mood. "It wasn't a problem." Naruto didn't dignify that with a response. He let go of Sasuke's sleeve and turned to face him. "Sasuke," he said flatly. "Explain." Sasuke shrugged, studying him. Kisame showed up. It was a warning, I think, although he never actually got around to delivering the message. "Because you attacked him?" Naruto's voice didn't betray his displeasure, largely because he knew it didn't need to. Sasuke shrugged and moved his hand in a so-so gesture at shoulder height. "I may have baited him knowing he isn't famous for restraint." He grimaced. He'd be dead if Itachi hadn't come out of the woodwork. "Sasuke," Naruto sighed exasperatedly, bringing his palm to his forehead. "You never fought Akatsuki, so here's a crash course. They move in pairs." Sasuke grimaced. "Fair enough." He coughed awkwardly. "You got Karen?" "Yeah," Naruto nodded, turning and pointing at the Redeed. He noticed she looked rather terrified at being surrounded by enemies. "I wonder how peripherally she's related to you." Kurama mused. Naruto blinked. "Say what?" "Wait, you couldn't tell." Kurama started laughing. "She's an Uzumaki brat. Just look at that hair." Naruto growled internally at his tenant as Sasuke nodded at their newest charge. "Good, you're alright." He turned back to Naruto. "Where are we?" "Near where we're going to set up camp," Naruto told him, turning away. "We'll talk about risk-taking later," he thought. With Shikamaru. "Come on everyone, let's move." He led them back up into the trees. There was no organized squad formation, anyone who attacked a moving force of nearly 20 Chunin hopefuls would have to be suicidal. They made their way close to the tower and stopped within sight of it. Naruto turned back to face his people and was suddenly struck by a sense of deja vu. 16 genin against a forest of hostiles, he contemplated. It's a start. "It's not a village," Kurama warned. Naruto smiled. "Not yet." "Alright, everyone," he said aloud. "We're making camp here. Team 10 and Team Suna, you're in charge of making shelters. Team 8, I want a notification perimeter set up at least 50 meters out. I want to know the moment anyone comes within that area. Team Taki and my Team 7 will set up traps. Get to it." He turned to Karen, who was staying close to Sasuke and seemed to hunched in on herself in the hopes that she would escape notice. "Karen's your name, right?" he asked gently. She nodded jerkily. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, however, and she asked, "How did you know?" "I never told Sasuke-sama." Naruto looked at Sasuke. "This is his problem," he told Kurama flatly. "I'll tell him as much," Kurama agreed. "I heard him say it," Naruto shrugged, because it was true. "Anyway, you just sit tight. We'll get you a shelter, and if your teammates show up and you want them to, they can join you here. Otherwise, we can get you to the tower whenever you're ready to call it quits, or we might be able to get you scrolls near the end of the testing period." He grimaced embarrassedly. "We have to put the full teams first, you know. 2 scrolls get 3 of them through, but only 1 of you." Karen nodded gratefully. "That's fine. Thank you. I thank you." She ducked her head and turned away. "I didn't know Konoha shinobi were so." Naruto snorted. "Not all of us are," he told her. "Konoha's not much better than any other hidden village. I like to think it is at least a little better, but what do I know?" He shrugged. "We do what we can. This isn't a great world to live in, but it's the one we got, and we can try to make it better." He turned to Sasuke and Sakura, who were watching him, Sasuke impatiently, Sakura contemplatively. "Well?" he asked. "Those traps won't set themselves up. FK. Get over here." Chapter 40. Refabrication. "So let me get this straight. Shikamaru looks serene as a still lake if the calm water happened to be full of sharks. Itachi and Kisame are here." Naruto nodded. "Orochimaru hasn't shown up." Naruto nodded. "Akatsuki knows about Sasuke's time shenanigans, and by extension, yours, Shino's, and mine." Naruto nodded. "Probably the Jinchurikis too, after Gaara's stunt and Nami." Naruto nodded. "And we're babysitting an entire forest full of genin." Naruto tilted his hand back and forth in a so-so gesture. "Not all of them need babysitting." Shikamaru breathed a thin sigh through his nose. "Naruto, this is bad." Naruto nodded. "No, I don't think you get it," Shikamaru said flatly. Naruto nodded. "Naruto?" Naruto cocked his head. "This is bad." Naruto nodded. Shikamaru stared at him for a moment before throwing his hands up in the air. "Sasuke," he called. "Get over here. I need someone who isn't rubbish at tactics." Naruto nodded and left Team 10's shelter. Each 3-man squad had its own ramshackle structure to call home in the little encampment. Shikamaru had turned his teams into a makeshift command center, complete with a map of the forest on the wall, as well as another of the elemental nations. He told Naruto that he was using it to track the ways this exam might shift the hidden village's alliances, but Naruto privately thought it just reminded him of the old war room. Sasuke entered the shelter with a nod to the Jinchuriki just as Naruto left. Naruto smiled as he took in the gathering of huts. "It's not a village," he thought, "but it's something." And Naruto-sama." Karen's voice came from his right. He turned to face her. She was practically pressed up against the wall, clearly still nervous. I don't have a shelter." Naruto nodded. "Right," he said. With a quick cage bunshin, there were 5 of him. His 4 clones immediately leapt into the forest. "It'll be smaller than the others," he told her, "since you're only 1, but I'll build you one. It should be ready in just half an hour, probably. My clones, I'll be back with materials soon and they'll set it up for you." She smiled at him gratefully. "Thank you, Naruto-sama." He rubbed the back of his neck embarrassedly. "And, oh, you can cut the honorific if you want," he said. "If I'm in charge, it's because I'm good at it. I don't need lackeys, just friends." She ducked her head. "Oh okay, Naruto-sam, Naruto-kun. Sorry." He grinned at her. "Don't apologize, it's fine," he said. "It's not so much that I mind being called Sama, I just don't like feeling like I'm making people do it." He shrugged. "Anyway, my clones will get that shelter set up. Just sit tight." He turned away and moved on. "Shino?" he called to the Abiram, who was playing sentry in a bough above the encampment. "Any sign?" "Nothing approaching," Shino responded. "You should be aware, however. One team has set up a hidden encampment on the other side of the tower. I discussed this team with Shikamaru-san earlier," he flagged them as potential predators. "They are from AIM. All members wear rebreathers and bodysuits." Naruto nodded. "I remember them," he said. "They'd fought last time. We should take them out before they can take out any others. Keep me posted if a potentially deadly fight breaks out anywhere in the forest, I want to know immediately." "In that case, you should not deploy to the AIM team," Shino suggested. "Not personally. Perhaps Sasuke-sen would be a good substitute." Naruto nodded. "That's the plan. He's talking to Shikamaru right now, but as soon as they're done I'll give him a squad and tell him to get going." Shino nodded. "Very well." He hesitated. "The team from Kusa, not Karen-sen's team, is demonstrating aggressive behavior. They appear to be stalking Konoha Team 9. Naruto shrugged. "Those 3 can handle themselves." Shino looked at him. "This is the team from Kusa." Naruto frowned. Then his eyes widened. He whirled. "Gaara." He barked. "Take your team and neutralize the same team on the other side of the tower, now. Be non-lethal. Shino can give you coordinates and take Kiba if you need a tracker." Kiba follows Gaara's lead. In a blink he was in Shikamaru's shelter. Shikamaru and Sasuke had both heard his orders and were already at attention. "Shikamaru," Naruto said shortly. "You have command." Sasuke, stay here. You're our primary line of defense. He turned and left. FK. He called out. You're with me. Hinata-chan, how's your Byakugan range? I can detect anyone within 300 meters within a 2% margin of error, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, without a hint of a stutter. Naruto's fists clenched. That's enough, unfortunately, he thought. Can't afford to leave her behind. Get on my back, he ordered. FK and I move faster than you. Shino, coordinates. 34 degrees west of due north, Shino said calmly. 2 kilometers away. FK, the target is a Kusa team, Naruto explained quickly. They may be about to engage a Konoha team a year older than mine. Their leader. He hesitated. Remember how Orochimaru can steal faces? Nope, said FK shortly, but I got the picture. On your mark. Naruto nodded as Hinata, blushing, clambered onto his back. The gesture and the feeling of her body pressing against his would have embarrassed him, too, were circumstances less dire. Mark, he said, and they leapt into the trees. Hinata, he said as they ran, call a halt the moment you see anyone, whether they're in front of us or otherwise. Okay. Hinata nodded against his neck, where she was gripping tightly against his speed. Okay, and Naruto-kun. As luck would have it, they encountered no one on their way. Halt. Hinata called as they approached the place Naruto knew should contain their quarry. 6 individuals and a clear Niji Niasen. Niji's team and another group. Naruto probed quietly. Hinata nodded. They appear to be preparing to fight, on both sides. FK clenched her fists beside him. One of these was Orochimaru. Naruto shrugged. He was, he said. The, intel might be faulty. FK nodded in understanding. The world trembles at a butterfly's passage, she said sagely, and all that bull. Naruto sighed. We'll move in quietly. Hinata, if they seem to notice us, let me know. They were almost perfectly silent as they jumped from one tree to the next, the loudest sound was Hinata's breathing. It slowed their progress, but they were still fast enough to get close to the clearing before anyone had moved. Niji was talking. Your surprise attack failed, he said coolly, as it should be. You were fated to be defeated the moment you chose me as your enemy. Us, Niji-san? Lee exclaimed. For the flames of our youth grow brighter in the presence of allies. Yosh. There was a moment's silence, and then one of the Kusan in Orochimaru's kunoichi, Naruto realized, by her voice began to laugh. You idiots actually think you stand a chance, don't you? She, or he, said amusedly. Let me demonstrate otherwise. Non-lethal, Naruto ordered FK flatly, his voice almost silent. I'll follow it if it goes south. He peeked from behind cover. Kusa Kunoichi was drawing a sword. He threw a single Hiraishin knife into the center of the Kusa formation and warped to it as it landed. In an instant, before any of the shinobi in the clearing could react, he had struck the potential Orochimaru in both temples with his fists, a blow to knock a human being unconscious. It might not work if she was Orochimaru, but if she wasn't it would take her out of the fight. He turned on his heel to face the other Kusa shinobi, who were still in the process of widening their eyes. He brought his hands up, grasped both of their heads, and brought them together with a sound vaguely reminiscent of coconuts. They both fell unceremoniously. He turned back. The potential Orochimaru was still on the ground. He knelt, checked her vitals. She's unconscious, he said, mostly for FK's benefit. Neutralized. He checked her bags. Earth scroll, he said, pulling it out. Do you need Earth, Hinata-chan? Hi, Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered distractedly. Right, Niji. Naruto stood up and handed the scroll back to Hinata. Well, that's that. Hey, guys. Yosh. Lee said in excited admiration. Your youthful courage knows no bounds, Naruto-san. You leapt among them and stopped them in their tracks before they could even respond, without resorting to any cheap tricks beyond speed. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly. Better not tell him Hiraishin is a ninjutsu. Yeah, they weren't too dangerous. I'm sure you could have taken them. Niji stepped forward, his eyes blazing. Then why are you here, he asked coldly, taking the scroll which should be ours. Naruto blinked. Fair point, actually. Do you need an Earth scroll? We can get more. Niji gritted his teeth. No, we do not. What is Hinata-sama, he practically spat the honorific, doing on your back? I suppose you are a good guide for her, anyone strong would not deign to carry her. Naruto stopped. His eyes rolled skyward. Have I got patience? He asked. You're both fated to fail, Niji said flatly. And I will carry out that fate. Give me the scroll. Naruto said, no. Sorry. But, if you want. Then I shall take it from you, Naji said, his feet sliding into the familiar posture of the 8 trigrams. The weak shall always bow to the strong. Niji. Tenten said, in a tone that would have been pleading, except that she didn't seem to care quite enough to do anything. Naruto's fists clenched. His anger spiked. And you think we're weak? He asked quietly. You were dead last in your class, Niji said without inflection. You have never known strength. And Hinata-sama, heiress to our clan. If you had seen her performance in spars, even you would say she was a disgrace. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Nope, he said dully. No patience. I ain't having that shit. Kurama. Nodded. The toxic-looking red tail manifested behind Naruto and shot out faster than any genin had a right to move. Niji, not expecting the attack and unable to track the non-physical projectile with his Byakugan, barely had time to widen his eyes before it smacked him upside the head. It didn't hit him hard enough to knock him out, just knock him down. Ha! He snarled, scrambling to his feet as his teammates made ready for combat. Is that the best you can? Nope, Naruto interrupted from behind him, warping to the Hiraishin knife the tail had been carrying and knocking the Hyuga out with a fist to the scalp. He immediately warped back to his original position, bringing the knife he just used back with him to avoid retaliation by Tenten or Lee. For a moment there was silence as Lee and Tenten glared at him across the clearing. Naruto shrugged. Look, he insulted Hinata-chan, he'll be fine. Should wake up in about an hour. Tenten, you can be in command since you're actually kind of stable. Tenten sighed. He's our only recon option, she said ruefully. We're going to be flying blind now. How to be youthful. Lee exclaimed, seeming to finally find words with which to respond. You struck at a fellow Konoha ninja. Naruto glared at him. He was insulting Hinata-chan, and I'm not in the best mood, alright. He sighed, his face smoothing. Hinata-chan has plenty to deal with without his bullshit. Tell you what, several of the other teams have a base camp near the tower. We're working together to get scrolls and make sure no one dies. You can come and join us, if you like. I can get us there quickly. Lee's face changed completely. Collaboration, even in the midst of competition. He cried exuberantly. Yosh. This will fan the flames of our youth. Tenten introduced her palm to her face. Is Niji going to be a problem for you? She asked. Naruto snorted. I actually kind of like the guy, he admitted. Or I would if he ever stopped bending over for fate or whatever. It's kind of a sore spot. Tenten nodded sagely. Sucks to suck, doesn't it? She agreed. Niji isn't exactly sympathetic to people's flaws. Except his, Naruto grimaced. Which is kin to the problem. But no, I and everyone else in camp can deal with his crap. Especially once he realizes, and he will, that he's actually kind of weak compared to some of the other genin working with us. Lee struck a pose in his excitement. Yosh. You are working with other shinobi stronger than Niji-san? He asked. Who might they be? Naruto shrugged. Sabaku no Gaara, he began, counting off his fingers. Nambi no FK say hi, FK. FK leapt down into the clearing and waved at the other two. Lee waved back with a grin. Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Naruto continued. They could all wipe the floor with Niji if they wanted to. Hell, Gaara's siblings might manage it too. And you, Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured from his back. Don't forget you. Naruto coughed embarrassedly. Yeah, let's not talk to Niji about that one, he suggested. What with me being dead last, it might cause problems. Tenten shrugged. I guess I'm okay with working with your group, she said, eyeing FK distrustfully. If you're sure we can trust them, foreign shinobi. Naruto finished. We can. Take my word for it. Yosh. Lee leapt upward, pumping a fist into the air. We will collaborate with the other villages and foster better ties among the elemental nations. It will be beautiful. Naruto grinned. Thought I was going to say magnificent, Lee said, his smile widening, if possible. But yes, that works too. Sasuke stood up when Naruto warped in with Hiraishin. Welcome back, he said, tossing the AIM team's heaven scroll at his friend. Naruto caught it deftly with a grin. Any trouble? For them, Sasuke said flatly. Gaara was overkill. Naruto shrugged. Better safe than sorry, he said simply. Sasuke nodded. Even our heavy hitters can't go out alone now, he thought. Not when we know Akatsuki's on the prowl. How about on your end? He asked. Any luck? Naruto shrugged. Target wasn't a threat, he explained. Bad intel. He let Hinata down from his back as he brandished an earth scroll. Got loot. Sasuke nodded. Good, he said. We'll need plenty more. He cocked his head. Shikamaru thinks we should go hunting, send out an away team to collect scrolls and make sure we get everyone we want through. Naruto bit his lip in contemplation. It's not a bad idea, he conceded, but it's limited. With things being how they are, we can't risk sending you out at all, and Shino and Shikamaru are both needed here. At least two of Gaara, FK, and I need to be on any away team. I can't be out all the time, so that leaves them. We'd need to deploy both of them long term, which is risky, even together. Sasuke shrugged. Give them knives, he suggested. You've got communication with them, it's not like they'll really be alone. Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment before nodding. I'll run it by them. He clapped Sasuke on the shoulder as he passed. Sasuke turned to face the source of the voice. It was Tenten, carrying an unconscious Neji. What's going on? She asked blankly. What do we do now? Sasuke shrugged. Naruto offered you shelter? He asked ambivalently. Lee nodded exuberantly. Oh, yes. He most youthfully offered us a place in his inter-village coalition. Outright, Sasuke agreed. I guess we'll get you a shelter, then. Kiba. He called, turning toward the camp and scanning for the Inuzuka. What did you do with the spare timber? It's in a pile behind Team 10's shelter, prick. Kiba grumbled back loudly from his seat by the campfire. A lot of the genin had gathered there and were laughing and talking together. It's like a camping trip to them, Sasuke thought ruefully. They're just not strong enough yet to fight enemies like Akatsuki and Orochimaru, so they stay in camp and enjoy themselves. We do need food, though. I'll build you 3 a team shelter, he told Tenten and Lee. Come and help. After that, Inuzuka. He called back to Kiba. Do you want to go hunting in a bit? Kiba whirled so fast his neck popped. I thought you'd never ask. He chuckled. I'm starving. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. It still needs to get cooked after we catch it, he warned. Kiba snorted. If we don't go soon I might have to skip that step. Sasuke considered this for a moment, then nodded. Right, fair enough. Chunjai-san, Sakura-chan, help Team 9 with their shelter, would you? The large Akamichi and Sakura stood together and made their way over to him. He turned to the older genin. Sorry, he said. We have a lot of mouths to feed and Naruto is terrible at logistics, so I guess I have to pick up the slack. Inuzuka, get your ass over here. Humming, bastard. Kiba jogged over. Are we bringing anyone else? Sasuke nodded, considering. 3-man squads are the way to go, he said. Temari-san. He called Gaara's sister, sitting some distance from the campfire with her brother, talking quietly. She looked up, startled. You want to join us? He asked. The Mud and I are going foraging. Kiba punched his shoulder. Sasuke ignored him. Temari looked over at Kankuro hesitantly then shrugged. We do need food, she said. Fine. Sasuke nodded. I've got to clear it with Naruto and Shikamaru, he said. Give me a minute. He made his way across the camp to the makeshift command center. As he approached, he heard the 2 leaders of their little circus talking in low voices. He knocked on the wall, there was no door, just a cloth to be pushed aside. At their sudden silence, he said, it's Sasuke. Need approval for something. Come in, Shikamaru said. He pulled aside the curtain. We need food, he said flatly. I've got Temari and Kiba on board, can we go out? Naruto blinked. I don't want you going out, he said flatly. Not now. We'll stay close, Sasuke argued. Naruto sighed. I could take the hunters, he suggested. Sasuke grimaced. If you insist. Naruto studied him for a moment. You're bored as all hell, he said flatly. It wasn't a question. Sasuke nodded wordlessly. I'm one of the 3 or 4 strongest people in this forest, he said flatly. Sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Seems stupid, Naruto agreed. Fine. Stay close. Sasuke nodded and tapped his thigh holster. Got a knife, he said. Don't worry. Naruto grinned. Worry about your sorry ass? He asked. Get out of here. Sasuke snorted and left. All right, Kiba, Temari-san, he called. Let's move. Gaara, FK, form up. Naruto called as he strode out of Shikamaru's shelter. The 2 other Jinchuriki jumped from the corner where they were talking and approached. What do you need, Kik-kun? FK asked cheerily. We need scrolls, Naruto explained. Which means we need someone out there to get them if we don't want to wait until the last minute and risk something going wrong. Gaara nodded. You should stay here, he advised. The camp needs its commander. I am, Naruto agreed. You 2 are talking less. Heavy hitter for your 3rd member. FK frowned slightly. Aw. Do we really need a 3rd person, Kik-kun? She pouted. And here I was hoping to get some alone time with Gaara-kun. Naruto laughed at the slight twitch of Gaara's eye. Sorry, but yes, FK-san, he said. Mostly because you need someone who knows how to do the whole subtlety thing. He grimaced. I don't like this, he thought, but Shikamaru's right. She's definitely the best fit, more level-headed than anyone else we can spare. Sakura, are you busy? His pink-haired teammate approached from a new shelter. Just finished setting up a hut for Team 9, she explained. What's up? He grinned ruefully at her. We need someone out there collecting scrolls, he said. Gaara and FK, he nodded to them, are the only top fighters we can spare for it. Sasuke's out foraging, and I need to be here. They need a 3rd teammate. You in? Sakura's eyes widened slightly and she was silent for a moment. Then she looked down and softly asked, why me? Naruto bit his lip. You're one of the best field tacticians we've got, he began. You're level-headed in a crisis, you know how to use ninjutsu to take out a weaker opponent without fuss, and you're not half bad at stealth. You're the best person for the job." She had jerked slightly and glanced up to meet his gaze as he spoke, her green eyes wide. After a moment, she asked, still in that quiet almost shy voice, "Do you really mean that?" He frowned. "Of course," he said, defensively. "I wouldn't be asking you to deploy if you weren't the best we had." She swallowed and looked away. "You and Sasuke are so much stronger than me, and I just..." Naruto reached forward and embraced her. She stiffened in his arms. "Hey," he said. "Sasuke and I are a special case." Sakura nodded. "He promised to tell me," she said. "During the written exam." Naruto blinked. "Really?" he asked. Then he added, "Also, how?" "Yeah," she confirmed. "He said the technique was called Tsukiyomi, he used it to give me the answers." Naruto was very glad he was holding Sakura so that she didn't see both Gaara and FK tense, eyes flashing. "Right," he said, succinctly. "Well, that's probably good. We'll talk about it after we get out of here." "But Sakura-chan," he pulled away from her, his hands on her shoulders, and looked into her eyes. "We've made it a lot harder for you," he told her. "You don't have teammates to judge your strength against, which makes it so easy to either get complacent or give up." He smiled. "You've done neither. If you fought any but a few of the people in this clearing, I'd bet on you." She stared at him. "Really?" He nodded, still smiling. "Really?" He stepped away and studied the inter-village squad. "Trust each other," he ordered. "Gaara, FK, you know each other. Get to know Sakura-chan, too, while you're out there. I need you three cohesive, or this won't work." FK grinned. "I'm looking forward to it." She cheered. "It'll be fun." Naruto grinned ruefully. "Wish I could join you," he confided. "Your objective is simple. Find and eliminate hostile genin squads." Shikamaru compiled a list of our team's scrolls. "You need, at minimum, 2 heaven scrolls and 3 earth scrolls. If we want to pass Karen, you'll need 1 more of each." He shrugged. "Unless you find her team and they want to join us. Then you just have to get them a heaven scroll." "Hi," Gaara accepted the orders calmly. "Who is in command?" "You," Naruto said. "You're the best and most experienced squad leader on the team. I advise you to utilize Sakura-chan's tactical skills." "I'll brief her on the short list of our abilities," Gaara agreed, "so she'll be able to develop strategies more effectively. Are any teams off limits?" Naruto grimaced. "This is the part where I'm supposed to tell you to avoid Konoha teams, but..." He spread his arms helplessly. "This is an inter-village effort and Konoha teams are definitely the most common out there. Do what you have to. I'd be grateful if you didn't stop all of my village from passing, but I won't stop you." He grinned slightly. "Our people, whatever their village, come first." Gaara nodded stoically. "Hi." He looked between FK and Sakura for a moment. "We'll go north," he finally said, "and sweep the forest clockwise like a radar, if an inefficient one." He frowned then and turned back to Naruto. "Do you want us back by nightfall?" Naruto thought about this for a moment and then nodded. He looked up at the sunlight filtering through the trees. "It looks like it's about 5:30, he thought. "It'll be getting dark within a couple of hours." "Not necessarily before dark," he said, "but I don't want you three sleeping out there tonight. Get back here by about 10 at the latest, alright?" "Very well," Gaara agreed. "We should be headed out now, then." He glanced sidelong between Sakura and FK. "Last chance to refuse this mission," he said. "If you want to back out," Naruto agreed quickly, looking at Sakura, "that's fine. Shikamaru and I can find a substitute if we need to." Sakura shook her head slowly. "You trust them?" she asked Naruto quietly, ignoring the other two Jinchuriki. "With my life," Naruto told her simply. "And with mine," she agreed ruefully. "But I'll trust you, Naruto." She turned to Gaara. "Let's go." Gaara Teichin. Gaara nodded, beckoned, and they were gone. For a moment, all was silent in the clearing after Naruto and Sasuke vanished, save for the sound of Kisam's heavy breathing. Then Itachi sighed. "You had one job," he told Kisam dully. "Hey." Kisam growled, offended. "That little brother of yours deserved to be taken down a peg." "Prick." "Arrogance?" Itachi asked. "He would have killed you had I not intervened." Kisam gritted his teeth. "I had it handled." "No, I didn't." "Screw you." "I'm sure," Itachi said sardonically. "And I'm sure you'll be ready to tell Leader Sama and the Dishonored as much when we return to base." Kisam looked away. He started, unsure. "I'll get him next time," he finished, lamely. "Of course," Itachi said. Kisam glared at him. "Besides, I'm not the only one who has things to explain. What was that crap the kid was spouting about you making him hate you? So he'd get stronger?" Itachi rolled his eyes. "Clearly my foolish little brother has been lying to himself," he said flatly. I must have played the part of the loving elder brother too well before the massacre, and he has been unable to accept that it was an act. Thisum looked at him in bewilderment. What other rational explanation is there? He asked. You killed the entire family, what, out of love? Itachi snorted. I never said it was reasonable, he corrected. I believe my brother is under the misapprehension that I killed our family so that he would hate me. He seems to think I was hoping he would use this hate to grow stronger. Thisum blinked at him. That, he said blandly, is the most unbelievably stupid thing I've ever heard. Itachi nodded. I expect that Dishonored's future has something to do with it, he said, since Sasuke's profile suggested nothing of the sort. It's possible that Kikbijinch Kriki's irrationality is contagious. Thisum snorted. I don't know about that, he said, but I guess the kid might have convinced your brother of something weird like that to get him mentally stable, at least for a while. He shrugged. Or maybe the Dishonored knows something. We can ask Leader Sama to grill him when we get back. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. The Dishonored has been rather sparse with details, hasn't he? He asked slowly. I suppose it's possible Leader Sama has merely kept the information to himself, but it's not like him to send us in without details on the enemy's movesets, Kisum agreed. I don't get it either. Itachi sighed. We were lucky to both come out of this, he said flatly, and that is not a judgment on you. We need to be more careful until we compile information on them, current information. We may not be able to trust Leader Sama and the Dishonored to provide it, either. Thisum gritted his teeth. That sounds treasonous, he warned. But he's right. What the hell is Madara doing, sending us in with faulty intel? Itachi snorted. If you are foolish enough to trust me, Kisum, I should have let my little brother make sashimi out of your sorry hide, he grunted. I am in the Akatsuki because it is the best route to power available to me. The moment it stops being in my best interests to serve Leader Sama, I will leave. Thisum growled slightly. Ichiha, he said warningly. I'm not standing for much more of this. Itachi rolled his eyes at him. Just because I may one day leave the organization doesn't mean I'll become hostile like Orochimaru, he elaborated. I will still be a missing nin, like the rest of you, and I likely will harbor no grudge against the organization. I will simply cease to be a member. Leader Sama and I have discussed this possibility in the past, and I have his approval to discuss it in more detail with him at any time. Thisum blinked in surprise. Really? Itachi nodded. Leader Sama would rather I leave should my loyalty be compromised in any way, he said by way of explanation. Given what happened to the Uchiha, I think this is wise. Thisum barked a laugh. Hey, fair enough. We really should report in, though. He looked around. It'll be dark in a few hours. Itachi nodded, looking almost pensive. Given the situation, he agreed, this forest may be dangerous even to us at night. He actually laughed slightly, and Kisum's head whipped around to stare at him at the sound. Amusing, isn't it? Kisum said, apparently. Did you just laugh? No, Itachi's smirk was almost lively. It looked odd on his face. Let's go. And he was gone. Kisum looked after him, bemused. Was it something I said? He asked himself, then frowned. Or something the kid said. Then he shrugged and grinned. I guess it is funny, he said, chuckling, Itachi's little brother from the future doesn't hate the man who killed his family. Ha. He gave a single bark of laughter. What a damn joke. Then he shook his head. Anyway, coming, Itachi. And he was gone. Chapter 41. Recollection. Gaara called a halt suddenly enough that Sakura stumbled slightly as she landed on the bough beside him. He caught her arm wordlessly and steadied her as FK landed on his other side. FK, can you sense them? Gaara asked quietly, his eyes fixed on something Sakura couldn't see through the undergrowth. FK hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Yeah, she murmured. One of your Tsunade teams, isn't it? Are you sure you want to go for them? Gaara snorted. I know this team, he said. They weren't ready for the exam in any case. I'm doing them a favor. FK looked over at him questioningly. So did Sakura. Don't they deserve a chance? She asked softly. Gaara exhaled through his nose. Don't we? He asked pointedly. Besides, let's just say I know, for certain, what they'll do with this chance. They won't survive the exams if they stay in. FK nodded, as if that explained everything. Maybe, to her, it did. Sakura was less sure, but Naruto had put Gaara in charge for a reason. If you say so, she acquiesced. What's the plan? Gaara considered this question for a moment. Regardless of whether we're taking this team's scrolls, he said slowly, I'd prefer they survive. So would Naruto, for that matter. Given that, it's best if I am not involved directly in taking their scrolls. If they see me working with genin from other villages against my own, it could prove. FK nodded. Problematic. Exactly, Gaara nodded. Sakura-san, he turned to her. You know I can control sand in three-dimensional space, and FK is a speed-type brawler. You know your own abilities best. What do you suggest? Sakura bit her lip. I'm not that familiar with your styles, she warned. You sure you want me planning an engagement? And I'm garbage at the whole planning thing, FK said cheerfully. My job is to hit things until they die. Sakura closed her eyes. Alright, she said slowly. Give me a minute then. Are there any other parameters I need to keep in mind? Ara considered this. It would be ideal, he said, if FK and I had to show as little of our power as possible. We are important pieces in the coming war. Sakura's eyes flickered open at that. She swallowed, throat suddenly dry as she stared at the redeed. War. Sakura shook her head. What war? What are you? Ara shook his head, watching her struggle. Don't think about it, he said calmly. I should not have said anything. He paused, hesitating. I find it hard, sometimes, he confessed, to remember that despite your proximity to Naruto and Sasuke-san, they have not yet brought you into the fold. Sakura stared at him, her eyes slowly widening as the gravity of what he'd said hit her. You're in on it. She whispered. They told you before they told me. Ara shook his head quickly. No, he said. I am involved directly, as they are. They told me nothing. I heard it. He stopped, glanced at FK, and continued, straight from the mouth of the beast, as it were. FK giggled. Clever, Gara-kun. Sakura looked from one of them to the other. What is this huge secret? She asked finally. I've had it with being kept out of the loop. What's going on? Gara sighed. Sasuke-sen was entirely right when he said you should be told after this part of the exam, he said. That's something I never expected to hear one of us say, FK muttered, her face falling. Uchiha Sasuke is right. What a joke. Ara glared sharply at her. You aren't required to like Sasuke-san, he said flatly, but were it not for him, I would be missing vital information and Naruto would be operating alone. I don't like him either, but he's earned our respect. Respect FK spluttered indignantly, Uchiha Sasuke. Enough. Gaara's hiss was cold and razor thin. We will talk later. Sakura-san, I implore you, have patience. FK-san, his eyes were dark as he studied her. Control yourself. Sakura took a deep breath to calm herself. She wouldn't admit it, but for a moment there she had been terrified. Gaara and FK early were out of her league and she was standing beside them while one of them demonstrated her utter loathing for Sakura's own teammate. Uruno knew better than to pry, however. Alright, she said. I only have disabled Jinjutsu at this point, so I won't be able to turn them against each other or anything like that. But I have a couple tricks up my sleeve. FK-san, she said, turning to the girl. I'm going to regret this, but. On my mark, you'll throw me at them. R rolled his eyes. I'll use my sand to catch you, he offered. Sakura nodded. Please do. FK-san, you're going to aim me between two of them, so I'll fly within arm's reach of two of them. Okay. FK nodded. Sounds good. Ara-san, Sakura continued, turning to him, you're going to catch me, yes, but you're also going to prepare a disable on the one I'm not getting thrown at. I'm casting a Jinjutsu at all three, if it doesn't catch, you're responsible for disabling him before he kills me. Ara nodded. Understood, he said. You will be safe. She smiled at him. Thank you. FK-san, you're responsible for the other two. I'll cast them on them when I touch them as I go by. If it doesn't catch, you'll have to show to disable them, which is why I cast my Jinjutsu on the last one. FK grinned. So if you fail to hit them hard enough over the head with your brain, she clarified, I show up to do it with my fists. Sakura nodded wordlessly. Great. FK chirped. I can do that. I like working with your plans, Sakura-chan. They're a lot of fun. R rolled his eyes. I assume we'll come from behind them. Right, FK said, clapping her hands together, very quietly. Let's do this. They moved quietly into position. The three Tsunade were moving, but they weren't running, they rather trudged on, watching the area around them for any sign of attack. Don't squirm in midair, FK warned. It'll throw off my aim. Got it, Sakura murmured, watching her targets. For the moment they marched in a triangle with 2 in front and 1 behind. There. One of the foremost members had slowed down to walk with his other teammate. That was her opportunity. In a sound barely distinguishable from the rustling of leaves around them, Sakura hissed Mark. Her arms, however, she carefully brought up to either side of her like wings, exactly opposite each other along the axis of her body. Her fingers splayed out in preparation. The Tsunade didn't even hear her coming before she had a hand on each of their heads and chakra flowing through her fingertips. Genzum Kizoku, she said. Her voice didn't even rise, despite the adrenaline running through her body. Stay calm, she thought, or you're dead. The 2 genin immediately stopped walking and stood, unmoving. Sakura knew their eyes had glazed over. Sakura blinked and then realized the single flaw in her plan. She continued to fly straight forward. Out into the side of the final genin, who was in the process of turning around. Together they flew forward, tumbling into the strangely soft dirt. Gaara, it seemed, had kept up his end of the bargain, despite the unexpected passenger. Sakura blinked up into the face of the startled genin. Casting a genjutsu was still an option, but… She sighed. Why waste the chakra? Sorry, she said conversationally, and punched him in the face. She rolled off the now unconscious opponent and stood. Gaara was walking towards her. FK was already in front of her, clapping her hands. That was great, Sakura-chan. She said excitedly, casually backhanding both of the genjutsu-bound genin into joining their comrade. I had no idea you were punchy. We can be punchy together. Sakura smiled slightly. I just imagined he was Naruto, she said. Which one has the scroll? Naruto Teichm. Shino called. A team has set up camp near the tower, at the end opposite us. Naruto shook himself to wakefulness where he had been dozing upright against a tree. Right, he yawned. Threat assessment. Shino shrugged as Naruto approached his watchful perch. No overwhelming chakra signatures, but they are taking a predatory approach and have already subdued one other team non-lethally. The other team was a Konoha team with which I was unfamiliar. As per Shikamaru-sen's instructions, I did not inform you of the combat as I judged it unlikely to prove lethal. Naruto nodded. Fair enough. He stretched. Which village is this other team from? Tsuna, Shino replied. Unknown team history or composition. Naruto nodded. Do you have any descriptive details? I should be able to pull some from my beetles, Shino answered. Basic physical characteristics and the like. Naruto nodded. Good. We'll wait for Gaara to get back and then clear them with him. The Blonginch Kriki took in the darkened forest around them. He should be back soon. Indeed, Shino agreed. Assuming, of course, that they do not stay out for whatever reason. Sasuke-san and his party are returning now, however. Shino pointed. Thanks, Naruto grinned. I'll go meet them. And with that he leapt into the trees. Soon his ears picked up the sound of Kiba's unmasked footfalls ahead of him. Oi! He called. Sasuke. Kiba. Temari-san. Sasuke landed in front of him. Naruto greeted and threw a dead bear at him. Naruto caught it in one hand and quickly sealed it away. Bear? He asked, eyes half-lidded as he watched Sasuke. Why do you do this to me, Sasuke? Bear tastes like old leather. Sasuke rolled his eyes. It's about 100 times easier to clean and cook one bear than it is to clean and cook 200 rabbits, he said. And since you never prepare your own damn food. Naruto grinned cheekily. I thought I'd show the others some mercy, Sasuke finished as Temari and Kiba landed beside him, since I'm sure as hell not preparing for it either. Kiba glared at him. He was carrying 3 rabbits in one hand by their ears and scratching Akamaru's ears from his position in the Inuzuka's jacket with the other. Well, at least I got something that tastes good, he grumbled. Aw, Temari crooned. Is the little dog boy sad that he's not as good a hunter as his friend? Kiba bared his teeth at her, but she just grinned. She was carrying squirrels, 4 of them. Here, she said, tossing them at Naruto. As he caught them deftly in midair she explained, Sasuke-san said to give our stuff to you. I assume he already did. Naruto nodded as he caught Kiba's quarry and sealed it all away with the bear. Yeah, he said. I'm the team's beast of burden. Kiba snorted. Laugh while you can, dog boy, Naruto said, one brow raised. Once we get out of here, we get to the tournament part of the exams. Kiba laughed aloud. So I can laugh harder then? He asked. Once I kick your ass. Both Sasuke and Temari looked at Inuzuka pityingly as Naruto rolled his eyes. "Right," he said, turning away. "Whatever helps you sleep at night. Come on." As he led them back to the encampment, he asked, "You three eaten yet?" All three shook their heads. "I thought that was what we were hunting for," Kiba asked aggressively. "Probably bitter," Naruto reflected. "Over how hilariously outmatched he is," Kurama commented dryly. Naruto grinned. "Yeah, that. No one's going to want to clean and cook meat at 9 in the evening," Temari said by way of explanation. "Not when we have rations anyway. I expect someone's going to get up early tomorrow to prepare breakfast." Naruto nodded without looking back. "I'll poll everyone tonight," he said. "See if anyone wants to and/or is good at cooking. I know I'm neither." "No, you're not," Sasuke agreed flatly. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. "Naruto Teichin," Shino called as they arrived in camp. "Gaara-san and his team should be arriving soon." Naruto nodded. "Good. Kiba, Temari-san, can you two get everyone who's not already turned in for the night to meet at the campfire? We need to talk and distribute Gaara's scrolls." Temari nodded and left immediately, but Kiba glowered at him. "Why should I?" he asked belligerently, "and why isn't Sasuke?" Naruto blinked at him. "I should definitely have expected this, shouldn't I?" he asked eventually, not speaking to anyone in particular. "Shut up." Naruto sighed. "Kiba," he said quietly. "You know as well as I do that working together is best for all of us. We agree there, right?" Kiba bared his teeth for a moment before nodding reluctantly. "Okay, so now we're working together," Naruto said, cocking his head slightly. "You want to lead the group?" Kiba blinked. "What?" "Be honest," Naruto said flatly. "You think you're experienced and capable enough to lead a multi-village coalition of genin?" Kiba grimaced at him. "You think you are?" "Not my question," Naruto chastised lightly, "but yes. More than that, I've been tested before now and come out on top. I know what I'm doing." He sighed. "I've done this before," he said calmly. "You haven't. That's most of what it boils down to. It's not that I think I'm better than you, I've just trained for this more than you have." He put a hand on Kiba's shoulder. "Leading isn't a question of being powerful," he said quietly, "or even of being popular. It's a question of knowing, at any given time, exactly what everyone under your command should be doing and of taking risks and returns into account for several people at once. That's not something anyone's born able to do." He smiled. "One day you'll be ready to lead like this. You're just not yet. Okay?" Naruto shrugged. "It's a long story," he said. "Have I been doing a bad job?" Kiba hesitated. Then, realizing Naruto expected an answer, he looked away. No," he mumbled. "Then save your problems with me and my leadership for when we're not in a forest that's out to kill us," Naruto told him, turning away. "Trust me, that's the last time you want to start leading. Sasuke, come on, we need to talk to Gaara." "I need more intel," Shikamaru concluded. "I've been going in circles." He sighed and looked down at his map of the elemental nations again. "All right," he muttered to himself. "What do we have?" "Akatsuki has deployed partially to Konoha," he thought, moving 2 black stones from the blank earth beside the map onto the map's representation of Fire Country, right beside his home village. He took a few light brown pebbles. "Suna," he thought, has deployed to Konoha, poised for invasion. He surrounded the village with the pebbles. They're outnumbered. He took several red stones more than there were tan ones and placed them inside the village. And, he thought, taking 3 larger stones, 1 red, 1 light green, and 1 tan, we have Jinchuriki. He took 1 large black stone and placed it in the village. And Sasuke. He looked at his handiwork for a moment. "This makes no sense," he said flatly. "Why attack now?" "Sure," he moved the larger tan stone into the group of smaller than pebbles, "Suna thinks Gaara's with him, but Akatsuki ought to know better." He sighed. "And where the hell?" He picked up a moss green stone, studied it, as Orochimaru. He sighed again. He took a few moss green pebbles and scattered them among the tan formation. Looked at his handiwork. "Suna tried this last time," he said. "This makes sense." He glared at the 2 black stones, positioned a little outside the tan-green formation. "But what the hell," he wondered aloud, "are you two doing here?" He looked over at the pile of stones not currently on the map. In one large group were a pile of blue pebbles with 2 larger blue stones beside it, a small group of 8 black stones, 2 slightly larger than the others, the larger moss green stone he'd studied earlier, a pile of grey pebbles with 2 larger pebbles, and 2 large brown pebbles. In another group were a small group of light green pebbles and a pile of smaller brown pebbles. He touched one of the large black stones and moved his hand over the first group. "Where are you?" he wondered. "What are you plotting?" He moved his hand over to the other pile. "And you?" he mused. What will you do? When the fighting starts. Will you stay out of it or fight against us? There was the sound of a throat being cleared. Shikamaru looked up and was struck dumb for a moment. It was Temari, watching him. One of her thin eyebrows was raised as she studied his handiwork. Playing with rocks? She asked sardonically. He stood and swallowed to clear his dry throat. Planning, he said flatly. Temari, right. We haven't spoken. No, she agreed, studying him. We haven't. Planning for what? He shrugged. Contingencies, he lied. What to do in the event of a coup d'etat in Konoha, what do we do if Kumo invades? He smiled slightly. What do we do if Tsunade betrays us? He ignored the tensing of Temari's shoulders. You know, he finished. Contingencies. Mostly practice, since none of those things will happen anytime soon. Just a hobby. There was silence for a watched him, guarded. He looked back down at his map. What would you do, he asked conversationally, if you knew someone was going to attack you? He ignored Temari's tension again, and yet were sure they'd have to be stupid to do it. He looked up at her. Just a thought experiment. Intel's never actually that perfect. Temari watched him through narrowed eyes. Is this rhetorical? She asked grimly. He frowned. Why on earth would it be? He asked, carefully keeping the sarcastic lilt out of his voice. I just like getting second opinions. She watched him for a moment before saying, it depends on where we're fighting. He cocked an eyebrow. Oh? If I were fighting out in the field, she said, I'd spring the trap and turn it on them. If they were invading my home village, she raised her chin challengingly, I'd stop them before they could do any collateral damage. He nodded consideringly. Not a bad plan, he agreed. He eyed her then. You'd make a good strategist, he said. Maybe better than a lot of your village's current ones. Her eyes flashed, but she said nothing. She's such a genin, he thought, considering her barely masked mix of anger and fear. No control whatsoever. Yet. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, the girl before him was replaced with a woman. I need to not get her this angry, he told himself. Bad Shikamaru. Even if rage does suit her. Hopefully Gaara can run damage control. I've screwed up. I'm sorry, he said quietly. You seem too unhappy. Like I said, these are just contingencies, thought experiments. I'm not accusing Suna of anything. Hell, he laughed slightly. You're working with us in the Chunin exams, which is practically unheard of. I'm sorry if I offended you. He watched the tension drain visibly from her form, fighting not to show his amusement at its clarity. It's all right, she said eventually. I don't like it when people question my loyalty. Shikamaru practically winced. That's true, he thought. And this must be killing her. Outwardly, he smiled. I understand, believe me, he said. Anyway, did you just come in to introduce yourself, or was there something in particular you wanted? Temari shook herself. Right, sorry, I got distracted. Gaara came back and Naruto-san said to get everyone together. Shikamaru nodded. Right, he said. I'll be there in a moment. He began clearing the stones off the map, carefully placing them into piles based on color. He said nothing when Temari knelt to help him. Sakura-chan, Sasuke greeted each other as the girl and her team arrived. Gaara-san. FK-san. Welcome back. The hunt went well, I hope. Sakura and Gaara both nodded, the girl smiling at him. FK glared openly. Sakura-san developed contingencies with impressive rapidity and efficacy, Gaara told the Uchiha. You have a very talented budding tactician in your squad. Sakura blushed. It wasn't that impressive, she mumbled. You told me what needed to happen, and I figured out how. I couldn't have done it, FK told her. Well, the planning part. The punching, I can do. Actually, she eyed Sasuke speculatively, can I do the punching? Save it, Naruto said as he arrived. We're gathering at the campfire. I just put more wood on, it was going out. Gaara nodded. Lead the way, he said. Sasuke fell into step beside Sakura as Naruto led them over to the fire. You alright? He asked slowly. I'm sorry Naruto and I weren't there. She smiled up at him. It's alright, she said. It was like being a Chunin, I guess. And I didn't get hurt, FK-san and Gaara-san took care of anything I couldn't handle. She suddenly frowned. Why does she hate you so much? She asked quietly. Sasuke smiled wryly. FK-san? He asked. Yeah, she confirmed. I found out that they were involved in your big secret and they started talking about you. Gaara said you deserved respect. She, disagreed. He snorted. I'm inclined to agree with her, he said softly, although I'm grateful to Gaara and Naruto for everything they're doing. He noticed her displeasure at being left out and smiled at her. I'll tell you soon, I promise, he said. Just a couple more days. She nodded. Thank you. They sat down, side by side, on a log by the flames. One by one the rest of the genin filed into the group, with a few exceptions. Lee had already gone to bed. His early rising schedule meant that he tended to turn in earlier than most. Both of FK's teammates had apparently done the same, although Sasuke suspected they were hiding in their shelter, afraid to come out. Naruto stood in the center of a ring of genin, silhouetted against the flames. "All right," he said once everyone had arrived. "That's the first day, done. Congratulations to everyone on surviving. Here's what we got done today. We organized, made camp, and fortified. Sasuke and his squad went out and got us fresh food for tomorrow. And, most importantly, Gaara took a team and gathered scrolls for us." Gaara stood up. "I took a 3-man squad consisting of myself, FK-san, and Sakura-san," he said. "In our expedition we were able to acquire 2 heaven scrolls and 1 earth scroll." "Thank you, Gaara," Naruto said. Gaara nodded and sat back down. "In addition," Naruto said, "I subdued a team while I was out finding Konoha Team 9 and acquired their earth scroll. This means that, as of today, we can pass 4 out of the 6 teams here. Eren-san, of course, also needs both scrolls, so if we want to pass everyone we'll need to either find her team or acquire 4 more scrolls in total. 3 earth scrolls and 1 heaven scroll. Team 7 and I will stay in this forest until, at the very least, all full teams have passed, and if we have time we'll get Karen through as well. But I'm not going to try to keep everyone here," Naruto continued. "At this point, we can send 4 teams through. I hope you all want to stay and help, but if you don't, I understand. With that in mind, anyone who wants to get out of this forest now, take a moment to confer with your teams." There was a general shuffling and murmuring as various teams gathered and conferred. Very soon, however, Neji stood up. "My team will leave this forest," he said flatly. Naruto cocked his head. "Does your team agree?" he asked, and Sasuke knew he wasn't imagining the hint of sarcasm. "Lee's asleep," Tenten said, rising. "And Neji didn't talk to me, but I'll stand by it. Lee would probably want to stay, but he's outvoted." Naruto nodded. "Very well. Please go wake him up, Tenten-san. I'll escort you to the tower myself as soon as we're done here." "We're perfectly capable of reaching the tower on our own," snarled Neji. "I'm going to be making sure you go straight to the tower," Naruto said flatly, "because if you're leaving early, I'm at least going to make sure you don't take any more scrolls out of circulation before you do." "You think," Neji started, but Naruto interrupted him. "Sit down, Hika," he said coldly. "You and your team have contributed exactly nothing to this coalition, and yet you have the gall to demand one of our scrolls. I'm going to give it to you, but how I do so isn't up for debate. Is that understood? What authority do you think you have?" Neji hissed, and Sasuke ran out of patience. He stood in one motion and unsealed Kubikurumj. "Permission to demonstrate your authority by proxy, Naruto?" he asked amiably, his eyes fixed on Neji's stiff form. Naruto threw his hands in the air. "Denied," he said. "Neji, you keep talking shit, you gon' get hit. I'll do it personally, though. I suggest you close your mouth and sit your ass back down before I sit it down for you. You think you're strong enough to?" Neji began. Naruto moved like a train and hit Neji like a train wreck. He went down. "Hami above," he muttered. "The hell am I supposed to do with people like him?" "I got Lee," said Tenten, coming back to the group. Did Neji shoot off his mouth again?" "Bite the hand that was feeding him," Naruto muttered. "I'll carry him. Anyone else want to leave?" "Don't worry," he added, "I won't hit you for it." No one moved. Naruto nodded. "Great," he said. "I'll escort Team 9 out of the forest soon. One last thing, we need some sentries at night. I'll take the first shift, but I want 4 shifts, 2 hours each. Who wants the others?" "I'll take one," Sasuke offered as he sat back down. "All right," Naruto nodded. "Also, can anyone cook and does anyone want to? A couple people can take the last watch together and prepare breakfast while they're at it." Sakura raised her hand. "I can cook," she offered. "It's fresh meat," Sasuke warned. "Uncleaned. You'll go back to clean it first. You know how?" She looked at him in displeasure. "I am a trained kunoichi," she said. "I know how to prepare meat, Sasuke-kun." He raised his hands in surrender. "Right, sorry, didn't mean to imply otherwise," he said. She chuckled. "It's fine. I'll need some help if there's a lot to prepare." "I see can help," Hinata spoke up with a slight stutter. Naruto nodded. "Thanks, Hinata-chan," he said. "All right, the 2 of you will be 4th watch. I'll be the first to watch." "I don't sleep often," Gaara said. "I'll take one of the other 2 watches." "And Sasuke, I'll take the last," Naruto finished. "Great. I'll wake up Sasuke for the 2nd watch, Sasuke you wake Gaara for the 3rd watch." Sasuke nodded in acquiescence. "Procedure in the event of a disturbance," Naruto continued to everyone, "is to wake me and Shikamaru-san first, then everyone else if it's an issue. Clear?" Sasuke and Sakura both nodded. So did everyone else who had signed up for a watch. Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, Naruto looked between the two kunoichi. When you wake up for your watch, wake me so I can unseal the game, alright. But Naruto-kun, Hinata mumbled shyly, blushing. Don't you need your sleep? I can get back to sleep really easily, Naruto said, smiling at her. Don't worry about me, Hinata-chan. Now, is everyone clear on the plan? Any questions? No one spoke. Good, Naruto clapped his hands together. We've got a big date tomorrow. Let's make it count. He knelt down and picked up Niji's prone form. Team 9, we're moving out, he ordered. Rest of you, get some sleep. Wake-up call is around 8 AM tomorrow, whenever breakfast is ready. It's about 11 now, so you've got 9 hours. Take him. He nodded to Tenten and Lee. Let's go. And they were gone. Chapter 42. Reopened. The appetizing scent of meat on a makeshift grill gently woke Sasuke the next morning. For a moment, he didn't twitch. His eyes moved lazily behind closed lids as he slowly breathed. The village had not been a particularly relaxing environment for Sasuke recently. It was certainly better than being on the run, but the Uchiha compound was far from a meditative place for him. All the same, it seemed strange to him that here, in the middle of the forest of death, surrounded by shinobi of 3-4 different villages, he felt more relaxed than he usually did waking up in his own bed in Konoha. After a time, he yawned, stretched, idly scratched his chest. His eyes opened. The shelter was empty, Sakura was likely out cooking, and Naruto had probably gone out to join them earlier. He slept late in Konoha, but outside the village proper, it always surprised Sasuke how little sleep the Jinchuriki needed. The Uchiha sat up and stretched again. Then he reached for his bags. After checking to ensure that the shelter was secure, he quickly changed into a fresh outfit. Then he left the wooden hut. The sky above was gray and overcast as he emerged, with a hint of the dawn lighting the clouds into a pale, universal illumination that cast no shadows and seemed to come from all directions at once. The world seemed strangely colorless in the half-light. The fire in the center of the clearing, therefore, illuminated Sakura, Naruto, and Hinata in an almost biblical reddish glow. Sakura's pink hair caught the light and seemed to glow with it from within, framing her face and torso in a fiery halo. It's too long. The thought came unbidden to the fore of Sasuke's mind. He blinked. One of these days it'll get pulled, he thought. That's all. He came forward into the firelight. It smells good, he offered. Naruto grinned at him. Didn't think they could do it, he said. This is the bear. Sasuke blinked. No one likes bears, he said flatly. Naruto nodded amiably. Right, which is why I'm surprised this one smells so good. Sakura hit him amiably. Quite, she said. I just hope it tastes as good as it smells. She smiled at Sasuke. Good morning, she said as she reached down for some seasoning herbs sitting in a pot at her feet. How did you sleep, Sasuke? He shrugged. Well enough, he said. Better than I used to. Naruto grinned wryly at that. Yeah, I'll buy that, he acknowledged. Sasuke sat down and cracked his knuckles absently. Well, what's the plan for today? He asked the blonde. Naruto shrugged. I have a feeling we can get the rest of our scrolls today, he said. After that we decide if we want to head to the tower right away or stay in here and micromanage the other teams. Micromanage? Hinata was watching Naruto with nervous confusion. What do you mean? Naruto shrugged. If we want, we're in a position to decide which teams make it through the second exam, he explained. Hell, we could make sure we're the only teams that make it through or that the absolute maximum number of possible teams get through. Whatever we want. Sasuke sat back on his hands and looked up at the sky. I'm tempted to just let things play out, he said honestly. At this point, I feel like it'd be better to get out of here earlier, regardless of who else comes out. Naruto nodded. I kind of agree, he said. But Shikamaru's the strategist, not us. He might have some idea that needs us to make sure certain teams pass or fail. Sasuke hummed in agreement. Trying to figure out what he's planning is always basically a shot in the dark, he shrugged. We'll just have to wait until he wakes up. Your wishes have been granted, yawned a laconic voice behind the Uchiha. He turned. There was Shikamaru, cricking his neck and blinking the sleep out of his eyes as he approached. Speak, and I shall listen. What's the problem? Naruto shrugged. No problem, just talking shop. Don't hurt yourselves, thinking too hard, Shikamaru advised. It was a joke, but his dull, half-asleep voice carried no indication of humor. Sasuke rolled his eyes all the same. We just decided that if you haven't got any particular plans, we'll be headed out of this forest once we've got the rest of our scrolls, Naruto explained. Micromanaging the teams just isn't worth our time. Shikamaru cocked his head. People could die, he said flatly. If we aren't in here to rein in any fights, we might be condemning some poor sods to get ripped to shreds. Naruto rolled his eyes. I did think of that, he chastised Nara. You've got dossiers on the whole damn forest, haven't you? I need you sorting out potential killers. Coordinate with Shino, maybe use any intel Gaara's got. Give me their coordinates and we'll take them out of the running before we leave. As in, you'll drag them all to the tower with you to force them out of the competition without risking that their unconscious bodies will get eaten by some hungry monster. Shikamaru countered. You left the Kusa team out in the cold yesterday. Shino will be able to tell us their status once he wakes up. I like their odds this forest isn't nearly as infested as people say, but that was for one night and they're probably up by now. Trying to disable them for 5 days is a bad idea if you want them to survive. While it's admirable that we're putting so much effort into saving the lives of potential killers, Sakura offered from the sidelines, is any of this really our problem? Sasuke turned to look at her and shrugged. He jerked his thumb at Naruto. Blame him, he said flatly. He seems to think that if an old man dies halfway across the world while he's alive, it's somehow his fault. Naruto hit him. These are genin, Sakura, he said to their teammate. A potential killer usually doesn't mean monster, not yet at least. They don't deserve to die any more than their prey. If I can keep them alive, I will. And I can, he narrowed his eyes at Shikamaru, because I have Kenjutsu and I can do strange and terrible things with it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Fair enough, he grunted. I'll sort through the teams and give you names and locations after breakfast once I've had a chance to talk to Shino. Good, Naruto smiled beatifically. Glad we're on the same page, Shikamaru. Is breakfast ready? So, Naruto looked sheepishly at the red-headed girl who was still eating her cut of the bear. I forgot a rule about the exams yesterday. You need your team to pass. Perrin looked down. I guess that saves me from being a burden on you, she said shyly. Naruto shook his head. Not what I meant. I'm asking if you want me to find your teammate so you can pass. I think we can do it, but… He shrugged. Look, Karen-chan, I don't know your team dynamic or your teammates. I just know that when Sasuke got to you, your teammates had left you for dead. If you don't want to see them again after that, I understand and I think I can help. But I can't do that and also get you through the exam because of the rule. He sighed. Basically, I don't know what you want right now, so I'm asking. She looked at him oddly. I have to go to the grass after the exam anyway, she said confusedly. How would you get me away from my teammates then? He frowned thoughtfully. I can't promise, but… I have an idea about that, he said quietly. If that's what you want. She looked down. I don't care about passing the exam, she said finally. And I don't like my teammates and they don't like me either, and… She sniffed, clearly holding back tears. I just want to get out of here, she confessed. Naruto knelt beside her seat and embraced her gently. She tensed momentarily and then eased into his grip. It's okay, he murmured. I'm here to help. Don't worry. She hiccuped slightly but didn't cry. I won't, she promised. Thank you. He pulled away, keeping his hands on her shoulders so he could meet her eyes. He smiled at her. No problem, he said softly. Glad to help. Naruto, Sasuke had come up to his left, silently, while he comforted the girl. Naruto looked over at him. Yeah? The Jinchuriki asked, standing up. Shikamaru, Shino, and Gaara have their intel, the Uchiha reported, businesslike. They want your orders. Naruto nodded. Got it. On my way. He smiled down at the girl who might be his cousin. I'll see you later, Karen, he said. Sasuke led him into Shikamaru's shelter, where the erstwhile Anbu commander, his fellow agent, and the Kazuki-to-be were huddled around a map of the forest. Children, Naruto said dramatically as he and Sasuke entered, your Hokage has arrived. Gaara nodded at him, face blank. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. We've figured out who our targets are, Shikamaru said. There are 9 teams that need to be subdued, but only 8 have scrolls, one is the Kusa team you took out earlier. Naruto nodded. Fine. Who are they? Sasuke leapt down into the middle of the Iwa team without an ounce of subtlety. They turned to him. He knocked them out. As his teammates, Sakura and Temari, joined him on the ground, he sighed. Is it bad, he asked them, that I'm getting really bored? Sakura shrugged. I think that's why Naruto really wants to leave the forest today. He must be going crazy. Right, Naruto nodded as the last of the away teams handed in their scroll. We've got a surplus of both scrolls now. He looked up where the blue sky blanketed over the canopy. It's midday of day 2 and we're done, he said, pocketing the scrolls wherein the potentially lethal genin were sealed. Get everyone together, you lot, he ordered his friends. Gaara, FK, Sakura, Sasuke, and Shikamaru were all present. We're headed out. Make sure people disassemble the camp. The time travelers, plus Sakura, nodded and dispersed. Naruto himself made his way over to Team 8. We're headed out, he said with a smile at Hinata and a nod at Shino. Get your shelter disassembled, have a bite, and get ready to march. They nodded. Naruto turned and made for Team 7's shelter. Sasuke had already arrived and was busily taking the ramshackle thing apart. I need a house summon, Naruto thought aloud. Or something. Just to build a shelter. Sasuke shrugged. I'm sure something exists. I know it exists, Naruto said, joining in on the work. Yamato Tachi did it while we were rebuilding after Nagato, well you were. Well, gone. Sasuke nodded. Isn't he the Mokuton user? Naruto was exasperated. What I don't know is if another jutsu that isn't Mokuton exists to do the job. Sasuke rolled his eyes at his blonde teammate. You're really getting worked up over this, aren't you? He asked amusedly as he pulled the sailcloth cover roof off of the small hut. Naruto grimaced. I'm a damn Jin, he stopped, noting the proximity of Team 10. You know. I can fight any Chunin and most Chunin to a standstill. You know what I'm capable of. Sasuke nodded amiably. Yeah, he agreed. Almost as much as me. Naruto glared at him. Team. He growled. It just seems silly that, even though I'm able to travel halfway around the world in seconds, I can't make a little rain hut in less than an hour. Sasuke grunted. Seems like someone's got delusions of grandeur. Seems like someone's gotta stick up his ass, Naruto retorted, a slight grin coming to his face. I get it. I'll shut up. He punched a wall. It caved into twigs. The absurdly large group arrived at the doors of the tower. Naruto took a moment to hide away the scrolls containing the enemy teams they had subdued. They were coded to unseal at the end of the 5th day, depositing the genin exactly when their lethality would be useless to them. Alright, he said, addressing the full group. Let's go in. Gaara led the way into the antechamber. The text on the wall was as Naruto vaguely remembered it. If heaven does not exist, Gaara read aloud, enrich your knowledge and prepare for the chance. If earth does not exist, run the fields in search of an advantage. Open the series of heaven and earth and the perilous way shall be redressed. This is namely the secret of the one that guides. There was silence. The hell? Kiba asked succinctly. True, Naruto agreed. All right, I volunteer as tribute. He pulled out 2 scrolls. One heaven, on earth. I'm going to open these, he told his troop, and we'll see what happens. It says to open the series of blah blah blah, so I'm just going to guess that behind all the pseudo-mystical bullshit is someone with half a brain and doing that. Sounds like a good plan, Sasuke agreed. At worst, we only lose you. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Sasuke and opened the scrolls. He glanced at them, remembered, and saw the summoning sigils, and tossed them away. It's a summon, he said nonchalantly. Each scroll has half of the seal. Sasuke frowned at him, even as smoke began to rise where the scrolls had fallen. What happens if only one scroll opens? Naruto frowned, trying to picture the seal he'd only gotten a glimpse of. If I'm right, he said cautiously, it'd open some kind of storage seal. Not sure what would be in it. If there was a label, I wouldn't have seen it for long. Hey, Iruka-sensei, he said, turning to the Chunin who had appeared in the cloud of smoke. Why wasn't the alternative sealing pathway on those scrolls labeled? You should always label your error handling procedures. Iruka blinked at him. What? Naruto rolled his eyes. Never mind. How have you been? Fine, Iruka said absently as he studied the panorama of genin before him. Naruto, why are there 16 genin here? Naruto shrugged. We collaborated. Does this mean we have to summon you 5 times? It means you have to summon someone 5 times, Iruka said distractedly. Different Chunin are here for the job. You're the second in, after Team 9. I know we're the second in, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Everyone who could have been the first in is here, and I dragged Niji's sorry ass here last night personally. I guess Tenten and Lee didn't tell you that. So, what, you'll go back to wherever you came from and report Konoha Team 7 is back and we'll summon the next Chunin. First I have to verify that you understood the riddle, Iruka said, smiling sheepishly at him. Naruto was not amused. This is namely the secret of the one that guides Iruka-sensei, he said flatly. That makes no sense. I mean really. Who wrote that verse? Iruka coughed. Hokage-sama, he said. Tell him, Naruto said flatly, to send for Jiraiya next time he needs creative writing done. Please. For our sake. Sasuke hit him. The rest of the riddle, he said, refers to the physical-mental duality needed for skill as a ninja. Iruka nodded, looking relieved. Good, yes, now I can go and report you in. You're supposed to come with me. I'm waiting until everybody's gotten through, Naruto interrupted. Sasuke, Sakura, you can go with him if you like. Sasuke shrugged. I'll go up with you later. So will I, Sakura agreed. But where are we going? Iruka slumped. This is so out of procedure I don't even know where to begin, he grumbled, smiling ruefully. Only you, Naruto. Fine, I'll go check you in and then come back to guide you to your room once you've got your cadre through this. Naruto nodded. Cool. Also, we have a girl from Kusa named Karen here. She was separated from her team, so we took her in. I want to talk with the proctors about what'll happen to her. Possibly with the Hokage, too. Kurama asked. For a ball. You're back. Naruto exclaimed. I haven't heard from you all day. While I was sleeping, Kikbi grumbled. Do you sleep? Yes. Why? Why not? Point. Iruka frowned at him. She'll fail, he warned. The rules are clear. I know, Naruto confirmed. There he glanced at Karen. Something else. I think I need to talk to the Hokage about it. Iruka's frown widened in bewilderment. What on earth is it? Naruto shook his head. Not now, he said. Later. She and I need to talk to the Hokage, that's all. Iruka shrugged and nodded. I'll see what I can do, he said. The Hokage's back in the village proper, but I'll pass along your message. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled back and vanished in a shunshin. Right, Naruto said. FK, your team can go next. He passed her a heaven scroll and its earth counterpart. Open and toss when ready. FK nodded and passed the scrolls to her, still slightly frightened but less terrified teammates. The Chunin that appeared barely had time to blink before FK spoke. Heaven is the mind, earth is the body, she told him brightly. We're the third team and that's Team FK from Tokigaku. The poor shell-shocked Chunin blinked at her. What? FK walked up to him, picked him up bodily and moved him out of the summoning area. Someone else can go, she called back to Naruto, well I got this one up to speed. Naruto nodded. Teammate from Konoha, you're up. He smiled at Hinata as he passed her the scrolls. She smiled back and passed one to Kiba. They opened them, tossed them. Hey. Naruto greeted me. Izumo, right. The Tetsu, the Chunin corrected, looking 2 parts amused, 1 part annoyed. I get that a lot. Hey, Kiba snapped his fingers. We're the ones passing here. Naruto already did. So you're not allowed to leave the tower until the end of the second part of the exam, Iruka explained to Naruto as he led Team 7 to their room. Karen was apparently bunking with them for the moment, so she was tagging along. But I sent a wire to Hokage-sama, telling him about the situation, and he's actually coming here to talk to you. Probably about the whole working with different villages during the Chunin exam thing, Sasuke speculated. Not exactly standard operating procedure, that. No, Iruka agreed. Not exactly. He'll be here in a couple of hours to talk to you. In the meantime. He opened the door they had just reached to reveal a small suite. One window opened onto the canopy of the forest opposite them, and 3 beds lined the walls. This is your room, he said. We'll get a 4th bed here soon. Naruto nodded with a grin. Cool. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled bashfully. I just hope your talk with Hokage-sama goes well, he said. Good luck. Thanks. Naruto smiled and waved as Iruka left. All right, he said, turning and studying his team. Sakura was watching him and Sasuke expectantly. Sakura? He asked. You? Oh. He blinked. Right. You're owed an explanation. So's Karen, Sasuke said. Naruto stared at him like he'd grown a second head. About what you're going to talk to the Hokage about, he added quickly. Whatever that is. Actually, what is it? Naruto shook his head. Tell you later, he said. If you're willing to deal with this on your own. Sasuke nodded, so Naruto turned to Karen. Sasuke and Sakura will need some privacy for a bit, he explained to her. He's letting her in on a team secret, I guess. So come on, you and I will go get some food and I'll tell you what I'm planning while they finish this up. Karen nodded quickly and followed him away. Sakura watched as Sasuke shut the door. Finally, she thought. After who knows how long of being kept in the dark. Finally, they're letting me in. Sasuke turned to look at her and there was a strange expression on his face, something like mingled resignation and fear. Trepidation, at least. He sighed. Come on, he said. You'll want to be sitting down for this. He chuckled wryly, sinking down into a seated position on the nearest mattress and tapping it beside him. So will I, for that matter. She sat beside him, still watching him. You okay? She asked suddenly. You look terrified. He asked, brows raised at her. She shook her head, humming a negative. Worried, though. He snorted. I've enjoyed you looking at me like I'm something other than a monster, he said quietly. I have a feeling that's not going to last this conversation. She stared at him. What? He shook his head. Let me start at the beginning. About 5 years ago, my elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, slaughtered my clan. I was the only survivor he let me live. She swallowed. She'd known about the massacre, of course, but to hear him talking about it so calmly was. She took his hand. For a moment he tensed as though considering pulling it away, then relaxed and grasped hers in return, albeit loosely. That's when you and the other girls in our class started fawning over me, Sasuke continued. Not sure how much that tied into everything, but it didn't affect me the way you all seemed to think. I don't know if there's any correct response to something like that, but he stopped for a moment, as though searching for words. It's normal, I think, he continued finally, to grieve and then to move on. Maybe it takes a while, but it's important to move on eventually. I don't think I ever did, not until very recently. Mostly that was because of what my brother did to me the day of the massacre. You remember that technique I used on you? Tsukiyomi? Sakura nodded silently, afraid that any vocal interruption might disturb the story. He used that on me. It has a maximum duration of 72 hours, and he used all of them showing me, in detail, how he'd killed every single member of our family. Over and over again. Sakura's grip tightened on Sasuke's hand as her other hand came up to cover her mouth in an expression of horror. Sasuke, she whispered. I'm so. No, he said flatly, looking at her, and there was something dark in his eyes now. I really don't deserve your pity or your empathy, not anymore. That's what was done to me. What's important, Sakura, is what I did to everyone else. He sighed and turned away. After a moment he continued. I grew up, he said. I trained, I got better, and I was eventually placed on Team 7 with you and Naruto under Kakashi-sensei. For a little while things were good. They only went south during our first Chunin exam. Sakura frowned. What? But that's now. We were attacked, Sasuke continued, by one Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, the Sandaime Hokage's personal genin team. Orochimaru betrayed Konoha years ago, and he was posing as a genin during the test. Sasuke, Sakura said cautiously. That didn't happen. He smiled tightly. Not anymore, it didn't, he said grimly. Let me finish, I'll try to condense the rest. So Orochimaru handed our asses to us and, in the process, put a Juinjutsu, a curse seal on me. It was designed to give me power when I called on it, but simultaneously corrode my mental and emotional stability. It also had a failsafe that would slowly kill me over several months. Long story short, he developed a technique to steal other people's bodies in some perverse attempt to become immortal. Since his ambition was to learn everything ever developed, he wanted a Sharingan. He tried once to possess my brother. Didn't pan out. So instead he wanted to take my body. And I, being the vengeful idiot I was, went to him. Sakura stared at him. What? He shook his head. You'll get it soon. He promised me vengeance against my brother. There was nothing I wanted more. So I went to him. Fortunately for me, I was a little late to get to him. By the time I arrived, he'd already had to jump to another body. It would be 3 years before he tried to take me. In that time, I trained with him, learned everything I could about being a powerful shinobi. By the end of my training, I was almost as powerful as he was. And since he was weakening, as his body started to reject him, meaning another transfer was called for, I saw an opportunity. I killed him, Sasuke said slowly. Or I tried to. He wasn't really human by that point, and I think part of him survived in every curse seal he created, including mine. Of course, mine wasn't a problem for long, because soon I went to face down Itachi, and he dealt with that. Sasuke stopped, his head bowed, hair framing his face. Sakura studied his profile, his eyes were closed, and every muscle in his face was perfectly still. It took me a while to find him, he said. I needed to assemble a team, for one thing. You and Naruto were still in Konoha, and I was a missing nin in all but name, since the Hokage liked Naruto too much to actually declare me an enemy of the state, since Naruto, for some insane reason, still thought I was a good person, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. I'm not really seeing that evidence, Sakura said softly. I'm condensing, Sasuke said, his face contorting slightly for an instant into a rictus of pain before settling back to neutrality. Everything from back then was a footnote compared to what I did later. Anyway, I assembled a team from Orochimaru's servants. Karen was actually my healer. Sakura blinked. What? But we just met her? Sasuke shook his head, smiling slightly. It'll only make sense at the end, but it will make sense, he promised. Anyway, we tracked Itachi down. That was a fight to remember. Sasuke looked up, meditative. He let me kill him, in the end, he said. I didn't see it then, and I didn't see why. He clenched his teeth. Until someone came along and told me. There's an organization of missing nin called Akatsuki, he explained. Its leader is a man called Tobi, who wears an orange mask. He explained the truth to me, or something like it. The Uchiha massacre was ordered by the Elder Council of Konoha, who deployed Itachi, an Anbu agent, to do their dirty work. Sakura leapt to her feet, staring at him. You're kidding. She exclaimed, wide-eyed. That can't be true. Sasuke smiled ruefully. It's a lot more complicated than that, he said softly. Tobi only told me the part of the truth that served him. He promised me revenge against the village, and I, having learned nothing, he turned away from her to glare at the wall, agreed. He sighed then, and his eyes dropped to the bed. That's when things started to get really bad, he continued. Tobi and I declared the Fourth Shinobi World War at a 5-cage summit, us and the Akatsuki against everybody else. He chuckled dryly. The worst part is. Toby and his people were so monstrously powerful that we won. Sakura was shocked. I don't understand. Soon, Sasuke promised, smiling sadly at her. At the very end of the war, one of the last battles, I took several of our reanimated troops and personally assaulted Konoha. Naruto was Hokage by that time, of course, and Hinata was his lover. They probably would have been married or at least engaged if there wasn't a war on. We're 12. Sakura was beyond confused. Where is he going with this? Is he making this all up? It can't be true, it literally can't, because I'd remember. We are now, Sasuke agreed, smiling slightly before his face grew somber. Konoha burned that night, he whispered. I have no idea how many escaped. I was preoccupied with killing Hinata and then trying to kill Naruto. And as for what I did to you. He spasmed suddenly, as if struck by a phantom pain. I hit you with a design to suppress independence, he said. We did it to a few potentially valuable prisoners. I basically enslaved you. There was a moment's silence. Sasuke seemed to be expecting a response. Sakura sighed. Look, she told him. I have literally no idea where you're going with this. It needs to make sense before I can process it. Logical sense. So get on with it. Sasuke's lips twitched and he continued. Gaara, he was the Kazekage, was in the village at the time, he continued. Because of. Well, reasons, I'll get to that later. I couldn't use the same on him. So he was free to tell me about what he'd heard of. The design to send the youth back in time. Sasuke met her eyes for the first time in several minutes. Does it all make sense now? She stared at him, wide-eyed. It's starting to, she said, softly. So all of that. Is it the future? No. Sasuke's voice was a hiss on that word. Not if we have anything to say about it. But it was, yeah. Naruto found out about the same, as did Shikamaru and Shino. FK and a few others got in here another way. Naruto should probably open that can of worms. He stood and walked towards the window. He looked out over the forest, his hands clasped behind his back. So that's why Naruto and I are so much more powerful than anyone else, he said. Because not only do we have 5 years more experience, we have 5 years of wartime experience. And we were heavy hitters to begin with. He turned to face her, and there was unmistakable real fear in his eyes. Fear of rejection. So that's the truth, he murmured. That's our big secret. There's plenty of details I haven't told you yet, but that's because we haven't gotten to them yet. No more secrets, just things we haven't gotten around to telling you yet. Sakura had no idea what her face looked like as she watched her teammate and longtime crush silhouetted against the window. She didn't even really know what she was thinking. All she knew was that she'd never seen anyone look as repentant as Sasuke looked right now. She crossed the room in a few strides and took him into her arms. I wasn't there, she told him softly. I don't know what it must have been like. I don't know how. That other me felt at the end. But here and now. She pulled away and studied his face. I've never seen anyone look as sorry as you, she murmured. Don't worry so much, Sasuke. I forgive you. There was a beat and then, as if on an uncontrolled impulse, he reached out and pulled her back into his arms, burying his face in her hair. They stood like that until Naruto and Karen returned. Chapter 43. Coordination. Naruto sat down in the wooden chair opposite Karen. The dining hall was designed to accommodate a relatively large group of people, although not nearly as many as were in the forest now. At the moment, however, it was totally empty save for the two of them. Naruto smiled at the girl as he passed her an apple. They don't have ramen, he said, so this'll have to do until dinner. There's more if you want. She nodded, biting into it, watching him all the while. So, Naruto-san? She asked once she'd swallowed. What's going on? What are you planning? What's going to happen to me? That depends, mostly, on what you want, Naruto said with a shrug. But I'm going to tell you what I know and what I think I can do. First, do you have a surname? A clan? Karen looked down, probably ashamed. Not a real one, she said. My mother was given the name Yamaki in an orphanage and I don't know who my father is. Nor did she. Naruto nodded understandingly. Basically confirming it, he thought of Kurama. Yamaki. They weren't even trying. You have blonde hair and blue eyes, and you're surprised at how little effort it takes to hide someone's parentage. Point taken. I think I can clear some of this up for you, Naruto said aloud. Karen looked up at him, startled. What do you mean? Naruto smiled at her. Your mother, he said, was, I'm almost certain, a lost child of the Uzumaki clan. Your red hair and vitality are their trademarks. Karen's mouth fell open. I have a clan. She whispered. Naruto's grin widened. Not much of one, I'll admit, he said. There's only one other known member. Fortunately for you, he's definitely in a position to offer you protection and a home, if you wanted. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Who? Suddenly her eyes seemed to pop out of her head as the revelation struck her. Your name. Naruto laughed aloud. Uzumaki Naruto, he said, bowing his head with a flourish, de facto head of the Uzumaki clan, at your service. Welcome home, cousin. There was a beat of silence. Karen's eyes were filled with tears. Then she reached across the table and dragged him roughly into a hug. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you. Naruto's smile didn't fade, but it softened slightly. No problem, he murmured, his arms tightening around the girl. I'm here for you. She pulled away slowly, her eyes still shining. Are you sure I'm a member of your clan? She asked. Now his smile did fade slightly. I can't be totally certain, he said. But there is only one person in the history of the elemental countries with red hair like yours who isn't in Uzumaki that I can think of. Your chakra feels vital, like Uzumaki chakra. And I have a friend who's kind of an expert on Uzumaki. Flattery will get you nowhere, brat. And he's pretty certain you're in Uzumaki, Naruto finished, ignoring the bijk. I'd need a blood test to make it legal and proper, of course. And that's where my idea comes in. Basically, I just need to know. How loyal are you to Kusa? She looked away. She swallowed. I used to be loyal because I thought that everyone outside Kusa was monsters. But you're not. She hesitated. I think I hate them, she confessed. The orphanage wasn't good to me and the Kusa people literally used my mother to death. I think if I have to go back, I won't last long. Then it's a good thing you don't have to go back, Naruto said confidently. We're going to talk to the Hokage and get you a blood test. If that test shows you're in Uzumaki and it will, then I'm basically certain we can give you legal amnesty in Konoha. He grinned fiercely. Hell, since Kusa was part of the alliance that destroyed the Uzumaki village, Uzushiogakure, during the Second Great War, and Konoha was their closest ally. This is the belly to declare war if Kusa has any objections. Perrin was staring at him. You'd declare war on Kusa for me? She whispered. He shrugged. If you can call it a war, he admitted. I expect what would happen is a handful of powerhouses, including my team, would be deployed to Kusa. Your village doesn't really have the kind of strength needed to hold that off. It'd be over in a matter of hours, and then we'd be able to run damage control. I doubt a great war would even result, unlike what happened when Iwa and its allies destroyed Yuzu in a similar way about 50 years ago. He snorted then. Of course, that won't happen, he clarified. The Sandaime Hokage is basically a pacifist, and thank Kami for it, because this world would be really ugly if he wasn't. He'll find a way to avoid a war over this, but he won't be handing you over if the blood test turns out positive. He chuckled. And if it turns out negative? I have a couple ideas to work around that anyway, so long as you don't mind being inducted into the Uzumaki. But like I said, I think it'll definitely turn out positive. So? He cocked his head at her. She looked rather shell-shocked. What do you say? Do you want to go through with this? She blinked at him a couple of times, then cleared her throat. Yes. She said quietly. Yes, please. Naruto-sama. He smiled sheepishly and reached over to ruffle her hair. She flinched slightly at the contact, but then seemed almost to lean into it. Just Naruto will do, he said, standing. We're family, after all. Hiruzen studied the two genin before him as they entered the makeshift conference room. Naruto-kun, he greeted. Who is your friend? He noted as he asked, the Kusa hit I-8 on her forehead. Aji-san, Naruto said, stepping forward. Hiruzen heard Iruka's face meet his palm from the Chunin's place at his right at the informality. This is Karen. My team ran into her in the forest, Sasuke saved her from a giant spider. Her team had left her for dead. The girl looked down. Hiruzen frowned. That is certainly not behavior befitting a shinobi, he agreed, but since she is of the jurisdiction of another village, I see very little we can do besides fail her team. You know the limits of my power, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. I also know something you don't, Aji-san, he chuckled. I want her to get a blood test. I would bet money she's in Uzumaki, and I want her inducted into the village under my clan's protection. Hiruzen's pipe fell out of his mouth. You didn't tell me about this, he accused. Naruto raised his hands in defense. I'm telling you now. He said, laughing slightly. I only worked it out yesterday, with Kurama's help. Naruto glanced furtively at Iruka at the pause. Hiruzen understood, but he wanted to get the public parts of this discussion over with first. He sighed and put his pipe back into his mouth. Are you certain of this? He asked seriously. You know how serious the accusation you're making is. Iruka spoke up. I don't, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen looked over at him and quickly explained. Kusa was instrumental in the destruction of Uzushiogakure 50 years ago. Konoha granted amnesty to the Uzumaki clan after the fall, and if Kusa has been keeping a branch of the clan under their jurisdiction, it is in violation of the treaty of the Third Summit that ended the war. If such a violation occurred, it would be grounds for Konoha to call for the annexation of Kusa, or at least for extensive reparations. He turned back to Naruto. Dansm, he said slowly, is going to have a field day with this. Naruto rolled his eyes. For once I almost agreed with the old bastard, he grumbled. Not okay, Kusa. But yes, I'm certain. As certain as I can be without actually getting the blood test. Hiruzen sighed. And if it's negative? Naruto smirked. Do we falsify it? Karen. I really don't want to go back to Kusa. I'll gladly induct her into the Uzumaki clan to keep her out of that. Hiruzen sighed. If that ever got out, it would be very bad, he said coldly. I really don't like Konoha's odds in a 4-on-5 Great War. Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't be so melodramatic, he chastised. It wouldn't get that bad. Kumo tried to kidnap the heiress of the Hokage and got away scot-free. Hell, they got tribute out of that. This definitely wouldn't go as far. Hiruzen sighed. We'll run the blood test, he acquiesced, under the auspices of giving her medical attention. If it turns out positive, I can guarantee her amnesty one way or another. If it comes out negative, then we can plan our next move. That's the best I can promise. Understood. Naruto actually bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said gratefully, and Hiruzen realized he'd actually worried the boy. I really appreciate it. Hiruzen smiled tightly. If you're right, Naruto. Then I should be thanking you. He sighed, a long, wistful sound. Our failure to protect Uzushi Agakure is one of my greatest regrets as Hokage. Any repayment I can give to the Uzumaki is something I am proud to do. Naruto rose. As clan head, he said softly, let me say that I think you've done as well as anyone could expect. Given the situation. Thank you for everything. Hiruzen looked down, keeping his face a mask to avoid showing how affected he was. Thank you, Naruto-kun, he said. It means a great deal to hear that from you. But we have more to discuss, I think. Iruka, please escort Karen to Team 7's room. Naruto will follow soon. Iruka nodded and led the girl out. Agent Cat, Hiruzen then said aloud, and the purple-haired Anbu agent emerged from her concealment. Please take your force out of the room, he ordered. The full force. Guard the entry points. Agent Cat hesitated, then nodded. Her two comrades emerged from hiding and left by the door, while Cat took the one window. As soon as they were gone, Naruto pulled out 4 scraps of paper. Silencing seals, he explained, as he walked the perimeter of the room, placing one in each corner. Not too high level, but we're roughing it. He came to rest across from Hiruzen. All right, he said. We're secure. What did you want? Any details you have on Karen-chan, the current Hokage said. And a full report of goings-on in the forest. I heard you assembled a tidy little shinobi corps within the forest. Naruto grinned. We coordinated with the other teams that had time travelers, he said. Gaara, FK Jinchuriki of the Nanabi Shikamaru, and Shino all brought their teams together and joined up with us. We made it a point to take out any team Shikamaru's intel said might prove lethal to other genin, and in the process got enough scrolls to pass everyone, including Team 9, who I dragged here last night after Haikaniji made an ass of himself a couple times. Hopefully the result will be a fully non-lethal phase 2 of the exams. Hiruzen shook his head amusedly. Only you, Naruto-kun. Naruto shrugged. Only the best teams have a chance at passing anyway, he said, especially since I took a few extra scrolls out of circulation. I just didn't see the point in letting people die when I had a choice. Anyway, Naruto grew somber. Other stuff happened. Akatsuki showed up. Hiruzen's eyes widened. You're serious? Naruto nodded. When Sasuke went to save Karen, she was a teammate of his when he was hunting down Itachi, by the way, and he saved her last time Hoshigaki Kisame showed up to give him some warning. Sasuke, being the cocky bastard he is, baited Fishface into attacking him before he could finish. Then Itachi showed up and pulled his partner's ass out of the fire, and I had to do the same for Sasuke. And they do. Hiruzen began. Yeah. Naruto's voice was grim and his eyes were dark. They know. Dishonored's been busy. Must have spilled his guts to Madara at some point. Hiruzen closed his eyes. It's not as though this is entirely unexpected, he acknowledged. We knew Akatsuki would find out sooner rather than later. Naruto nodded. And we're still neutered by public opinion and inter-village politics, he said. We Jinchuriki can't reveal ourselves because people are already too damn scared of us. Finding out we're from a future where everything goes to shit would not get the intended responses. Sasuke can't risk getting any more attention than he already has without my support, and Shikamaru needs to avoid being a target at all, lest we risk our tactician. And Shino can't exactly deploy alone, can he? There was a moment's silence as Hiruzen stared at Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I don't like your expression. Hiruzen shook his head. It's a moot point, Akatsuki isn't our only enemy. Orochimaru still doesn't know the truth, and until he either does or is neutralized, we can't show our hand. Naruto's eyes widened. Actually. Hiruzen's fist hit the table. It cracked. You're kidding, he said flatly. I don't know. Naruto said, raising his hands defensively. I don't know. All I know is that the genin he was supposed to be impersonating attempted to engage Team 9 and that when I moved to stop them, I was able to neutralize her without any trouble. I went back to check on her later after she woke up because she was on Shikamaru's list of potentially lethal genin. She wasn't Orochimaru, I can confirm. Hiruzen breathed heavily once more, gasped, and Asai said, but you're not certain that this is because he knows the truth. It might be a fluke. Naruto nodded. We've seen a good few flukes like that, although up until now none have involved major details. Kabuto did approach us in the first part of the exam, though, and the team from Oda was present. So it looks to me like Orochimaru is still involved in the exam. He never attacked us, but that might be because there were 16 of us, including 2 known Jinchuriki. He didn't know about me last time until we fought, but he definitely knew about Gaara, and he probably knows about FK. On the other hand, Hiruzen said grimly, he might know the truth of the matter and not have wanted to engage potentially caged tier shinobi without more backup. We have no way of knowing and as such have no idea what to plan for. Naruto nodded. We need to get in touch with Jiraiya, he suggested. If he's seen any hint of contact between Orochimaru and Akatsuki, we can probably assume that he's been brought, at least partially, into the fold. That has promise, Hiruzen agreed. I'll remain here for the evening. We have genin on a D rank for the village preparing the meal. After we eat, I would like to see you, Shikamaru-san, Shino-san, and Sasuke-san in this room for further discussion and planning. Hi, Naruto agreed. Shikamaru might have ideas and Sasuke might have caught something I missed. You sure you don't want to see Gaara and FK too? Hiruzen shook his head. This will already be suspicious enough without inter-village politics getting involved, he said. Just the 4 of you will do. Naruto hesitated. Sasuke's bringing Sakura into the fold right now, he said hesitantly. I'd rather not exclude her anymore. Can she come too? Hiruzen smiled. Of course, he said. It's good to see Team 7 uniting at last. The Hokage wants to talk to us, Naruto told his teammates quietly. They'd gotten the room to themselves for a time while Karen was downstairs being stalled by Shikamaru and Team 10. Naruto had, of course, placed a silencing seal on the door in case she decided to come up early. Us, Shikamaru, and Shino. We've got some planning to do. He wants to see me, too? Sakura asked, clearly surprised. Naruto grinned at her. I insisted, he said. No more secrets between us. Right. On that topic, Sasuke interjected, I didn't have time to tell her everything, and some of it was. Well, yours to tell. I gave her the basics but not some of the details. I figured you'd be better with some of those. Naruto nodded at him. Fine, fair enough. Sakura, he grinned sheepishly, well, some of this might make you freak out. Please don't, okay? Sakura rolled her eyes. There's not all that much that could make me freak out anymore, Naruto, she said. My teammates are a time-traveling hero-villain pair from the end of the world. It doesn't get much weirder than that. Sasuke snorted. She's not wrong, he told his blonde friend. Naruto shrugged. True, he agreed. Here goes. First, I figure Sasuke didn't tell you about the Kikbi. Sakura frowned and shook her head. It attacked Konoha when I was just a baby, she said. Yondaime defeated it, right? Those are true statements, Naruto agreed amiably, looking at Sasuke in amusement. This is going to be fun. So, first point, Bidge can't be killed, especially not in their full beast form. Their chakra constructs, at best you can make them disperse for a while, and no human in hundreds of years has been able to bring that kind of power to bear. Sakura was staring at Naruto, wide-eyed. Sasuke had to fight to keep from laughing at her expression. So, Naruto continued, what happened to the Kikbi? Well, there's something called a Jinchuriki. It means power of human sacrifice. A Jinchuriki is a human who has a Bidge sealed inside them. Gaara, for instance, is Jinchuriki of Ichibi no Shukaku. FK is the Jinchuriki of Nanabi no Chimei. The Jinchuriki all remember parts of the future, Naruto continued, because the Bidge are tied to those that brought us back and they remember. You understand? Sakura nodded slowly. So, wait, she said slowly. You said Bidge can't be killed. So what happened to the Kikbi? Who is Jinchuriki? Her eyes widened. Shino? Or Shikamaru? Sasuke told me they came back in time too. Sasuke burst out laughing. Naruto, he noticed, did the same. Sorry, Sakura, Naruto gasped through his chortles. No dice. He took a moment to calm down and then grinned at her. It's me, he said simply. I'm the Kikbi no Jinchuriki. His name's Kurama, by the way. Sakura stared at him, her eyes wide. Oh, Naruto added, as if it had just occurred to him. I'm also technically head of the Uzumaki clan, which makes me technically heir to Whirlpool Country if Konoha ever gets that back from Iwa through my mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Sakura's eyes widened farther. Also? Naruto said, raising a finger as if to forestall questions. My father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Sakura's jaw dropped. Naruto looked over at Sasuke, his face red with barely suppressed laughter. What else did I forget? He wondered aloud. Oh. I was Hokage. I told her that, Sasuke interjected. Ah, spoil sport, Naruto said, sticking his tongue out at the Uchiha, I'm sure there's other stuff I'm forgetting. He looked over at Sakura and seemed to take pity on her. That stuff can wait, though, he said. Let's go down and pick up Karen. Right, Shikamaru said, spreading his map of the elemental countries across the table as Naruto laid the silencing seals around the room. Sakura, I assume you've been brought into the fold since you're, well, here. Sakura nodded. Apparently, meetings like this had been happening occasionally since not long after they arrived, months ago. It was honestly rather frightening. Fine. Probably about the time that happened, Shikamaru said, stepping back away from the map. Alright, so here's the situation. We know that Akatsuki is, at least, monitoring these exams. We know from Gaara that Suna was sent here intending to invade in concert with Odo, which means we know that, at the beginning of this exam, Orochimaru intended to do exactly, or nearly, what he did last time. Sasuke, he turned to the Uchiha. Do you know what Orochimaru's motives were in attacking the village last time? Sasuke shook his head slowly. I don't think he actually wanted to destroy the village, he said quietly. Whatever else you say about him, he's not vengeful. He doesn't care enough about people to be vengeful on them. I think the entire invasion might have been an attempt to convince me that Konoha was weak, as well as an opportunity to assassinate the Sandaime, Sasuke nodded at the Hokage. Sakura gulped. Sasuke and Naruto had briefed her more in full, but she was still processing. Hokage-sama will die a month from now if we don't do anything, she thought. No pressure. And you don't currently have a curse seal, Shikamaru said, which means that, even if Orochimaru is out of the loop, he might still call off the invasion. But that doesn't mean we're safe, because Akatsuki has deployed. If Akatsuki knows about us and they do, then only two courses of action make sense from their perspective. Shino's voice was low. Either they must go to ground and rework their plans from the ground up to avoid being exposed and destroyed. Or they have to commit to an all-out assault, Shikamaru finished, and try to destroy us before we get any stronger. Naruto, Kurama still haven't recovered from what Dishonored did to Nami, right? Suddenly there was a weight on Sakura's mind. She flinched as a voice boomed into her skull. He stole one of my damn tails, Nara growled at Kikbi no Imko. No, I haven't damn well recovered. Naruto had told her he was a Jinchuriki and had told her that the Bijj weren't the monsters they were made out to be, but that didn't stop her from whimpering audibly. Kikbi sighed. Calm down, girl, he muttered. I'm not about to hurt you. Not like I have a body to do it with, anyway. Sasuke put a hand on her shoulder. Like he said, Naruto continued, flashing her a sympathetic grin, no. Kurama will recover, the tail will grow back, but that'll take months, maybe more than a year. It's only been a few weeks. Right now he's at a little over 8 tails worth of power. And we can't use it against the Dishonored anyway, cursed Shikamaru, because he'll just swipe it. Sasuke shrugged. Naruto doesn't use Kurama's chakra in its pure form all that often anyway. I doubt Dishonored can absorb a Bijj Dama. If anyone would know. Grumbled Shikamaru, glaring balefully at the Uchiha. Sakura felt her teammate's fingers tense slightly. Now, I think, is not the time, Shino said calmly. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame approached with a warning. What does that mean? Shikamaru threw his hands in the air. I have no idea, he exploded. It makes no tactical sense. Why the hell would they send anyone in as a pair knowing we have 2 Kage tier powerhouses and Jonin tier support? Why is Itachi even still with them if the truth has come? He stopped, as though he'd been hit with a sudden thought, and a slow smile spread across his face. Can we all agree, he said thoughtfully, that Itachi was probably the second or third strongest member of the Akatsuki before his death? Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino all nodded. Then Naruto's eyes widened. He's playing both sides, he whispered. Or Madara is, Shikamaru agreed. I'm inclined toward the latter. We can expect that Madara knows the details, but the rest of Akatsuki is being kept in the dark about all but the basics. They know we came from the future, they know you two are monstrously powerful, but they don't know all the details. Itachi, for instance, Shikamaru stared at Sasuke, doesn't know you know the truth. Sasuke bowed his head. And he'll go report back after our fight, he said quietly. Madara will see I've shown Itachi my hand and will kill him before he has time to work out what it means. Naruto shook his head vehemently. I don't think so, he said. Itachi's too valuable to Madara. He'll try to spin it, and he'll manage, too, since Itachi wants to stay on in Akatsuki. Next time we fight Akatsuki, I'd bet Itachi will still be with them. But, he added, turning to Sasuke, if you're confident you're right, you know Madara better than I do, we can try to mount a rescue. That, the Hokage said sharply, is a terrible idea. We don't have the resources to assault Akatsuki at this time, not to mention we don't even know where they're currently based. Naruto glared at him. Itachi is one of our greatest potential assets, he said fiercely. More importantly, he's the closest thing this bleak world has had to a real hero in generations. The tragic one, perhaps, mused Shino. Naruto glared at him. I won't lose him, said the blonde forcefully. Not if I have anything to say about it. You don't, Sasuke said flatly, turning on his heel and walking across the room, his back to them. Itachi's a greater shinobi than any of us. If you respect my opinion, Naruto, you leave him be. Sasuke. Sakura had never seen such an expression on her teammate's face. It was some mix of tenderness and pity. Leave it be, Sasuke said, turning back to them. His eyes were dark and hooded. Itachi will have a way out if things go south. It's too much of a risk for us to go in. I don't know if Madara will turn on him, but I don't think Itachi will die even if he does. Then we'll operate on the assumption that he'll be working against us for the foreseeable future, said Shikamaru, and we'll have contingencies in place for his defection. If Akatsuki, as an organization, knows the situation, but its members are running with partial intel, what can we expect? Any ideas? Thisum wasn't afraid enough of me, Sasuke said flatly. At least before we fought. For that to be the case, Madara must be keeping them in the dark about how powerful we are. That should prevent him from being able to justify an all-out assault at this juncture, Shino finished the thought. We can expect, then, that Akatsuki will go to ground. That might have been Kisum's warning, Naruto suggested. Telling us we can't expect to know their plans. Shikamaru nodded slowly. It's a bad idea to count on that, he warned, but it seems likely. In that case, it only makes sense that they will either try to bring Orochimaru into the fold or use him as a distraction by letting his invasion pan out exactly as planned. What odds would you give them of getting Orochimaru on their side, Sasuke? Not a chance, Sasuke said flatly. Orochimaru hates Akatsuki, if he hates anything. They can't get him on their side. Shikamaru sighed. That would be comforting, he muttered, if not for the fact that Orochimaru wasn't where he was supposed to be. Where the hell is he? No one answered. After a moment, Sakura spoke up. The Kunoichi he was impersonating last time was a Kusa shinobi, right? Why not an Odo nin? Doesn't he run Odo? Shikamaru looked at her thoughtfully. I would say he didn't want to waste one of his own assets, he said, but I don't think Orochimaru cared about any member of his village any more than he cared about any of the people he experimented on. Maybe he thought Konoha might have already tied him to Odo, Sasuke suggested. If we had, he would have stopped Oda shinobi at the gates. Do we know when the bodies of the Kusa shinobi were found? Shikamaru closed his eyes and thought. Outside the village perimeter, he said quietly. Otherwise we'd have found them sooner. Then Orochimaru wanted a way in, even if his own forces were stopped, Sasuke said. So he had to use a foreign shinobi. Then, Naruto muttered, why Kusa in particular? Just a coincidence. There were only 2 Kusa teams in this exam, Hiruzen said slowly. Not enough for us to worry about. They were screened even less thoroughly than our Suna allies upon arrival. I assume this would have been even more true in the original timeline. Then that's why he used a Kusa shinobi, Shikamaru said, probably. So why that one? Her tongue? Naruto suggested. Sasuke snorted. That was his, not hers. Suddenly he froze. Shit, he whispered. There were 3 bodies found. He replaced her entire team. He turned to Naruto, his face ashen. What if he just chose the other Kusa team? He whispered. Dishonored faced the other masked shinobi across the small table. The room was small and lit only with a single ceiling light which left most of the room bathed in shadow. In Tobi's hands were 2 cards. 2 more were in the Dishonored's. Between them, on the table, were 8 cards, 3 were face down, while 5 were face up. A 4 of spades, a 5 of hearts, a 6 of clubs, a king of hearts and an ace of spades. All in, murmured the Dishonored, pushing a stack of chips to the center of the table. Tobi watched him through the hole in his mask. The Dishonored had no idea what he was thinking. This was rather what made mask such an advantage in poker. You're bluffing, Tobi said slowly. I'll call. The orange mask leader of Akatsuki pushed his stack in to meet the Dishonored's. The armored shinobi cocked his head. Bluff. He mused, showing his 2 diamonds. And double bluff. He showed the 3 of clubs in his hand and helped himself to the stack of chips as Madara began to laugh. Chapter 44. Reassurance. For a moment, there was dead silence. Naruto stared at Sasuke in dawning horror. Oh, Kami damn it, Kurama growls viciously in their shared space. Parent-san. Sakura murmured, her green eyes darting from one face to another as though seeking reassurance. It can't be, can it? Shikamaru slammed his palm onto the table. Sasuke, he hissed. Is there any reason, at all, for Orochimaru not to kill and replace Karen? Sasuke looked over at him dazedly. I don't. Suddenly he hissed as if in anger. Give me a minute to think. The silence was thick as he looked down, eyes closed, brow furrowed in thought. Naruto watched him, worrying about his lower lip with his teeth. If Orochimaru replaced Karen-chan, he thought of Kurama, just, ballpark guess. How bad is it, tactically? You're the Hokage, Kurama grunted. Why are you asking me? Because I'm too distracted with the fact that my only living family might be dead to worry about the tactics, Naruto told him, without rancor. Humor me. Kurama huffed. Well, to start, Orochimaru now definitely knows something's up with you, since you've already taken clan leadership. If he has other spies already in Konoha, it's even worse, since he'll know that you were never informed of that leadership before now. In addition, he now will know better than to deploy Suna, since he had an opportunity to see you, Gaara, and FK in action, and knows that the Jinchuriki are close. He'll also know the identities of our powerhouses, and at least be able to guess at Shikamaru's importance. Possibly Shino's as well. So, Naruto summarized bleakly, we might have just lost. Not quite that bad, Kurama defended, but. Yes, we might have just taken several very large steps back. He never put a curse seal on her, Sasuke finally spoke up. Naruto looked up at him hopefully. Sasuke had calmed visibly, his skin had regained its color, and instead of wide and horrified, his eyes were narrowed forcefully. He didn't want to risk damaging her and her Kekkei Genkai last time. I don't see why that would be different. Of course, growled Shikamaru, there's no reason why he couldn't have just kidnapped her, instead of killing her and replacing her anyway. The Sandaime Hokage stood then, suddenly, in one fluid motion. His robes billowed around him, making him seem larger than he was. Instinctively, all conversation ceased. He crossed the room in 2 strides and opened the door, ignoring the slight flaring of chakra as Naruto's seal network was broken. Agent Cat, he said lowly and harshly. The Anbu seemed to appear before him as she emerged from hiding. Go to Team 7's room at once and fetch the Kusa girl Karen. If she is not present, send a runner to me and mount a search of the building, code yellow. If she is not in the tower. He paused. Code red. Lock down the tower and find her. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kat said in her musical voice and turned away. Bear, she ordered, stay and guard Hokage-sama. Rest of you, move. The Sandaime closed the door as she vanished. Naruto crossed to the corner to reactivate the seal network. As he knelt he heard Shino's voice behind him. If she is found within the tower, this will cause a stir. No, Naruto said, standing and turning back to them. It won't. You know why? Shino cocked his head and Naruto grinned fiercely. Because every single person in this tower works for at least one of us. Kurama started laughing. Shikamaru shook his head, however. Someone may have arrived after dinner, he said, or we might have a traitor among Konoha's Chunin that we don't know about. We can't count on it. But it is a good point, said Sandaime with a heavy sigh. We know a great deal about our enemies, and even with our knowledge, as far as we know, we are currently safe. That is a good thing. There was a knock on the door. Naruto, who was closest, leapt to open it. There was Agent Cat, and there, looking very scared, was Karen. Kat's hand was on her shoulder, but she didn't seem to have been restrained in any other way. She must not have resisted, Kurama mused to Naruto. That's probably a good sign. Naruto agreed inwardly. Orochimaru doesn't do this kind of bluff. He smiled at her, but he was sure it didn't look totally sincere, especially since she looked even more frightened afterward. Thank you, Nico-san, he said with a bow, opening the door wider so she could see the Hokage. Karen-chan, said the Sarutobi heavily. Come in, please. I apologize for the inconvenience. Pat let go of the girl's shoulder with a gentle nudge into the room. Karen stepped through the doorway. It's too much trouble, she said in a high frightened voice, Hokage-sama. I don't know. You don't know what you did, Shikamaru finished coolly, to get the Anbu to drag you into their cage's office. For your sake, Karen-san, I hope that's the truth. Have you got a plan, Sandaime-san? The Hokage nodded. Cat, he ordered, sent a message by wire to the village. Get Yamanaka Inoichi to me. I wanted him here 5 minutes ago, understood? Pat nodded briskly and closed the door behind her. And now, said the Hokage quietly, we wait. Can't exactly continue talking with her here, Kurama muttered in Naruto's head. Even if it is just her. Naruto nodded, then had an idea. Well, we're here, he suggested, can we talk about what's going to happen with the Uzumaki if things go well? Shikamaru said coldly, turning to him. Or if they go badly. Naruto glared at him. Bring it down, Commander, he hissed. That's an order. Shikamaru reeled as if he'd been struck. Naruto took the opportunity to continue. I think it's clear, he said flatly, what we're doing next if things go badly. Kill the snake-faced bastard. At this point, I don't think they will. Since we can't work through a lot of our long-term plans at the moment, I'd like to include Karen-chan in a piece of the discussion she does have a part in. The Sandaime Hokage nodded. I agree, he said loudly. Naruto, if you could replenish your seals. Some of this should remain secret, I expect. Naruto nodded and returned to the corner, kneeling to work. Alright, Naruto, Sasuke said. What do you suggest? Naruto stood, having finished with the seal. I think, he said, that the Uzumaki clan situation, whatever that is, should be kept on hold until after these exams. One way or another. He grimaced. I have a feeling a lot of cats are going to be out of their bags by the time the third part ends. Shikamaru sighed. After so much work keeping everything secret, he muttered, it's all starting to fall apart. Naruto looked at him. He was looking down at the table, his face carefully neutral. Do you agree, Shikamaru? Naruto asked openly. Shikamaru looked up at him. About keeping the clan quiet? He asked. Yes. About our secrets coming out? Yeah, that too. Naruto nodded. Then I guess the next order of business is to decide on the legal status of the Uzumaki, he said, turning to the Sandaime. Can you help me out there? Sarutobi nodded. The Uzumaki are currently registered as a protectorate of Konoha, largely because they never attempted to make significant treaties with the other clans, as a clan of Konoha following the Second Great War, he explained. This was mostly because, following the war, there were never more than 10 of them in the village at a time, and none of them felt particularly inclined to declare themselves as head of a Konoha clan. Naruto nodded. So I'll be working from the ground up, building my political standing, he summarized, with only the slight advantage of already being a recognized clan. Sandaime shrugged. That's not nearly so minor an advantage as you might think, he said. It takes a great deal of wealth and power to declare a clan as a holistic political entity, it takes much less to retain the status. Even at your most impoverished, Naruto-kun, you were never at risk of losing the status of the Uzumaki clan, at least in the eyes of the law. But even if you ran missions as lucrative as the one in Nami for years and had 8 children, you would still be unable to declare clan status before you were grandfather. Naruto nodded, accepting. So I guess I do have a fair advantage, he admitted. Fair enough. I'll need to start building closer ties to some of the other clans, though. You've got an alliance with the Uchiha, Sasuke reminded him. Even with as little actual power as I've got, the name carries weight. And I can use the sheer size of the compound to build my power base, rent our living space, etc. Nara will support you as far as we can, Shikamaru interjected. My father trusts me, as you know. But he can't back you in anything that'll seriously damage the clan unless the stakes are really high. I am. Less noteworthy among the Aburam, Shino said, but I am still the heir apparent and have some influence. Such as it exists, it is, of course, at your disposal. Naruto grinned at all of them. Thanks, guys. It means a lot. Aji-san, any chance I can get an alliance with the Sarutobi? The Hokage shook his head amusedly. I am afraid not, Naruto-kun, he said. I must at least appear to remain neutral if I want to retain the equilibrium I have managed to build among the clan, elder, and civilian councils. Speaking of the elder council, Sasuke's voice was suddenly cold and sharp. What, exactly, is the situation with Dansme? The Sandaime sighed. I have placed increased limitations on him, he said, but I cannot decrease his political power at this time. Sasuke whipped his head around to stare at the older man. Why the hell, he growled, but Naruto interrupted. Sasuke, he said sharply. Down. Now. He jerked his head at Karen. Not the time. Sasuke's fists clenched as he stared over at Naruto with dark eyes. Then he nodded once, sharply, and looked away. I think, Naruto continued, his voice calm, that this is enough to get the clan on its feet. We won't be huge, of course, but there's plenty of time to grow. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Naruto reached over to pull it open. Sorry I'm late, Hokage-sama, said Yamanaka Inoichi as he entered the room. Hokage-sama, said Agent Kat as she followed him in. Yakushi Kabuto and his team have arrived in the tower. The Sandaime nodded gravely. Keep them under surveillance, but assume the Yakushi has Chunin tier situational awareness and Chunin tier detection specialist skills, he said quietly. Avoid being detected at all costs. Kat nodded and was gone, closing the door behind her. Naruto turned to Sasuke as he reactivated the silencing seal. Why can't you be as good a groupie as she is? He asked petulantly. Uchiha hit him. Keep talking, he growled, and you'll see how good a groupie I can be. Sandaime cleared his throat loudly. Naruto turned to him, all business. Inoichi-san, the Hokage said, drawing the interrogation specialist's attention away from where it had been lingering on the Jinchuriki. I apologize for the inconvenience. I hope you were not busy. Yamanaka shook his head quickly. Nothing I couldn't put down easily, Hokage-sama, he responded deferentially. What did you need? Sarutobi nodded. "This girl," he said, gesturing at Karen. Inoichi looked at her. Naruto noted with some guilt that her face, which had started to calm over the course of their conversation, was now as fearful as ever. "If it's Orochimaru," Kurama warned, "we'll be glad we did all of this." "I know," Naruto agreed. "But if it's not, I'll feel like shit." "She must be examined by your techniques," the Hokage said quietly. "We have recently received intelligence of a potential infiltration of the Chunin exams." Inoichi turned sharply to his Hokage, his face lined with sudden worry. "Is Ino?" He started, before clearly containing his impulse. "Have there been any injuries?" he asked eventually. "Your daughter is fine," Sandaime said with a smile. "The infiltrator has not engaged anyone yet and we are not entirely certain they are even here. If they are, however." Hiruzen grew somber. "We know they have a technique that allows them to impersonate another person as a physically perfect copy and we have reason to believe Karen-chan here was a viable plant for him." "What?" Karen exclaimed suddenly, staring at Naruto. "Naruto-sama, you can't believe this. After you. You promised." Naruto smiled at her and it was actually genuine. "I don't think you're our infiltrator," he said honestly. "And as long as you're not, everything I said is still true and even if you were, it would still be true for the real Karen." Inoichi-san, he nodded at the Chunin, as the Yamanaka. "They have abilities that allow them to read and manipulate people's minds. All he's going to do here," he continued quickly, noticing Karen tensing, "is run a cursory examination to make sure you're not. Well. In order for the examination to be cursory," Inoichi interjected suddenly, "I would have to know exactly who I'm looking for. I'm sorry, but." "Then you shall," Hiruzen said softly. "Inoichi, our infiltrator is Sanin no Orochimaru." The Yamanaka Chunin whirled to face his Hokage in shock. "Orochimaru?" he spluttered. "Orochimaru is in my daughter's Chunin exam?" Hiruzen nodded wearily. "It appears so. This, Inoichi, is an S-class secret, you must tell no one. If Orochimaru is present, we must not show our hand until we are ready to spring a trap and we are far from ready. The only reason we need to have an examination at all," Shikamaru added, "is because Karen has come into some information we don't want in Orochimaru's hands this quickly. He'd get it eventually if he's here, but we want to catch him looking." Inoichi nodded. "I understand," he said. "I've read the psych profile on file for Orochimaru, of course, but it's been a while. Do you have any particular details you want to provide, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun?" he asked. "If you would." Sasuke cocked his head at the Hokage. "Unless you want me to wipe his mind later," the Uchiha said quietly, "this means bringing him into the fold." Sarutobi nodded. "If you insist," he said, "then you may wipe his memory of this part of the conversation, if such precision is possible." Sasuke gave a sharp shake of his head. "It would be if we were already in a Jinjutsu," he said, "but real memories are harder. I'd have to wipe his memory of, at bare minimum, the entire conversation and more likely he wouldn't remember the past several hours to the whole day. If I screwed up, he could lose a whole week." "Bring him in," Shikamaru sighed. "It's not as though we can't trust him, it's just that he knows shrewder than we give her credit for and if her teammate and her father are in on it, it's only a matter of time." The Chunin was looking between them in confusion. "What is this fold I'm being brought into, Hokage-sama?" he asked slowly. "What secrets have these genin been keeping?" "Later," Sasuke said flatly. "Karen doesn't need to hear all of that and Orochimaru sure as hell doesn't. What you need to know now. Orochimaru is a sociopath with some psychopathic tendencies. His ambition is to learn everything in existence. He's got a god complex and a crippling fear of death." Sasuke seemed to think for a moment. "He's very much a scientist," he added. "The man values knowledge above just about anything else. Definitely including people. And he hates Konoha, but especially Sarutobi-sama." Inoichi nodded briskly. "Fine," he said. "That'll be plenty to work with. If I see any of those indicators, I'll delve deeper. If I don't, I'll be out in 2 minutes." Sarutobi nodded and looked at Karen. "Karen-chan, I regret that this is necessary," he said gently, "but I am asking for your cooperation. Please do not resist. The procedure should not hurt at all." Karen was staring alternatingly between him and Naruto, looking more afraid than she had yet. The beseeching look in her eyes was almost enough to break Naruto's determination, but he just smiled sadly at her. "Please, Karen." She swallowed. "Okay," she whispered. I'll do it." Inoichi nodded and put his hands gently on either side of her head. "I suggest you close your eyes," he told her, doing the same himself. "Sensory crossover is common during the procedure. It's not harmful, but it can cause vertigo." She nodded. Her eyes closed. Naruto felt the flare of Inoichi's chakra. It blossomed and hung in the air, thick around the two. There was dead silence. The tension lay thick as a blanket over the room, seeming to choke the very air out of Naruto's lungs. Each second felt like an eternity. 126 passed. Then, after eons of breathless waiting, the chakra flare broke around Inoichi. He stepped back from Karen with a sigh as her eyes slowly opened. "She's clean," he said wearily. "Not a trait of any of the characteristics you mentioned, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke was silent as Naruto whooped. "Great," he said excitedly. "I thought so. I'm so happy you're not a dangerous snake-obsessed psychopath, Karen." "Inoichi-san," Sasuke interjected in a low voice that somehow cut through the relief and Naruto's celebration. "Orochimaru is quite good at mental warfare. He is capable of possessing his enemies via mental attack." And the tension was back and thicker than ever. "It takes him a while," Sasuke continued, still perfectly calm, "to assimilate his opponent's body into his mental self-image. This means that, if he has time to prepare, the use of the Sharingan's signature Genjutsu, Tsukiyomi, won't reveal him. If he doesn't have that time, however, it will." Sasuke blinked, and his eyes were red. "Sorry," he said coldly, meeting Inoichi's eyes. Naruto had barely blinked before he looked away, eyes black again. "I had to check. She really was clean." "You mean to tell me," Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was deadly quiet, "that you risk the mental sanctity of one of my Jinin without consulting me?" Sasuke turned to him. "If Orochimaru was in her head," he said quietly, "Inoichi-san was the only one who could find him. I was fairly confident he would be quick enough to pull out before Orochimaru attacked him. The man's no Yamanaka. I only remembered that Orochimaru could use his body switch as a mental attack after Karen was here," he continued with perfect calm. "At that point, tipping my hand and discussing the Sharingan, especially Manjikum's techniques, could have been fatal. Orochimaru is very good at getting away from potentially deadly situations. I had to wait." "You're paranoid." Naruto whirled in surprise, for the voice was Shikamaru's. He should have been the last person to accuse anyone of paranoia. Sasuke laughed mirthlessly. "It's only paranoia until people are actually trying to kill you." "No, you're right," Shikamaru agreed quietly. "It's not paranoia. What the hell did he do to you?" Sasuke's eyes flared in rage. "What?" he asked, his voice a razor. "Are you insinuating?" "Pipe down." Everyone in the room turned to Naruto. He and Kurama had spoken in unison, their tone identical. Barely controlled fury, a healthy dose of disappointment, and a touch of contempt. The simultaneous approach from ear and mind decidedly empowered both of their relatively quiet voices into something absolutely impossible to ignore. "We should keep doing this," Naruto suggested. "Agreed." "Shikamaru," they ordered. "Sasuke. Stand down." "That's an order." They turned to Inoichi. "You alright, Jinin?" Inoichi nodded shakily. Hi. Good. They turned to the Sandaime. "We apologize for Sasuke's behavior. We will discuss it with him in detail at a later time. Until that time, his disciplining shall be postponed and we will not have our soldiers questioned any further on the matter." The Sandaime was actually swallowed. "Naruto," he said hesitantly. "Are we clear?" Sandaime looked like he wanted to say something, but just nodded jerkily. They nodded. "Good. Let us move on." They turned to Karen. She was staring at their eyes, transfixed with horror. "They're red," the Kyuubi advised the humans. "Aren't they always?" they said. "Right." Kurama did not sound happy. "Time to split." Naruto blinked and the room heaved an audible sigh of relief. He blinked again. "Right," he said. "Probably shouldn't do that again in the near future." He smiled slightly at Karen. "Sorry about that," he said gently. "I'll explain as much as I can later. For now, just. We all have our own monsters." "Screw you, brat. What do you want from me? It's not like I can just up and dump the whole bitch Carnival shtick on her right now." "Why not?" "Because she's terrified out of her mind." "So? So you think she'd buy it?" "Yes. That explains a lot about your behavior, actually. Bitch, I eat people." "Go back to the room, Karen," he told her gently. "Don't tell anyone about what happened here. The rest of us will be along soon." Karen nodded quickly and fled. She was immediately brought back in by Anbu Agent Bear. Sarutobi nodded at him sheepishly. "She has leave to go. Escort her to Team 7's room." "No," Naruto said flatly, looking at Bear. "Don't follow her, don't try to make her do anything. She's dealt with enough of that. Just let her go." Bear cocked his head at the Sandaime, who nodded at length. "Naruto is correct," he said heavily. "Go on, Karen-chan." She swallowed and looked at Naruto. He smiled gently at her. "I'll be alone soon," he promised. She nodded and ran wordlessly. Bear closed the door behind her and Naruto reactivated the silencing seals. "Right," he said, turning to Inoichi. "Exposition time now. After that, we plan a little bit more like what to do about Kabuto and then we split because there are a few conversations I need to have with my teammates." Sasuke shuffled awkwardly, but said nothing. "So," Naruto said expansively, folding his arms behind his head and leaning back against a corner. "Ask any questions you've got, Inoichi-san." Ask anyone. Most things, you'll get answers to. Inoichi blinked at him, then turned to the Sandaime. Hokage-sama, he asked slowly. Was that the kickby I felt? His name's Kurama, Naruto interjected. I'm his Jinchuriki, but of course you knew that. He's a friend. No, I don't control him, no, he isn't sealed, no, you can't seal him, and yes, if you call him a demon monster or any variation thereof, I will be angry. Inoichi stared at him. Naruto grinned. Long story. That's what you're here for, though. Inoichi turned back to the Sandaime. Hokage-sama. The Hokage rubbed his forehead wearily. Yes, Inoichi-san. Is he serious? Yes, Inoichi-san. Oh. Inoichi turned to Naruto's smiling face with an odd, numb look. Good. Shikamaru grunted. This is inefficient. Inoichi-san, here's the basics. Naruto, Sasuke, Shino, and I traveled back in time from 5 years in the future. Everything went to shit. Our job is to prevent that. Are we clear so far? Inoichi nodded dumbly. Great, Shikamaru said. Do me a favor and don't die this time. I was Hokage, Naruto cut in. Shikamaru was my Anbu commander. Shino was an agent under him. It sucked to be Sasuke. Almost as much as it sucked to be in my way, grunted Sasuke sarcastically. Naruto nodded agreeably. A few other people came back, Shikamaru continued. We 4 are the only ones from Konoha. All 8 other Jinchuriki did as well. And this one son of a bitch, Naruto finished. He's called the Dishonored. We don't like him. He tried to kill us. And we'll do it again, Shikamaru added. There was a pause. Inoichi had given up looking from one speaker to another and was instead just looking pathetically at the Sandaime, as though begging the old man to spoil the joke. Was there anything else? Naruto wondered aloud. Oh, yeah. Ij can talk telepathically, Kurama told the Genin, who proceeded to startle comically. Alright, Naruto said as the Genin emerged from the Hokage's temporary office. Sakura, can you go keep Karen company? Today. Can't have been fun for her. Sakura nodded. Of course, she said sympathetically. I guess I can't tell her anything. Naruto shrugged. Basically anything that isn't an S-rank secret. He said helplessly. I don't really like this either, but who would really believe us without support from someone they trust? And she's only known us for, what, a day? Sakura smiled wryly. I guess. I'll go see what I can do for her. You'll both be alone soon. Should be, Naruto confirmed, turning to where Shikamaru and Shino were already moving the other way down the hall. Oh, Shikamaru. He said cheerfully. The 2 former Anbu froze. Leaving so soon? Naruto asked. We need to talk. Shikamaru slowly bade Shino goodbye with a wave of his hand and turned back to his Hokage. Yes, Naruto-sama? He asked, face perfectly straight. Ah. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Nara, smile still in place. None of the sass. Follow me. He glanced at Sasuke. Both of you. We need to have a discussion. He led them down the hall to an as-yet empty bedroom. Once they were in, he closed the door and placed his silencing seals. Right, he said, a smile dropping as he turned to face them. The hell was that? The hell was what, Hokage-sama? Shikamaru asked calmly. Naruto didn't move towards him. Didn't shout or raise his voice or in any way show anger. Instead he sat down in an armchair in the corner. I can wait, he said simply. There was dead silence. Then Sasuke sighed. You really are Hokage, he said wonderingly. Naruto didn't even smile. Not, he said quietly, without a trace of displeasure, if my own people can't keep themselves in check. They both flinched, but neither spoke. Fine, he said at length. I'll lead this little talk. Sasuke, you explained your thought process behind letting Inoichi risk himself. Let's talk about that first. Sasuke's fists clenched. What would you have done in my place? He asked coldly. Risque. That, Naruto interrupted, is not how this works. You two just almost alienated the damn Hokage. The Sandaime, that is. You risked one of his shinobi without his knowledge and without his consent to one of the worst deaths I can imagine. Shikamaru. Yes, Shikamaru asked quietly, Hokage-sama. What do you think I'd do, Naruto asked him, if someone had done with Ino what Sasuke just did with her father? Shikamaru visibly gritted his teeth behind closed lips. You tear them limb from limb, Hokage-sama, he said slowly. If they were lucky. Correct, Naruto agreed. We should all thank our lucky stars that Sarutobi Hiruzen is a much more traditional Hokage than I am, because if he wasn't we would have just lost our most important supporter. As it is, I'm going to have to run damage control, and I really hate damage control. So, Sasuke, he said, his voice still perfectly steady. The next time you see a potential security breach that you can't neutralize without putting an ally at risk, do you know what I want you to do? Sasuke swallowed. What? Naruto cocked his head at him. I want you, he said slowly and clearly, to get my attention in one of the 10,000 ways you have and get me to establish a telepathic link via Kurama. We have actually done this before, Sasuke. Just because you can't see a solution doesn't mean Shikamaru can't. Am I understood? Hi, Sasuke said dully. Good, Naruto said. He blinked slowly at Shikamaru. Now, you called Sasuke paranoid and then referenced his time studying under Orochimaru. What was that reference meant to imply? Shikamaru's lips tightened. I wish to make a report in private. Tough, Naruto said flatly. Talk. Now. Shikamaru nodded tightly. I believe Uchiha Sasuke was potentially compromised, he said clearly, by fear of a revulsion for San no Orochimaru. Naruto noticed Sasuke had frozen. He sighed. What are the grounds for this belief? He asked. Orochimaru, while a clear and present threat, Shikamaru said formally, as though giving a prepared speech, is far from the greatest danger presented to this party. I believe Uchiha Sasuke is giving his potential activity too much weight. Too much weight? Sasuke spluttered furiously. Naruto rose. Kurama growled in his head and Naruto knew his eyes were red again. Pipe, he said, enunciating clearly, glaring at Sasuke, down. Sasuke visibly bit his tongue to keep silent. Naruto watched him for a moment before sitting down again and blinking the red out of his eyes. He gestured to Shikamaru. Continue, he said. Shikamaru nodded. Too much weight, he continued, in light of the greater threats posed by such opposition as the Akatsuki and the Dishonored. I believe the reason for this is some trauma Orochimaru inflicted on Sasuke during his time as the Sannin student. Naruto nodded slowly. I understand your position, he said, without tone. Sasuke, what did you mean when you asked what he was insinuating? Sasuke looked away. I thought he was suggesting. He actually swallowed the snake-faced bastard. Had his way with me. Naruto nodded slowly. Kurama, he asked privately, got any brain bleach? It's in use, Kurama replied tonelessly. Badly needed use. This, I assume, is untrue? Naruto asked. Sasuke's fists clenched. Of course it's bloody untrue, he hissed. I'd have included pedophilia on that list of traits I gave Inoichi otherwise. I'm not about to let some trauma get in the way of my job, especially, he glared at Shikamaru, if that trauma doesn't exist. Naruto nodded. Then what, he asked clearly, are you afraid of when it comes to Orochimaru? Sasuke froze. Looked at him. Shikamaru, Naruto continued, still watching Sasuke. You may go, you are hereby ordered to avoid antagonizing Sasuke. I already gave you that order once, I think, but I'll let this one slide since I'm assuming it was an accident. Be more careful. He turned his eye on his erstwhile commander. I need, he said softly, a cohesive force, Shikamaru. You know that as well as I do. Please help me get it. Shikamaru nodded wordlessly. Then, after a moment's hesitation, bowed low. Hi, Hokage-sama, he said quietly. Naruto smiled slightly. Scram, he ordered. Shikamaru did, closing the door behind him. Naruto leaned out of his chair to reactivate the storage seal beside him before turning back to Sasuke. So? He asked. What has got you so scared? Orochimaru is dangerous, Sasuke said flatly. Naruto smirked and casually formed a Rasengan. So are we, he said, allowing the technique to disperse. Sasuke clenched his teeth. There was a pause. He was the first, the Uchiha said finally. Naruto said nothing, waiting for his friend to continue. At length, he did. That damn Juinjutsu he put on me, Sasuke said quietly. Before the Chunin exams, do you remember? We were genuinely starting to warm up to each other. Naruto nodded wordlessly. I think I see where this is going, Kurama said quietly. And then he comes along, Sasuke practically spat and tears it all apart. You mellowed out again after the exam, Naruto said calmly. Yeah, Sasuke hissed, until he came again, by proxy this time, and made me try to kill you. Naruto sighed. I talked to Sakura about that a couple times, he said conversationally. You know, she and I came to the conclusion that that second tipping point was actually Itachi. Sasuke looked away. He probably had a part in it, the Uchiha conceded. But Itachi meant well. Orochimaru. He was the first, you know. Naruto nodded. The first to turn you against the village. Screw the village, Sasuke snorted contemptuously. I don't give a damn about this village or any other, such as they are. One is basically like another. He was the first to turn me against you. You and Sakura and Kakashi and the others. Sasuke swallowed apparently a reflexive action. I'm not afraid of the bastard, he said, more quietly. I know you can remove any seal he puts on me now and it'll take you at worst a few weeks to work out a counter seal. No, I hate him. I think. Naruto cocked his head. You think? Sasuke shrugged. The more I think about it, he said quietly, the more I realize I've never really hated anyone as an individual before. Itachi. That wasn't hatred. That hurt. With you, it was a rivalry I didn't know how to deal with healthily. With Dansm. He is just a part of an organization that killed my family. I don't hate him. Well, I do. But because of his group, not himself. Naruto nodded. And with Orochimaru, it's just him. Sasuke shrugged helplessly. I'm not sure why it makes a difference, but it does. Naruto smiled slightly. It doesn't matter why, he said. If it does, it does. He stood up and held out his hand. I promise you, he said. If I get the opportunity to choose. You get dibs on Orochimaru's head. They both knew Sasuke had had more than enough vengeance, but this wasn't vengeance. It was catharsis. The gesture was small, but they were ninja. Even small gestures were a rarity. Sasuke grinned and shook Hokage's hand. Chapter 45. Restitution. Sakura knocked on the door gently. Karen. She called. Are you in there? After a beat of silence, the response came. Why yeah. I'm coming in, Sakura told her, turning the knob and entering the team's shared room. Karen was lying on her belly in one of the 4 beds, her head turned to expose her face to the doorway, her eyes listlessly seeking Sakura's own. Sakura sat down on the bed next to her and smiled at her. Are you okay? She asked. Karen gave a half-hearted shrug. Tired, she offered. Sakura nodded sympathetically. Naruto and Sasuke are like that, she offered gently. Even when they aren't keeping secrets or worrying about the fate of the village. They're bigger than we are, Karen mumbled, not looking at the senior team member. They'd roll over us without noticing we were ever there if they weren't looking. Sakura chuckled dryly. That's a good way of putting it, she agreed. Karen closed her eyes wearily. I think all powerful ninjas get like that, she confessed. They're so far above the rest of us that if they want they can just stop caring what happens to us. She sighed, and the sound was older than she looked, like something that might have come from Naruto or Sasuke. And who's to say they're wrong? She asked, opening her eyes to stare lifelessly at the ceiling. Who decides what's right if not the powerful? Naruto seemed different, but… Sakura nudged the Redeed's arm with 2 fingers in a gentle rebuke. Many powerful ninjas may be like that, she agreed. They might think that because they're stronger, they get to decide what's right and what's wrong. I don't think my teammates are, though. Karen looked over at her. How do they decide, then? She asked. When it's okay to roll over someone like this? Sakura sighed. I don't know, she confessed, not really. But I know Naruto, and I can tell you for certain. It was hard for him to do that to you. He didn't want to. Doesn't that mean something? Karen swallowed and looked away. If he didn't want to, why did he do it at all? Sakura smiled slightly. I think that's the point, she said softly. It's less about what stops him from doing whatever he wants and more about the fact that something does it all. It means that what he wants isn't the most important thing to him. Karen nodded slowly. I understand, I think, she said. And that thing, whatever it is. That's what right and wrong is to him. Sakura nodded. I think that's what it is to everyone, she said. But each of us has something different that stops us and makes us do things we don't want to. Karen sighed. It was easier when I was just a Kusa healer Genin no one really wanted, she confessed wryly. I didn't have to think about why people did things. I just had to worry about whether I'd be eating my whole dinner that night. Sakura chuckled. Well, I don't think you'll have to worry about dinners anymore, she promised. Naruto wouldn't stand for it. What wouldn't I stand for? The blonde Jinchuriki stepped into the room with a raised brow. Sakura narrowed her eyes on him. Eavesdropping teammates, among other things, she chided. He looked embarrassed. Ah. Yeah, sorry, he acknowledged. I just got here, for the record. He looked at Karen and grew serious. Karen, he said slowly, I just want to get a couple things straight. He crossed the room and sat across from Sakura on the bed, watching the retreated girl closely. I'm not going to apologize, Naruto said quietly, for doing that. Check earlier. It was necessary, we have a war brewing, and I can't afford to lose. Karen visibly swallowed. Sakura put a hand on her leg gently. But, Naruto continued, his eyes softening, I am sorry about how we handled it. I'm sorry for both Sasuke's and Shikamaru's behavior, and I'm sorry we had you in a position where that check was necessary in the first place. I'm sorry. Sort of losing it in there. Mostly I'm just sorry for making your first day as an Uzumaki such a bad one. He grinned ruefully. I'll try to make it up to you. Karen watched him warily for a moment before a slight smile broke across her features. It's alright, I guess, she mumbled. I suppose I understand. Sakura smiled at her, then turned as a throat was cleared in the doorway. Sasuke was standing there, clearly trying not to look awkward. Not to ruin the moment, he said slowly, but consider the moment ruined. Naruto, are we eating sometime today? Only it's nearly 9 and I last ate on the way to the tower. Naruto laughed aloud. Shikamaru-san. Gaara's voice was low and measured, a tone designed to go unheard by most and unheeded by the rest. It was now the fourth day of the second exam. The 19 genin who had been in the tower had by now been joined by many others and the dining commons were very crowded at mealtimes. Gaara and his team had taken to sitting among the other genin in Naruto's small army and Gaara was currently sitting next to Nara as he methodically carved his way through a varied plate of sashimi. Shikamaru raised a brow at the Jinchuriki idly. "Yes, Gaara-san?" he asked with the same inflection. "I was wondering," said Gaara, his idle tone belying a serious glint in his eye, "what our friend's plan is for the next round of the exams." "Naruto's plan for the elimination tournament?" Shikamaru shrugged. "As far as I know, he plans on getting through with all his people," he said disinterestedly. "I guess the question is, what will they do if two of them face off?" Gaara nodded. "I assume it concerns him." He sounded almost bored. Shikamaru shrugged. "The way I see it," he said, "the guy who's best in one place is best in the next, right? The whole exam's just a glorified sparring match anyway, in some ways, just with higher stakes. This might be even more so. In other words, whoever wins moves on." "I wonder." Gaara mused. "I'm quite certain, for instance, that if you and I were to face one another, I would almost certainly win." Shikamaru shrugged. "You're probably right," he agreed. "And yet," Gaara continued, "in many ways, you are more qualified for certain other matters than I. Should such a scenario arise for our friend, should the weaker be allowed to surpass the strong in some situations? He's worried about Temari, Kankuro, and any poor sods unfortunate to encounter him, Naruto, or Sasuke," Shikamaru decoded. "If he and Shino or Temari and I or some other skewed pair of priority players were to face off in the prelims, should the weaker player get a bye because they might provide more to the plan?" Shikamaru shrugged. "I doubt our friend has a detailed plan in place," he said frankly, "because Naruto didn't, but if it were me, I think I would leave it to the competitors to judge. They're all fairly aware of the situation as a whole." Gaara nodded thoughtfully. "Most of them," he agreed, "and the only exceptions are excusable." "Thank you, Shikamaru-san, I believe I understand better now." Shikamaru nodded. "I'm sure our friend will let us know if he has any better ideas," he said and turned back to his meal. "Will all competitors please assemble in the primary atrium?" The command rang out throughout the building. Naruto recognized Iruka's voice as having issued it. It was 1 in the afternoon on day 5 of the second examination, the preliminary round was about to begin. "Hokage-sama will be addressing the Chunin examinees shortly." Naruto looked over at Sasuke. They'd been light contact sparring, Taijutsu only, while they waited. He grinned at the Uchiha. "I thought we'd never get to it," he said. Sasuke chuckled. "So impatient, dope," he said condescendingly. "You'll never amount to anything with that attitude." Naruto stuck his tongue out at him while he quickly checked his kunai holster. "Ready?" he asked in lieu of an answer. Sasuke grinned and followed him out. They met Sakura in the arena. She looked a little worried, they'd told her what was coming. She smiled at them when they fell into line with her, however. "Naruto, Sasuke," she greeted. "Keeping in shape?" Sasuke shrugged. "Can't exactly spar properly indoors," he groused. "We'll see. At least we're fresh, unlike some." Naruto nodded. "It'll be fine," he said. "We're stronger than about 90% of the genin here." He gave Sakura a look. "All 3 of us," he finished, daring her to disagree. She smiled slightly, happily, and didn't argue. The crowd of genin slowly formed into lines of 3 by team. Naruto was first in line for team 7, behind him was Sakura, with Sasuke in the rear. Gaara led his team immediately beside him. He gave Naruto a nod as they fell into place. Naruto grinned back. As the last genin fell into place, the Hokage stepped into the room from a doorway off to Naruto's left and made his way to the statue in the room's front. He surveyed the young shinobi gravely as they fell silent, his eyes lingering on Naruto's momentarily. "Chunin examines," he begins at length. "Congratulations on your successful completion of the second examination in the Forest of Death." Several more teams had passed this exam than before, Naruto knew. The genin from Oto had been thoroughly shut down, although Kabuto's team had been allowed through to avoid tipping Orochimaru off. In the absence of several potentially predatory teams, 3 more teams had passed who had failed before, 1 from AIM, 1 from Konoha, and the last from Suna. This meant that there were 27 competitors, and assuming Kabuto dropped out, that left 13 preliminary rounds. "You are all here to become Chunin," the Hokage said slowly. "But few, if any, of you understand the importance of the test you are taking. I think it best if those of you who have proven ourselves thus far are given an explanation." There was silence as the genin listened with varying degrees of attentiveness. In the days before this peace the hidden villages now tenuously share, the Sandaime began, there were no Chunin exams. If a ninja from one village appeared in another, it was an act of war and that ninja would invariably be killed. Now, however, we send our children into the hearts of one another's power and influence once every 6 months. How can this be? Have the hidden villages grown to trust one another so? No. The Hokage sighed. No, the villages still compete and will inevitably attempt to strike at one another eventually. Perhaps not soon, but war, in this world, is always unavoidable. This Chunin exam, of which you are all a part, serves a function to this peace we have built. You genin are a substitute for war. He looked around at the young faces grimly. Each of you represents the collective might of your village. In the third portion of this examination, each of you will be watched not only by other shinobi, but by independent merchants, daimon, and other potential employers of ninja. How you comfort yourselves in that portion of the test will, in part, determine not only who becomes Chunin, but also to which village these clients will go. The Hokage surveyed the genin again. Do you see? In this test you compete, not only for yourselves, but for your village, just as the villages themselves competed in the old days. It is in the nature of these villages to fight one another, and through this exam, we prevent that conflict from taking the form of bloody and wasteful war. The Hokage sighed audibly. Naruto sympathized. It wasn't easy to admit you ruled over a village which, inevitably, degraded to something like a rabid animal periodically. With all this said, the Sandaime continued, I would like now to explain the next part of the examination. Hokage-sama. One of the shinobi to Sarutobi's right had stepped out of the line, turned, and bowed before him. Please, he said, allow me, as proctor, to introduce the next stage of the examination. The Sandaime studied him for a moment before nodding. Very well, he acquiesced and stepped back. Naruto's teeth clenched. He'd always liked keeping his troops comfortable around him too, the top was a lonely location. But this was, by his standards, unacceptable. This Chunin had interrupted his Hokage mid-speech in front of foreign shinobi. Naruto made a mental note to ask Shikamaru for an analysis of the action and whether it had merits he couldn't see. The Chunin turned. Naruto vaguely remembered him, he'd died between this preliminary round and the exam proper before. What was his name? Why should I know? Kurama grumbled. He's your species. It was rhetorical, furball. I am Jekmhate, proctor of the third phase of the Chunin exams, the Chunin said, turning to them. Right, that was it. Before we move on to explaining the third stage, the Chunin began and was interrupted by a coughing fit. At length, he was able to continue. There is something to be done. A preliminary elimination round. There was a rustle as the genin digested this. What? Kiba growled loudly somewhere to Naruto's left. We might be eliminated without even getting to the third round. Naruto ignored that little gem in favor of studying hate curiously. So first he's insubordinate and now he's sickly. This is what Sandaime-sama wants to represent our village's genin. Your Hokage is an idiot. Or he knows something I don't. Too many genin passed the second test for us to move directly on, continued Hate blandly. A cough stopped him from continuing for a moment before he went on. As such, we will be having one-on-one matches to eliminate half of the competitors. He coughed a few more times before going on. Given that these matches are one-on-one, as is the third portion of the exam, the success of an individual genin no longer, another cough depends on the success of his or her team. Should one of you wish to forfeit now, you may do so without jeopardizing your teammates. I'm out then, said a familiar voice from far to Naruto's right. I used up what I had in the forest. I forfeit. With that, Yakushi Kabuto fell out of his place in the line and marched out of the room. There was murmuring among the genin, the word coward was thrown around a great deal. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Very well, said Hate with a nod. If no one else is forfeiting, we will move straight on. The matchups will be randomized and brought up on the screen there. He pointed with a cough at a black screen set against the back wall. They will be held here, in the center of this hall, the other genin should wait along the balconies. He coughed a few more times. Without further ado, he said, the first match. The screen flickered to life. Names flickered on it like a roulette before settling. Tsunamakishima versus Shikamaru. Naruto and Gaara looked at each other. Naruto snorted. This should be fun, Kurama said, amused. Tsunamakishima was a genin of Konoha who, Shikamaru was certain, had either never made Chunin nor had been dead by the time Naruto gained power. That alone was a decent indicator of his relative weakness, so Shikamaru wasn't worried. The young man across the arena from him older than Shikamaru, at least in body, by some 2 or 3 years, was sneering arrogantly at him. Another indicator of weakness. He carried twin ten, each about a foot long, sheathed at his sides. In addition, a standard shuriken holster was on his leg and no other equipment was visible. In any other context, this would suggest to Shikamaru that the opponent's tricks were hidden. Here, he thought it more likely that the man had none in the first place. Shikamaru gave him a respectful nod. Makishima's sneer only widened. 3, Hate began. 2, 1. Begin. Shikamaru lazily formed a rat seal as his opponent charged. His shadow lashed out as Makishima drew his swords. The other genin found himself frozen, left foot in the air, in the middle of a leap. Shikamaru blinked and raised his right leg. Makishima fell on his face with a muffled oath. Shikamaru didn't release him, he was still conscious. He stepped towards the prone face-down genin, Makishima's feet jerking spasmodically as they reflected Shikamaru's gait. With a sigh, Nara reached into his pocket and pulled out a handkerchief. He held it in his left hand, knelt down, and covered Makishima's mouth and nose, using his right hand to push the other genin's head into the cloth. There was silence for a time as Makishima's struggles against the shadow possession became increasingly frantic, then slowed as he ran low on oxygen. Before he could find himself within danger of asphyxiation, however, Shikamaru removed his hand, released the possession, and decked the other genin in the temple. Makishima went limp. Shikamaru stood up and turned to Hade. "He's unconscious," he said unnecessarily. Naruto began to applaud, and others joined in nervously. "The winner is Nara Shikamaru, Hade. Medics a cough please see Tsuma Makishima. Shikamaru-san, please return to the balcony while the next match is called." Shikamaru nodded and walked off, his eyes on the screen as it flickered. Sakura Maitreya vs. Yamanaka Ino. Shikamaru gave into a nod and murmured good luck as he passed her on his way up. She gave him a confident grin in return. "I'll be fine, Shika," she said firmly. "They'll learn not to mess with Team 10. Good job on your fight." Shikamaru smiled slightly. "Thanks." A few moments later, he was settled beside Shinji and Asuma, who had apparently come to watch. After greeting them, Shikamaru studied Ino's opponent intently. She was a genin from Suna, about Tamari's age so about 3 years older than Ino with cropped black hair and a flowing red robe, suggesting her role as a ninjutsu specialist. On the one hand, that meant she was likely to be able to field a great deal of damage at range, which was where Ino preferred to stay if she couldn't have a stealthy approach. On the other hand, it meant she was likely accustomed to staying fairly still during battle, which boded well for Ino's mind-body switch. It would be a difficult battle, to be certain. "Begin," called Hade. Matsura moved first, but as Shikamaru had expected didn't actually leave her place. Instead, a few quick hand signs were made and a hand was brought to her mouth for the phoenix flower. A flurry of fireballs was launched in Ino's general direction, but the girl avoided them admirably, diving into a roll to the left, coming up kneeling, 3 shuriken already in her right hand. She tossed them at her opponent quickly before diving away again. Instead of dodging, Maitreya called on another ninjutsu to fire a projectile of pressurized air to knock the projectiles off course before firing a great fireball at Ino. The Yamanaka dove out of the way again, tossed 3 more shuriken, dove preemptively to avoid the photon deflecting, and then formed the Yamanaka hand sign, aimed at Mitsuya's position. Even as Matsura focused on forming her chakra for the deflection of the shuriken, she was caught in the mental technique. She froze mid-jutsu, and the 3 shuriken met her flesh directly. She cried out, and Ino's prone body twitched in reflection. Shikamaru's fists clenched as his mind already raced, tracking the trajectories of the shuriken, trying to figure out what they'd hit. One sank into her right arm, another in her left leg. Neither of those was threatening. The third, however, cut into her torso where, exactly, Shikamaru could not see, and that one might be a danger. But Saira's left hand rose shakily even as her right hand clutched at her belly. "I forfeit," she said tersely, and then sank to her knees as Ino released her. Yamanaka's body twitched as her mind returned to it, even as Hade called out, "Yamanaka Ino was the winner." Medics another cough please see to both competitors. The Iram Nin entered the field quickly with stretchers, even as the screen began to flicker again. Shikamaru glanced at Asuma. "Let me know how the matches go," he muttered. "I'm going to check on Ino." Asuma nodded firmly. "I would," he said, "but Shinji still has to go." "Get going, I'll get you if Shinji's match is announced." Shikamaru nodded gratefully and turned away from the arena even as the next pair appeared on the screen. Tsubaku no Gaara vs. Aarm Kamiya. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly as the names appeared. The Aarm were a small family in Sana, he would be facing one of his own. With any luck, she would be so paralyzed with fear that. "I forfeit." The girl's voice was panicked. "There we are." Gaara rolled his eyes. Higurashi Tenten vs. Hokage Hinata. Sasuke winced and looked over at Naruto. His teammate's face had hardened, but even as the Uchiha watched, he sighed, relaxed, and smiled. "Good luck, Hinata-chan." He called to the Hokage who was already entering the arena. Hinata visibly ducked her head. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Does she have a chance?" Sakura whispered to him worriedly, her voice low so Naruto couldn't hear. Of course, Naruto was a trained shinobi and a jinchuriki to boot, so he heard anyway. "She does," he said firmly. "Hinata's not weak." "Nor is Tenten," Sasuke said mildly. Hinata definitely has a chance, but Tenten's got more experience and she's sparred with a hokage regularly for over a year. It'll be an uphill fight. Naruto's knuckles tightened around the railing. Yeah, he agreed quietly. But no matter what happens, it can't be worse than it was. Sasuke grimaced. He remembered Hinata's fight with Neji, how the branch clan shinobi had taken a sick pleasure in destroying her utterly. True enough, he agreed. This might even be good for her if they get to talking. They've both been on the receiving end. Begin. Hate shouted. Tenten began by speaking. Hinata-san, she said, by way of greeting. Neji told me about you. Hinata seemed to shrink inward. Oh? She said in a small voice, but the wide acoustics of the hall let Sasuke hear it anyway. What did he say? Tenten's voice was sympathetic. Mostly? She asked ruefully. He says you're weak and undeserving of being in the main family a lot. Hinata seemed to be trying to fold herself up. Well. I'm sorry for not being as strong as some. I think he's wrong. Sasuke's respect for Tenten shot up a few notches. Hinata was looking at her opponent blankly. What? Tenten grinned. I think he and a lot of other people are underestimating you, Hinata-san, she said firmly. I think you just need to stop letting them get you down. Hinata was silent. I mean, look at Naruto. Tenten chuckled. You saw him in the forest, you saw how hilariously outmatched Neji was. And Naruto considers you a friend. If that's not a recommendation, I don't know what is. For the record, Naruto called loudly. I agree with Tenten, but I don't think that should stop you pounding her into the ground. Tenten laughed, winking up at the balcony where Team 7 watched. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I think you should definitely try, she said, grinning as she palmed a storage scroll. Because one of us, Konoha Kunoichi, is going on to take the third exam, but I don't want either of us letting people think Kunoichi can't make a good show. There was a beat as Hinata seemed to visibly absorb this, and then the girl took a Jiken stance. Hi, she mumbled, and then, more forcefully, hi. Tenten's grin widened. Good. She said. Then let's get started. She jumped off both feet in a flying leap backwards, 2 storage scrolls unraveling around her hands already reaching into the extensive seal arrays. With a deft motion, she began throwing a steady stream of weapons, both large and small, at the hokage. Hinata moved like water, she flowed between a falling naginata and a whirling katana, deftly keeping her feet steady as she moved, rather than resorting to dives and rolls. Sasuke's eyes widened, impressed, he hadn't expected her to be agile enough to dodge through the middle of the technique like that. That was a skill beyond most of their peers. And then Tenten began to fall as gravity took its hold. Hinata's Byakugan was already active as she began to flow among the continuing stream of weapons towards her dropping opponent. Tenten stopped pulling out new weapons and instead used her chakra strings to manipulate the ones already on the ground, trying to keep the hokage at bay, but Hinata just wove between them with the same unexpected deftness. It visibly took Tenten a moment to realize that she couldn't keep Hinata from getting to her before she hit the ground, and as soon as she realized she dove for a new weapon, but the instant she stopped controlling the weapons, Hinata was already leaping for her. Jiken. Hinata called out forcefully. 32 palms. And the strikes began. Sasuke couldn't help activating his Sharingan to track the motions as they impeccably hit a Tenketsu each. 32 strikes wouldn't seal the entire network by any means, but it was certainly sufficient to weaken Tenten, especially with the way Hinata was focused on her opponent's arms to prevent her controlling her weapons. The final strike met Tenten squarely in the left shoulder, sending her rolling away. She recovered into a kneel, both her arms limp at her sides, staring at Hinata in something like wonder. She began to laugh. Told you they were underestimating you, she said breathlessly. Well, I can't fight without arms. You win. Go Hinata. Naruto shouted ecstatically, beginning to clap wildly. Sasuke nodded slowly and joined in. The winner is Hokage Hinata. Hade announced between coughs. Tenten-san, will you be needing medical attention? Tenten shook her head, already leaving the arena. The Jiken goes away on its own if you slowly feed chakra into the blocked Tenketsu, she said. I've had practice. I'll be fine. Very well. Hade said and coughed. Then please clear the area while the next match is called. Inyazuka Kiba. Versus. Sabaku no Tamari. Sasuke grimaced. Kiba, he expected, would not enjoy this. The Konoha shinobi and the Suna Kunoichi faced off at the center of the arena. Tamari's fan was out, folded and held like a heavy walking stick. She smirked at the boy and his dog. Hello again, Inyazuka, she said tauntingly. I hope you plan to bring a bit more to the field than I saw in the forest. Kiba grinned wolfishly. If you think your performance in the forest was enough to take me down, you've got another thing coming. He responded challengingly. Tamari's smirk widened. In that case, she said, unfolding her fan to show a single violet circle. May the best ninja me win. Begin. Ordered Hade. Biba immediately lunged, but Temari reacted quickly. With a swing of her fan and a concentration of chakra, which Sasuke observed with a flare of his Sharingan, she cast sharp winds at the charging Inuzuka. Biba rolled to avoid the slashing ninjutsu, still pounding steadily towards the Tsunade, but Sasuke saw something he doubted Temari noticed. As Kiba rolled, he let Akamaru out of his jacket, and even as Kiba continued to charge, Akamaru munched on a soldier pill Kiba had dropped with him. Misdirection, Sasuke mused. His estimation of Kiba's abilities rose a notch or two. Biba was forced to dive away from Temari, rolling behind her, as another technique barely missed him. She turned to face him and thus missed Akamaru's transformation into a beast clone of his trainer. Biba grinned. "That fan's not bad for keeping me at a distance," he said conversationally. Temari shifted her grip on it. "You really can't win," she announced. "It's a bad matchup. A Taijutsu specialist can't beat me like this." Biba chuckled. "We'll see about that." Temari had only a moment's notice before Akamaru's whirling tunneling fang dove for her from behind. To her credit, she did notice and dove to her right to avoid it, but even as she did, Kiba attacked in a second tunneling fang, marking the transformation into his signature fang over fang. Temari swung her fan as Kiba approached. Sasuke's Sharingan caught the moment the actual fabric of the fan caught on the whirling mass of Inuzuka. The redirected airflow of the interrupted jutsu kicked up a cloud of dust, thick enough that even Sasuke couldn't see through it. His teeth clenched. If Temari's strike had gone through well, that might have killed Kiba at that range. She had probably shown restraint, but… Slowly, the dust settled. Temari was breathing heavily, several meters back from where they'd impacted, leaning on her folded fan. Kiba was apparently in worse shape. A deep cut ran along his right shoulder, bleeding profusely, and he appeared to have been scraped up badly by flying dust, but he was still standing. Akamaru, still in beast clone form, was beside him. Temari glowered. "That was a neat trick," she said grimly. "Now I'll show you mine." She unfolded her fan in one fluid motion. But stopped as the first circle emerged and stared at the war fan, aghast. Right across the circle, pushing inward from the fan's outer edge, was a great gash torn in the fabric. Kiba's strike had torn the fan. Temari's teeth clenched and she opened the fan fully, before closing it from the other end to hide the torn part. 2 circles were left exposed. "Right," she hissed. "Now you're getting it." With a flourishing swing, she launched a complicated array of chakra-bound gusts at the Inuzuka. Sasuke watched them with his Sharingan. The Inuzuka was faced with an X of gusts headed directly his way, while more swung around the central technique like doors swinging shut or like a vice closing on him. He was able to dodge the primary strike, but one of the secondaries sent him reeling, a new gash opening in his left leg. He gasped at the impact, even as Temari charged another strike. Akamaru dove for his master, shielding the Inuzuka with his body as the cutting wind struck out. Sasuke's eyes widened, and his Sharingan caught everything as the slashing gale met the beast clone squarely across the back and cut deeply. Akamaru howled, popping back into his original shape. "Akamaru!" Kiba bellowed in horror. Temari still. Sasuke closed his eyes. Chapter 46. Recompense. The Inuzuka Kiba rolled out from under his hound in a visible panic. "Akamaru," he said again, cradling the dog in his arms. Akamaru twitched feebly, the gash in his back still flowing freely with blood. "Forfeit, kid," Temari snapped, her face set. "Forfeit, so the medics can help him." Kiba bared his teeth at her. "Screw you, bitch," he hissed furiously. "Fine, I forfeit. Help him, someone." "Sabaku no Temari is the winner," announced Tade. "Medics, please see him and his master." The white-clad Iramnin were already on the field, rushing towards the downed Inuzuka and dog with a stretcher. Kiba grimaced and handed Akamaru over to one of them before allowing himself to be helped onto the stretcher himself. As he was taken from the arena, he sent a death glare Temari's way. "You'll pay for this," he swore as he left the room. Temari slowly slung her damaged fan on her back, looking after the boy. "He damaged my fan, he deserved what he got," she told herself, but it rang hollow. "Temari-san," the proctor said, coughing, "please vacate the field while the next match is announced." Temari nodded slowly and returned to the stairwell. Once she finished ascending, she was met with a surprise. The Nara boy Shikamaru from the forest was there with her brothers, waiting for her. "Can you repair your fan?" he asked immediately, studying her intently. Her teeth clenched. "Of course I can repair my fan," she said coldly. "Be a bit stupid to use a weapon I can't maintain." Shikamaru nodded. "Good," he said. Then, with a sort of spasm, as though he hadn't even intended to do it, his fist came up and nearly struck her. She leaned away to dodge, but the boy had stopped the blow before it connected. He was shaking slightly, and his eyes were dark. "Because Kiba might not be able to repair his," he said quietly, "and I like that dog." He turned away from her, his fist falling to his side. He gave Gaara a nod and walked away along the balcony without looking back. She stared after him blankly. Ara cleared his throat behind her. "Don't worry," he assured her. "He'll forgive you, he knows it was an accident. He just needs to calm himself." Temari turned to him, her eyes narrowed. "What do I care if he forgives me?" she demanded. "He's a Konoha shinobi. We're about to invade them, Obito, remember?" Ara didn't answer, only turned to look at the screen on which two names had settled. Mai versus Uchiha Sasuke. Ara coughed once. "This," he mumbled, "should be fun." Sasuke didn't bother going for the stairs, instead he vaulted over the railing and landed in a crouch on the edge of the arena. Under the pretense of fiddling with his arm guards, he primed the storage seal on his right wrist where the storage seal containing Kubikurubjum sat dormant. "Try not to kill her, Sasuke," Naruto hollered from above. "No promises," Sasuke called back without turning. Naruto just laughed. Mai soon entered from the other end of the arena. She was a young woman, about 3 or 4 years older than Sasuke and perhaps half a head taller than him. She wore a battle kimono in a soft green hue with slits cut up the legs and on the shoulders for freedom of motion. Her taki forehead protector gleamed in the electric lighting of the room. Her hand was on the hilt of her sword. Sasuke gave him a short nod as he entered the field. He recognized the girl from the encampment in the Forest of Death. She'd been FK's teammate user by the long katana at her belt. "Mine's bigger." The thought came unbidden as he considered his opponent's sword and he banished it immediately, his left hand twitching slightly towards the seal on his wrist. Mai was staring him down, a determined set to her face. The image was betrayed, however, by the glimmer of stark terror in her eyes. She remembered him from the forest, too. He smiled. "Begin," Hayate ordered. "Feel free to yield," Sasuke said casually. In response she shouted battle cry at him, her katana leaping from its sheath in a gleam of bright silver. Sasuke's hand went to his wrist and out came Kubikurubjum. The massive blade sent the slimmer katana bouncing away as it deflected her downward strike. He twisted the blade in his grip, circling its tip around her sword and hooking it with the gap before pulling. The blade came free from her hands with barely a trace of resistance. The battle was, realistically, over in the field, Sasuke would have simply gutted his opponent then and there. Here, however, where the opponent's death was actively discouraged, he withdrew with a lunge, picking up her sword as he went. "Yield," he ordered. She was staring at her sword in his hand. The entire exchange had taken about 2 seconds. "Yeah," she said, stuttering. "Yeah. I yield." Hayate nodded. "Uchiha Sasuke is the winner," he announced. Sasuke tossed the katana at her, hilt downward, and then turned away. He actually took the stairs to return to the balcony, partly because he wanted the isolated space to lock his storage seal without everyone realizing what he was hiding under his arm guard. Naruto was looking at the board when he reached them. Kakashi had apparently meandered over to their little group at some point during Sasuke's fight. He gave the Uchiha a condescending eye smile. Sasuke didn't dignify it with a response, opting instead to follow Naruto's gaze. Hokage versus the Cad Muroi. Sasuke's brow rose. "Isn't that the guy who absorbed chakra?" he asked his teammates slowly. Naruto nodded. "I wonder how that'll interact with Shiken," he mused. Sasuke shrugged. Neji and Yoroi were already entering the field. "Begin," Hayate ordered. "You should forfeit," Neji said immediately, coldly. "Your own teammate abandoned this competition without making an attempt, he has shown you to be weak-fated losers." Yoroi's masked face was still for a moment before nodding. "I'm a Taijutsu specialist," he said flatly, "and I don't like my odds. I forfeit, Proctor-san." Naruto winced. "That's going to make Neji insufferable," he muttered over the sound of the Hokage monologuing about the futility of Yoroi's situation. The next match was soon called. Atsushi Shigure versus Pamuo Sura. Shigure was FK's other teammate, a wiry teen with a mop of black hair over a bony, sallow face. He wore all black and carried no visible weapons besides a standard-issue kunai holster. Asura was Asuna Kunoichi from the team that had recently passed. Sasuke didn't care and thus didn't watch, opting instead to lean back on the wall and close his eyes for a bit. "Asano Shigure is the winner," Hayate announced. "Medics, please see Asura-san." Sasuke opened his eyes and looked down at the arena. The girl from Suna was on the floor, bleeding from what looked like kunai injuries, surrounded by her own bloodied weapons. He shrugged and turned his attention to the screen. Aburam Shino versus Uzumaki Naruto. "Don't you dare forfeit before we've started," Naruto hollered over at teammate. Shino looked over at him, nodded once, and made for the stairwell. Naruto grinned, punched Sasuke lightly in the shoulder by way of farewell, and emulated his earlier jump into the arena. "Are you planning to let me out for this one?" Kurama asked hopefully. "You know that's a bad idea," Naruto told him, "if only because we want to keep you in reserve." "Fine." Kurama was displeased but understanding. Shino entered the field slowly and coolly, seeming totally unruffled. "How shall this go, Naruto-san?" he asked as he came to a halt in his place across from the Jinchuriki. "Is anything barred and would you like me to test myself fully?" Naruto shrugged. "I'm not using everything I've got," he confessed. "Got to save some stuff for the third part, right? I probably won't pull out all the stops even if I'm about to lose because there's other things to save for besides the exam. I just want to have a proper fight, you and I don't spar often." Shino nodded. "Very well," he said and took a ready to jutsu stance. "Begin." Hate called. Naruto palmed 3 kunai and tossed them at Abiram, who blocked them with one of his own, all while insects slowly flowed out of his clothes to swarm all about him. There was a flicker and for a moment Shino vanished into the cloud before 3 of him coalesced. Insect clones. Naruto formed 5 shadow clones, Kawarimi with one of them, and then charged. For a few moments, he and Shino were engaged in 3 2-on-1 Taijutsu battles. Shino for an impressive 5 seconds before, one by one, all 3 of him dispersed. The real Shino had hidden himself in the confusion. Naruto closed his eyes. "Under us?" he asked Kurama. "Yep. Want me to flush him out?" "Nah." Naruto looked between his clones until one got the idea and nodded at him, as though in instruction. He formed a few seals and palmed the ground in a Doton jutsu. The ground began to shake in a localized earthquake. Then a portion began to crumble, exposing the top of Shino's hood where he had buried himself. No sooner had it appeared that the Abiram was moving, leaping out of the pit and diving for the clone that had nodded at Naruto with a kunai. It was blocked and the clone grabbed Shino's wrist but got a face full of Kakechu for its trouble. Naruto flickered behind Shino as it dissipated and poked his knife into Shino's throat. "Yield," he ordered. "I yield," Shino acquiesced, the insects flowing back into him. "Well fought, Naruto-san." "You too," Naruto agreed as Hade announced the winner. Saburo Kasumi. Versus. Akimichi Chimjai. Saburo Kasumi was a Konoha genin from Makishima's team, Shikamaru supposedly. She had actually survived into the war and had been a chunin in charge of a squad of career genin until she was killed in an engagement with a reanimated. Shikamaru had never known her well, but he had a vague recollection of her abilities. The Saburo were a very minor clan. Shikamaru wasn't even certain they had legal clan status whose specialty was suitin ninjutsu. Kasumi, with her distinctly watertight black bodysuit, seemed to be no exception. "Begin." Hade ordered. Jai enlarged a hand and tried to smack at Kasumi, but she nimbly dodged backward. Her hands shifted rapidly into hand signs. Surikten. A classic. The dragon of water burst from under the arena floor. She must be using groundwater and charged Chimjai, swerving erratically to make predicting its approach more difficult. Chimjai set his feet, glaring into the charging ninjutsu. His body expanded, rounded out. "Nikkuden Sensha." He roared and rolled forward. He met the dragon halfway. For a moment, they seemed perfectly even. His rolling form ground against the arena floor, kicking up gravel and debris, and the dragon pushed back against him, its form wavering against the impact. Wavering. And collapsing. Chimjai broke through the water form like a cannonball, breaking through a high wave en route to its target. Kasumi nimbly leapt out of the way, already forming another. But this battle was over. Shikamaru knew it, and so, he expected, did Kasumi. There was no way an aspiring chunin knew any suitin more powerful than Surikten, and if Chimjai could break that with his most basic technique, a technique Kasumi likely knew was basic since it was an Akimichi staple and she was a Konoha, there was no ready path to victory. Certainly, ingenuity could substitute for strength. Shikamaru himself counted on that fact more than any other, as a rule, but given that Kasumi had burned probably 2/3 of her chakra on an attack she'd only bothered to charge directly with, ingenuity didn't seem like her strongest trait. Indeed, the battle continued in this strain for a time. Kasumi launched suitin after suitin at the Akimichi juggernaut, growing weaker with each attack as her chakra reserves were depleted and Choji weathered them all without difficulty. Eventually, Kasumi grew tired enough that she failed to leap out of the way of one of Chimjai's enlarged arms and at that point all was lost. He threw her into the wall hard and she fell to earth limply. "Akimichi Chimjai is the winner," Hade announced. "Medics." Shikamaru gave his final teammate a nod as he returned to the balcony. "Well done, Chimjai," he said. Chimjai grinned at him. "You weren't half bad yourself," he said. Shikamaru snorted. "Come on," he said, glancing at Ino. "I'm headed to the hospital to check on Akamaru. You two coming?" Ino nodded, looking unhappy. "Oh, I hope he's okay," she said. "He's a good dog." "You don't know the half of it," Shikamaru wanted to say. He remembered who had been able, by the end, to stand against even the upper echelons of the enemies reanimated on his own and come out on top. He remembered a dog that had had more talent for following orders when prudent and improvising when necessary than most human soldiers. "Yeah," Shikamaru said quietly. "He really is." They passed Team 7 on the way out. Shikamaru flagged Naruto down. "We're going to check on Kiba and Akamaru," he told his Hokage. Naruto nodded. "Got it," he said. "We'll come once Sakura's gone. Let me know if you need me." Shikamaru nodded. "Later," he said. The next match placed Kabuto's final teammate Miss Yumi against some faceless Konoha Genin Sasuke didn't much care about. As with the previous match of that type, he leaned against a wall and ignored it completely. Neither participant died and Miss Yumi progressed. The next match, however, FK versus Rock Lee, promised to be much more interesting. Sakura, it seemed, did not agree. "Oh, great," she mumbled. "Another Jinchuriki fight where everyone knows how it ends." Sasuke chuckled. "Well, yes," he agreed. "But Lee has a way of making even his losses entertaining. At least as long as you ignore his spouting about the power of youth." Which Lee was now beginning. "Yosh," he said as he entered the arena across from the green-haired Taki Jinchuriki. "Welcome to Konoha, fellow shinobi. I am sorry, but it seems I will have to defeat you now." FK's lips were twisted as if to contain laughter. "Oh, really?" she said, and her voice was strained with mirth. "I'm sure that's just tragic for you." "It is," Lee said earnestly. "After all the work you put in to get here, it seems a shame to send you home without a chance to demonstrate your youth." The capital letter neatly fell into place in Sasuke's mind in the tournament proper and become Chiknin. FK giggled. "Say, you're a Taijutsu user, right?" she asked. Lee nodded fervently. "I am," he said proudly. "I will prove that, through youth, one can become an excellent shinobi without ninjutsu." "I'm sure you will," FK said, and now there was a predatory glint to her eyes, "but it won't be today. I'll use only Taijutsu too, alright. We'll see who's the better practitioner." "Yosh," Lee exulted. "Your youth knows no bounds." "Very well, I accept. If I lose, I will. 1,000 laps around Konoha in my hands." FK laughed aloud at that one. "Oh, I like you," she said. "It'll be a shame to take you down a peg, honestly. But also so much fun." "Are you two quite done?" asked Hade wearily. FK cocked an eyebrow at him. "You have 26 high-powered adolescents packed into a room and ordered to beat one another into submission in formal one-on-one fights," she said dryly. "Did you not expect monologues?" Hade rolled his eyes. "Expected," he coughed. "Yes. Desired, no. Are you done?" She grinned. Cricked her neck. "I'm done." "Good. Begin." And both competitors were gone, flickering into motion so fast that even Sasuke's highly trained eyes could barely detect their passage. He flared his Sharingan, the better to see. The two fighters met in the middle of the arena, exchanged a single blow. Fu's roundhouse kick was dodged by a roll from Lee, who used his lowered height to deliver a sweep which she nimbly leapt over and then dashed apart into one another's starting positions. They stopped and turned back to face each other. Lee's face was glowing with boyish excitement, FK's was set in a devilish grin. "Yosh," Lee said excitedly. "You're as fast as I am." "Nah," said FK, her smile widening. "I'm faster." And they charged again. They clashed once, broke apart, circled one another for a time, and then dived for one another. Lee threw a kick which FK ducked. She rose again with an uppercut to his gut, which he deflected. He tried to grasp her wrist in the motion, but she drew it back too quickly and spun to deliver an elbow to his face. He ducked it and tried to kick her legs out from under her. She tucked them up, bringing them up to her torso. She turned in midair and both feet snapped out, striking Lee hard in the center of the chest. It was a hard target and damage was minimal, but it pushed him back a couple feet and threw her several. She landed in a roll and came up ready. They watched one another for a moment, perfectly motionless. FK smiled. "All right," she said. "Enough warm-up." Her speed had nearly doubled now that she wasn't holding back. Sasuke doubted anyone without a Sharingan could follow her now. She was in Lee's face in the blink of an eye and had planted a fist each into his gut, both cheeks and one kidney, before driving an elbow into his solar plexus, which cast him back several yards. He landed hard but kept his footing. He coughed painfully. "Yosh," he said in pained exuberance. "You truly are a powerful ninja." FK rolled her eyes. "Whatever trick you have planned," she said, "use it now. This next exchange doesn't end until you're unconscious." Lee glanced up at the balcony. Sasuke followed his gaze and saw a guy nodding solemnly. "You may, Lee," he said. "Go forth. Show her your youth." FK's nose wrinkled. "At least buy me dinner first," she protested. Lee's brow furrowed. "I do not understand," he told her. She rolled her eyes. "My friend said, you know how I hit you just now?" Lee nodded. "Well, there's this thing called puberty. It hasn't." Beside Sasuke, Sakura was gripping the railing hard and trying to stifle her laughter. Sasuke noticed that he, too, was chuckling. Naruto, of course, was guffawing without a care on his other side. "Yosh," Lee said, leaning down and pulling up his shin guards to reveal the training weights beneath. I, too, will stop holding back. And I will learn what this thing you call puberty is, and I will hit it. Sasuke's face met his palm. They greeted one another like old friends. There was a crash as Lee dropped his training weights with a resounding thud. Yosh. He cried. I am coming, FK. She blinked. Are you trying to do the innuendo thing? She asked. He charged. So did she. They were evenly matched again, two fantastically fast fighters, exchanging blows at speeds most humans couldn't even perceive. Strike after strike was deflected, dodged, or blocked outright, and for almost 3 minutes of solid combat, neither gained an advantage. But FK was a jinchuriki, and what she could not outpace, she could outlast. Lee began to tire after 3 minutes at his very peak. FK did not. He took a blow to the face first, but came back from it. Then it was to the solar plexus, but he recovered admirably. Another to the kidney, his other kidney, this time followed up with a kick to the thigh, and he stumbled. That was fatal. FK was on him in an instant, a veritable whirlwind of arms and legs. Several blows to the gut and at least 3 to the same temple later, and Lee was falling back, reeling, barely holding on to consciousness. Enough, FK said. It was a good fight, but you're done. There's no shame in that. And no, Lee managed. Through youth and hard work. FK sighed. She approached him as he staggered and took him into her arms. You're right, she said, but hard work takes time. Sometimes you go into a fight and it can't win you now. That doesn't mean it can't win it later. One day, Lee. But not today. She pulled back, steadied him. Smiled. Today, she said, it's time for you to rest. Her head reared back and struck him, hard, on his bushy brows. He staggered, tipped, and fell. She stood over him for a moment before glancing at Hade. You calling it? She asked. He nodded. FK is the winner, he declared. Medics another cough please, he rock Lee. Sasuke nodded and turned to Sakura. See? He said. Interesting. She chuckled. And funny, she said. FK's crude, but I like her. Are you ready? He asked her. You're up next. She smiled at him. Against Kankrum, she said. I think I'll be okay. He nodded. Good luck, he said. Don't lose. Sakura grinned. I don't plan to, she said. Let's see poisons, puppets, and poor taijutsu, right? He snorted. Sounds like you've got him figured out. Meh, she said. He might surprise me. The match was declared. Hayate called for the combatants. Sakura gave him and Naruto each a quick hug and then did as they had, vaulted over the railing and landed firmly on the ground. She cricked her neck as she approached the center of the arena. Kankrum was coming out of the stairwell opposite her just as she reached Hayate. You should forfeit, girly, he said tauntingly. A little shrimp like you, getting carried by her teammates, isn't going to be any match for me. Sasuke frowned. Kankrum was prodding at her weaknesses. He didn't appreciate it. Sakura, however, just shrugged. And Gaara hasn't been carrying you? She asked lightly. More to the point, I'm not the one who hides behind dolls even in the middle of a fight. Kankrum's face twisted into a furious grimace. They're not dolls, he said slowly. They're puppets. Sakura rolled her eyes. She said, her voice carrying an impressive sarcastic lilt which Sasuke couldn't help smiling at. What do you call this one, Barbie? Kankrum shuddered in rage. Oh, you're gonna wish you hadn't made me mad, he said. Begin. Hayate ordered. Then Kuro charged. No, Crow, Sasuke realized. The puppeteer wouldn't charge. An amateur tactical error, but then Kankrum was an amateur. It was Temari who had become the budding tactician under Shikamaru's tutelage. Kankrum didn't even have the talent. Sakura did. She nimbly sidestepped the charge, tapped the bandage-wrapped puppeteer, and then leapt away as he slowed to a stop. The face on the puppet slackened, became neutral. It stood perfectly idle. Sakura approached warily, a kunai in hand. When Kankrum didn't move, she set the tip of her kunai against where the jugular would be under the bandages. Proctor? She called. He's trapped in my jinjutsu. Can you call the match? Hayate nodded. The winner is Haruno Sakura, he said. You may go, I'll wake him so he doesn't attack you. Sakura nodded and leapt up to the balcony in a single bound. Sasuke found that he was smiling at her. Nicely done, he said. No unnecessary flair, in, jinjutsu, out. I like it. She smiled at him. Thank you, she said, bowing slightly with a flourish. You're too kind. Naruto clapped them both on the shoulders. Good job, Team 7. He said. We're all gonna make Chunin for sure. Now that there are fewer of you, the Hokage said to the assembled genin, we can proceed with the final part of the Chunin exams. First, I wish to impress upon you all once again that your promotion does not hinge on victory in the tournament. Your performance may be sufficient to warrant promotion regardless of whether you win or lose. The only reason winning fights is better is because it gives you further opportunities to demonstrate your skills in later fights. Naruto stood beside Sasuke, with Sakura on the Uchiha's other side, as they listened to the Hokage give his speech. As such, the Hokage continued, the actual bracketing of the tournament is not as vital as it may appear. 3 of you will be given buys. The other 10 will fight in one round more than those 3. The structure of the tournament shall be as follows. First, competitors 1 and 2 will fight. 3 will be given a bye. Then competitors 4 and 5 will fight. 6 will receive a bye. 7 and 8 will fight, followed by 9 and 10. 11 will be given a bye, and 12 and 13 will fight. Then, the winner between 1 and 2 will fight 3. The winner between 4 and 5 will fight 6. The winner between 7 and 8 will fight the winner between 9 and 10. Then 11 will fight the winner between 12 and 13. In the semifinals round, the winner between 1, 2 and 3 will fight the winner between 4, 5 and 6. Then the winner between 7, 8, 9 and 10 will fight the winner between 11, 12 and 13. After that, the last 2 competitors will face one another in the finals. The Hokage looked around. I will, of course, be giving you both charts of the brackets and the names of your first competitor, he said. Are there any questions? There were none. Good, the Hokage said. Then, without further ado. Competitor 1 is Ibaku no Gaara. He will be facing Yamanaka Ino in the first round. Haruno Sakura, as competitor 3, will receive a bye. Uchiha Sasuke and Hikage Neji are competitors 4 and 5. The winner of that match will face Hikage Hinata in the second round. Competitors 7 and 8 are Shikamaru Nara and Sabaku no Tamari. Competitors 9 and 10 are Akimichi Chimjai and Uzumaki Naruto. Atsusui Shigeru will receive a bye and face the winner of the match between FK and Tsurugi Misumi. Naruto quickly committed the brackets to memory. Hikage Hinata and Konoha Team 10 are currently at the hospital, the Sandaime said, glancing at Naruto. Would you? Naruto nodded. My team will tell them their brackets, he confirmed. Thank you, the Hokage said. You each have 1 month to prepare. Good luck. That is all. How's Akamaru? Naruto asked immediately upon entering the white room. Shikamaru glanced up from his book. He'll live, he said. But his spine was partially severed. We'd need Tsunade to heal him up to being combat capable again. Naruto grimaced. Oh, Kami. He glanced over at the bed, wherein Yuzuka was sleeping. Kiba looked more peaceful than he ever did when awake. Where's your team? He asked. Jai went to get some food to bring back. Shikamaru's voice was clinical, detached. Ino took Hinata to her flower shop, which I think she wanted to distract her from. Well. Akamaru's her teammate. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he said unhappily. Shikamaru shook his head then. Anyway, he said, turning to face them fully. The brackets. How's it look? You're up against Tamari in round 1, Sasuke said darkly. Naruto had expected Shikamaru to grimace. Instead, Nara's face turned into a grim little smile. Good, he said. I'll be able to teach her just what I think about trying to kill a damn puppy. It was a fight, Sakura said meekly. And Kiba wasn't holding back. Tamari has other tools, Shikamaru said firmly, looking at Kiba. I should know. She had alternatives. She just didn't think or choose to use them. And I'm not okay with that. She's not the same girl, Naruto said quietly. Shikamaru snorted. Doesn't stop me feeling like I just got stabbed in the back, he said. Then he sighed. Right, after I take her down a peg, who's next? Mirchmjai, Naruto reported. So, you. Well, yeah. That'll be fun, Shikamaru considered. What about Ino? She's facing Gaara in the first round, Sakura said. I'm facing him in the second. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Best of luck with that, he said dryly. Sakura smiled. I think I can make a good enough showing to be worth promoting, she said. Won't win, obviously, but. But no one's expecting you to win against a Jinchuriki, Shikamaru said. Right. Do we know when they're planning on engaging? They might plan on doing it as soon as Gaara steps onto the field in the first match, Naruto said. But he's not going to be activating Shukaku, so they'll probably scramble to figure out what to do from there. Shikamaru nodded. Hopefully, he said. Unless Orochimaru's planned around us somehow. He rolled his eyes. This is definitely the messiest game of espionage I've ever played. Naruto snorted. What about you, Sasuke? Shikamaru asked. Who are you up against? Neji round 1, Hinata round 2, Gaara round 3, Sasuke reported. And then Naruto in the finals. Naruto grinned fiercely. Oh, that'll be fun, he said. Sasuke grinned back. That it will, he agreed. Shikamaru sighed. But we have a lot to do before then, he said, standing up. We have Sannin to talk to, spies to coordinate, and a war to win. Naruto held out his hand. Good thing we've got the best commander in the world on our side, he said. Shikamaru's lips twitched into a slight smile. Flattery will get you nowhere, Hokage-sama, he said, and took the offered arm in a firm grip. The preliminaries were done. It was time to prepare for the real challenge. Chapter 47. Rearticulate. Nice bracketing, Shikamaru drew as he followed Naruto into the Hokage's office. Sandaime smiled slightly. I thought so, he agreed lightly. None of the powerhouses face each other in the first round or the second. It seemed fitting. Naruto chuckled. Didn't know you had a flair for the dramatic, Oji-san. The elderly Hokage chuckled. In this business, he said, it's nearly as essential as politics. Then the smile slid off his face. Now. To business. Naruto took his seat across from the Hokage. Shikamaru stood beside him and clasped his hands behind his back. We know that Akatsuki is watching the tournament, he said crisply. We know they want us to know that. Orochimaru hasn't shown his hand, but Kabuto is still in the village, and Tsurugi Misumi is participating in the tournament. We know from Gaara that the invasion by Suna is still going forward. He grimaced. Our worst-case scenario, he said grimly, is that all three of our enemy factions have been brought together by the Dishonored in preparation for a coordinated attack on our heavy hitters, possibly in conjunction with other threats we don't know about. How likely is that? Naruto asked. Shikamaru shook his head. Not very, he said. The Akatsuki are global criminals, every one. Suna can work with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha without reprisal because he's only really criminal from our perspective. But the Akatsuki would make them the enemies of every other nation as soon as Konoha was defeated. It's not worth the risk to them. However, he added darkly, what I think is possible is that the Dishonored has allied Akatsuki with Orochimaru and thus Suna through him. That's not quite as bad because Suna shinobi will be hostile to Akatsuki, especially Sasori, and possibly vice versa, but it's still far from a good situation. Agreed, the Sandaime said grimly. How can we improve security? Make sure the evacuation procedures are dusted off and prepared, Shikamaru said promptly. Start evacuating civilians discreetly the moment the tournament starts. Call back as many shinobi as you can on the grounds of security for the exams and try to get as many others as possible in nearby staging areas. The Sandaime Hokage nodded. Good ideas, he agreed. I'll see to it. Shikamaru, Naruto cut in. Sasuke's encounter with Akatsuki. Your analysis. The Dishonored can't have told Itachi the full truth of the situation, Shikamaru said, or Itachi would have already defected back to us. That means he can't have told Kisame, either, because there's no way he could keep any important secrets without Itachi finding out. Yet he sent them to engage Sasuke in the forest. We're missing the why, but he must know there's a risk of Itachi's defection regardless, just based on what Sasuke says. So either he wants Itachi to defect or he gains something that outweighs that risk. Well, either he did or Madara did. Or wants us to believe that Itachi defected, Naruto said quietly. Shikamaru's face slackened. Juinjutsu, he said in dawning horror. You think? If Itachi shows up, Naruto said, he needs to be contained. No matter how much we want to trust him, our enemies aren't above mind control and sleeper agents. Clear? Shikamaru nodded. Agreed. I'll pass that on to Dansme, Sandaime said. If anyone can keep Itachi's presence from his brother, it would be him. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. Naruto nodded. Right, he agreed. Shikamaru, any idea when they plan to start the invasion? I've spoken with Gaara, Shikamaru said. They want him to kick it off during his fight with Sasuke. Naruto nodded. I figured it'd be then. Good. Do we want him to actually do that or leave them guessing? I think he's better equipped to decide that, Shikamaru said. He knows Suna better than any of us. True, Naruto agreed. Fine, we'll leave that to him. What else can we do? Not much, Shikamaru confessed, besides hope we get more intel before the tournament. Speaking of which, he glanced at Naruto. I believe you and I have a spy master to meet. Naruto blinked. A smile spread across his face like the break of day. Jiraiya, he said happily. Oh, it'll be great to see him again. Be careful, Shikamaru warned. I will. Sasuke stood ready, his knees bent, Kubikurum held behind his back in a reverse grip. His eyes were covered by a blindfold, but his ears were perked to all sound. A rustle, barely audible, emanated from the tree to his right. There she is. He didn't betray his thoughts, but he mentally prepared to bring his blade around to deflect. A rush of air crossed his ears as Sakura leapt. Sasuke triangulated the positions of her kunai and brought his sword around. Ha-clang. His angled blade caught one and then the other in rapid succession. He spun, slashing across his partner with the dull edge of the sword, but she ducked and brought her leg around to sweep away his feet. Sasuke jumped, landed with both feet on the top of her head and jumped over her before somersaulting in midair and bringing his sword down hard. It came down on Loam, kicking a cloud of dust up explosively. The clattering of clods of dirt hitting the ground muffled the sound of Sakura's movement, but he still heard her roll away and then leap back toward him. He turned to the sound and brought the flat of his sword up to block the charge punch she launched at him. Sasuke skidded along against the ground, thrown backwards by the impact, but a liberal application of chakra to his feet allowed him to stay upright. Kubikurumch spun like a windmill before him, deflecting 1, 2, 3 thrown shuriken before he leapt out of the way of Sakura's second barrage, diving to his left. He rolled, came up kneeling, and brought the sword up to deflect another pair of tossed kunai. He dove forward then, arsing the sword around behind him and bringing it down towards where his opponent must be. She blocked it with 2 crossed kunai, but he followed through, leveraging his arm downward to bring the base of the blade around the pivot of her blades, forcing her to dive out of the way. His ears pricked, picking out the direction of her motion, and he brought around his sword in a whirl and a leap, landing atop her just as she came out of the roll. Sasuke landed lightly in a crouch, 1 foot on either side of Sakura's torso, his knees inward and forcing her body down under him, his sword at the back of her neck where she lay face down, breathing heavily. He found that he, too, was panting slightly with exertion. "But fight," he said. She said, intelligibly. "Get off." His lips twitched and he rose up, bringing Kubikurumch away from his teammate. His right hand came up and tore the blindfold away from his face. He blinked in the sudden light just as Sakura rolled over. She was panting much more heavily than he, and the skin of her face and bare arms was slick and glossy with sweat. Her hair was plastered to her head, and her developing breasts rose and fell to a rapid rhythm as she gasped for breath. "You're so fast," she mumbled ruefully. "I'm having to go all out just to keep up at all." He smiled slightly. "I've got a few years' experience on you," he said, tossing the blindfold away and extending a hand for her to take. She did, and he pulled her up easily into a standing position. "How are you feeling?" "Like I need a rest," Sakura said, stretching and visibly wincing at the strain before extending a hand and watching it shake with exhaustion. "And food?" "Lunch?" Sasuke asked. She smiled at him. "Sure. Where?" Sasuke shrugged. "Take your pick," he said, pulling up his armguard to prime the seal for Kubikurumch. She sighed. "I'm too tired to make decisions," she whined. "Alright, that BBQ place Team 10 likes." Sasuke nodded, sealing away his sword and locking the seal. "Sounds good to me," he said. "Shall we?" She blinked at him. "Not going to find Naruto?" she asked him. "Surely he's not still busy with the Hokage." Sasuke shook his head. "He's got other errands to run," he said, thinking of an old man with a summoning contract. "Besides, he can feed himself for a day. Unless you want him to come with you?" No, she said quickly. "No, it's fine. Lead the way." He did so. She followed at his right, half a pace behind. "So, Sasuke," she said as they left the training ground. "What should I work on?" "I mean, everything, but any advice?" Sasuke nodded, considering. "You need a more diverse genjutsu kit," he said at length. "A more diverse kit in general, really. All you've got are touch-based genjutsu, ninjutsu and taijutsu, and then projectiles and visual genjutsu. Projectiles are relatively easy to counter for most ninja unless they're used by a specialist like Tenten, and it'll be years before you're competitive with the best at melee range. Or specialist, then, you basically have to fight with visual genjutsu, and if they've got a way around that like I do then you're in trouble." Sakura nodded. "But the tools I'm using well?" she asked. Sasuke nodded. "You're not using them as imaginatively as you could, though," he cautioned. "If you manage to hide projectiles behind one another, you can really screw with anyone trying to deflect them. Of course, a good ninja uses the redundancy of hearing and sight to figure out about those something in the light shadow of something else probably isn't in its sound shadow. But if they're blindfolded, Sakura is finished, then I can use that." "Thanks, Sasuke. I'll have to calculate the angles for sound shadows." "Even if they're not blindfolded, most ninja have a dominant sense," Sasuke advised. "Mind sight, obviously. Some people don't train their secondary senses nearly enough." Sakura agreed. "And I can probably figure out what kind of fighter someone is by poking their defenses." "What about Gaara?" "Sound-based," Sasuke said immediately. "Decent vision, but nothing fantastic. He's also got a sort of tremor sense through his sand. If you're displacing sand he can control, he can feel you." "Does he do anything really effective with that?" Sakura asked. "Like, a weak detection field in the air around him to sense projectiles?" Sasuke blinked at her. "I have no idea," he confessed. "Chidori, my primary ninjutsu and Sharingan abilities are fast enough that I don't usually have to worry about detection, only prediction. I'd bet on it, though. Gaara's smart. So I'd have to send 2 projectiles through exactly the same space to avoid him sensing the second one," she mused. "Good to know. Means kunai will be more effective than shuriken because of spin." That's the kind of thinking that'll get you the promotion, he told her, impressed. I hadn't considered that. Promotion, yeah, she said absently. But it's also a chance at winning. He stopped. So did she, after a moment. You want to beat him? Sasuke asked evenly. I aim to try, she said firmly, almost defiantly. He considered her for a moment. You probably can't, he said eventually. He's a Jinchuriki who made Kazekage at 16. Of course I probably can't, she said. But what kind of Chunin wouldn't try if that was their mission? He snorted. A live one. He wouldn't kill me, she said. I thought he was a friend. He's Naruto's friend, Sasuke corrected. He doesn't like me. For very good reasons. But, no, he wouldn't kill you. Then there's no harm in trying, Sakura said flatly. Now, are you going to help or just keep trying to stop me? He sighed. I'll help, he said. I'm sorry. I'll help. She smiled. Thank you, Sasuke, she said. Now, I'm hungry. Can we eat? Boy, Naruto called. Hiro-sennin. Jiraiya visibly jumped a full foot into the air and scrambled away from the small hole in the wall of the women's hot spring. Hey, SH, he hissed. What, you want them to hear? Shikamaru considered that. Would it make you stop? He asked. Jiraiya blinked. No. Probably for as long as it took to get to safety, Naruto corrected. Then yeah, kind of, Shikamaru said. Naruto nodded. So, Hiro-sennin, he said conversationally. Your information is out of date. How so, brat? Jiraiya said, already turning away from them and moving back to the tight palisade. His attention, now that they were not in his face, was clearly not on them anymore. Naruto sighed. Where to start, he mused. Well, I'm your godson. Jiraiya froze. Then, after a moment, he turned back to them jerkily. You. Naruto nodded. Got your attention yet? He asked rhetorically. Good. Also, Kikbi's a friend and I'm from the future. As am I, Shikamaru put in. Naruto nodded. And Akatsuki is led by Uchiha Madara, who wants to functionally end the world, he said. Was there anything else, Shikamaru? All the Jinchuriki are on our side, Shikamaru said. Right, Naruto agreed, snapping his fingers. That. And the Dishonored isn't. You might have heard of him, he glanced at Jiraiya. Armor, seal packs on his wrists, and a really bad case of nuts. Case. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Short version, he said, you need to go to the Sandaime for a debrief and reassignment. And then, Naruto added, you need to meet me at Ichiraku's for dinner. We need to talk. Also, try not to up and die this time, Shikamaru suggested. Right, Naruto agreed and rushed forward to embrace the man. I'd much prefer that, thank you. Jiraiya was blinking at, as Shikamaru observed, exactly 100 beats per minute and looking between them at exactly 50 beats per minute. He looked at Naruto. Blinked twice. Looked at Shikamaru. Blinked twice. Looked at Naruto. Blinked twice. Then he threw his hands up in the air and clapped Naruto, whose arms were wrapped around him, on the back. All right, I give up. His voice was slightly high-pitched, a sign of the early stages of hysteria. I'll go see the old man. I don't whatever. Figure this out later. Shikamaru nodded sagely. Probably a good idea, yes, he agreed. Shino-kun, wait a moment. Shino stopped and turned slightly. Hinata caught up with him, her breathing ever so slightly heavy with the exertion of the run. Thank you, she said. I just wanted to talk. Where are you headed? I was going to lunch with Shinji-san, Shino said. He wanted my advice for his match against Naruto-san. Hinata blinked. Why didn't he ask Shikamaru-kun? She asked blankly. You're both good friends with Naruto-kun. Shino nodded. I believe he did, he said. Shikamaru-tachem likely referred him to me after giving advice. He is a strong believer in second opinions. Hinata coughed. Do mind if I join us? Shino finished. Not at all. You will be facing Sasuke-san, and I am familiar with him as well. I would be happy to provide any advice I can. Well, assuming he beats Neji-kun, yes, Hinata said. But Neji-kun uses Jiken, so I at least know how he'll fight, even if he's better than me. Shino snorted. I assure you, he said. Neji-san has no more chance against Uchiha Sasuke-san than the students in next year's graduating class at the academy. You will be facing Sasuke, and you will not win, but I can at least advise you with regards to making a good showing. Hinata flushed and looked down. But I'm too weak to have a chance to beat him? She asked slowly. In your defense, Shino said evenly, so am I. That will be unlikely to be a barrier to your prospects for promotion. Sasuke-san is an unusual case for several reasons. Because he's a prodigy, Hinata murmured. A genius. Shino rolled his eyes. No, he said. Other reasons. All will become clear in time. For now, come. I will see how I can prepare you and Shinji-san over lunch. Is Naruto-kun stronger than Sasuke-san? The question was blurted out just as Shino turned away. When he looked back, Hinata's face was downcast and shrouded in her bangs, but he could see the mortified flush creeping up her neck. Likely, Shino said. I would like to believe so, at any rate. Why? Hinata was silent. Shino gently reached out and took her arm. You have good taste, he said quietly, but strength is, in such a comparison, unimportant. Naruto-san is a better man, a better leader, and a better shinobi than Sasuke ever could be. That is what should matter to you, not whether he is, in any concrete way, stronger. Hinata glanced up, face flaming, and then looked away again quickly. Shino sighed. You should speak with him, he said. Hinata seemed to shrink in on herself. But he's so strong, and I'm worthy of his attention, Shino finished firmly. He himself seems to think so, and that is all that matters, although I would agree with him. You should speak with him. Silence. Shino sighed. But first, he said, let us go meet with Shinji-san. We can stick to safer topics, for a time. Hinata followed him, looking grateful. Naruto glanced over as the door of the Hokage's office opened. Out stepped the Toad Sage. Yo, Iro-senin, he called. Ajiji-san caught you up. Jiraiya glanced over and seemed to flinch. Naruto, he said roughly. Yeah. Great, Naruto said. Sorry, I should have waited at Ichiraku, but it occurred to me you might try to bail. This time Jiraiya did flinch. I'm sorry, he said, and his voice was raw. Naruto grinned at him. I'm not bitter, he said honestly. If I was gonna be bitter, there are a hell of a lot of people I'd take it out on before you. I just wanna catch up. Come on, let's get Ramen. He pushed off of the wall he was leaning against, turned, and started down the corridor. The Sannin soon caught up with him. So? Jiraiya said slowly. You're from the future. Naruto nodded. No need to keep it down, he said. I got Sasuke to put up an interference genjutsu around me, secured with a genjutsu. Anyone listening will think we're just talking about something totally inane. Jiraiya frowned. If they see Konoha's spymaster talking to a snot-nosed brat about something totally inane, won't that raise red flags? He asked. Naruto grinned. Sasuke's got that covered, he said. Dunno how, mind, but he's got it. Apparently his genjutsu makes it actually impossible for people to think anything I'm doing is suspicious unless they think about me really hard. They can still see you doing odd things, but they'll not notice that you're talking to me, or at least they won't think that's odd. It's only got about another hour of uptime, though. Jiraiya considered that. Useful genjutsu, he said grudgingly. Sasuke's good with them, Naruto said easily. Anyway, how have you been? Have you already started investigating the Akatsuki, or is Itachi the only one on that list at this point? I've started, Jiraiya said. Hadn't turned up much until Sensei caught up to me. I always thought it was weird that all those S-rank missing nin were working together. Well, you weren't wrong, Naruto agreed. Whatever else you might say about the bastard, Madara's got charisma. He pushed open the doors to the Hokage tower and held them open for Jiraiya to follow him out. How is it being back in Konoha? He asked. When was the last time you were even here? A few months back, Jiraiya said. I make it a point to visit at least a few times a year. It's home. Yeah, Naruto agreed, a faint smile touching his lips. It is that. They walked down the road in silence for a time. So, you were Hokage? Jiraiya asked at length. Naruto nodded. Rakudame, he said. I see why you didn't want the job, now. Jiraiya chuckled. Second thoughts? He asked. And third, said Naruto with a laugh, but it's worth it. There's still no job I'd rather have. Someone else might get it wrong. Jiraiya considered him. You think? He asked seriously. There's a lot wrong with the world right now, Naruto said quietly. It's easy to tell yourself that the easiest solution to a problem is the best because there are so many problems. It's easy to think that one life or one person's sanity or your own morals don't matter all that much in the scheme of things. His lips twisted. And then one day you wake up, look in the mirror, and you don't recognize the person looking back. Did that happen to you? Jiraiya asked softly. No, Naruto said with a sigh. I learned from other people's mistakes. It happened to enough of my friends that I still take it personally, though. There was another silence for a time. Yeah, Jiraiya said slowly. Someone else might get it wrong. When do you plan to take over? Naruto snorted. I'm not about to drum up a coup d'etat out of nowhere, if that's what you're asking, he said, amused. I don't think the old man even wants the job anymore, anyway. I'll probably take over once we've dealt with Akatsuki and I can act without tripping every alarm bell in their boss's masked head. Fair, Jiraiya said. I might spend more time in the village once it's under your control. Naruto shrugged. A village doesn't change overnight, he said with slight reproach. But I'll do what I can. I hope you will too. Jiraiya twitched. Yeah, he said wryly. I'll try. Naruto nudged him with his elbow. That's all I ask. They reached Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto leapt up onto a bar stool and gave Am a wide smile. Hey, Am-chan, Tucci-san. Naruto, you're back. Said the aging civilian jovially, coming across from the pot he'd been stirring. You haven't been by as often, I was starting to worry you didn't like us. I've gotta watch what I eat now, Naruto said lightly. I'm a ninja now, can't go shoveling crap like what you make down my throat all the time anymore. Gotta be healthy and ready for anything. Oh, crap, huh? Tucci asked, eyes twinkling. I see how it is. Think you're better than our humble food. Care to prove me wrong? Naruto prodded, grinning widely. Ooh, you watch yourself, Tucci said with a laugh. I'll make you eat those words. And the ramen, too. What would you like? 3 large bowls of miso ramen, Naruto said merrily. To start off light. Am giggled. Where does it all go? She asked. Little known fact, Naruto said with a cheeky grin. I have a ravenous demon in my belly. Temari slipped into her team's hotel suite with a sigh of relief. Although she was still in Konoha, this little room had come to feel like something of a haven. This town made her itch in an unsettling way, like she was being watched. She hoped it was just paranoia. Temari, came Gaara's voice from the common room. Welcome back. Were you training? Yeah, said Temari, sandals clacking on the wooden floor as she traveled down the hall and joined Gaara. He was kneeling on a pad, a teacup in his hands, staring out the window expressionlessly. What have you been up to? Training, in my way, said Gaara quietly. Shukaku and I are nearing an accord. It is slow going. Do you think you'll be ready in time for the invasion? Gaara shook his head. I will not be able to call on the Bijk's energy as easily as I might, if that's what you're asking, he said. For that, I would need to consult with a Genjutsu master, likely for a period of weeks. Well, there are Genjutsu masters here in Konoha, 2 of them, in fact neither of them is really available to assist me for that span of time, at the moment. But you'll still be ready to fight. As much as I have ever been, Wani-chan. Temari sat down beside him and looked out the window too. They had a very fine view of the village from here, looking directly into the 4 faces carved into the mountain. I do love this village, Gaara said softly. Temari blinked, looking back over at him. Say again. I do, he confirmed. Konoha is my second favorite of the great villages. It treats its shinobi corps better than most, and there is much to be learned from their will of fire. You do remember we're going to invade them in about 3 weeks, right? Of course, Gaara said dryly. This isn't going to. My loyalty is unchanged, dear sister. Are you going to speak to Shikamaru? Temari frowned at him. Why should I? If nothing else, so that he gives you a chance to show your quality in the match before wiping the floor with you. Temari laughed aloud. That scrawny kid. Do not underestimate Nara Shikamaru, said Gaara coolly. Were I his first match, I would be worried, especially given he has a full month to prepare countermeasures. So, what, I should try to bribe him into going easy on me. Bribe him with what? Gaara shook his head. Merely apologize, he said. To him and to Inuzuka-san. I know you want to. They're enemies. That doesn't change the fact that you nearly killed a puppy in cold blood. It was a combat situation. And? Temari gritted her teeth. Her hands worked fruitlessly for a moment. Then she sighed. Tomorrow, she said. Good. You really need to talk to her. Naruto glanced back at his friend guiltily. I don't know what you're talking about. Sasuke's face was perfectly impassive as he took up another piece of sashimi with poised chopsticks. Right, he said. That's why you were fine with coming to eat here, even though you hate raw seafood. I'm sure that he nodded out the window at the Hokage compound entrance, directly across the street, and had nothing to do with it. It doesn't, Naruto whined, poking at his roll. Then why are we here? You suggested it. Sasuke nodded. Your point. Naruto stuck his tongue out at his teammate. Sasuke remained impassive. You need to talk to her, he said. This isn't doing either of you any good. She's a kid. Oh, and you're such an adult, aren't you? Naruto stuck his tongue out again. Case in point, Sasuke sighed. Look, I'm not telling you to go in there and bang her. I'm not even telling you to ask her out. But you're leading her on like this. She's not oblivious enough to miss that you're interested, and without an explanation you're torturing her. So, what? Naruto said. Just put it all on the table. Explain the whole story, no secrets. Aren't you supposed to be the one reigning in my stupid ideas? Do you really think Hinata is a threat to operational security in any way? Naruto looked away. Stop hiding from it, Sasuke ordered. It's not going to go away. The Hinata I knew is gone, Naruto said weakly. The Hinata you knew became who she was through suffering, Sasuke said. Suffering you now have the opportunity to spare her. He took up another piece of sashimi. Isn't that the whole point? he asked before slipping it into his mouth. Naruto pushed a roll around his plate with his chopsticks. What are you afraid of? Sasuke asked after swallowing. Rejection. No. I could handle that. She's not the Hinata I knew. Then what? Myself. Naruto dropped one chopstick and turned the other over and over in his fingers. She's so young. She's innocent. She's mutable. I don't want to manipulate her, and every time I talk to her I am. I can't help it. There's no way to help it. Every conversation is manipulation anyway, but I know so much more about her that. He sighed. I'm scared that I have that kind of power over her, he whispered. I never wanted that. I just want her. But not taken. Not coerced or convinced. I want what we had. A real, mutual relationship where I encouraged her and she guided me. You'll never get that, Sasuke said, without first being honest. But what if it's too soon? What if? Naruto. Sasuke reached out and put a hand on Hokage's shoulder. The worst thing you could do right now, he said, is to stay silent. It's only getting worse as you put it off. Do you think so? I know so. Talk to her. Naruto took up both chopsticks and put a roll in his mouth to buy time. Then he grimaced. Not a fan? Sasuke asked with a chuckle. No, not really, Naruto grumbled, his voice muffled by the food in his mouth. He swallowed, then looked back out the window at the Hokage compound. You're right, he said quietly. You knew that already, Sasuke said. What are you going to do about it? Naruto swallowed. Glanced down at his food. Do they have anything cooked? He asked. I don't want to do this on an empty stomach. Sasuke shook his head. Not this place. Let's go, I've already paid. He stood up. We can stop by Ichiraku, get some food for you, and then I'll drag you back here if I have to. Naruto stood up as well. All right, he said. Sounds good. Sasuke nodded and led the way out of the restaurant. As they made their way down the road, Naruto caught up to him so they were walking side by side. Sasuke? He said. Thanks. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.